Dragon wings shroud the heavens, breath freezing the soul bards sing the legends of dragons, and the will of winter remains eternally unyielding. Prominent races: dragons, humans, barbarians, orcs, elves, dwarves, fishmen, Nagas, mermaids, ogres, demons, devils. Key locations: the northern icy plains, overseas archipelagos, shadowy realms, the underwater world, the Great Glacier, and others. The protagonist is a white dragon, born in the powerful world of Nordshield, a land beset by demons. The white dragon lord cultivates the land with his siblings, ultimately gaining fame across the realms. Chapter 1. The Crossing. In an obscure town in southern Huaxia, Blue Star, the rain had just ceased and sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting warmth upon the damp streets and its pedestrians. Xiaoyu carefully navigated puddles while holding a fish, avoiding the potholed road. Suddenly, a blaring horn pierced the air as a heavily loaded truck rounded the corner. Damn it! Xiaoyu leapt aside, narrowly evading the truck's path, yet felt his body plummet uncontrollably. What the hell? There was no manhole cover. This was the last thought that crossed Xiaoyu's mind before losing consciousness. Time seemed to stretch into eternity, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment. Xiaoyu gradually regained a semblance of awareness, instinctively stretching, only to encounter a barrier. He realized he was submerged in a viscous liquid, curled within a dark, narrow space, yet felt an inexplicable comfort, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. Where am I? A hospital? Accompanied by intense pain, a torrent of information flooded Xiaoyu's mind. The legacy of dragons, foundational knowledge of dragons, magical inheritance, geography, and a myriad of other subjects rushed into his consciousness, assimilating seamlessly as if they were his own. Memories. Xiaoyu was horrified to discover he had traversed into another world, becoming a white dragon. The disgrace of dragonkind thought present. He was merely an unhatched white dragon. EGG'd as an avid reader, he had encountered countless tales of such crossings, but had never imagined that such a click scenario would unfold in his own life. His parents had nurtured him, and before he could repay them, he found himself in this predicament. All he could do was hope his siblings would care for their parents. Gradually, Xiaoyu understood that sorrow and complaints served no purpose other than to exacerbate his troubles. Acceptance was his best course of action at this moment. The developing embryo could not sustain prolonged thought, and Xiaoyu slipped back into slumber. After an indeterminate time, Xiaoyu awakened, feeling the pressure surrounding him. The space within the egg could no longer accommodate his growth. It was time. Summoning all his strength, he thrust his head forward. Crack! The eggshell began to splinter. With another forceful push, his dragon head burst forth from the shell, and following ancient tradition, Xiaoyu let out his first roar of life in a tender, yet commanding voice. Amos Sitlantum Baron. Galadic Aldrich, having proclaimed his true dragon name to the world, Xiaoyu struggled free from the eggshell, using his long, rough tongue to clean the viscous, transparent liquid off his body. Before surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a vase-shaped, isolated cavern, narrow at the entrance, yet vast within, filled with gold and gemstones that occupied most of the space. The ground was dotted with peculiar pillars covered in fine scales. Scales? Pillars? Sensing something amiss, Xiaoyu slowly lifted his gaze, only to behold a fearsome dragon head before him, its serpentine pupils and amber eyes observing him with keen interest. Towering horns reminiscent of an antelope's jutted towards the sky, its long neck and enormous bat-like wings flanking a streamlined body adorned with hard white scales, measuring approximately 20 meters in length. Beautiful and powerful. Before this terrifying beast, Xiaoyu felt no fear. Instead, he experienced a profound kinship, mingled with awe. Surely, this must be my mother in this life. Gurgle. His stomach protested, for the newborn dragon required sustenance as a top-tier magical creature. The dragon egg contained not only inorganic material, but also rich magical energy, effectively aiding the hatchling through its initial period of weakness. Once he consumed the eggshell and licked the remnants of egg white from the ground, his hunger was somewhat alleviated, yet Xiaoyu felt he could consume more. Timidly, he spoke to his dragon mother in the dragon tongue. Hungry. Salarina felt a twinge of curiosity, gazing at the quivering egg among her five, recognizing the struggle of the hatchling within. Having raised offspring before, she was puzzled. Typically, The hatching of dragon eggs occurs within 2 days of one another. Yet by her calculations, at least a week remained until the hatchling's emergence. Could it be a deformity? Oh, it's coming out. She uttered the dragon's true name, confirming it was a healthy child. Proclaiming the dragon's true name symbolizes successful acceptance of the dragon's legacy. Tiamat above. What a robust baby. This one was a full 2 sizes larger than the average hatchling. Hungry. Upon hearing the hatchling's plea and gazing into Xiaoye's bright eyes, shimmering with wisdom, Salarina was truly astonished. Among the red, blue, green, black, and white dragons, the white dragon is the weakest, possessing the lowest intelligence. Only upon reaching maturity and entering the legendary realm, undergoing the baptism of world laws, can it fundamentally elevate the essence of its soul to attain a normal adult human level of intelligence. While the dragon legacy provided a complete understanding of the dragon tongue, the distinction between memory and proficient usage was vast. Typically, newly hatched white dragonlings possess intellect akin to that of beasts, emitting only indistinct cries, comparable to human infants. Only through continuous use in daily life and communication with their mother can white dragonlings gradually master the dragon tongue, whereas other dragon hatchlings, benefiting from slightly superior intellect, fare somewhat better. Unaware of the profound impact he had on his mother, Xiaoyu observed her bewildered expression, utterly confused. Looking down at his reflection upon the icy surface, he realized he was no larger than a pony, a perfect replica of his mother. From this moment on, I shall be known as Amos Sitlantum Baron. Galactic Aldrich. For brevity, I shall be called Amos Aldrich. To conserve energy, Amos lay on the ground, contemplating the essence of dragon life. From the legacy, he learned that the world he inhabited was called Nordshield, with landmass approximately 50 times that of Earth. In addition to intelligent beings such as humans, elves, and orcs, the realm was home to dragons, magical creatures, and numerous other extraordinary beings, with dragons being the pinnacle of such entities. Survival of the fittest is the unchanging theme of this world. Having glimpsed the harsh realities of this world through the legacy, Amos resolved to strengthen himself and survive, aspiring to elevate his quality of life. Chapter 2. The golden finger. Approximately an hour had elapsed when Amos was roused from slumber by the sound of wings beating against the air. He looked up to see the dragon mother entering the cave, her mouth clamped around a creature resembling a yak, measuring over 5 meters in length. Faced with the frozen meal before him, Amos, having fully embraced his new identity, lunged forward to devour it ravenously. He needed to amass a substantial amount of energy to prepare for the first slumber of his draconic life. The slumber of dragons is not akin to mere ordinary sleep. During this period, the ancient and formidable dragon genes facilitate rapid growth, allowing the dragon to acquire new knowledge from the legacy of its kind. For dragons, each slumber represents a significant leap in power. Throughout the natural lifespan of a white dragon, which spans 2 millennia, such a wondrous state can only be attained upon entering a new growth cycle. Generally, dragons are categorized into 8 growth phases based on age: hatchling, 0 to 3 years; wormling, 3 to 10 years; young dragon, 10 to 30 years; adult dragon, 30 to 80 years; mature dragon, 80 to 500 years; elder dragon, 500 to 1,200 years; ancient dragon, 1,200 to 1,700 years; great ancient dragon, 1,700 to 2,000 years. Upon reaching the stage of the great ancient dragon, bodily functions begin to decline, yet their mastery of magic deepens with the passage of time. Sensing the imminent approach of death, an elder dragon will take its entire horde to a pre-prepared deep cave or demi-plane, entombing its treasures and remnants for eternity. If an ancient dragon possesses sufficient strength and opportunity to break through its limits once more, it may ascend to the status of a primordial dragon, at which point it is no longer a weakling awaiting divine power. The exact extension of its lifespan remains a mystery, as there have been no recorded instances of a primordial dragon succumbing to age. After consuming a meal thrice his size, Amos finally felt satiated. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Struggling to keep his eyelids open, he curled up in a corner of the cave and succumbed to sleep. As Amos's once rounded belly visibly shrank, the dragon's formidable physiology rapidly converted food into energy to sustain his swift development. This process did not last long, and by the next morning, Amos awoke from his slumber. The energy he had accumulated was nearly depleted, and an intense hunger surged within him. Spotting the remaining half of the yak from the previous day on the ground, he launched into another feast. Unbothered by the absence of siblings who had yet to be born, the dragon mother, who had been dozing on the ground, stirred at the noise of her ravenous hatchling. She cast a disapproving glance at the ruckus and emitted a low growl of dissatisfaction before shifting her position and returning to slumber. After indulging in his meal, Amos gazed at his body, now nearly 1/3 larger than the day before, marveling at the power of dragon genes. He examined his reflection in the icy surface, noting his slightly short and rounded tail, his oval form adorned with tiny white scales, and his still juvenile horns, while his golden eyes sparkled with clarity. Indeed, he appeared somewhat adorable. Lost in contemplation of his form, Amos suddenly sprang up, akin to a cat startled awake by its master's antics, as a sci-fi electronic screen materialized before him. "What in the world is this?" he exclaimed, bewildered, perhaps startled. Amos had no time to discern what it was before the electronic screen vanished. The hatchling glanced around, searching high and low, yet found nothing. He craned his neck beneath his belly, only to see his own snow-white underbelly. At that moment, the sleeping dragon mother lifted her head, glaring at the frolicking hatchling with displeasure and emitting a low growl. Realizing he had angered her, Amos offered an awkward smile and promptly lay down to feign sleep, adopting the demeanor of a good little dragon. Observing this, the dragon mother exhaled 2 puffs of white air from her large nostrils, too lethargic to reprimand her troublesome offspring, and closed her eyes to continue sleeping. Amos lay quietly on the ground, though his mind was tumultuous, pondering the earlier incident. After a moment, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Could this be the legendary golden finger? Perhaps it required concentration? Without hesitation, Amos began to experiment, and indeed, the electronic screen reappeared, displaying the following. Name: Amos Aldrich. Level 1 Dragon. Power: First Tier. Alignment: Lawful Neutral. Amos felt a surge of excitement. Disregarding the screen's candid evaluation, and commenced exploring the specific functions of his golden finger. He focused intently on the yak skeleton not far away, staring until his eyes ached. Yet the golden finger remained unresponsive. Was physical contact necessary? The hatchling raised his head and cautiously glanced at the sleeping dragon mother before stealthily approaching the skeleton. He placed his claw upon it, and, as anticipated, the electronic screen reappeared. Name: Northern yak. Skeleton. Description: The northern yak is a common species found in the icy plains of the northern region of the Nordshield continent. A herd-dwelling herbivore with thick fur and a faint icy bloodline. It is capable of withstanding the severe cold of the north and serves as a primary food source for white dragons. In the following 2 days, Amos rummaged through the dragon mother's treasure hoard, experimenting with the functions of his golden finger. He began to grasp its capabilities. This was a purely auxiliary golden finger, capable of scanning items he touched and presenting the information through an electronic screen visible only to him. Furthermore, it could store related information and deduce new knowledge based on what he had already acquired. Essentially, it functioned as a supercomputer with a built-in scanning feature, though it lacked an intelligent system and could only passively accept commands. While currently not of great utility, Amos sensed that as he accumulated a wealth of knowledge, this would become a valuable ally. Feeling somewhat bored, Amos noted that the dragon lair was situated on a vertical cliff over 600 meters above the ground. Although he could manage to fly, the heavy snow and howling winds outside extinguished any desire to venture out and experience the joys of flight. Among the treasures of the dragon mother, aside from gold and jewels, lay various other items: battered armor, broken swords, and occasionally intact objects. As for the original owners of these items, perhaps remnants could be found among the pile of bones in the corner. Amos found these artifacts intriguing. Not only could he gather knowledge through his golden finger to pass the time, but he could also gain insight into the development of civilization beyond his cave. Ultimately, he indeed uncovered something of great significance. Chapter 3 notes Amos discovered 2 tomes, belonging to the same wizard, a diary and a spellbook. Regrettably, the spellbook had been destroyed in battle, while the diary remained intact. Through the diary, Amos learned that this unfortunate wizard hailed from a southern trade city-state on the continent of Nordshield, serving as a guardian mage for a large caravan. Boasting a profession level of 9, teetering on the threshold of becoming a high-level mage. Given that his spellbook had appeared here, the fate of that caravan was all too clear. In this world, power levels are categorized into biological levels and professional levels. Biological levels refer to the innate strength of extraordinary beings, which increase as they mature. For instance, Amos currently possesses the biological level of a first-level dragon, and upon reaching adulthood, his level will ascend to that of a 20th-level dragon, stepping into the legendary realm. Professional levels, as the name suggests, indicate the achievements attained within a particular profession, akin to titles. The universally recognized classification of professional levels is as follows. Levels 0 to 4 are considered novice practitioners, levels 5 to 9. Intermediate practitioners, levels 10 to 14. Advanced practitioners, levels 15 to 19. Master practitioners, levels 20 to 24. Legendary practitioners, and levels 25 and above are collectively referred to as high-level legends. Each tier represents comprehensive strength, with every 5 levels constituting a tier, and tiers above 4 being classified as legendary. Amos feigned slumber while clutching the tail of the dragon matron, gleaning information about her. Name: Sarilina Aldrich. Level: 22nd level dragon. 12th level priest. Power: legendary. Alignment: lawful evil. Description: priestess of Tiamat, the 5-headed dragon goddess, a rare sincere devotee among evil dragons. Mistress of the Northwind Ice Plains, notorious for raiding the barbarian tribes of the north and passing caravans, earning the title Disaster of the Northwind. Amos was taken aback to discover that the dragon matron was not only a formidable dragon lord, but also a high-level priestess devoted to Tiamat. Tiamat, the goddess of evil dragons, is depicted with 5 heads, red, blue, green, black, and white, being the direct progenitor of the chromatic dragons, hence referred to as the mother of evil dragons. The chromatic dragons are Tiamat's principal followers. However, it is well known that they embody a multitude of negative traits: arrogant, greedy, malevolent, and deceitful. One can hardly expect such a band of rogues to exhibit genuine piety. Typically, evil dragons are merely superficial devotees of Tiamat, and it is only those nearing death who seek her favor, hoping their souls might enter her divine realm. Consequently, despite being among the oldest deities, Tiamat's divine power remains relatively weak after millions of years. Inspired by the dragon matron, Amos began contemplating which combat profession he might pursue. Would he choose a melee warrior profession? The physical prowess of an adult dragon far surpasses that of most legendary warriors, so that option was dismissed. Would he consider a priestly vocation? As a devout socialist youth who adhered to the principles of Marxism, that too was ruled out. After much contemplation, Amos resolved to become a mage. Indeed, dragons possess significant natural advantages when it comes to becoming mages. Firstly, as premier magical beings, dragons accumulate vast amounts of magical energy as they age, negating the need for arduous meditation to amass power. Secondly, the powerful dragon lineage encompasses extensive magical knowledge, with each dragon passively awakening their spellcasting abilities. Essentially, every dragon is a born mage. However, throughout history, few dragons have opted to pursue the path of magehood. This is partly due to a perceived lack of necessity, and partly because the mage profession is notoriously expensive. Advanced magical research can cost tens or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins, a burden far more unbearable than death for a dragon that values wealth. Amos was not one to dither. He took decisive action. Utilizing his unique abilities, he calculated the prerequisites for becoming a mage. Soon enough, his findings were revealed. Mage profession requirements: 1. Satisfactory intelligence level. 2. Elemental affinity. 3. Acquisition of a meditation technique for absorbing magical energy. 4. Memorization of spell models. With an impressive Mensa score of 148, Amos declared that intelligence posed no issue, nor did elemental affinity or the magical energy necessary for a dragon. The only potential hurdle appeared to be the spell models. Amos recalled the spellbook and began to sift through it in search of useful information. Model for Featherfall spell. Incomplete. Model for Ice Arrow spell. Incomplete. Model for Greater Levitation spell. By the gods, still incomplete. Frowning, Amos noted that every spell model within the tome was in a state of disrepair. None were usable. Fortunately, Amos possessed an advantage. He prompted his unique abilities to begin reconstructing the Ice Arrow spell model. However, as he gazed at the screen displaying an unknown projection duration, he sighed. If the reconstruction took 10 years or more, what purpose would it serve? Casting a glance at the dragon matron's treasure, he realized he could only hope to find another complete spellbook. The youngling dove headfirst into a pile of gold coins, reveling in the sensation. It was truly delightful. Yet, The next moment, his pleasure was short-lived. Infuriated by the repeated disturbances during her slumber, Sarilina seized the youngling and shoved him into the coins, rubbing him back and forth. It proved that regardless of the world or species, mischievous offspring who anger their mothers seldom meet favorable outcomes. Roaring, the dragon matron warned the youngling to behave. She then placed him beneath her expansive wings, restricting his movements, before settling down to snore. For evil dragons, nurturing their young is merely a biological obligation. If not for Tiamat and the Platinum Dragon God's decree that mothers failing to fulfill their duties would not ascend to the divine realm after death, most evil dragons would likely abandon their eggs shortly after they hatched. Thus, the dragon deities, in a bid to ensure the continuity of their faith, imposed strict regulations mandating that mothers must rear their offspring until they are capable of independent survival. As for dragon fathers, their identities remain a mystery. Evil dragons lack a concept of family. Typically, during mating season, male dragons seek out targets through forceful means, achieving their ends without attachment. Of course, not every attempt yields success. Those unfortunate or less robust dragons often settle for less, leading to the diverse array of dragonkin found across myriad dimensions. Generally, after nurturing their young for about 5 years, mothers will expel them from the nest. In the realm of dragons, where territorial instincts run strong, if a youngling refuses to leave, the mother will not hesitate to disregard maternal affection. A week after Amos hatched, his siblings finally emerged. 3 of them, after uttering an incomprehensible series of dragon names, began gnawing on their eggshells. The dragon matron had anticipated the timing of their births and had prepared 2 yak for sustenance. One youngling, unable to accept the dragon lineage, was unceremoniously cast off a cliff by the dragon matron, sending a chill down Amos's spine while simultaneously filling him with relief at having successfully received the lineage. Chapter 4. Growth. Amos has 2 sisters. The elder is named Felicia, while the younger is Alina, and the smallest brother is called Willie. When Amos was born, he was as small as a pony, whereas his siblings, the dragonlings, were roughly the size of adult farm dogs. Now, however, Willie found himself shrinking back, gazing at his brother, who was nearly half again his size. Just a few days prior, after the trio of dragonlings completed their first slumber, they felt a sense of defiance against Amos, who had monopolized one of the 2 yaks. In response, Amos crushed their pride with overwhelming strength. He first used his size to send Felicia flying as she lunged at him, then swatted Alina to the ground with his tail, and finally, with a roar that sent Willie, who lagged behind, cowering in fear. He demonstrated the unassailable authority of an elder brother. Dragon Mother paid little heed to Amos's domineering behavior, for adhering to the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is an intrinsic part of a dragon's life. In the days that followed, under the influence of their brother's affectionate guidance, the 3 younglings deeply reflected on their previous transgressions against him, rectified their rebellious thoughts, and vowed to mend their ways, forming a tight-knit group centered around Amos. Believe it or not, I remain skeptical. The howling cold winds, the boundless expanse of white snow, and the frost that even the sun cannot thaw, that is the Northwind Icefield, 2,000 meters from the dragon's lair. Amos lay in wait with his 3 companions amidst the snow. Their white scales served as natural camouflage, allowing them to endure the frigid temperatures. Yet, their initial hunting attempt proved unsuccessful. The dragonlings had yet to master their dragon's might, causing prey to flee in terror before they could even approach, resulting in a failed ambush. Unfazed, Amos promptly adjusted his strategy to a low-altitude flight, determined to locate prey and exploit his aerial advantage to strike. With his robust muscles, resilient scales, and sharp claws, he was emboldened to confront any creature of comparable size. However, reality proved more challenging than his aspirations. The colossal northern yaks were out of their reach, while the diminutive snow hares and snow mice were beneath their notice. The only suitable quarry was the Icefield reindeer. Measuring around 3 meters in length, agile in movement, and armed with formidable antlers, and they were also herd animals. Observing a small group of Icefield reindeer not far off, Amos pondered his approach. Should he charge in recklessly? The thought of being trampled by the herd was a humiliation he wished to avoid. After calling his companions and outlining the precautions, the younglings soared above the reindeer herd, brazenly unleashing their dragon's might. Though their presence was not enough to paralyze the reindeer in fear, it did cause a commotion, prompting the lead reindeer to flee in panic. The dragonlings swooped down occasionally to harass the reindeer on the outskirts, and eventually, one panicked reindeer broke away from the group. Amos, prepared for this moment, drove it further away from its herd. The time to reap their reward had arrived. Calculating the reindeer's trajectory, Amos dove down with a roar at the fleeing creature. The nimble reindeer executed a sharp 90-degree turn, narrowly evading his wicked claws. Amos felt a twinge of embarrassment. He exhaled a torrent of dragon fire, which struck the reindeer's hindquarters, reducing its speed. Seeing this, Alina launched into a dive. In a desperate bid, the reindeer kicked back with its powerful hind legs, striking Alina and causing her to wince. Seizing the opportunity, Willie blocked the reindeer's escape route, and ultimately, Felicia delivered the final blow, severing its spine with her bite. Without question, this was a failure of a hunt, leaving their bellies unfilled. For years later, in the Northwind Icefield, the three young dragons released their dragon's might in unison, methodically herding the reindeer towards a designated area. They were not merely toying with the reindeer for amusement. Amos had been lying in wait in the snow for some time. Rising amidst the terrified gazes of the reindeer, he unleashed a cone of ice-blue dragon fire that enveloped a 20-meter radius ahead of him. The lead reindeer, along with several others, was instantly frozen into ice sculptures, while a menacing aura descended upon the remaining herd, leaving them trembling in fear. With a foul odor permeating the air, this was a meticulously planned hunt. Observing the reindeer, now paralyzed with terror, Amos grimaced in distaste and retracted his dragon's might. The three younglings ignored the incapacitated reindeer, descending to enjoy the succulent, chilled venison that signified their burgeoning prowess. Tearing off a leg and savoring the crunch, they found the dragon fire imbued with a unique magical energy, rendering the reindeer's flesh both tough and brittle, while its blood coagulated. Over the past 4 years, Amos had reaped abundant rewards. Not only had he grown in size, awakened his magical abilities, and increased the potency of his dragon fire, but his innate gifts had not disappointed him. Every month, he deciphered a new spell model, and as of now, he had mastered several spells. Amos's current status is as follows. Name: Amos Aldrich. Level 6 Dragon. Level 3 Mage. Strength. Tier 2. Alignment. Lawful neutral. Description: you are a male white dragon hatchling, a soul from another realm that has instigated profound mutations in your white dragon lineage, resulting in ancestral traits. Your physique is stronger than that of an ordinary hatchling. Your scales are tougher, and your breath is more powerful, enabling you to barely fend for yourself in this harsh world. Under Amos's careful tutelage over the years, his siblings have significantly increased their intelligence, now equivalent to that of a 6-year-old child, and they are adept at communicating in the dragon tongue for daily interactions. Yet, it is rare for dragons to engage in such behavior. Although they do not perish, hunger is an unpleasant sensation. While the young dragons can independently hunt, this does not equate to their ability to survive alone. The Northwind Icefield is the domain of Dragon Mother. Within her territory, formidable creatures are either slain, driven away, or taken under her wing. Dragons do not permit any beings that could threaten them to exist within their realm. Without the protection of Dragon Mother, the hatchlings would become prey for other predators. Chapter 5, Sandonal on a night a few days later. The 4 siblings of Amos were roused from their slumber by the Dragon Mother. Amos yawned widely, perplexed as to why the Dragon Mother had awakened them. For such an occurrence had never transpired before. Follow me, the Dragon Mother intoned, leading the way to the cave entrance and soaring into the sky. The 4 young dragons had no choice but to follow suit, though the Dragon Mother slowed her pace to allow them to keep up. In silence, she guided the fledglings southward, shortly escaping the Northwind Ice Plains, marking Amos's first venture beyond the Dragon Mother's domain. The steep ridges were blanketed in ice and snow, beneath which lay a vast expanse of verdant coniferous forest stretching down to a rushing river. Across the river stood a city of sentient beings, where, in the central square, people danced and sang joyously around a bonfire. Even at a distance, Amos could hear their cheerful melodies. Under the cover of night, the Dragon Mother led her young to land upon the snow at the mountainside. Sandonal, the northern jewel beneath the Kagari Mountains, was both a commercial hub and a political center for the northern barbarians. The Dragon Mother had long coveted Sandonal's riches, but soon her gaze faltered, as if wary of certain presences within the city. The northern barbarians, a nomadic people, were forged by the harsh winters and unforgiving conditions of Nordshield, resulting in their fierce temperament and robust physique. According to barbarian customs, every newborn is placed outside in the frigid night on the day of their birth to endure the trial of the barbarian god, Bellino, only the strongest infants survive. This practice, believed to have originated thousands of years ago during the reign of the frost giants, stemmed from a time when barbarians were but slaves and livestock of the frost giants, forced to abandon weaker offspring due to scarce resources. As the adage goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. The barbarian hero Sandonal, unable to endure the tyranny of the frost giants, led his kin in rebellion, ultimately ending their brutal dominion. In the final battle, Sandonal perished alongside the frost giant chieftain. Grieving, the barbarians interred Sandonal's remains by the banks of the Zonai River, surrounding his grave with the first and only settlement, naming it Sandonal in honor of the hero who brought hope to their people. Sandonal became a sacred site in the hearts of the barbarians, and with the advantageous shipping conditions of the Zonai River, trade flourished between the barbarians and the central continent, transforming Sandonal from a settlement of hundreds into a bustling trade city of thousands. At that moment, a swift figure emerged from the coniferous forest, bounding towards the Dragon Mother. It was a winter wolf, entirely snow-white, measuring 4 meters in length, with a distinctive patch of white scales on its forehead. Amos recognized it as Fingel, the Dragon Mother's most formidable companion and a top-tier ice realm hunter, boasting a biological level of 16. Fingel approached the Dragon Mother, lowering his wolfish head in humility, and spoke, "Welcome to your presence, my mistress." Winter wolves are powerful hunters of the ice plains, living in family units typically comprising 7 or 8 adults and 2 or 3 pups. Upon reaching adulthood, their biological level can reach 10, with some exceptional individuals surpassing 15. They possess considerable intelligence, capable of speech. As Fingel spoke, a dark figure darted from the base of the mountain, skimming the forest's edge. Amos's pupils constricted. Dragon Wing, Dragon Blood Sorcerer, the Dragon Worshippers. A realization dawned upon him. The legacy of dragons encompassed all manner of knowledge, including the Dragon Worshippers, an organization that revered dragons as deities, predominantly comprising dragon blood sorcerers and necromancers. Some malevolent dragons had also joined, providing various services and maintaining connections with infamous dragons. The sorcerer bowed in reverence, stating, "I salute you, esteemed lord of the Northwind Ice Plains, the legendary white dragon Salirina." "Humph," the Dragon Mother snorted, releasing 2 puffs of white vapor in discontent. "You are late, sorcerer." After a moment's pause, the unknown sorcerer replied, "But the news I bring is certainly worth your wait." "Oh," the Dragon Mother, no longer pressing the issue of the sorcerer's tardiness, inquired with curiosity, "What news?" "It is said that the funds for Sandonal's southern expedition amount to a staggering 800,000 gold coins," the sorcerer revealed, withholding no suspense. "And the leader of the caravan is your old acquaintance, Several." Upon hearing Several's name, the Dragon Mother's demeanor shifted to one of cold intensity. Her teeth gritted as she remarked, "Now, that is indeed splendid news." Listening to the conversation between the Dragon Mother and the sorcerer, Amos finally comprehended the purpose of their journey. This year, a plague had erupted in the northern lands, initially affecting only a small portion of livestock and posing no threat to humans, thus failing to attract the attention of Sandonal's rulers. By the time Sandonal realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. The plague had surged, leading to the mass death of livestock, which served as the lifeblood for the nomadic people. As if this were not enough, unknown magical beasts appeared downstream of the Zonai River, severing the vital transport routes for grain. The leadership of Sandonal convened and resolved that following the conclusion of the Madeira festival, they would organize a caravan to procure grain to weather the crisis, with the legendary barbarian warrior Several, one of Sandonal's 3 legends, at the helm. Upon learning of this, the dragon worshippers conveyed the information through Fingel to Salirina, inviting the Dragon Mother to collaborate on a plan to ambush the caravan heading south from Sandonal. After the sorcerer departed, the Dragon Mother summoned Amos and the other young dragons, proclaiming, "Go forth, children, gather those wretched goblins and dog-headed creatures. They shall be honored to fight for the true dragons." Chapter 6. Gathering the cannon fodder, Amos would not recklessly venture out in search of danger. "Fingal, what is the distribution of monsters in the vicinity? Is there anything I should pay special attention to?" he inquired. "At your service, son of the White Dragon." The forest below is known as the Jorgri Forest. To the west, there is a pack of goblins, while to the east, you will find another group of goblins along with a goblin tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Amos turned to his dragon siblings, who awaited his command, and declared, "Felicia, Take Elena and head west. He then directed his gaze towards Vili and said, "You will accompany me." Fingal observed Amos flying towards the east with some surprise. The chromatic dragon was typically lazy and aloof. Rarely did one see a dragon undertaking more arduous tasks. Having served Salarina for a considerable time and witnessed the growth of 3 batches of young dragons, Fingal was indifferent towards them, knowing they would soon be cast out into the world. He had even watched with detached amusement as a fledgling dragon, having left the nest, was hunted by a pack of snow wolves. Yet, for the first time, he felt a twinge of concern for a young dragon. Wary of attracting the attention of high-ranking adventurers in Sandanar, Amos glided closely above the treetops towards the east, soon spotting a flicker of light emanating from the darkened forest. The firelight, deep within the woods, could either belong to adventurers or a monster tribe, prompting Amos to fly towards it. Utilizing the cover of night, Amos ascended above the flames to gain a broader perspective, allowing him to identify adventurers from a distance and avoid confrontation. Fortunately, the source of the fire was one of his intended targets, a goblin tribe. Amos and Vili hovered about 4 to 5 meters above the goblin settlement, retracting their wings and surrendering to gravity. With a resounding crash, they landed amidst the tribe, crushing 2 rickety huts. The slumbering goblins were jolted awake by the thunderous noise and, after a brief moment of chaos, quickly fell silent, gazing in terror at the 2 colossal beasts in their midst. They were too frightened to resist or flee, having achieved the desired impact of his entrance. Amos proclaimed in the common tongue, "Lowly goblins, I am the great white dragon Amos Aldrich. You shall have the honor of serving a true dragon and must present your treasures. Bring forth your leader to meet me." His rather embarrassing, yet quintessentially draconic proclamation caused a flush to creep across Amos' face, though his thick scales concealed it well. After a prolonged silence, not a single goblin dared to step forward. Feeling slighted by their disregard, Amos' expression darkened as he unleashed his draconic majesty. "Filthy reptiles, I shall say this one last time. Present your treasures and summon your leader to face me." Enveloped by his imposing presence, most of the goblins collapsed in terror, while those who remained standing trembled uncontrollably. Illuminated by the flickering flames, one of the few standing goblins, quaking with fear, raised a trembling arm and stammered, The leader, the treasure, is in the hut." Glancing down at the bloodstains seeping from beneath the collapsed structures, Amos felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Most goblins slept out in the open, and only the elite of the tribe had housing. The tribe's higher-ups had been obliterated by his and Vili's sudden descent. Coughing awkwardly, he declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be their new leader." "Me? The new leader?" The goblin, stunned by the unexpected turn of events, pinched itself to confirm reality and awkwardly bowed, exclaiming, "Nick Greenskin will heed your command, great master." Greenskin? Greenskin tribe? How fitting, Amos mused, contemplating the goblins before him, their green skin a clear indicator of their lineage. Legend spoke of these primitive goblins, once high elves in ancient times, who had created a magnificent civilization. However, their transgressions against forbidden realms had incited the wrath of the gods, leading to their civilization's erasure. To prevent any resurgence of their ancient culture, the gods had cursed them, causing their gradual degeneration into the dim-witted goblins seen today, with only a few fortunate ones escaping this fate. Of course, the present-day goblins would never admit to their distant kinship with the High Elves. Amos, alone, set his course towards the goblin tribe, aware that unlike the goblins who built their settlements above ground, the dog-headed creatures were burrowers, residing in underground caves. Even with his dark vision, locating a hidden cave within the dense forest during the night proved to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Amos had his methods. He extended his mental prowess outward, employing his unique ability to detect any signs of life. This was a new technique he had developed over the years, utilizing his special gift to scan for biological presence within a 20-meter radius. However, this external projection of his mental energy was easily detectable by stronger beings, and after being discovered by his dragon mother once, he had refrained from using this ability again. Within this range, nothing could escape the scrutiny of his scanning capabilities. And soon enough, Amos discerned traces of the dog-headed creatures. From there, the task became straightforward as he followed the tracks of the dog-headed creatures to the entrance of their cave. Learning from past experiences, he landed directly at the cave's mouth and unleashed his draconic aura. Before long, a horde of dog-headed creatures came tumbling out of the cave, dropping to their knees before Amos, as if they had encountered their long-lost ancestor, bowing low in reverence. The dog-headed creatures were natural followers of dragons, possessing lizard-like heads and resembling gnomes in stature, with a faint trace of draconic blood coursing through their veins. Their adoration for dragons was almost fanatical, and their barking voices were the reason they were dubbed dog-headed. Without a word from Amos, the dog-headed creatures presented him with the accumulated treasures of their tribe, far wealthier than the goblins. Amongst a pile of unrefined gold nuggets, Amos discovered 4 precious gems, renowned as natural miners. The dog-headed creatures shared an obsessive fervor for unearthing treasures from the earth, rivaling even that of dwarves. Thus, nearly all dragons favored subjugating dog-headed creatures to aid in excavating subterranean wealth, and these creatures eagerly sought the protection of powerful dragons. Chapter 7. Ambush. Amos paid no heed as he handed over the dog-headed creature to Fingal and flew directly towards the dragon mother at the heart of the valley. As he spoke, he placed gold and 2 inferior gemstones before her. "Ah, Amos, my dear child, among your siblings, you are the one who brings me the least worry." One could only wonder what expression the dragon mother would wear upon discovering that Amos had consumed the finest 2 gemstones. After a few encouraging words, the dragon mother dismissed Amos. Amos then approached his younger dragon siblings, where Felicia, sulking, looked up and lamented, "Amos, mother has taken my gemstones. She has also stolen my gold." Alina chimed in from the side. Amos rolled his eyes, uncertain how to console them, and replied, "Never mind. There will be more gemstones and gold in the future. Villy, why don't you be quiet for a while?" With that, he lay down and began to sleep. The words of the powerful elder brother held weight, and Villy ceased her teasing of Alina, finding a shaded spot to rest. Feigning sleep, Amos, in truth, was examining his gains. Name: Amos Aldridge. Level 7 Dragon. Level 3 Mage. Strength, 2nd tier. Alignment, lawful neutral. Description: you are a male white dragon hatchling, a soul from another realm, resulting in a profound mutation of your white dragon lineage, exhibiting a phenomenon of reversion to ancestral traits. Your physique is more robust than that of an ordinary hatchling, your scales are tougher, and your breath weapon is more potent. You have barely managed to safeguard yourself in this harsh world. A faint smile graced Amos's lips. His biological level had risen by 1, a commendable reward. Of course, this was not solely due to the gemstones he had consumed. Amos had sensed a breakthrough approaching, and the gemstones merely expedited the timing of this advancement. The second strongest among them was Villy, who had only recently hatched, currently standing at level 5. The weakest was Alina, still at level 4. Throughout the day, Amos remained sprawled on the ground, resting until nightfall. A full moon hung high in the night sky, casting a gentle glow. Uniquely, the moon over the continent of Nordshield was tenfold the size of Earth's moon, akin to the size of a tabletop. Amos had initially presumed that, like Earth, the moon revolved around Nordshield, only to later discover through ancient records that this moon was visible across various realms, albeit with differing colors. He speculated that the celestial mechanics of this other world were vastly different from those of Earth. Ancient legends provided a reasonable explanation, claiming that the moon was the final gift of the ancient moon goddess Elin, who existed in the same era as the 9-faced dragon god Io. In an age so distant that the passage of time lost meaning, a great calamity had befallen, leading to the demise of many nature deities birthed during the world's infancy, including the progenitor of dragons, Io, and the moon goddess, Elin. According to lore, the moon was said to be the transformed essence of Elin after her fall, adhering to her will in life and bringing light to a darkened world. The veracity of these legends was beyond Amos's capacity to ascertain, nor did he have the leisure to delve into such matters. A horde of monsters was on the march, and they needed to position themselves along the inevitable path of the southern convoy from Sandanar before dawn to lay their ambush. After a night of diligent work, masking their traces and setting traps, a dark-robed sorcerer arrived with a cadre of followers, engaging in brief discussions with the dragon mother before settling beneath a tree to meditate. The mages needed to ensure their magical energies were replenished before the battle. However, one figure among them made Amos uneasy, standing motionless beneath the tree as if desiring to merge with the shadows. As midday approached the next day, a convoy came into view, led by a 2-meter-tall, bald, muscular barbarian, whose expression was devoid of emotion. Ignoring the frigid weather, he donned only a half-armor, exposing his bulging muscles. Strapped to his back was an exaggerated double-bladed axe, and he rode a dark red stallion. Following him were 2 squads of 20 mounted barbarian warriors. Though smaller in stature, they were not to be underestimated. Behind them trailed a seemingly endless line of heavily laden carts, flanked by numerous barbarian guards, some on horseback and others on foot. The recent plague had inflicted severe losses upon the barbarians, with many facing starvation. After deliberations among the higher echelons of Sandinar, they resolved to procure grain from the Duchy of Veda and appoint themselves as the escort, bearing the hopes of his kin. Sifri felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders and sighed inwardly. May this journey prove fortuitous. May the omnipotent King Bellino grant us protection. Without warning, the ambushers, cloaked in a mass invisibility spell, materialized. The Dragon Mother arched her back, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a cone of icy blue dragon breath aimed squarely at Sifri's face. Oh no! Sifri's heart raced as he instinctively activated a magical artifact, conjuring a golden shield before the convoy, just in time to absorb the dragon's breath. The Dragon Mother, who had not expected a single breath attack to harm her old adversary, surged forward, unleashing her draconic might. Her nearly 8-meter-long tail swept through the air with a sound like breaking wind. Having just withstood the dragon's breath, the shield shattered into golden fragments. Yet the tail continued its relentless trajectory toward the terrified barbarian ranks. As the Dragon Mother appeared, Sifri leaped from his horse, delivering a desperate kick to the tail. However, this hasty strike paled in comparison to her calculated assault, and he was sent flying. The tail swept through the ranks. But the golden shield and Sifri's kick had bought precious moments for the others. The warriors, no fools, quickly dismounted and rolled to safety, while the unfortunate souls still paralyzed by the dragon's presence, along with their mounts, were flung aside, blood gushing forth as they met their demise before even touching the ground. A barrage of magic missiles, trailing purple arcs, rained down upon the fortunate few who had evaded the tail's wrath. The dragon cultists had joined the fray. In the face of death, the barbarians revealed their hidden cards, activating magical artifacts, tearing protective scrolls, or at the very least, enhancing their magical resistance as they shielded vital areas with their broad weapons. After a cacophony of thunderous impacts, the ground was strewn with severed limbs and blood. The more formidable barbarian warriors bore injuries as well. Sifri, still airborne, seethed. These warriors were all at least level 10, the pillars of their clan, and nearly 10 had fallen to this onslaught. However, he soon had no time to lament their fates. From the shadows beneath the trees by the roadside, a dark, ominous magical energy locked onto him, silent yet swift, hurtling toward him. A fatal strike. Chapter 8. The legendary battle in the sky. Zyfli had nowhere to hide. As the dark magical energy surged towards him, he remained utterly unperturbed. Divine protection. A low voice resonated, and a golden bubble enveloped Zyfli. The black energy collided with the bubble, creating ripples, before dissipating entirely. Zyfli plummeted onto a nearby cart, scattering its cargo across the ground. Beside the cart, a burly barbarian with a thick beard hoisted a spiked club, exuding a terrifying aura. He glared furiously at Daenerys, resting the head of his club against the ground, causing a golden halo to expand outward. Baal protects us. The voice, though not loud, seemed to echo in the hearts of the barbarians, dispelling their fear and confusion, freeing them from the dragon's oppressive presence. Amos's expression grew grave. Only a legendary priest could cast such a wide-reaching, inspiring spell. Another legendary figure. Daenerys gazed at the revealed legendary priest with a tinge of frustration, realizing that killing Zyfli today was now impossible. However, retreating at this juncture was equally out of the question. Daenerys spoke. "Oh, Archbishop Augustus, I never expected you to join us. Leaving Bertalum alone to guard Sandonal. Are you not afraid someone might seize your stronghold?" The thought of losing a legendary figure weighed heavily on Augustus. He wished he could swallow this repeatedly plundering dragon whole. "Eliminate me? You think you can?" Daenerys scoffed at Augustus's words, disdain dripping from her voice. "You? Great lizard. Have your wounds healed from our last encounter?" Zyfli, just rising from the cargo, taunted. "Cowardly reptile. You have successfully provoked my ire." Daenerys swiftly uttered a series of complex draconic incantations. Dragon power. Malicious protection. Iron skin. Legendary agility. A cascade of enhancement and defensive spells enveloped her. This method of combat was typical for dragons like Daenerys. They preferred to employ cunning rather than engage directly. In battle, they would usually clear a path with their breath. Against numerous weaker foes, they would descend from the sky, striking with wings, jaws, and tails, ensuring the enemy was left in despair. When facing fewer but formidable enemies, a series of enhancement spells could boost their power significantly. However, when confronted by a large number of powerful adversaries, the prudent course was to flee rather than wait for an invitation to engage. Surprisingly, it was not Daenerys who made the first move, but rather the shadowy mage of the dragon cult. A bone spear materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Augustus, who deflected it with a swing of his club. A necromancer? Zyfli roared, entering a state of frenzy. His eyes turned crimson, muscles bulging exaggeratedly, and he grew several centimeters taller. A more turbulent power surged from the depths of his soul. This was the strength he acquired upon stepping into legend. The source of his title, Legendary Berserker. In that moment, Zyfli was unrecognizable, his muscles resembling grotesque growths, his red pupils reduced to mere pinpricks, towering at 3 meters. He grasped his exaggerated double-bladed axe, charging at Daenerys without fear of grappling with the dragon. Having learned from past defeats, Daenerys flapped her wings and ascended into the sky, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation with the berserker. Holy punishment! As her voice faded, a golden disk appeared above her, pouring forth radiant energy. Although it failed to breach her magical defenses, it disrupted her ascent. A golden opportunity. Zyfli crouched and leaped like a cannonball towards Daenerys. Ice barrier. The moisture in the air rapidly crystallized into a massive ice block, intercepting Zyfli's trajectory. He cleaved the block in two with his axe, but the recoil diminished his speed. Daenerys regained her balance and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, turning Zyfli into a target mid-air. Fortunately, he had allies. Holy shield. A robust golden shield emerged just in time, protecting Zyfli and gleaming brilliantly amid the icy dragon breath. A wave of decaying energy surged towards Augustus, who swiftly inscribed an intricate golden rune with one hand. Divine Guardian. From his back, a pair of divine wings unfurled, purging the gray energy with blinding holy light. Summon the undead dragon. Divine Herald descends. A sinister purple hexagram materialized on the ground, and a 15-meter-long undead dragon emerged, releasing a silent roar. Simultaneously, a golden oval portal appeared in the sky, from which a winged, indistinct figure stepped forth. The undead dragon unleashed a grayish-white breath towards the Divine Herald, who retaliated with a sword of divine flame, engaging in fierce combat. The bystanders around the battlefield suffered greatly. Summoned creatures showed no regard for allies below. Despite both sides attempting to distance themselves from the legendary combat, some unfortunate souls were caught in the aftermath, meeting their demise. After expelling her breath, Daenerys observed Zyfli descending from above, a mocking smile playing on her lips. With a powerful push of her wings, she accelerated towards him. In the sky, I fear you not. As she pursued the plummeting Zyfli, she executed a sweeping tail attack. With no leverage in the air, Zyfli could only brace himself with his axe. Bang! He crashed to the ground at an even greater speed than before, creating a humanoid crater and sending dust flying. Moments later, Zyfli emerged from the pit, casting wary glances at Daenerys above. The standoff ensued. Daenerys and the necromancer exchanged glances, each understanding the need to break the stalemate. They soared towards the uninhabited west. Recognizing that since their ambush had failed and they had not gained an absolute advantage, they would have to resort to the second plan, a direct clash of forces. Chapter 9. Chaos of battle as they watched the legendary figures recede into the distance. Finger and the dark-robed sorcerer exchanged a knowing glance. Finger raised his head and howled, as a pack of Wyrms surged forth, driving a cacophony of goblins and kobolds from the dense forest by the roadside, colliding with the barbarians' rudimentary defenses set up with carts. The dark-robed sorcerer intoned an incantation, his hands aglow with magical light, a portent of the impending grand spell. A barbarian directing from atop a cart bellowed, "Quick! Stop him!" A surviving elite barbarian seized a javelin and hurled it at the sorcerer. But as the weapon neared within a meter, it was deflected by an unseen force, embedding itself in a nearby tree. A distortion field. The elite barbarian, realizing the ineffectiveness of ranged weaponry, cleaved a blocking kobold in two with a mighty swing of his axe and charged forward like a raging bull towards the sorcerer. Observing this, Finger joined the fray, and the winter wolves at his side leapt into battle, just as the sorcerer's spell reached its completion. Fireballs the size of fists rained down from the sky, mercilessly pelting the barbarian lines, indiscriminate in their destruction. In the wake of this fierce barrage, a gruesome scene unfolded. Strewn with the charred remains of both monsters and barbarians, alongside smoldering carts, revealing a breach in the barbarians' defenses. At this moment, a group of evidently elite wargs burst forth from the woods, soon followed by an increasing horde of monsters. Amos even spotted several blue-skinned ogres lugging timber. With the ranks of fodder dwindling, it was time for the elite subordinates of the Dragon Mother to enter the fray, for Salirina was a lordly dragon. Witnessing the escalation, Amos led 3 young dragons into battle. The 4 young dragons first cast all their enhancement spells upon themselves before soaring into the sky, targeting the commanders and archers atop the carts. Their intent was clear: to create chaos in the enemy ranks and cripple their command structure. Soaring at an altitude of 20 meters, the young dragons unleashed their fiery breath, maneuvering mid-flight to expand the area of effect, leaving a trail of frost and ice sculptures in their wake. However, they soon became targets for the barbarian archers, arrows ricocheting off their scaled hides, which were fortified by rocky skin, rendering ordinary arrows ineffective. The barbarians, lacking mages, only needed to guard against the higher-tier classes among them. Yet, nearly half of those elite classes had already fallen to the initial ambush, leaving the remainder to contend with the Winter Wolf Pack and the priests of the dragon cult, leaving them little time to pursue the 4 young dragons. As the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. A sudden jolt of dread coursed through Amos, a visceral sense of impending danger. With no time for contemplation, he swiftly twisted his body as a 2-meter-long ice spear whizzed past his neck. Flapping his wings, Amos ascended rapidly, only searching for the source of the ambush once he was beyond the range of magic. Before long, he spotted his target, a noble witch clad in white robes, her gaze fixed upon the young dragons above. A northern witch. What a curse. These feminist zealots, are they not typically at odds with the male-dominated barbarians? How could a northern witch be found among their ranks? The Northern Witch Council resided in the neighboring kingdom of Elons, a prestigious organization solely for female spellcasters. These women were known for their vindictive nature and formidable power. It was said that the number of legends within their ranks exceeded a handful, a presence that even the Dragon Mother would prefer to avoid. Despite his confusion and trepidation, Amos was no timid dragon, unwilling to retaliate. Activating his combat assistance mode, he unleashed his mental energy, a newly developed application of his innate abilities. With combat assistance mode engaged, his golden finger could scan the surrounding environment, analyzing and calculating to provide optimal tactical advice, which would be transmitted directly to his consciousness, elevating Amos's combat awareness to an expert level. Moreover, any magical energy or ordinary matter entering the 20-meter radius enveloped by Amos's mental power would be detected immediately, ensuring he would not fall victim to surprise attacks. This was Amos's most formidable state, though it consumed a great deal of mental energy, allowing for only 5 minutes of operation. Time was of the essence. Reciting an incantation, Amos dove towards the witch. Ice arrows, infused with dual magic techniques, launched forth at unparalleled speed. The witch, wielding a silver staff, traced an elegant arc in the air. Frost shield. An icy barrier enveloped the witch, causing the first ice arrow to explode upon impact, while the second arrow, hidden behind the first, penetrated the shield and continued its assault towards her. The witch's expression shifted as she interrupted her ongoing spell, her magical ring shimmering to life, conjuring a rugby-shaped magical shield to deflect the ice arrow. In an instant, Amos closed in on the witch, his tail descending with the force of a meteor towards her. The witch nimbly sidestepped, causing the dragon's tail to shatter her magical shield. Just as it was about to strike her shoulder, it was deflected by a distortion field, crashing to the ground instead. Amos extended his claws, aiming for the witch's slender waist, but she activated another ring, casting a shield of magical energy. Suddenly, a notification flashed in Amos's mind. Resistance ring detected. Probability of claw impact is 0. Suggestion: target the dimensional pouch at her waist. Without a moment's hesitation, Amos followed the golden finger's guidance, seizing the small pouch from the witch's belt, just as an invisible force propelled him away from her. Not daring to linger, he swiftly regained his balance and soared upwards. During his ascent, he utilized his scanning function to identify an incoming magical energy from behind, promptly veering to the left. A burst of magical energy grazed past him, continuing its trajectory skyward. What the devil? Does this dragon possess eyes on its back? The witch seethed in frustration, watching helplessly as the thief absconded with her dimensional pouch, retreating beyond the range of her magic. Amos hovered high above, observing the enraged witch below, and let the pouch fall from his grasp. A fair trade indeed. At that moment, a tactical analysis from his golden finger echoed in his mind. Ambush failed. Probability of success for another assault, 15. Probability of host injury, 90. Probability of host death, 40. Suggestion, retreat. Amos recalled the chilling scene he had glimpsed. The witch's hand concealed beneath her robe's voluminous sleeves, adorned with 8 rings of various hues, eliciting a pang of anxiety. A wealthy spellcaster, not to be trifled with. He exhaled a chilling breath, encasing the pouch in ice before swallowing the frozen mass. I take my leave. This solidified his resolve to become a top-tier spellcaster. From that point on, Amos refrained from delving deeper into enemy territory, instead lingering at the periphery of the battlefield with his young dragons, idly passing the time while occasionally unleashing a breath of fire. Most people believed that a dragon's breath was merely a magical capability or a physiological act. However, it was a hybrid of both. A special gland located above the throat of giants secretes a high-energy viscous liquid stored within a sac. When a dragon exhaled, the muscles surrounding the sac would contract, forcing the liquid out, mixing it with the energy expelled from their lungs, thus manifesting the dragon's most potent innate ability. Due to the differing elemental properties contained within the liquid, the breath of 5-colored dragons varied, limited by the quantity they could store. Before long, the 4 young dragons had exhausted their breath and resorted to melee combat. Chapter 10. Decision on the Chaotic Battlefield. Amos swatted away a barbarian attempting to ambush him with a swift claw. Following this, he lashed his tail against the battered chassis of a wagon, sending both the cart and its cargo hurtling towards the barbarian lines. The ambushers, equipped with a formidable array of mages and a robust army of monstrous creatures, maintained a relentless pressure on the barbarian forces. At this moment, the barbarians unleashed the fierce traditions of the northern nomads of Nordshield, and Amos witnessed a disemboweled barbarian, in his dying moments, embrace a Wyrm and rip its throat apart. Alas, who truly is the monster here? Despite being suppressed, the barbarians stood resolute, fueled by a fearless spirit. However, blood must eventually run dry. It was imminent. Before they could approach, the Dragon Queen bellowed, "Retreat," utilizing the advantage of flight. She and the necromancers soared above the barbarian ranks, brewing a chilling frost breath in their throats, an unmistakable threat left unspoken. Realizing the dire situation, Amos urgently signaled to his dragon siblings to flee. The monstrous army and the draconic mages abandoned their foes, vanishing swiftly into the dense forest. Severely cautious, Cypher and Ogres dared not advance to obstruct them. Cypher jeered, "Salarina, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stay and play a while." "What? Are you waiting for Bertram to arrive so you can greet me together?" The Dragon Queen's expression darkened, her frosty breath becoming increasingly agitated, causing the barbarians below to break into a cold sweat. Ultimately, she regained her composure, tacitly agreeing with Ogres' words. Having matured into a lord of the Northwind Icefield, Salarina was never one to act impulsively. Rather, she was shrewder than most. After weighing the benefits and drawbacks, she abandoned the thought of further conflict. The self-detonation of a legendary priest held nearly the destructive power of an atomic bomb. With over a millennium left to live, she had no desire to confront a deranged legendary priest. 5 months later, in the Northwind Icefield, the Dragon Queen summoned all her young dragons, scrutinizing them closely. "You are all remarkable children of mine, especially you, Amos. However, the frail younglings must now learn to soar." The Dragon Queen spoke at length, but the essence of her message was clear. It was time for them to depart. "These scrolls will serve as parting gifts from your mother." Amos accepted the bundle of magical scrolls she offered, expressing heartfelt reluctance to part ways and vowing to repay her kindness in the future. His genuine words deeply moved the Dragon Queen, and he took to the skies with his dragon siblings. As he watched them fly away, her initial emotion swiftly dissipated. She had grown accustomed to the theatrics of such farewells, being a dragon lord inevitably involved in dealings with various factions. She held high hopes for Amos, recognizing his robust physique and extraordinary wisdom and leadership skills displayed even in his youth. After much contemplation, she resolved to maintain a favorable relationship with him and invest in scrolls she had no use for, instead of merely discarding the young dragons. Initially astonished by receiving parting gifts from an evil dragon, Amos soon understood the Dragon Queen's intentions and cooperated in expressing his sentiments. Yet, he was not deceiving her. He was a being who remembered both enmity and gratitude. For the young dragons, the survival conditions in Nordshield were far from friendly. Outside the protection of their mother, the wilderness was fraught with peril, where formidable predators and cunning adventurers could spell their demise. However, could there be a target more vulnerable and easier to hunt than the frail younglings? Numerous professional teams specialized in hunting young dragons in Nordshield, with nearly half of those slain each year falling prey to intelligent beings. At the southern border of the Northwind Icefield, several young dragons cast their gaze upon their elder brother. As true dragons with a legacy, they understood their precarious situation. Standing beside their wise and powerful brother was their only source of solace. Amos, observing the eager faces of his siblings, did not disappoint them. He extended a claw to brush aside the snow, revealing the ice beneath, and etched a rudimentary map of Nordshield's northern lands upon the frozen surface. Here is our current location, at the foot of the Jorgari Mountains, marking the southern border of the Northwind Icefield. Amos continued his analysis. To the north lies the life-denying glacier. Entering it with our current strength would be tantamount to seeking death. To the south, crossing the Jorgari Mountains leads to Sandanar, where we cannot withstand the Barbarians' axes. The Kingdom of Irons to the west is even stronger than the Barbarians. Those witches are too dangerous. To the east is the territory of another adult white dragon. Should it discover us, the best outcome would be enslavement. We cannot gamble on fortune. Should we venture south, crossing the Jorgari Mountains and circumventing the Barbarians to head southeast, we would find the ancient Mater Forest. Though perilous, traversing it is manageable. Beyond Mater, we reach the northern port city of Bailey in the human coastal kingdom of Rove. The shallow seas provide ample food, a warm climate, and lack any formidable predators. It would be a paradise for us. Unlike his siblings, who spent their days eating and sleeping, Amos possessed the soul of an adult and had long prepared a plan for life after being cast out. After careful consideration, he resolved to journey to the coastal regions, where powerful creatures primarily dwelled in the deep sea. Amos could thrive and grow to maturity in the bountiful shallow waters, only to emerge later to explore the world. However, before embarking, he insisted on retrieving an item. He led his siblings to an unremarkable foothill of the Jorgari Mountains, locating the tree he had marked, beneath which he unearthed a dimensional pouch. 5 months prior, after acquiring the pouch, he had, with the aid of his golden finger, erased the mental imprint of its previous owner. Fearing that the Dragon Queen might take it for safekeeping, he had buried the untouched pouch at the foot of the Jorgari Mountains. Now, Amos was filled with anticipation for the treasures concealed within the dimensional pouch bestowed by the wealthy mage. Chapter 11. Dimensional Bag. Amos infused his mental energy into the control array of the dimensional bag, leaving behind his own mental imprint. After a prolonged slumber, the dimensional bag was finally poised to be opened. Would it be a stroke of fortune or misfortune? The moment of truth had arrived. As Amos delved into the bag, his expression darkened. What an assortment of nonsense. At the very top lay a collection of women's intimate items. Useless. Discarded. Next, he unearthed a pair of white stockings woven from spider silk of the dark realms. Useless. Discarded. Amos then extracted a small wolf tooth club fashioned from warm jade, his frown deepening as he hurled it behind him. Alas, wait. This was indeed a precious magical material. Such ingrained assumptions could be perilous. He hurriedly retrieved it. Oh. 2 white standard robes for ladies, inscribed with cleanse and ice shield spells. Although they held no immediate utility for him, they could serve as valuable trade goods in the future. A vial of unknown potion, kept. A bundle of magic scrolls, not too shabby. Finally, Amos stumbled upon items of genuine interest. Several books. H.M. 1001 Nights in the Dark Realms, Stories the Princess and the Knight Must Speak. The biography of Lady Marika. Gazing at the enticingly criminal illustrations on the book covers, Amos couldn't help but feel navi. He couldn't help but exclaim, the wizard truly knows how to play. His hopes for the subsequent books remained low. Yet, surprises often come unexpectedly. The next few tomes included a spell book, a diary, and an experimental journal, along with a stack of related experimental data. Gratitude was due to the wizard for maintaining the admirable habit of journaling and note-taking. After perusing the notes, Amos committed them to memory and instructed his golden finger to store the contents of the notes and experimental data. The white dragon tucked away the spell book, incinerating the now worthless pages on the spot. Through the diary, he learned that the witch was named Avril Caterpillar, a noble from the southern trade city of Hoof City, and also an 11th level high witch. To his delight, he discovered that the spell book, experimental diary, and data were not the witch's own, but rather the legacy of her fallen mentor who perished while striving for legendary status. The mentor's inheritance had made her rich overnight. To evade her enemies, she had covertly entered Sandornal, gaining passage southward after parting with a hefty sum of gold. The rest was history, as Amos was aware. The southward caravan had encountered the Dragon Mother, and the unfortunate which had crossed paths with Amos, resulting in the theft of her dimensional bag. Amos gazed eagerly at the series of magical directories presented by his golden finger, relieved that the path to elevating his mage profession to legendary status was now clear. Watching their elder brother lose himself in the vast sea of knowledge, the young dragons grew somewhat bored, idly toying with the items Amos had discarded. The curious Alina picked up the 2 stockings. "Oh, Felicia, what is this?" "By Tiamat, you don't know? These are accessories produced by elves," Felicia replied, adopting a mentor's demeanor. "Come, let me put them on you." With that, she draped the stockings over Alina's dragon horns. Billy tilted his head, surveying the scene. Why does this feel so strange? Though the dragon heritage encompassed a plethora of knowledge, it certainly did not include trivial matters such as women's stockings. Forgive these uninformed little dragons. Amos stifled a chuckle and cleared his throat to draw the young dragon's attention. Ahem, enough of that. Come here. Amos, why does your expression seem so peculiar? Alina, toss those aside, Amos said, his demeanor serious. Since we have decided to form a team and support one another, certain rules must be established. The 3 young dragons nodded, indicating their understanding. Amos continued. First, we must exert our utmost efforts to ensure the survival of every member. Second, when a member encounters danger, those capable of assisting must act. Third, a team must have only one leader. Amos resolved to live alongside his dragon siblings. Beyond the bond forged over 5 years, they were not mere burdens. They were already second-tier, true dragons. The 4 young dragons then swore an oath to Tiamat, the dragon god, under the guidance of the second-tier priestess Felicia, to watch over one another and never betray before adulthood, and to refrain from mutual harm thereafter. Atop the K2 mountains, Amos squinted at the northwind ice plains bathed in the sunset, the sunlight reflecting dazzlingly off the snowy ice. Finally, the sun reluctantly sank below the horizon. Farewell, northwind ice plains. The young dragons planned to evade Sandornal, intending to traverse the barbarian grasslands within 2 days, traveling by night to avoid the gaze of the barbarians. Beneath the vast starry sky, Amos felt the currents flowing beneath his wings. Even after 5 years of rebirth, he remained entranced by the thrill of flight. Billy interrupted his reverie. Amos, we've been flying all night. I'm hungry. Let us find something to eat. Hold on. We'll feast once we reach the Moto Great Forest, Amos replied. Amos, just past where we flew, there's a barbarian tent. Why not? Enough, Felicia, Amos interjected. Although for a dragon, devouring humans bore no moral burden, as a youth raised under the red banner of socialism. He simply could not condone the act of consuming sentient beings. Yet, he could not directly express this to his dragon siblings. If we attack the barbarians, we risk exposing our whereabouts. Do not underestimate the greed and tracking skills of sentient beings. Felicia appeared skeptical of Amos's reasoning but said nothing, respecting the strength of her elder brother, a rare virtue among dragons. There's a lake ahead. Let us rest and fish during the day, and continue our journey at night. Amos sighed with relief, worried that his dragon siblings would insist on attacking the barbarians out of hunger, leading to complications. It seemed that plans to correct their siblings' bad habits needed to be prioritized. After a hearty meal in the water, the young dragons nestled themselves in the muddy depths to rest. All dragons are amphibious creatures. Sleeping in water for a day was not unusual, especially for the black dragon among the chromatic dragons, who thrived in marshy environments. Chapter 12. The Matawa Great Forest before dawn on the following day. 4 young dragons undertook a long journey and finally arrived at the Matawa Great Forest. This forest has existed on the continent of Nordhill for thousands of years, sprawling vast and lush, teeming with diverse species. In the very heart of the forest, there exist extraordinary creatures that can rival fully grown dragons. Fortunately, these powerful beings possess a strong territorial instinct and do not easily stray from their dominion. The young dragons landed on the outskirts of the Matawa Great Forest. While the center of the forest is fraught with danger, The periphery remains relatively safe, mainly inhabited by ordinary beasts. Even the common folk from the nearby villages occasionally venture into the woods to hunt, improving their meals, and if they happen upon some rare herbs, they can strike it rich. Were it not for the many adventurers who make a living by hunting extraordinary creatures, Amos would have considered settling down here. The young dragons reached a consensus to minimize flying, to avoid intruding upon the territories of formidable aerial beings. They decided to first observe the local fauna and gain a better understanding of the territorial divisions within the depths of the Matua Great Forest before venturing further, thus avoiding a blind crossing that might lead to encounters with insurmountable foes. As Amos and his companions walked beneath towering trees, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The grass reached just above their claws, and the insects and snakes in the underbrush sensed the presence of the dragons, either trembling in fear or fainting from sheer terror. Amos carefully surveyed his surroundings, knowing that every piece of information within the forest is crucial. He noticed a patch of grass that had been trampled, indicating human activity. Judging by the footprints, it appeared to be a solitary individual, likely a local resident, or perhaps a wandering warrior. Should we avoid him? No, this is the forest's edge. The chances of encountering a strong adversary are slim. Moreover, as long as we don't cross paths with a legend, a lone adventurer poses little threat. As evening approached, the young dragons discovered a cave belonging to a ferocious bear. After forcefully evicting its occupant, they claimed the bear's den as a temporary abode. This bear, a 5th-level creature, had once been a dominant force on the outskirts of the forest, but little did it know that while it slumbered at home, dragons descended from the skies. Unfortunately, the bear's temper was exceedingly volatile, and in its rage, Amos could glean no information, leaving only sustenance for the young dragons. They resolved to use the bear's den as a base to explore the surrounding area. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the night as a bolt of lightning illuminated the darkness, turning it momentarily to daylight before swiftly returning to obscurity. Torrential raindrops fell, drumming against the leaves and splattering into smaller droplets that coalesced into larger ones, cascading down the veins of the leaves and soaking into the earth. In the shadows, a figure clutched a short bough, racing through the forest. Cursed fate, lost and caught in the rain. Bibolino, why must I be so unfortunate? Another flash of lightning revealed the silhouette of a young barbarian hunter clad in a sheepskin coat. Under the flicker of the lightning, the hunter spotted a cave ahead. His senses heightened, muscles tensed for battle. Rain in a cave could be fortuitous if the cave were unclaimed. Yet, any cave deep within the forest would likely harbor a fierce carnivore. Cautiously, the hunter contemplated retreating, but before he could react, a hand of concentrated magical energy seized him, pulling him into the cave. Illuminated by another flash of lightning, he beheld 4 fearsome dragon heads. Bibolino, the unfortunate hunter fainted from fright. What should we do now? He has lost consciousness. Let us consume him. We likely won't extract any valuable information. Felicia remarked with a glint in her eyes. Allow me, Amos said, conjuring a sphere of water and splashing it upon the hunter's head. The hunter jolted awake, his gaze locking onto Amos's golden dragon eyes, only to be lulled back into a trance. Amos, observing the hunter's vacant stare, inquired, "Who are you?" Under the spell, the hunter answered every question posed by Amos. After extracting all pertinent information, the young dragons found themselves in contention over the fate of their captive. Amos, food has come to us. Why should we not feast? Felicia questioned, her tone tinged with exasperation. Faced with his sister's inquiry, Amos felt a twinge of frustration. He could not reveal to his dragon siblings that he had once been human. In his plans, humans were to play a vital role as allies. If they were to feast upon humans, it would leave an impression of man-eating dragons, complicating his ambitions immensely. Thus, sacrifices must be made. Felicia scoffed at her brother's reasoning. When have mighty dragons ever cared about the opinions of lesser beings? We should simply conquer them. Felicia, the age of dragons has waned. Now, humans reign supreme upon the continent, Amos countered. As long as we remain in Nordhill, we cannot avoid interactions with humans. Abandoning the habit of preying upon sentient beings will alleviate many troubles, and besides, we lack for food, do we not? Very well. Felicia, realizing she could not sway her brother's decision, lay down and closed her eyes. 5 millennia ago, after centuries of fierce battles, the coalition of chromatic and metallic dragons finally drove their nemesis, the Titans, from Nordhill. The legacy of dragons reigning over the continent remains vivid in memory. Yet some dragons still have not emerged from the shadow of their former dominance. At the break of dawn, Amos crushed the barbarian hunter's throat, casting the lifeless body into the territory of a fierce beast. Now a white dragon, he resolved not to indulge in the reckless savagery of other malevolent dragons. Yet he would show no mercy to enemies or threats to his existence. Within the cave, the young dragons deliberated their next course of action. The information provided by the hunter was scant, but they gleaned some insight into the distribution of creatures deeper within the forest. Ahead lay a scorpion lion and a pack of 20 or so dire wolves. We cannot avoid their territory. What suggestions do you have? Amos. I believe we should venture into the dire wolves' domain, suggested Villy. Amos gestured for Villy to continue. The dire wolves rely on their numerical superiority. Even if they muster the courage to attack, their individual strength is likely insufficient to breach our scaly defenses, Villy continued. The scorpion lion, however, is a different matter. Its strength and venomous tail pose a significant threat to us. Excellent. We share the same thoughts. However, you have overlooked a crucial point. The alpha of a pack sustaining 20 wolves is no trivial character. It must possess at least mid-second tier strength. Alongside the pack, it may even rival the scorpion lion in power. Amos paused, then added, yet, such an alpha is unlikely to possess low intelligence. If we can communicate, we may not only pass safely but also acquire further intelligence. Of course, we must also prepare for the worst. With that, the 4 young dragons, having gathered their resolve, departed the cave and set forth towards the territory of the dire wolves. Chapter 13. The fearsome wolves. Amos and the other young dragons strode boldly into the territory of the fearsome wolves. Approximately 20 wolves were insufficient to intimidate the young dragons, who were unaccustomed to hiding. The wolves soon detected the intruding young dragons. With a chilling howl, a pack of black wolves, each measuring 2 meters in length, confronted the young dragons under the leadership of their alpha. The wolf pack recognized the potential threat posed by the young dragons, watching them with vigilance. Their muscles tensed, fangs bared, drool dripping from their jaws, throats vibrating as they emitted low growls of warning. The alpha, a formidable 3-meter-long beast, exuded an aura of ferocity. Amos scanned the alpha's information with his mental prowess. Name: Alpha of the Forest Wolves. Level 7 wolf, strength 2nd tier, alignment, absolute neutral. Description: the leader of a pack of wolves residing in the Modder Forest. Wielding the power of shadows, a natural hunter of the night, whose strength diminishes during daylight. Amos conveyed friendly intentions to the alpha through mental communication, as beings of this caliber were capable of rudimentary exchanges. The alpha was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that the voice in its mind originated from the dragon before it, engaging in conversation with Amos internally. Dragon, what brings you here? We mean no harm. We merely wish to traverse your territory to reach the depths of the forest and gather some information. Why should I assist you? In response, Amos unleashed his draconic might, causing the wolves' fur to bristle, with the weaker wolves of 2nd tier struggling to maintain their footing under the imposing presence. In an instant, the draconic aura vanished. Observe, should our communication falter, the wolf pack would sustain considerable losses. Conversely, if you acquiesce to my modest request, not only shall we coexist peacefully, but you would also gain the friendship of a dragon. Surely, a creature as astute as you recognizes the better choice. The alpha's gaze wavered as it pondered the implications. Very well, I shall divulge all that I know, but you must assist me in dealing with the scorpion lion to the south. Together, we can easily vanquish it. Amos was taken aback by the alpha's unexpected proposal. No, we are pressed for time. He had surmised the wolf leader's intelligence was not insignificant. Yet he had not anticipated such shrewdness. The alpha had not only discerned their intentions, but also sought to entice the young dragons into combating its own adversary. Adventurers who could be annihilated by a single scorpion lion would be of little use to them, and he scoffed at the notion that a mere map would suffice to hire a dragon. Seeing that his initial offer had failed to sway Amos, the alpha decided to enhance his proposition. There is a small group of severely injured adventurers that escaped from the depths of the forest. I merely seized the opportunity. All the spoils of this battle will belong to you. The remnants of past adventurers collected by my pack will also be yours. This form of communication cannot harbor deception, can it? However, if I were to omit a detail or two while sharing information, would you even notice? Weighing the offer in his mind, Amos deemed it worthwhile. Very well, you have persuaded me. But first, You must disclose the scorpion lion's strength and the intelligence regarding the forest's depths and demonstrate your sincerity. That is no issue. The items are not far within the cave ahead. Follow me. Amos explained the situation to his dragon siblings, who were overjoyed. Until now, they had not possessed any personal treasures, a rather embarrassing situation for dragons. The young dragons followed the wolf pack, maintaining a cautious distance, as trust was non-existent between them. The wolf pack halted before a diminutive cave entrance. Here it is. You may enter and select for yourselves. No need for such formality. Viley, Elena, remove everything. In a short while, the contents of the cave were extracted by the two young dragons. Upon surveying the modest heap of assorted items, Amos cast a sidelong glance at the wolf alpha. It seems your sincerity is lacking. After all, we have no need for such trifles. So we did not make a concerted effort to gather them. However, among those three adventurers, there was indeed a spellcaster. A spellcaster is synonymous with wealth. Amos retorted in displeasure. Information. The scorpion lion is not significantly stronger than I. Had it not been for my concern over the potential losses to the wolf pack, I would have eliminated it long ago. It, too, would not dare provoke us, and we have coexisted peacefully. The alpha shifted its tone, speaking gravely. However, that was a few days ago. It has since been corrupted. I cannot ascertain the details. It was only discovered 2 days ago. Nonetheless, even if it has been corrupted, the time frame is still brief, and its power has not inflated drastically. We can still easily defeat it together. Corruption refers to creatures tainted by the abyss, which leads to increasingly volatile temperaments and escalating strength over time, ultimately transforming them into mindless, bloodthirsty abominations that wreak havoc until they meet their demise. 13 millennia ago, the abyssal demons launched a massive invasion of Nordshield, under the leadership of the dominant elven race at the time. All the races of Nordshield united to resist the demonic forces. In that cataclysmic battle, the skies burned, the earth was torn asunder, and nearly 1/3 of the Nordshield continent was submerged. In the end, even the deities descended to join the fray, and after incurring grievous losses, they finally expelled the demons from Nordshield. However, the devastating consequences of the demonic invasion did not cease there. Even to this day, fissures leading to the abyss occasionally appear in Nordshield. Though these rifts are quickly mended by the laws of the plains, the tainted essence of the abyss seeps into Nordshield, transforming ordinary beings into abominations and causing relentless turmoil across the continent. Before Amos could respond, the wolf alpha continued, adjacent to the territory of the wolf pack lies. Amos found the intelligence provided by the alpha satisfactory and gestured for it to depart. Then you shall rest here tonight and commence your journey before dawn. After the wolves departed, the young dragons began to sift through their spoils. One of them swiftly scanned the items and concluded their findings. They had acquired a total of 26 gold coins, 58 silver coins, 32 copper coins, and a piece of druidic heritage bark. Amos examined the druidic bark, which he had unearthed from the pile of detritus. It was rough, dark, and sturdy, its origin unknown. Had it not been for the prompt from his innate abilities, he would not have given it a second glance. Scan. Name. Druidic heritage bark. Description. A vessel of druidic knowledge, inexplicably lost, containing the natural energies of the druids. Life forms endowed with druidic affinity may access the knowledge contained within the bark. This was indeed an unexpected delight, albeit of modest value, aside from trade. It appeared to serve little purpose. Amos distributed the coins among his dragon siblings, as he possessed several thousand gold coins in his dimensional pouch and had no need for such paltry sums. Amos, may I have that piece of bark? I feel a deep connection to it. Amos regarded Elena with a quizzical expression, realizing that a dragon was sensing the druidic natural energy. What a peculiar occurrence. Without further ado, he relinquished the bark to Elena. Chapter 14. The Enchanted Scorpion Lion. Before dawn the following day, the leader of the fearsome wolves raced through the forest with his pack, the faint, pale starlight filtering through the leaves illuminating the swift, yet silent black wolves, resembling ghostly apparitions. Soon, the young dragons followed the wolves into the territory of the scorpion lion. From several dozen meters away from the scorpion lion's lair, the mighty dragon's keen sense of smell detected a putrid odor, reminiscent of rotting flesh swarmed by flies in a filthy restroom. The wolf pack halted, and the wolf leader nodded towards Amos, who was concealed among the treetops. A shroud of shadow enveloped him as he stealthily approached the cave. Amos observed the indistinct figure before the cave, Had he not witnessed the wolf leader entering stealth mode, he would have struggled to discern its presence. In the darkness, the wolf's mastery over shadowy forces was enhanced by at least 20% compared to daylight, significantly increasing the odds of a successful ambush. While the scorpion lion and the dragon showed no apparent change in strength, this was precisely why the wolf leader chose this moment to strike. A roar, filled with fury and anguish, erupted from the cave, signaling a successful ambush. Two figures leaped out from the cave's entrance, followed by a massive scorpion lion. Its tail raised high, striking forward. The wolf leader surged ahead, evading the tail that struck the ground. Seizing this brief opportunity, he swiftly fled the range of the scorpion lion's attack, and the surrounding wolves formed a semicircular encirclement, slowly advancing towards the scorpion lion. Wolves are never known for their solitary combat. The encroaching wolves exerted tremendous pressure on the scorpion lion, whose scorpion-like tail dragged along the ground, restlessly sweeping as it emitted a low, threatening growl, attempting to intimidate its adversaries. Yet, the wolves would not easily concede. Should the scorpion lion transform into a malevolent creature, the wolves would have no choice but to relocate. The wolf leader, who had painstakingly lured it out, would not allow it to succeed, blocking the cave's exit. To exploit the scorpion lion's injured left claw, the left side wolf struck first, clawing at its body. As the scorpion lion snapped its head to the left, the wolves retreated at the first touch, while those on the right seized the chance to attack, leaving bloody gashes on the scorpion lion's body, only to realize it was a trap. The scorpion tail swept across one wolf, sending it flying and rendering it powerless, while the wolf leader pounced, landing a strike on the scorpion lion's rear, blood gushing from the wound. Aware that this approach would ultimately lead to its exhaustion, the scorpion lion charged toward the cave, relying on its size to bulldoze through. The wolves took advantage of this moment, inflicting several more wounds, but it was a worthy sacrifice. Once inside the cave, safety would be assured by guarding the entrance. Just as the scorpion lion was about to escape into the cave, for dragon breaths descended from above. The scorpion lion reacted swiftly, rolling to evade most of the dragon fire, yet its long scorpion tail was caught, engulfed by the flames. At that moment, young dragons descended, pinning the scorpion lion to the ground, rendering it immobile. Vili bit through the frozen scorpion tail, neutralizing the greatest threat, while Amos plunged a claw into the scorpion lion's throat. The creature thrashed violently, yet it could not escape. Blood flow from its neck diminished, the strength of its struggles waning until it could only twitch slightly, its eyes gradually losing their luster. In an encounter where one side held the advantage, victory was unequivocally secured. The wolf pack had retreated while the young dragons subdued the scorpion lion, abandoning even their fallen comrades on the ground, as the astute wolf leader feared the young dragons might turn against the wolves. However, such worries proved unwarranted. The young dragons remained unconcerned by the wolves' departure. Amos inspected the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. The scorpion lion measured over 5 meters in length, its lion-like physique defined by muscular contours. Creatures that had succumbed to enchantment were inedible, yet their remains could serve as valuable magical components. Regrettably, the space within Amos's dimensional pouch was insufficient. After securing the most valuable scorpion lion's tail, he disregarded the rest. The young dragons ventured into the scorpion lion's cave. It was time for them to reap their rewards. The scorpion lion's hygiene was evidently poor, as bones littered the cave floor, some still attached to rotting flesh, emanating a foul stench. Amos extended his mental energy throughout the cave, scanning Amos's brow furrowed upon spotting a shattered dimensional pouch in the corner. Which cursed scorpion lion had wreaked havoc on the pouch? Some items had scattered on the ground, while others slipped into the crevices of space. Fortunately, the map remained intact. After collecting the valuable items, the young dragons prepared to depart. Suddenly, a message flashed in Amos's mind, an energy fluctuation of malevolent attributes detected 5 meters behind. Wait, something's amiss. Amos used his mage's hand to clear away a heap of bones, revealing an opening beneath. This was a narrow cave with a diameter of only 0.2 meters, leading into unfathomable darkness, exuding a sulfurous scent. Amos surmised that a spatial rift leading to the abyss lay below. He sealed the opening to prevent the abyssal essence from leaking out, for even dragons despised creatures driven by mindless slaughter and destruction. The young dragons exited the scorpion lion's lair as the sky brightened with dawn. Amos unfurled the newly acquired map. Worth it. truly worthy of those high-ranking adventurers who dared to venture into the depths of the Moto Great Forest. The map not only detailed the terrain of the forest, but also marked the territories of formidable, extraordinary creatures. Such a map held immense value. In a world devoid of satellites, creating something like this required meticulous measurement, not to mention the convoluted steps involved, as the numerous extraordinary beings within the forest were not easily confronted by ordinary individuals. The territories of these powerful beings were the hard-earned experiences of many who had perished. 10 days later. Amos, where are we now? We have traversed through the heart of the Moto Great Forest. We shall emerge from the woods in 2 days. Having encountered no significant dangers along the way, they were fortunate to have acquired the map, allowing the young dragons to choose a relatively safe route. Otherwise, they would have needed at least an additional month. Chapter 15. An encounter. As Amos ventured further from the heart of the Moto Forest, he began to notice an increasing number of adventurers' trails. Unlike the sparsely populated barbarian grasslands, Bailey City stood as one of the most prosperous port cities in the north. Boasting the vast Bailey Harbor, a natural deep-water port with significant shipping capacity. Its advantageous maritime conditions not only fostered commercial prosperity, but also attracted many southern adventurers who journeyed by sea to Bailey City, subsequently entering the Moto Forest in search of wealth. Surrounding the forest were several small towns that had emerged from the adventurer trade. Before Amos fully matured, he intended to avoid interactions with sentient beings. The young dragons had recently dispatched a steel-armored lizard and had taken over its lair, an act they had repeated several times over the past few days. They planned to rest briefly in the cave before making a concerted flight into the sea that evening. Amos cast a shadow spell at the cave's entrance, making it appear as an ordinary grassy meadow from the outside. After 10 days of heightened tension, the young dragons could finally relax. Utilizing the mage's eye, Amos maneuvered the spell to fly outside the cave. Soon, 3 individuals were pursued by adventurers. Without hesitation, 2 of the guards remained behind to hinder their pursuers while a noblewoman, resembling a mage, continued her flight. Observing her escape route, Amos anticipated her trajectory. The girl struggled in terror, but Amos tightened his grip with his claws. Understanding the warning, she ceased her struggles, her body going rigid. Tragically, the 2 guards were soon overwhelmed and killed by the overwhelming number of adventurers, who continued their pursuit of the fleeing girl. Adventurer A. Damn. How did the one running this way disappear so suddenly? Adventurer B. Attacking a noble is a capital offense. If she escapes, we'll all hang. Adventurer D. She can't have gone far. Let's split up and search. The adventurers failed to notice the ordinary patch of grass beneath them as they cursed and moved on. Amos felt a dampness in his claws and withdrew them to see the noblewoman's forehead glistening with cold sweat. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. His large claw had inadvertently covered her entire face, squashing her once delicate nose. Naturally, this ungracious creature had no intention of apologizing. What do we have here? A mage delivered to my doorstep. How shall I deal with you, dear lady? At this moment, the mage realized the nature of her captor. Initially terrified, she soon regained her composure and understood her predicament. Standing upright, she tidied her disheveled hair, brushed off dust from her attire, and with a polite smile, performed a proper noble greeting. Good day, esteemed Dragon Lord. Amos observed her performance with growing admiration for her calmness and rationality. I am quite curious as to why a noblewoman is being pursued by a band of adventurers. Might you satisfy my curiosity? Of course, it is my honor, for it is due to this. The mage produced 2 1-meter-tall eggs from her dimensional pouch. As Amos beheld the scaly eggs, he recognized a familiar scent. Dragon eggs? No. They were the eggs of bipedal wyverns. The power of bipedal wyverns ranked high among dragonkin. Upon maturity, they could reach level 15, equivalent to a 4th-tier professional, making them formidable assets for any noble family. Their long lifespan allowed them to protect a family for up to 8 centuries once tamed, making the value of these 2 wyvern eggs enticing enough for the daring adventurers to take risks. In Nordshield, nobles fervently sought the offspring of extraordinary creatures. Tamed extraordinary beings not only served as status symbols, but also strengthened a family's legacy, leading to exorbitant prices for these young beings, particularly for high-tier extraordinary creatures. Thank you, esteemed Dragon Lord, for saving me. I am willing to offer them to you. Excellent. You are quite clever, young mage. Amos's tone shifted. However, you were initially my prize. Thus, what is rightfully mine shall not be given as a gift. Amos. Felicia interjected. Why waste time with her? Let us eliminate her and take everything. My lady, are you toying with me? Allowing you to leave unscathed is secondary to the potential exposure of our whereabouts to those greedy adventurers. Amos's dragon head loomed closer to Felicia, his breath wafting over her face. Unless you are willing to sign a contract to become my servant. Amos had long desired to establish an intelligence network among humans, and here was an excellent opportunity to control a human noble. Great Dragon Lord, I vow by the gods not to act against your interests. You do not possess that option. Choose, life or death. Faced with the certainty of her demise, Felicia hesitated, finally surrendering with a desperate plea. I am willing to sign an equal partnership contract. Do not attempt to test my patience. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. Felicia acquiesced, her life still ahead of her. After signing the unequal treaty, the parchment ignited without flame, signifying the contract's establishment. Felicia became Amos's vassal, or rather, servant, bound to the terms unless Amos chose to dissolve the pact, rendering her incapable of acting against her master. Amos appraised his first servant with a critical gaze. Scanning her, name, Felicia Oliver, level 3 mage, strength, first tier, alignment, lawful neutral description, heir to the Oliver family of Bailey City, a mage of average talent. Servant to the White Dragon Amos. Master, may I leave now? Not yet, Amos replied, casting a sidelong glance at his first vassal. I shall forego the 10,000 gold pieces, surrender all that you possess. After relinquishing her gold, Felicia asked again, Master, may I leave now? Not yet. Felicia fell silent. That evening, Amos escorted Felicia to a safe zone 2,000 meters outside Bailey City, not wishing for his newly acquired servant to be devoured by beasts before she could even escape the forest. Once he had seen Felicia safely away, the 4 young dragons continued their flight toward the sea. Approaching the coast, Amos folded his wings at a height of 10 meters and dove down, plunging headfirst into the ocean. Chapter 16. 5 years later on the following morning, the young dragons scoured the coastline in search of a suitable nesting site. Fortune smiled upon them, and before long, they discovered an ideal location, a sheer cliff by the sea, situated 10 kilometers north of Bailey City. This site perfectly avoided the bustling trade routes from the south. The waters here were rife with reefs, devoid of fishing vessels, thus minimizing interference from sentient beings. The rich marine life surrounding the reefs promised ample sustenance for the young dragons. Eagerly, they set to work, using their sharp claws to excavate the cliff underwater. Although it was an exaggeration to liken their task to cutting tofu, it was certainly not arduous. Having feasted on delicious salmon the previous night, the young dragons were invigorated by the abundant food resources. Amos planned to construct a U-shaped nest underwater, with the entrance concealed behind a sturdy rock formation. The innermost chamber would be a dry, enclosed space, and he intended to carve out 4 additional rooms for each dragon, while magically creating narrow ventilation shafts leading upwards into the cliff. Cunning as a fox, Amos also fashioned an emergency escape route, blocking its entrance with rocks and camouflaging it with seaweed. After a half-day of toil, the young dragon's new home was finally complete. Lying contentedly in his chamber, Amos felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After a perilous 2-week migration, where a single misstep could have led to dire consequences, they had finally settled down, leaving him utterly fatigued. He slept for 5 days straight before awakening to the sight of sunlight streaming through the ventilation shaft, casting warm rays upon his languorous white dragon form. As he roused, Amos contemplated his primary objective, to develop his strength through diligent training. He was currently an 8th-level dragon and a 4th-level mage. While his biological progression depended on the passage of time, his mage level could be actively cultivated. Amos sifted through the knowledge stored in his mind. Though he had retained this information through his unique abilities, transforming it into tangible combat prowess required no shortcuts. A sudden cheer broke his reverie, and he frowned slightly at the exuberance of his sister. Felicia was even more irate. Elena, if you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall cast you out. The temperamental young female dragon was clearly in a foul mood, bellowing at Elena from the hall. Villy remained silent, but radiated discontent as he glared at Elena. Look, look! Elena emerged, cradling a handful of soil as if presenting a treasure. Chanting several words in ancient Elvish, a gentle green light flickered, and a seedling sprouted from the earth in her grasp. Having anticipated this development, Amos maintained his composure, while Felicia and Villy gawked at the plant in astonishment. If dragons undertaking the path of a mage were rare, Those becoming druids were virtually unheard of until now. Scanning the information, Amos discovered. Name, Elena Aldridge, level, 6th level dragon. 1st level druid, alignment, chaotic neutral, strength. 2nd tier description. She is an ordinary white dragon with average physical attributes, yet her successful induction into the druidic profession sets her apart. In truth, only 1 in 10 dragons pursued combat professions. Most dragons indulged in a simple existence of eating and sleeping, achieving legendary power merely by reaching adulthood. They would never admit it was primarily due to their laziness. With Amos mediating, the young dragons dispersed, and he resumed his magical training. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Beneath the surface of the sea, a colossal beast measuring 10 meters in length pursued a school of fish. It spread its wings wide, slicing through the water, then angled its wings downward, aligning them vertically with its body. With a powerful thrust, it propelled itself forward. Its streamlined form darting through the water as its long tail swished, allowing it to surge ahead and devour the small fish, while the remaining fish fled in a panic. After a while, Amos felt his stiff muscles loosen from their slumber, and he ceased his playful antics with the fish. Unleashing his draconic might, he sent a wave of overwhelming pressure rippling through the water, stunning the fish within a 100-meter radius. The sea became a spectacle as the dazed fish floated belly up to the surface, creating a magnificent scene. The feast had begun. On the surface, after appeasing his protesting stomach, Amos surveyed his own body. At 10 meters in length, he appeared slightly gaunt after his prolonged slumber, yet he radiated strength. His white scales glistened with droplets of water, shining brilliantly under the morning sun. Currently, his status read, Name, Amos Aldridge, level, 12th level dragon. 9th level mage, strength, 3rd tier, alignment, lawful neutral description. You are a male juvenile white dragon. Your essence intertwined with a foreign soul that has caused a profound mutation in your lineage, resulting in an ancestral phenomenon. Your physical attributes surpass those of ordinary white dragons, and your mage profession endows you with a sharper intellect and formidable power. With your current strength, as long as you do not recklessly court death, you shall endure. Amos estimated that his physical development was comparable to that of a red dragon of the same age, and with the advantages of his mage profession, his combat prowess likely exceeded that of his red dragon peers. However, without a concrete reference point, he hesitated to make definitive conclusions. Swimming towards the dragon's lair, Amos navigated through the rocky underwater terrain, frowning as he sensed the gaps between the reefs growing narrower. He was aware that this was due to his increasing size, necessitating a cautious approach to avoid colliding with the rocks. In recent years, as the young dragons settled into their new home, the marine life in the surrounding area dwindled. It was not that the young dragons were voracious eaters. Rather, the instinct of creatures to seek safety had driven many species to migrate elsewhere. This phenomenon became increasingly apparent as one approached the dragon's lair, revealing that the area had become unsuitable for concealment. As the great dragon lay on its bed, lost in contemplation, it resolved that once the others awakened, they would relocate. Chapter 17. The Fishmen on a moonlit night. 2 weeks later, a shadowy figure moved purposefully towards the shore outside the city of Bailey. Upon reaching the water's edge, she stood with her hands lowered, quietly awaiting what was to come. The surface of the sea rippled, a telltale sign to seasoned fishermen that a large creature was approaching from beneath. Suddenly, a white dragon's head broke the surface, water cascading off its massive form as it exhaled 2 jets of vapor from its large nostrils. The shadow removed her hood, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, her flaxen hair gently swaying in the sea breeze. Rather than fleeing in panic like an ordinary person would, she bowed deeply. Master, you have summoned me. What are your commands? Amos addressed Philia. You no longer need to deliver intelligence monthly. Here are my scales. By infusing a fragment of your mental energy into them, you may contact me. This can be used 3 times for important matters. With that, Amos submerged back into the ocean. Returning to the lair, Amos was greeted by his dragon siblings who had been waiting in the hall. After yet another cycle of slumber, they had grown significantly, reaching lengths of 8 meters and attaining the 3rd tier of power. Over the past 5 years, Villy had also embraced the warrior profession under Elena's encouragement. Well then, everyone is here. You are somewhat familiar with the surrounding conditions. We must relocate once again. Where shall we move to? In the sky, for white dragons, accompanied by 2 bipedal dragons, soared towards the distant overseas archipelago, away from the Nordshield continent. Before the demon invasion, the archipelago had been part of the mainland. However, it sank into the depths of the sea during the Great Conflict. Yet, the towering mountains remained partially above water, forming the islands we see today. From dawn to dusk, the white dragons beheld the islands emerging from the ocean's surface. These are not mere islands. They are akin to a continent. The archipelago boasted 3 vast primary islands, with numerous smaller islands scattered around them. The islands were home to a variety of creatures, where powerful extraordinary beings and savage humanoids clashed in a brutal struggle for every inch of fertile ground. Amos chose a medium-sized island, where the dangers rivaled those of the Modo Great Forest. With the current strength of the white dragons, occupying such an island was neither ostentatious nor disadvantageous. The medium-sized island featured a pristine forest, with a small hill at its center housing a conspicuous cave. The white dragons circled the hill, emitting challenging roars. The cave's occupant, a large black gorilla, emerged, standing upright at the entrance. It thumped its robust chest and roared defiantly at the dragons above. However, the dragons had no intention of honoring any code of conduct. They unleashed their breath simultaneously, encasing the gorilla in ice. Amos struck the frozen figure, shattering it into countless fragments. The following day, the 4 white dragons dispersed to explore their surroundings, with Amos seeking suitable followers. Typically, young dragons began gathering followers once they reached the 4th tier of power, possessing enough strength to claim territory and establish stable nests. They would then protect some wicked dragonkin, assisting in maintaining their lairs and hunting for sustenance. Though Amos currently held the overall strength of the 3rd tier, he was confident that, in war mode, he could engage enemies beyond his tier, with a broad view from the sky. It wasn't long before Amos discovered signs of sentient beings along the beach of an adjacent island, clusters of fishmen huts. While fishmen were not dragonkin, circumstances necessitated compromise. With determination, Amos flew towards the fishmen village. Hovering above, he unleashed a mighty roar. The terrified fishmen scattered in panic, their cries echoing chaotically, which only aggravated the dragon's irritation. As Amos's draconic might surged, the fishmen's screams abruptly ceased, leaving them either unconscious or collapsed on the ground, plunging the world into an eerie silence. At that moment, a singular fishman distinguished himself, swiftly shaking off the dragon's influence and fleeing towards the sea. Amos would not allow such an escape. Monster binding spell. The fishman was immobilized, propelled forward by its own momentum before crashing onto the beach. Scanning. Name: Old Blind Eye level. Level 7 Fishman Tide Hunter. Strength: 2nd tier. Alignment: Chaotic Neutral. Description: Leader of the White Phosphorus Fishman clan. An old fishman with 1 blind eye and a seasoned hunter. Fishman Tide Hunters are simply referred to differently across races. Amos descended onto the beach, observing the fishmen scattered about. Their oval bodies were covered in dense white scales, slick with a special mucus that kept them moist when out of the water. Their large, toothy mouths extended to their gill plates, and their bulging eyes seemed affixed to their bodies. Behind them, a row of fins adorned their backs, while their slender limbs gave them a comical appearance. At that moment, another fishman broke free from the dragon's influence. Instead of fleeing, it brandished a short spear and charged at Amos in a frenzy. Amos paused, admiring the creature's audacity to challenge authority, before effortlessly swatting it into a paste. In the face of fear, some flee while others resist. Amongst the latter, only a few can muster the strength to vanquish their foes, while the majority succumb to death. Amos retrieved a dragon scale, allowing a drop of his blood to seep onto it, which he then pressed against Old Blind Eye's forehead, intending to transform this fishman into dragonkin and claim him as a follower. The transformation was agonizing. Old Blind Eye flailed helplessly, clearly enduring excruciating pain. Once it was complete, Amos surveyed the scale embedded in the fishman's forehead, nodding in satisfaction before scanning again. Name: Old Blind Eye level. Level 9 Fishman Tide Hunter. Strength: 2nd tier. Alignment: Chaotic Neutral. Description: Leader of the White Phosphorus Fishman clan, an experienced fishman hunter. With 1 blind eye, he is now referred to as Old Blind Eye, having forgotten his original name. Following his transformation under the dragon Amos, he has become a loyal follower, experiencing enhanced longevity and physical prowess, with significantly increased strength. It was evident that the suffering he endured was worthwhile. The dragon lineage transformation was a common tactic employed by evil dragons to convert followers, bestowing them with the bloodline of dragons or enhancing their already existing draconic heritage. The immense benefits derived from this transformation explained why wicked dragonkin were so eager to serve their malevolent masters. Having recovered, Old Blind, I sensed the changes within him, gazing up at the imposing white dragon with fervent admiration. The Whitescale clan serves you, great master. Excellent. Gather your kin. Amos regarded the group of anxious fishmen kneeling before him with great satisfaction. While gratitude is memorable, fear clings like a parasite. Thus, subduing new followers through fear was evidently more swift and effective. I am Amos Aldrich, the White Dragon. You, humble fishmen, shall dwell under the protection of my wings. You shall also fight for me. Chapter 18. Cleansing. Amos named the medium-sized island he captured Tasman Island, a name signifying origin in the language of dragons, hoping it would become the birthplace of his prosperity. This world is fraught with peril, teeming with mindless demons, malevolent fiends, scheming deities engaging in sordid dealings, and intelligent beings devoid of any goodwill towards dragons. Amos was acutely aware that the power of dragons alone could not guarantee his safety. Even the formidable dragon mother was confined to the desolate Northwind ice plains. Exhausted from living in constant evasion, Amos resolved to establish a formidable force that would allow him to bask openly in the sunlight. Today marked the first step of his long journey. On the shores of Tasman Island, the fishmen of the Whitescale clan were fervently engaged in construction, utilizing fishbone axes crafted from the nearby forest. Observing the bustling fishmen, Amos furrowed his brow. While the fishbone axes were sharp, they were also brittle and fragile, leading to inefficient efforts from the fishmen mages. Unfortunately, he had no immediate solutions. The various races across the offshore islands were embroiled in endless conflict, and iron, a strategic resource, was difficult to procure, even if Amos were willing to pay with gold. On a whim, Amos personally ventured into the sea and caught a massive 10-meter fish, which he entrusted to the fishmen for processing. As he watched the fish meat swirling in dozens of boiling stone pots, his appetite was piqued. Since his rebirth, he had been living off raw sustenance, nearly forgetting the delight of cooked food. Lifting a stone pot, sized like a small bowl for a dragon, he fearlessly indulged, savoring the fish and broth with great relish. Delightful. Soon, Amos finished all the fish soup. Old Blind One, share your knowledge about the surroundings, he commanded. The old seer bowed his head. Organizing his thoughts, the only significant island near Tasman is home to a large ogre clan known as the Skullcrusher clan, which enslaves a group of goblins and gnolls for labor. Their leader is a two-headed ogre. I have seen it from a distance in the sea, bearing a colossal staff, suggesting it possesses magical abilities. As for other medium and small islands, to my knowledge, they pose no threat to you, and the ogres cannot traverse the strait, providing no danger either. He quickly added, even if the ogres crossed the strait, they would merely require more effort to deal with. Amos understood the old seer's concern about offending him, given the notorious brutality of chromatic dragons, but he was not so petty. It seemed the ogre clan presented an insurmountable obstacle. Amos mused aloud. Familiar with ogres, these hefty creatures reached level 7 upon maturity, standing 3 meters tall and averaging 800 pounds. Endowed with innate strength. During an ambush against the southern forces of Sandanar, Amos had witnessed these portly brutes wielding logs, using them to strike down fully grown barbarian warhorses weighing at least 300 pounds as if they were mere baseballs. A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Amos would inevitably seek to expand his influence, and a confrontation with the ogre clan was inevitable. Moreover, their leader was a two-headed ogre, whose intelligence was a stark contrast to that of ordinary ogres, akin to a dual-core processor. At present, Amos did not possess unwavering confidence in victory. Fortunately, an immediate conflict with the ogres was not on the horizon. He had time to strategize and prepare. The first step was to enhance the strength of his subordinates. Otherwise, if his allies were swiftly annihilated by the gnolls, the ogres would march unopposed to the doorstep of the White Dragon, launching an assault. A most embarrassing scenario. Observing the slender limbs of the fishmen, Amos contemplated their training. Indeed, it was time for them to strengthen their abilities. Enhancing strength was not solely reliant on training. Numerical superiority also constituted a form of strength, with immediate effects from increasing numbers. Are there other fishmen clans nearby? He inquired. There are only the Darkscale clan and the Bluescale clan. The others are too distant, came the reply. Do you fishmen classify clans by the color of your scales? Amos asked. Astute as always, my master, it is for ease of distinction, the seer replied. As Amos observed the elite fishmen diving into the sea, he contemplated the future composition of his forces. Given their inherent limitations, fishmen could not remain submerged for extended periods and could not serve as primary combatants. However, they possessed amphibious capabilities on the offshore islands, making them suitable for specialized operations, achieving surprise attacks underwater. Amos believed a competent dragon legion required frontline combatants, ranged units, aerial forces, scouts, and support troops, all working in unison to achieve synergy, overwhelming their enemies. He had digressed. The specifics of troop composition could wait until suitable units were found. Shall we hunt predators? He proposed. His dragon siblings were puzzled by Amos's suggestion, but, trusting in their elder brother, readily agreed. Why are we doing this? It will disrupt the balance, interjected Alina, a level 3 druid. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed disrupt the balance. But with our presence, the dynamics change, Amos explained. For an ecosystem to maintain relative stability, the food chain must remain balanced. However, for us, the fewer apex predators there are, the more carnivorous resources will be available to us. Now that we have subordinates, any surplus carnivorous resources can be allocated to them. While we need not fear predator attacks, our subordinates must remain vigilant, necessitating the elimination of all predators on Tasman Island. The mention of our subordinates delighted his dragon siblings, indicating Amos's willingness to share his subordinates, a rarity among evil dragons. Felicia added, "This principle applies not only to Tasman Island, but also to any territory we conquer in the future. We must eliminate those competitors. Let us hasten. My blade is eager for action," exclaimed Villy, exhibiting increasing violent tendencies since becoming a warrior. Now was the prime time for predators to be active. They would divide into teams. A leopard crouched atop a tree, fixated on an approaching antelope, muscles taut, poised to pounce. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled the treetops, alerting the leopard to the disturbance. For bristling, it abandoned its hunt and leaped from the tree. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was too great. Extraordinary awareness could not save it. A dragon claw seized the leopard midair by its neck, gently squeezing, causing the lifeless body to fall to the ground as the antelope fled in terror. The white dragon murmured as it soared through the air. Next. Chapter 19. Rewards and punishments in the distance. A group of white-scaled and blue-scaled fishmen were seen collaborating to restrain a number of black-scaled fishmen. Amos descended before the towering figure of the old blind man, his massive wings beating the air, creating a fierce wind that sent the fishmen swaying unsteadily. The blue-scaled fishmen and the bound black-scaled fishmen gaped in awe at the imposing creature before them, while the white-scaled fishmen maintained their composure and bowed respectfully. "Master, you are supreme." The old blind man pounded his chest with a clenched fist. "Ah, splendid. You have indeed not disappointed me. I shall remember this favor. It is my honor to serve you, master." The old blind man gestured towards the blue-scaled fishman, introducing him. "Master, this is Chief Jimmy of the Blue-Scale clan, a fishman tie-collar. Upon hearing of your esteemed name, he willingly pledged his allegiance and assisted me in subduing the dark-scaled clan as prophet." Amos was well aware of his own renown. This old fishman had not only aged, but had also learned the art of flattery. Quite commendable. "Yes, you shall receive my commendation." Amos nodded slightly toward the blue-scaled fishman. "Kola elala elala. The gods shall punish you," shouted the dark-scaled prophet, bound tightly and seething with rage. Prophets among the fishmen were akin to shamans, unwavering in their beliefs and reluctant to yield to any other beings. Amos had no intention of spending time educating him, so he opted to demonstrate his authority instead. As it is said, "Live fish suffer, dead fish find peace." Let us send him to the realm of the gods to enjoy his blessings. Contemplating swiftly, Amos decided to act, launching the dark-scaled prophet into the air with a sweep of his tail. This was the fate one faced when opposing a great dragon. As his words accompanied the prophet's trajectory like a meteor streaking across the sky, Amos portrayed the brutality of the dragon with vivid clarity, leaving the fishmen in stunned silence. While the old blind man grew increasingly fervent, Amos understood the importance of balancing reward and punishment. "Old blind man, this is your reward." Amos produced an enchanted spear, which bore only a single sharp rune and was not particularly valuable. He had kept it in his dimensional pouch since acquiring it in the Scorpion Lion Cave, and rather than let it gather dust, he chose to bestow it upon his subordinate to bolster their strength. Trembling with his hands, the old blind man accepted the spear under the envious gazes of the fishmen, Iron tools were rare among the indigenous people of the overseas islands, let alone enchanted weapons. Jimmy, accept my gift. Upon seeing the dragon scale Amos presented, Jimmy was greatly excited. Unlike the old blind man, who was narrow-minded, he was a wise fishman mage, fully aware of the benefits and limitations of dragon blood. Yet he had no other options, for his life was nearing its end. And seeing the transformed old blind man extend an invitation, he promptly decided to pledge his allegiance. Amos similarly transformed Jimmy into a dragon-blooded being. Scan. Name: Jimmy. Blue scale level. Level 8 Fishman. Tide collar. Strength. Tier 2. Alignment. Chaotic neutral. Description: Chief of the Blue Scale Clan, a rare fishman mage known as Old Jimmy, whose life was drawing to a close, accepted the dragon blood transformation from the white dragon Amos, becoming a faithful follower and gaining an extended lifespan along with a significant boost in power. Amos regarded this fishman, whom he had initially overlooked, with newfound respect. This old fishman possessed considerable strength and was astute enough to recognize the times. Such individuals were essential for the growth of his influence. Old blind man, from this moment onward, you shall be the grand chief of all Fishman clans, responsible for commanding all the fishmen under my banner. Thank you for your trust, master. Amos could see that the old blind man was his most loyal follower, and with his transformation into a dragon-blooded being, betrayal was out of the question. Thus, he rightfully received the most important position, simultaneously conveying to the fishmen that loyalty determined status. Jimmy, you shall now serve as the old blind man's aide, assisting him in managing the clan. With a single statement, Amos positioned Jimmy as the old blind man's deputy. Such talent must be effectively utilized. You two shall work together to ensure the growth of the Fishman clan, contributing to my grand cause. Recalling the beasts he had slain the previous night. Long live the master. Early the next morning, Amos descended onto the platform specially prepared for him in the Fishman village. This platform was situated at the center of the village, constructed of wood and elevated 1 meter above the ground, with a large open space in front capable of accommodating all the fishmen for a gathering. Amos now commanded over 2,000 fishmen. What are your orders, master? Amos, observing the bowing old blind man and old Jimmy, addressed the matter directly. Is there sufficient food for the clan? Thank you for your grace, master. The meat we harvested yesterday will sustain us for 3 days, replied the old blind man. After 3 days, we will venture into the sea to hunt and gather aquatic plants, added old Jimmy. However, are the surrounding ocean resources adequate to sustain so many fishmen? I have discussed this with the old blind man. We shall send our people to hunt in more distant waters. And what if the number of fishmen continues to grow? Will we simply travel further afield? The old blind man and old Jimmy exchanged glances, uncertain of Amos's intent. The old blind man, steeling himself, said, We are but foolish. Master, please enlighten us. Indeed, the fishmen can learn from humans, farming and cultivation. Master, if I may speak frankly, we lack the necessary materials for production. You need not worry about that. A powerful force inevitably consumes vast resources, and food is the most fundamental and vital part of that equation, without a robust logistical foundation. All is mere empty talk. Amos surveyed the abundant seaweed and fish resources beneath the waves and conceived an idea. Although he was unfamiliar with the relevant technologies, he possessed a golden touch. He personally ventured to the seabed to observe the living conditions of the seaweed, allowing his golden touch to scan and record data. Subsequently deducing the cultivation techniques for the seaweed, he concluded that seaweed thrived in areas with moderate currents and depths, and he meticulously documented all suitable regions for planting seaweed in the vicinity. After imparting the relevant techniques to old Jimmy, he instructed him to arrange for personnel to commence the related tasks. Amos then addressed the hunter old blind man. You are to gather various marine creatures, alive, and deliver them to me by tomorrow. He sought to identify economically viable marine products suitable for aquaculture, crafting a complete breeding ecological chain. The old blind man and old Jimmy left with renewed zeal, sensing that the lives of the fishmen were on the brink of monumental transformation. Chapter 20. A day in the life of Faishi 4 years later. In the early morning, Faishi, the fishman, opened his eyes. Dawn has arrived. He stretched languidly, rising from his waterbed with a splash. Long ago, to prevent being swept away by the flowing sea while sleeping, the wise fishman invented the waterbed and led his kin to live ashore, resulting in a monumental transformation in their lives. Now, once again, A significant change was on the horizon for the Fishmen. As Fishy stepped outside, he felt as though he were living in a dream. No longer did he fret daily over what to eat the next day, nor did he worry about being ambushed by predators while foraging in the sea. He no longer needed to exhaust himself seeking ways to learn combat skills. "Good morning, Mocha." "Good morning, Fishy." Fishy greeted his learning companion. "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet. I brought some dried fish." "Haha, me too. I also brought turtle eggs." The two chatted and snacked as they walked, and upon reaching the central square of the Fishmen, Fishy gazed in admiration at the marble statue of the great white dragon. "By the way, why do you always stare at Lord's statue every time you come here?" Fishy scratched his head shyly. "You see, I am a dark-scaled fishman. If it weren't for Lord, I would still be a slave, so I am forever grateful." For years ago, regarding the captives of the dark-scaled clan, Lord Amos, for the sake of stability, executed only the die-hard loyalists and pardoned the ordinary dark-scaled fishmen who were destined for slavery. Yes, we should indeed be grateful. Without Lord, we wouldn't have the life we do today. The adult fishmen passing by smiled warmly at the two youngsters' conversation, clearly in agreement. "Let us hurry, or we'll be late." Fishy and Mocha arrived at a large circular wooden house, where a fishbone dagger hung at the entrance. A row of similar wooden houses stood nearby, each adorned with different items such as spears, staffs, and shields. They ascended the steps and greeted their classmates inside, all of whom had chosen the profession of fisherman night stalkers, and casually found 2 seats. Before long, an adult fishman with 2 daggers at his waist entered and shut the door behind him. "All right, classmates, let us begin our lesson. Fishmen are oviparous creatures, born without knowledge of their parents. All juvenile fishmen are grouped by age and gender, cared for by the clan's designated caretakers." "Well, and pulley. What is the occasion today? Rabbit meat?" Despite the profound changes in their lives, meat from land animals remained a rarity. "Haha, today is after a sumptuous lunch." Fishy wiped the grease from his mouth. "See you tonight, Aunt Pulley." With that, he dashed out the door. Upon reaching the assembly point, he shyly greeted his companions. "Good morning, friends." "Hello, Kide," Fishy said, patting the smooth shell of the copper-backed alligator turtle Kide. "Here, some dried fish." Kide, the juvenile animal companion of the hunter, would grow over 2 meters long as an adult, classified as a first-tier extraordinary creature. It could shoot water arrows from its mouth, and its bronze shell possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, rendering it a formidable ally for fishmen-tide hunters. The hunter companion spoke. "Fishy, with your fondness for the alligator turtle, why not become a tide hunter and request one from the clan, instead of being a night stalker? Don't you think being a night stalker is cool? Plus, they always undertake the most perilous tasks, making it easier to earn merit and gain Lord's favor, thus becoming a member of White Fortress." "Oh, come on. It's not that simple. The mortality rate of night stalkers is the highest. Have you heard? A new town is to be established on the recently acquired island." "Yes, that island was captured under the personal leadership of Lord Villy." A fishman with insider information spoke proudly. "How do you know?" "My neighbor, Uncle Locke, participated in that battle, and he said those who made great contributions would enter White Fortress today to be summoned by Lord. I wish we could all become members of White Fortress." The half-grown fishmen expressed with hopeful faces. "All right, friends, let us not lose sight of our duties. What is our task today?" "Our task is to harvest mature seaweed." "Then let us set off." A group of small fishmen frolicked past them. Lord Amos had continually encouraged reproduction, leading to a burgeoning population of juvenile fishmen in the clan. With more mouths to feed and insufficient labor, the half-grown fishmen could only attend half-day classes and were assigned tasks in the afternoons. The tasks varied but posed little danger, mostly involving seaweed harvesting, feeding mud turtles, or inspecting aquaculture sites for sea turtles, fish, shrimp, clams, and other marine life. The most perilous duty was merely visiting the training grounds to feed or clean the enclosures of combat pets such as copper-backed alligator turtles, great white sharks, and giant crabs. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Could you tell me how to get to the administrative hall?" After directing an outsider fishman, Fishy felt a surge of superiority. They were residents of the fishman capital, Whitescale City. Indeed, more and more wandering fishmen have been arriving. Yes, and most are from faraway places. Every time Fishy gazed at the city walls, he was awestruck. The walls of Whitescale City were constructed from logs soaked in a special potion, rendering them exceptionally hard and resistant to insects and fire. The logs, sharpened at one end, were driven into the ground in threes, with the gaps filled with earth. Surrounding the entire city, the walls featured guard posts every 5 steps and watchtowers every 10 steps, with only 4 city gates for entry. It was said that this construction method was learned from the Ogres. Beyond the city, various aquaculture bases were scattered along the beach and in the nearby sea, with many fishmen busily attending to them. Fishy and his group headed straight for their destination. By evening, they completed their task with the logistics department, and it was then time for leisure activities. However, Fishy did not intend to relax. He headed to the training ground, wielding a fishbone dagger to practice the combat techniques he had learned during the day. Around him, fishmen of all ages trained independently or in pairs, their elongated shadows dancing in the half-set sun, painting a vibrant picture of vitality and prosperity. Chapter 21. White Fortress. The White Fortress, a sacred haven for the fishfolk, stands majestically atop a small hill in the heart of Tasman Island. Designed personally by the White Dragon Felicia, the castle is constructed entirely from massive blocks of marble sourced from the depths of the ocean. The whimsical mind of the young dragoness led to the creation of a castle that soars into the sky. Utilizing the power of magic, she flattened the mountain, employing 108 sturdy marble columns as its foundation to support the vast square platform upon which the opulent Gothic-style castle rests. Atop the soaring arch, for statues of white dragons, poised as if to take flight, symbolize the guardianship of the 4 siblings over their respective realms. Beneath these statues, fishfolk emerge from 4 enormous lifts, their gazes directed upward in awe of the magnificent dragons. Initially, Amos opposed such ostentatious living quarters, recalling the countless dragons that had perished throughout history due to the excessive display of their lairs. However, upon reflection, he recognized that this secluded sanctuary was far from human habitation and reluctantly consented. Nevertheless, to ensure their safety, he established a grand illusionary magic circle around the castle, rendering the luxurious fortress virtually undetectable to prying eyes. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, Amos reclined on a specially crafted velvet mattress, a plate of fruits before him. Occasionally, he plucked a grape and savored its sweetness. In recent years, the lives of the fishfolk had undergone a remarkable transformation, and naturally, Amos's standard of living had improved significantly. This discerning white dragon found the culinary skills of the fishfolk lacking and personally traversed to the mainland, requesting Felicia's assistance in procuring a substantial amount of pearls. He then purchased several halfling slaves to serve as chefs, along with a considerable supply of ironware and essentials. From that point onward, sumptuous feasts replaced the days of raw and bloody sustenance. As Amos popped a peculiar fruit into his mouth, he reminisced about the troglodytes who cultivated these fruits. Though they may possess an unappealing appearance, their agricultural prowess was undeniably impressive. Over the years, the 4 white dragons had subdued all the medium and small islands surrounding Tasman Island. Some of these islands were inhabited by humanoid creatures, including the troglodytes, who, despite their frail physiques, easily overmatched by even the weakest fishfolk, were exceptional cultivators. Yet, what left a lasting impression on Amos was the grotesque appearance of the troglodytes. He recalled their wildly expressive features and hunched bodies with a disdainful click of his tongue. Even at such a lowly state, there had once been a dragon lineage among them, leaving Amos feeling disheartened. How could the esteemed predecessors have acted so callously? Lost in thought, Amos's appetite faded, prompting him to seek entertainment elsewhere. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he stood and stretched before making his way to the expansive balcony. From this vantage point, he surveyed the landscape below. The trees surrounding the mountain where the white fortress stood had been felled, the soil excavated, and seawater introduced to create a moat, more aptly described as a circular lake, serving as a residence for the fishfolk, who were not permitted by Felicia to dwell within her meticulously designed castle. Amos leaped from the balcony, descending several dozen meters before unfurling his wings and gliding forward, the pressure of the wind creating ripples across the surface of the moat. He soared above the island's only large land mass, where a massive ogre fortress, known as Skullcrush Fortress, stood. Its towering wooden walls resembled those of the White Scales city, while within lay a dense cluster of ogre dwellings. Scattered outside the walls were heaps of various skeletal remains, and with his exceptional eyesight, Amos noted the insects swarming over the bones. The ogres soon spotted the majestic dragon above and rushed to the open space, bellowing in fury. A few of the more hot-headed among them hurled nearby objects skyward in a futile attempt to strike the dragon. Unfortunately for them, even with their immense strength. The ogres could not reach the lofty white dragon, and their projectiles ended up injuring their own kind, causing chaos among their ranks. Amos chuckled derisively at the commotion below, conjuring massive blocks of ice from the surrounding moisture and sending them crashing down upon the ogres. In the heart of the fortress, a formidable two-headed ogre could no longer remain idle. He emerged and unleashed 3 fiery orange orbs toward the descending ice. The explosions scattered the ice into a dazzling display, the intense heat transforming it into boiling water that rained down upon a group of ogres, forcing them to dance in agony. Amos laughed boisterously, provoking the wrath of the two-headed ogre, who glared with fiery eyes, wishing to roast the audacious dragon. After indulging in the spectacle for a while, Amos lost interest and, wary of the now calm ogre, took to the skies once more. This was not his first encounter of such nature, since learning of the ogre tribe. Amos had been diligently gathering intelligence on them. He sent fishfolk scouts to gather information and occasionally ventured out under the cover of night to investigate. However, one fateful night, he ventured too close and was discovered by the two-headed ogre chief, resulting in a fierce battle. Amos realized that this ogre was the strongest opponent he had faced thus far, boasting 3 distinct class levels: level 12 ogre, level 13 warrior, and level 11 mage, culminating in a formidable 4th-tier power. While the ogre was undeniably powerful, Amos was not to be underestimated. The clash ended in a stalemate, and both parties retreated. Though a rivalry was undoubtedly born, having been discovered, Amos no longer felt the need for stealth and began visiting his ogre adversaries openly, regardless of whether he had business to attend to. Each visit was marked by a courteous gesture, leaving small gifts, such as falling debris, ensuring that whenever he appeared, the ogres would be both delighted and exasperated. Amos was aware that this caused little true harm to the ogres, but irritating his rivals provided amusement, especially since he sought little more than entertainment. Each time he departed, leaving the ogres in disarray, he did so with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the cunning Amos had stationed 500 elite fishfolk around the ogres' island, ensuring that any canoe that ventured within a kilometer of the shore was swiftly sunk. On land, a single ogre could easily overpower 100 fishfolk, but in the water, the odds were drastically different. Many ogres remained imprisoned beneath the White Fortress, occasionally dragged out to serve as free labor. The ogres, having suffered significant losses, had not dared to set foot in the ocean again. Amos remained patient, knowing that the ogres were now like fish in a barrel. As time passed, they would only grow stronger. Presently, he felt a newfound confidence in his ability to conquer the ogres. Amos examined his own status. Name: Amos Aldrich. Level: 14 dragon. 12 mage. Power: 4th tier. Alignment: lawful neutral. Description: you are a male juvenile white dragon. A soul from another realm has induced profound mutations within your lineage, resulting in a throwback phenomenon. Your physical attributes surpass those of an ordinary white dragon by several tiers. Your mage class endows you with a sharper intellect and formidable might. With your current strength, it is commendable that you do not engage in bullying others. Chapter 22. Preparations before the Great War. Upon returning to the White Fortress, Amos descended onto a specially designed landing platform, where the vigilant Fishmen guards promptly bowed to the Lord of the White Dragon. Go. Summon Old Blind and Old Jimmy to see me. Yes. Amos strode into the grand hall of the fortress. The first floor of the White Fortress was a rectangular hall, supported by robust marble columns adorned with exquisite carvings, creating a vast space where 4 white dragons could frolic without feeling cramped. At the far end of the hall stood a 30-meter-long and 20-meter-wide crystal throne, its backrest fashioned from a sharp crystal formation, resembling a peacock in full display. The intricately carved dragon-headed armrests, illuminated by beams of light cascading from the dome above, added to its opulence. This was the exclusive throne of Lord Amos, who was willing to share everything with his dragon siblings, yet maintained a clear distinction of hierarchy. Beside the throne was an archway leading to the staircase that ascended to the living quarters on the 2nd floor, a private sanctuary for the dragons, where their subordinates were not permitted to tread. Amos reclined on the throne, crafted to his adult specifications. Shortly thereafter, Old Blind and Old Jimmy arrived, approaching the center of the hall, bowing respectfully to the dragon seated upon the throne. We pay our respects, Great Master. Amos got straight to the point. What are your insights regarding the current developments of the White Fortress? Over the years, Old Blind and Old Jimmy had come to understand Amos's character well enough to dispense with hesitation. Old Blind spoke directly. All islands within a 500-kilometer radius of Tasman Island have been claimed by our master, with the exception of the island inhabited by the Ogre tribe, which presents a formidable challenge. Old Jimmy collected his thoughts and continued. If we are to expand the influence of the White Fortress, we currently have two options. First, we could temporarily avoid the Ogre Island and seek development in more distant territories. However, this would necessitate leaving a portion of our elite behind to guard against potential Ogre raids, preventing us from fully exerting our efforts. Moreover, I am concerned that extending our supply lines too far could lead to complications. It appears you both have been diligent in your duties. Amos acknowledged their efforts before instinctively asking, "What do you propose?" Old Blind replied, "It is entirely at the master's discretion. The Fishmen are ever ready to serve as your sharp blade." "Excellent. I have decided to take on the Ogres. We shall commence our assault in 1 month. Prepare accordingly. As you wish." Warfare is not merely a matter of two factions agreeing to duel. It involves logistics, formations, and tactics. As the attacking force, the Fishmen must amass sufficient food supplies to ensure sustenance should the conflict become protracted, along with the necessary siege equipment, a task complicated by maritime transport. However, these were concerns for Old Blind and Old Jimmy to grapple with. Amos descended to the dungeons beneath the White Fortress, preparing to embark on his own experiment. The prison was still quite empty, housing only a dozen ogres. After capturing the ogres, Amos contemplated their confinement here, intending to conquer the Ogre tribe and subsequently enlist them as subordinates, for their formidable combat prowess qualified them as a principal fighting force under the White Dragon's banner. Indeed, Amos aspired to subdue the entire Ogre tribe, which was why he had delayed an attack on the Ogre Island. In his view, the Ogres would inevitably become his loyal enforcers, and incurring losses on either side would be unwise. The impending experiment was a crucial aspect of his plan, to develop a toxin capable of rendering the ogres unconscious. This was no simple task, as these hefty creatures possessed an astonishing resistance to poison. To devise a lethal yet effective toxin, Amos collected data on the ogre's physiology and instructed his subordinates to gather all flora within their territory for analysis of their medicinal properties. With the aid of his unique abilities, Amos ultimately succeeded in formulating a toxin tailored for the ogres, and now it was time to commence the experiment. Amos, having shrunk his form through transformation, descended to the lowest level of the prison. Upon seeing him, the ogres in their cells recoiled in terror, burying their heads between their legs like frightened ostriches. Trembling and whispering prayers to Groll, the ogre god, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Initially, the ogres had been quite unruly, shouting and attacking the Fishmen guards delivering their meals. Their tough hides rendered them impervious to punishment, prompting Old Blind to frequently voice his grievances to Amos. One day, unable to tolerate the ogres' rebellious behavior any longer, Amos personally captured all the ogres, binding them and gagging their mouths, allowing the Fishmen to administer a day-long punishment using the coarse tails of dogtail grass to tickle their feet. From that moment on, the once defiant ogres transformed into obedient subjects, and Amos's actions left a lasting psychological scar, causing the formerly fiery ogres to cower at his presence. Amos surveyed the ogres in their cells and selected the strongest among them. He opened the cell door, and a Fishman guard retrieved a set of keys to unlock it. The ogre, upon seeing Amos approach, trembled and nearly fell to its knees. "Drink this," Amos commanded, producing a vial filled with a deep green liquid. Under the weight of Amos's authority, the ogre dared not resist, closing its eyes and forcing down the obviously foul concoction. A minute passed, and the ogre showed no signs of distress. Was the dosage insufficient? "Here, drink again." The ogre complied without hesitation, gulping down the liquid and smacking its lips afterward. Another minute elapsed. "Is there more?" "Go once more." Amos sighed in exasperation. These ogres were truly lacking in intelligence. After a brief analysis, his unique abilities provided the following conclusion. The ogre's powerful gastric acid had neutralized the toxin's efficacy. Amos dipped his nail in the toxin and lightly pricked the ogre's arm. The ogre, Goga, remained completely unfazed by the minor injury. 30 seconds later, it began to sway unsteadily. "Goga feels dizzy." The ogre swayed as if intoxicated, soon collapsing to the ground. It took half an hour for Goga to regain consciousness. Amos noted the results of the experiment and promptly exited the cell. Clearly, the clandestine poisoning strategy would not be feasible. Thus, the only recourse was to engage in battle. Chapter 23. The village of the Wolfmen. The sky was enveloped in dark, inky clouds, casting an ominous shadow over the world below, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Beneath the obsidian expanse, the ocean surged violently as a colossal shark cleaved through the waves, bearing atop it alone. One-eyed merman clad in a black eye patch, with a spear in hand, he exuded an air of confidence, flanked by a battalion of mermen riding upon copper-backed crocodile turtles, resembling a formidable army. Bringing up the rear were a dozen gargantuan Kamos turtles, their shells measuring 20 meters in diameter, equipped with siege engines such as catapults, and carrying immobile trolls and wolfmen, the entire procession undulating with the rhythm of the waves. In contrast to the tumultuous surface, the waters below were relatively tranquil, as 4 white dragons swam leisurely, followed by 500 merman thralls. This was the result of the white dragons' years of accumulation. Their thralls could not be converted limitlessly, as the scales they shed were finite, and some had to be reserved for transforming into more powerful thralls. Upon reaching their destination, the 4 white dragons gradually surfaced. A flash of lightning illuminated the brooding sky, and the downpour arrived as forecasted. Thunder rolled ominously into the ears of the mermen moments later. The rain drummed upon the heads of the elite mermen, who paid it little heed, continuing to follow their leader. Upon reaching the beach, the mermen dismounted from the turtles, leaving a contingent behind to guard the immobile Kamos turtles and siege engines, before advancing onto land to regroup. They planned to launch a surprise attack to eliminate the Wolfman village on the periphery of the Ogre clan. Amos had contemplated a direct assault on the heart of the Ogre clan, yet to breach its outer walls, siege engines were essential. The transportation of these large and vulnerable machines posed significant challenges. The Ogre tribe resided at the island's core, encircled by a dense forest, leaving no direct passage for the siege engines. To prevent disturbances from the surrounding wolfmen, Amos resolved to eliminate them first, adopting a steady and cautious approach. This island was vast, housing not only the Ogre tribe but also 4 wolfmen villages, which served as the food supply bases for the Ogres. Under the brutal oppression of the Ogres, the feral wolfmen had been forced into the roles of farmers and herders. Aside from the central forest, they had cleared the island's perimeter of trees, converting the land into farmland or pastures. Trapped in this oceanic expanse, the pitiful wolfmen found no escape, condemned to toil endlessly for the Ogres. Amos gestured at the map, addressing his dragon siblings. Felicia, you 3 shall each oversee a village. Although the 4 white dragons were not yet powerful enough to storm the Ogre stronghold, they were more than capable of handling the surrounding wolfmen villages. Yes, dear brother, they replied in unison. Regardless of their playful banter, when it came to serious matters, the dragon's siblings showed Amos the utmost respect. Old Blind Eye, old Jimmy, let me see your progress, he commanded. They responded in chorus, yes, master. The army pressed onward. The targeted wolfmen village lay nestled in a valley, sheltered from the sea winds, which also concealed the mermen from the wolfmen's sight. By the time the wolfmen realized the mermen's approach, their village was already encircled. Though termed a village, the wolfmen's settlement lacked any proper structures. The best buildings were dilapidated, windswept huts, while most shelters were makeshift constructions of animal hides and wood, many of which were damp and moldy, exuding a foul odor. The rain-sodden paths became a morass, mixed with the wolfmen's excrement, transforming into black muck that clung to their frantic claws. Realizing their homes had been besieged, the wolfmen armed themselves with farming tools and, under the leadership of 5 ogres stationed in the village, charged toward the mermen. Riptide hunters, prepare for ranged assault. The merman hunters organized their trained copper-backed crocodile turtles into 3 neat rows, the turtles' heads angled upward in anticipation. Fire. In perfect synchrony, the crocodile turtles unleashed a volley of water arrows, each darting through the air in a parabolic arc toward their foes over 100 meters away. Fire. Fire. After 3 rounds of water arrows, nearly half of the enemy forces had fallen, yet they managed to close the distance to within 20 meters of the mermen. At that moment, a troll, towering a head taller than the ogres, stepped forward and charged alongside the mermen. The ogres, with their tough skin and considerable magical resistance, endured the onslaught of water arrows with only minor injuries. Provoked by the pain, they became frenzied, their combat prowess intensifying. Both sides were formidable large humanoid beings, clashing on the battlefield with brutal force, wielding wickedly spiked clubs against one another. The sheer size of their confrontation resulted in a gory spectacle. Yet the trolls' remarkable regenerative abilities allowed them to recover swiftly, even from decapitation, a trait the ogres lacked. As the ogres succumbed to their injuries, the wolfmen engaged in melee with the mermen were swiftly dealt with, either slain or surrendering. This was an inherently unequal battle. The mermen led by Amos were seasoned warriors of at least level 3, well-equipped to dispatch a horde of frail wolfmen farmers effortlessly. At that moment, a particularly tall troll produced a small knife from its waist, severing the head of the strongest ogre, then briskly traversed through the merman ranks. Kneeling before Amos, it bowed its head and raised the severed ogre head in tribute, a time-honored ritual of offering the most valuable spoils of victory from the first battle to the most noble among them. Lightning danced like a twisted silver serpent across the dark clouds, illuminating the scene. Amos accepted the ogre head amidst the fervent gazes of the mermen, wolfmen, and trolls. And amidst the deafening roar of thunder, he crushed it in his grasp. We shall obliterate our enemies. Amos, Amos, Amos. The thralls raised their weapons high, fervently chanting the name of their white dragon lord, their enthusiasm echoing for some time. After a moment, a robust wolfman stepped forward from the ranks. Identifying himself as the leader of their kind, he knelt before the white dragon lord, declaring, "I shall entrust these wolfmen to you. It is my honor to serve you, great master." The wolfman bowed and kissed the ground where the white dragon lord had tread before turning to address the captured wolfmen. Continue onward. Chapter 24. Jungle Carnage. The army continued its advance, with the dragon brothers and sisters gradually returning along the way. They reached the forest that housed the ogre tribe by dusk. At the forest's edge, Amos beheld the tribe's emblem, a pyramid of severed heads, a barbaric custom among humanoid creatures to mark territory and warn visitors of the ogre clan's domain. With a flap of his dragon wings, Amos shattered the heads into powder, for he had come to stir trouble. The rain poured relentlessly, drenching the white dragon as droplets cascaded down his scales. Amos's expression grew grave as he surveyed the expanse of the forest before him. This ogre tribe had likely existed for millennia, perhaps even dating back 10,000 years. Who could fathom the myriad of traps they had laid within the woods over such a span? Team 1, Team 2, Night Stalkers. Scout ahead. Yes, master. 20 Fishmen Night Stalkers ventured into the forest, rogues among their kind, primarily black-scaled. They were hunters of the night, well-versed in various poisons and traps, and their combat skills were exceptional, making them the ideal vanguards for scouting. This profession bore the highest mortality rate. Yet it was also the path by which many earned the favor of the White Dragon. At least half of his 500 followers were Night Stalkers. As the Night Stalkers forged ahead, Amos took to the skies to ascertain the direction of the ogre tribe, commanding the Fishmen to fell trees to create a passage for siege engines. Observing their progress, he calculated that it would take 2 days to clear a route. Why not wait for the rain to cease and set the forest ablaze? Suggested Felicia. Amos shook his head. There are formidable beings on the main island. He had no desire to attract the attention of legendary entities dwelling there. Should a bored individual be drawn by the flames consuming the island, it would spell disaster. Until he stepped into legend himself, discretion was prudent. Time passed slowly in the waiting. Suddenly, a Fishman Night Stalker burst from the forest, kneeling before the White Dragon Lord. Master, we have encountered a Wyrg ambush. We request assistance. Wyrgs? Amos recalled the Wyrgs he had occasionally seen at the ogre tribe, distinct from the gaunt, scraggly wolf men of the outer villages. These were true Wyrgs, indicating the ogres were not entirely devoid of intellect, having selected robust Wyrgs as their subordinates. Old Blind, take 2 teams of Night Stalkers and 2 teams of Tide Hunters to assist and continue advancing, clearing the logging obstacles. Yes. After issuing the command, Amos turned to the Night Stalker who had sought aid. How goes the trap inspection? We have discovered 3 traps, but they have fallen into disrepair and are ineffective. Amos frowned. This was an unexpected revelation. However, he soon relaxed, realizing he had fallen into a cognitive trap. Given Amos's nature, he would never rest until he fortified his lair into an impregnable fortress over 10 millennia. Yet these ogres, isolated on an island in the sea with no rivals, had long since lost the vigilance befitting their wicked kind. Nevertheless, Amos would not underestimate the ogres. Their longevity hinted at hidden cards up their sleeves. For now, he could only respond to their moves. Old Jimmy, increase manpower and expedite the clearing of the passage. Understood. Elena, keep an eye on the ogre's movements through animal manipulation. All right, brother. As a level 3 druid, Elena found it easy to control small creatures like birds, and the ogres would never suspect that a nature-affiliated druid lurked within the dragon's ranks. Boom, boom, boom. Nightfall approached as Amos gazed up at the overcast sky, where lightning and thunder never ceased, and the rain intensified, pattering on the leaves, pooling into streams in the forest lowlands. Tomorrow promised to be a day soaked in blood. What? Fishmen? Intruders? Yes, Chief. That's what the word guards have reported. In the heart of the ogre tribe's stone fortress, the two-headed ogre chief sat upon a throne of animal hides, listening to the report from his subordinate. One of the heads, with its dual eyes, spoke in fury. What audacity these fishmen possess to offend the noble Skull Crusher clan. The other head, adorned with a single eye and horn, bellowed, Ghoul must crush them. Be quiet. Ghoul, you're making my ears ache. The one-eyed head sheepishly touched its horn, offering an awkward smile. All right, Garu. Garu, with a gruff voice, commanded, Hark, bring that messenger wurg in. Yes, Chief. As the wurg entered, it knelt swiftly, crawling to the feet of the ogre chief, its tail wagging like a dog's, kissing the steps beneath him. Wurg Moss pays his respects. Noble Skull Crusher Chief. Unmatched master. Ha. Ghoul was delighted by the wurg's flattery, laughing heartily. Garu, wearing a smile that could instill fear, spoke. Well done, humble wurg, share the intelligence you bear. Our wurg squad was stationed in a camp within the forest, and we were attacked by a group of fishmen whose origin we do not know. The rest of my squad perished. I was the only one who managed to escape. Before the wurg could finish, the ogre chief kicked it aside. Worthless. You can't even defeat fishmen. Are you eating dung? The wurg curled into a ball on the ground, struggling to speak. Chief, these fishmen are different. They can stealthily approach, and they all wield iron daggers. What? The ogre chief and the ogre mage in the hall gasped in unison. The ogre tribe, steeped in tradition, had enslaved goblins to mine or for weapon crafting, and they understood the implications of everyone wielding iron. They were being targeted by a similarly formidable force. Ghoul and Garu exchanged grave glances. Elaborate. The word paused for a moment, shaken, and continued. These fishmen are well-trained, coordinating seamlessly, striking ruthlessly at vital points. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have perished there. After escaping, I reported to the captain, and then I hurried to inform you, master. The word finished, casting a flattering smile towards Ghoul and Garu. Excellent, you have done well. I shall exempt you from your status as a slave. Henceforth, you shall be my servant. Hark! Take him away. All hail you. Great master. The wurg quickly knelt, fervently kissing the cold stone floor. Hark dragged the overjoyed wurg out by its hind legs. The two-headed ogre chief remained alone in the vast hall, fingers interlaced under the chins of both heads, leaning back against the throne of hides in deep thought. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, The White Dragon. Chapter 25. The battle in the forest. The relentless rain poured down, casting a gray pall over the morning sky. A long, resonant horn sounded from the Skullcrush fortress, its echo drowned out by the thunderous beating of war drums. At the city gates, a dozen ogres labored together to operate the winch, swinging open the heavy black wooden doors. The ogre horde surged forth, led by the two-headed ogre chieftain, Gulgurlu, who bore a stout, dark wooden staff, indistinguishable as either a scepter or a club, perhaps embodying both. Behind the chieftain trailed 500 unruly ogres. One could hardly expect discipline from such brutish creatures. They shoved one another and shouted obscenities, shouldering hefty spiked clubs as they marched forward like a band of ruffians ready for a brawl. Yet, on the continent of Nordshield, no faction dared underestimate this undisciplined throng. The ogres possessed formidable brute strength, and their weapons required only weight, not finesse. A well-placed blow from one of those clubs could easily reduce a fully armored knight to a mere disc of iron. As the ogres traversed the open ground before the fortress, they entered the forest. Gulgurlu furrowed his brow, sensing an unseen presence observing him, and discreetly concealed his hand to mask the traces of his spellcasting. Illusory dust, a shimmering veil enveloped the ogre chieftain for a fleeting moment. After casting a spell capable of revealing hidden observers, Gulgurlu scanned his surroundings but found nothing suspicious. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He pressed onward. But wait. In such heavy rain, how could there be birds? Gulgurlu unleashed a water arrow towards a bird perched on a branch 30 meters away. Brother, I've been discovered. How could this be? The energy fluctuation of the sight-linking spell was minimal. How did he notice? Birds, by nature, should be nestled away in their nests during such downpours. They had indeed overlooked this detail, but there was no significant loss. Amos stroked his chin, murmuring, 500 ogres. Among Amos's retinue, a dark-scaled merman swiftly ventured into the woods. He was the strongest of Amos's merman night stalkers, boasting a profession level of 12. Let us depart as well. It is time to meet old friends. Amos grinned wickedly, leading his followers into the forest. After a short while, Amos encountered the retreating Blind Eye Brigade. What news? Aside from dispatching a few worgs, we have found nothing of note. He continued, everyone, regroup and poison your weapons. Amos distributed tranquilizers specifically designed for ogres. After a brief respite, Amos led the group forward for another hour, finally encountering the ogre forces. Upon spotting the white dragon lord at the forefront of the opposing ranks, Golgurlu's fury surged. So it is you, the one who has taunted the Skullcrush clan time and again. You dare to tread upon our territory, reveal your name. Amos felt a stirring within. The ogre chieftain claimed descent from the slayer of the banner fire demons, suggesting that his ancestor, Caucasus, had vanquished more than one banner demon, a legacy born from the demon invasion eons ago. He heightened his vigilance, but maintained a sneering facade, retorting, I am Amos Aldrich, the White Dragon. Filthy ogre, may your power match the grandeur of your title. Your head shall become a prized trophy in my collection. I shall display it in my hall. Skullcrush ogres, crush their skulls. With a resounding roar, Amos commanded, and the 4 white dragons unfurled their wings, soaring into the sky. For the glory of White Fortress, for the radiance of Amos. Led by 40 robust ogres, the mermen, Wyrms, and their retinue rallied, crashing into the ogre horde. Amos hovered atop the treetops, fixated on Golgurlu below. Both sides were acutely aware of each other's formidable strength, neither daring to make a reckless move that might reveal a weakness. Golgurlu held unwavering confidence in his ogre forces, though only 500 in number. They were the elite of the Skullcrush clan. Once the ogres decimated the enemy's retinue, the white dragon would have no choice but to flee, ensuring victory for the Skullcrush. Thus, he was unperturbed by the passage of time. As Amos took to the skies, seizing the initiative in the assault, he was well prepared. The ogres remained unhurried, and he too was in no rush, merely keeping a vigilant watch over them. On the tumultuous battlefield below, a particularly burly ogre raised his spiked club to strike down a troll, only for the club to become ensnared in a branch overhead. The troll seized the opportunity, delivering a kick to the ogre's chest, sending him tumbling back into his comrades. The ogre, in pain, retaliated by kicking a merman away, but was swiftly bitten on the groin by a copperbacked crocodile, causing his eyes to bulge with rage and agony as he let out a furious, pained roar. Losing all semblance of reason, he yanked at the crocodile's shell, wildly thrashing it about without distinguishing friend from foe. Both sides unleashed their magical might. The merman mages formed a phalanx, collectively summoning hailstones the size of footballs that battered the ogres, leaving them bloodied and battered. The few ogre sorcerers conjured fireballs that exploded amidst the merman ranks, while ogre shamans beat their war drums, instilling their warriors with renewed courage. 3 white dragons were also targeted by the adept ogres, momentarily retreating to the skies to unleash their spells. Broken spears soaked in the pooling rainwater lay scattered across the battlefield, mingling with the fallen bodies, as blood flowed into the puddles, staining them a pale crimson. Soon, Golgurlu noticed something amiss. Every ogre, even those with the slightest wounds, collapsed to the ground in a stupor. Cunning white dragon, what have you done? Chapter 26, Perilous Fury of the Horde. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos as the ogres, fueled by an insatiable rage, exhibited an almost frenzied vigor. Their eyes were bloodshot, muscles rippling with newfound strength, and their assaults became increasingly frenzied. Above, Amos unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Observing Gul maneuvering his body to evade the flames with a silent cursed dual-core processor. It must be noted that the 2-headed ogre possessed a distinct advantage in battle. One head commanded the body while the other conjured spells. Had Gul not been fixated on the white dragon during Geru's moment of distraction, Amos' fiery breath would have found its mark. However, Amos was no ordinary white dragon. Activating his battle assistance mode, the information scanned by his magical interface flooded his mind, rendering his perception of the world sharply clearer, allowing him to even discern the beads of sweat glistening on the combatant's skin. He observed Gul and Geru dodging, calculating their next move from the tremors in their muscles. With a powerful thrust of his wings, Amos accelerated towards them, unleashing another fiery breath mid-dive. Suddenly, a warning signaled the detection of a hazardous energy wave, prompting an urgent evasion. With an agility that belied his massive frame, Amos veered aside, narrowly avoiding a collision with Gul, who had leapt in an effort to break through his own earthbound concealment. Gul brandished a dark wooden staff, imbued with a sickly green magical aura, but instead of striking Amos, it merely grazed a nearby branch, reducing the entire tree to dust that mingled with the rain. As Amos rapidly altered his course during the dive, he too suffered the consequences, crashing through a small tree with a painful thud. Gritting his teeth against the agony coursing through his muscles, he rose unsteadily, casting a wary glance at the gaping hole left in the ground, a stark testament to the existence of that now-vanished tree. It was only the terrifying legendary spell, Great Rupture, that could wreak such devastation silently. Amos regarded the dark staff in the ogre chieftain's grasp with a mixture of dread and intrigue. He had suspected it was no ordinary weapon, but never imagined it to be a rare piece of legendary equipment. This was legendary gear, a coveted treasure sought after by many legendary practitioners. According to the Mage Association of Nordshield, a mere 1/3 of legendary practitioners possessed their own legendary equipment. Seeing the panting white dragon before him, Gul felt a flicker of doubt. In essence, a confrontation between masters is a game of revealing one's trump cards. For Gul, who had opened with his most powerful spell, failing to vanquish his opponent would result in a precarious disadvantage. With his strongest card already played, he felt the confidence of victory slipping away. Yet, Amos had no intention of letting Gul escape easily. With wings tucked against his sides, he lunged at Gul with the ferocity of a hunting cheetah. Gul found himself in a quandary. Should he flee, the elite of the skull-crushing ogres would surely perish. Thus, he steeled himself and charged towards Amos. Amos extended his neck, sharp dragon fangs aimed at the chieftain's head, while Gul sidestepped, swinging his staff at the dragon. However, Amos' wings sliced through the air faster than the staff, forcing Gul to conjure a magical shield that, despite his efforts, could not fully protect him from the tremendous force of the dragon's wing, causing him to lift off the ground. This was perilous. Being airborne in close combat meant becoming a stationary target, deprived of mobility. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Amos pinned the fallen Gul beneath his claw, intent on subduing rather than killing the ogre chieftain. Swiftly casting silence, he constrained Gul's spellcasting abilities, while his mouth unleashed a rapid sequence of draconic incantations. Super Magic Technique, Stun, Enhanced. The Super Magic Technique involved expending additional mana to amplify spells, with common variations including Enhanced, Multiple Casting, and Concealment. The latter allowing for stealthy spellcasting without revealing energy fluctuations. Just as Amos completed his final incantation, Gul, hindered in his magic, jolted awake from the strike of Amos' tail. The dark staff in his hands ignited with crimson light. Gul's eyes reddened, resembling a beast in a frenzy, as his hands glowed with a sanguine magical aura. He became immune to Amos' stunning spell, while Geru fell victim to its effects once more. Bloodlust? Amos gazed incredulously at the ogre beneath him, witnessing a sudden surge of power as Gul forcefully began to lift Amos' claw inch by inch. By Tiamat, a white dragon was being overpowered by an ogre. Once Gul had created sufficient space, he employed both hands and feet to push against the dragon's claw, and sensing the dire situation, Amos' dragon siblings rushed to assist their brother in subduing the ogre chieftain. At that moment, Geru regained his senses, and with a flash of white magical light from his staff, conjured an ogre spirit that rushed to strike Amos' relatively vulnerable neck. In a flicker of pale light, Gul reappeared 30 meters away, hastily regaining his footing. Retreat, Gul commanded, turning to flee, fear coursing through him. The prize had slipped through his fingers. Amos let out an enraged roar, using his tail to intercept the ogre spirit's punch before soaring skyward in pursuit of Gul. Amos' dragon's siblings swiftly intercepted the now unopposed ogre spirit. Surely, the fleeing could not outpace the flying. Gul, glancing back at the pursuing white dragon, clenched his teeth and tore an ancient magical scroll, creating a portal before him, rushing through without delay. As Amos caught up, he grasped the end of the dark staff in Gul's hand, attempting to pull the half-entered ogre back from the portal. In a moment of desperation, Gul relinquished his staff, but not without consequence. With a cry of anguish, Gul's figure vanished into the portal, leaving behind a pained wail and a severed finger. Amos' magical force had destabilized the portal, resulting in its collapse and severing Gull's finger before he could fully escape, the bloody digit rolling into the puddles below. Chapter 27. The legendary staff. The chieftain's flight sent the ogres into a complete disarray, with the few remaining lucid ogres fleeing, pursued by the elite of White Fortress. The Fishmen army encircled the frenzied, deranged ogres, wounding them with spears designed for large creatures, causing the ogres to quickly succumb to unconsciousness. The outcome was clear. Amos scrutinized the dark wooden staff in his hands. It was his first encounter with a piece of legendary equipment. Scan. Name: Caucasus Battle Staff. Legacy description: 13 millennia ago. Faced with the invincible Abyssal Army, the Continental Alliance led by Elves summoned the finest artisans of Nordshield, channeling planar power to craft bespoke equipment for valorous warriors. Among them was the legendary ogre chieftain, Caucasus, who wielded this staff to slay 5 Balor fire demons, earning the title of Slayer of Balor. The staff bore the following enchantments. Disjunction constant. Upon being struck by the staff, there is a 30 chance to trigger disjunction. No cooldown. Bloodlust legendary. Bestows a legendary effect of bloodlust upon the wielder. Cooldown: 3 days. Great disruption. Unleashes great disruption, annihilating the life struck by the staff. Cooldown: 7 days. Summon spirit. Summons a spirit of an ogre of the same level as the caster, with a maximum strength of legendary. Cooldown: 3 days. Legendary resilience. The staff is not easily damaged. Bloodline legacy. The staff can only be wielded by descendants of Caucasus. Amos regarded the legacy staff with disappointment. Its enchantments were indeed brutal, ranking among the finest of legendary equipment, featuring 2.5 actively triggered legendary spells, with the spirit summoning counting as half. However, due to the bloodline legacy, unless the staff were reforged, it would merely serve as a wooden club in Amos's hands. The only enchantment available to him was the passively triggered disjunction, which was also the most invaluable aspect of this equipment. Constant level enchantments surpassed the difficulty of most legendary spells, involving the deepest techniques of supermagic. The 3 pinnacles of enchantment craftsmanship are Divine Gift, Constant, and Legendary. Divine Gift remains shrouded in mystery, with its effects unknown. Constant transforms active skills into passive triggers without cooldown, while Legendary elevates the potency of ordinary spells to legendary levels. It was the enhancement of the legendary bloodlust that temporarily allowed Gurguru to suppress the white dragon in strength. As the ogre's spirit vanished the moment Amos seized the staff, the dragon's siblings flew over to assess the situation. They landed around Amos, quickly spotting the staff in his grasp, their eyes gleaming with greed, though they soon reined in their desire. Amos nodded inwardly. The inclination to collect treasures was innate to dragons, who were utterly defenseless against legendary equipment. The swift adjustment of the dragon's siblings' mindset surprised Amos. Amos stowed away the staff he could not utilize. Wow, Amos, you're injured. Felicia and Villy noticed the shattered scales on Amos's tail, their first sight of their powerful brother bleeding. Amos turned his tail around to inspect it. A small patch on the side was indented and cracked, hot blood seeping through. A price paid for withstanding the ogre spirit's assault. Felicia's hand glowed with a soft white light. The universal minor healing spell of clerics. Compared to Amos's rapid advancement in mage rank, the dragon's siblings progressed much more slowly. After all, the higher the rank, the more arduous the journey to upgrade. In truth, Felicia could be considered a prodigy among the white dragons, having gained 5 levels in over 8 years. Currently a level 6 priest, while Elena and Villy were level 3 druids and warriors respectively. After receiving Felicia's healing, Amos felt a pleasant itch at the wound, and the bleeding ceased. He nodded at Felicia. Such a minor injury did not necessitate treatment, yet he would accept his sister's kindness. Amos soared above the battlefield, which was nearing its conclusion, casually casting a few spells of confusion to finish off the remaining ogres. Amidst the pouring rain, he surveyed the battleground. All the ogres lay unconscious on the ground, while his own injured compatriots writhed in pain, clutching their wounds. Night Stalker, bind all the living ogres. Others, tend to the wounded. Old Blind Eye, have the lumber team hasten their pace. I want to see results by noon tomorrow. Old Jimmy, the trebuchet is ready to launch. You lead the team to notify and escort them. Baki Darkscale, you are in charge of detaining the prisoners. Pry their mouths open. I want every scrap of intelligence from the Shattered Skull Fortress. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. As Amos issued commands, Felicia pondered thoughtfully. picking up a severed finger from the ground, freezing it, and storing it away. In the afternoon, the torrential rains that had persisted for 2 days finally ceased. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting beams upon the vast forest, the rain-soaked leaves glistening, and the moist air infused with the scent of wet earth mixed with grass. Alas, the brutal battlefield marred this beautiful scene. On the battlefield, now stark against the greenery, shattered trees lay strewn across the charred ground, traces of blood remaining in the soil, while the bodies had been hastily buried, forming small mounds. According to the normal practices of evil dragons, all fallen bodies would serve as sustenance for the living kin. However, influenced by his past life, Amos found such a notion distasteful. The dragon's siblings had grown accustomed to Amos's unorthodox behavior, and others dared not voice dissent against the White Dragon Lord's decisions, merely following Amos's will to bury all the bodies. Will you confess or not? In the intact woods adjacent to the battlefield, Baki Darkscale, whip in one hand and candle in the other, grimly interrogated the ogre suspended from a tree. The high-ranking ogre, Mage Hark of the Shattered Skull. Hark disdainfully turned his head away, dismissing the dark-scaled Fishman. Baki's expression darkened further as he lashed the whip against the ogre, leaving a red mark. Enraged, the ogre swung back, attempting to lunge and bite the insufferable Fishman. Baki raised his whip, prepared to deal with the ogre and make it come to terms with reality. You cannot handle this. Let me take over. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Baki turned and bowed. Your Highness, what brings you here? Chapter 28, The Siege the following morning. Amos gazed at the battered and drooling ogre sprawled on the ground, a blissful smile gracing its face. He then turned his attention to Felicia, who stood nearby, whip in hand, exuding an air of triumph. The expression on the White Dragon Lord's face was peculiar as it shifted its gaze to the anxious Baki Darkscale. Baki timidly stole a glance at Felicia and began to explain, Master. Through Baki's explanation, Amos learned that this ogre was quite resilient. Having been thoroughly played with by Felicia through her chaotic spells, keen senses, healing magic, and the application of her whip, Amos pondered, observing Felicia as she hummed a tune while walking away. He felt a twinge of worry that this mischievous sister might awaken some peculiar inclination. With a sympathetic glance at the incapacitated ogre mage, he expressed his deep sympathy for its unfortunate plight. Perhaps it would be prudent to find a prophet to heal it. At noon, Vili surveyed the skull-crushing fortress at the end of the passage, casting a wary glance at the row of wooden stakes lining the way. Felling trees was a simple task, but extracting their roots proved to be quite the challenge. Amos remarked that the catapult could not traverse such a path. The White Dragon Lord soared above the army, its expression impassive as it focused on the distant skull-crushing fortress, casting a series of enhancement spells upon itself. Lightness, elemental affinity, advanced agility. The sensation of lightness enveloped Amos, making it feel as though even if it ceased flapping its wings, it would remain suspended in the air. It was time. The White Dragon Lord amplified its voice with another spell and bellowed, My servants, we are invincible. With a powerful inhalation through its expansive nostrils, 2 streams of frosty air swirled around its form, causing its chest to visibly swell with the influx of air. Amos unleashed a blast of ice-blue dragon breath down the passageway, flapping its wings to create a conical sound wave. The explosive sound echoing in the ears of the monstrous army as it broke the sound barrier. As it soared and exhaled, a thick layer of frost enveloped the passage. While the trees on either side were cloaked in a shroud of rime, swirling clouds of white mist rising around them. Moments later, the surrounding trees swayed like unsteady figures under the force of the dragon's wings. At the city gates, the ogres watching the enemy's approach were thrown into a panic as they beheld the rapidly advancing white dragon. Their expressions of alarm and the hurried steps they took to flee were akin to a masterful ice sculpture, vividly captured in a moment of frozen dread, radiating an intense chill that pierced the heart. A merman leapt atop a towering rock, sounding the conch shell in his possession. With the clear and resounding call, the merman army formed into ranks, marching resolutely down the icy path. 2 trolls walked at the center of the formation, pulling a catapult with ropes. The army's pace steady though not swift. The ogres atop the walls, witnessing their frost-bound kin and the encroaching monstrous army, were gripped by despair, fear spreading like a plague among them. At that moment, Gulguru approached with resolute steps, ascending the wall, his fingers having healed. Holding an axe in one hand and a staff in the other, he surveyed the scene with a grave expression. The silence was palpable. Not a single ogre dared to meet the chief's oppressive gaze. "Glorious descendants of the Caucasus," Golgaru proclaimed. "This is a moment of life and death for the skull-crushing clan. Can we sit idly by?" Golgaru's voice thundered. "No? What shall we do?" The ogres echoed. "Crush them," Golgaru commanded. Amos hovered before the skull-crushing fortress, a black line forming on its brow as it witnessed the two-headed ogre chief embroiled in a heated argument, their mouths working furiously, spitting at one another. Realizing Amos was observing, Golgaru halted the dispute and kicked the nearby ogre who had been watching. "Quickly, prepare stones and spears. You fools." Faced with the chief's frustration, the ogres scrambled down from the walls to gather supplies. Bundles of sharpened sticks and large stones were methodically stacked upon the battlements. Amos observed the bustling ogres below, contemplating that despite the elite forces suffering losses in the jungle, the remaining 1,000 or so ogres were a formidable force. Regardless of age or gender, every ogre wielded their weapons with the strength of a warrior. The female ogres bore no secondary sexual characteristics, all clad in loincloths, making it impossible to distinguish between the sexes. The collective combat prowess of the ogres within the fortress surpassed that of the diminished elite forces. Furthermore, after the previous day's fierce battle, the monstrous army had suffered significant losses, with nearly 100 of their kin slain. Aside from the top-tier extraordinary combatants, the ordinary forces on the side of the White Dragon were at a disadvantage. To prevent the ogres from charging out in desperation, Amos deliberately sealed the fortress's only gate. His strategy involved a siege, with elite forces blocking the gate while ordinary troops engaged the fortress without breaching its walls, thereby exhausting the ogres' stamina and resources. Even if the ogres discerned the White Dragon's strategic intent, they would be powerless against the dragon blocking the gate. The skull-crushing clan, akin to a rootless reed, would inevitably crumble under pressure. Thus, the plan ensured minimal losses for this battle while maximizing gains. As time passed, the monstrous army arranged itself just beyond the ogre's range. A line of merman shield bearers stood at the front, wielding shields crafted from the shells of copperbacked crocodiles. Behind them were the frail spellcasters and 2 rows of 20 catapults, each accompanied by a troll. 3 mermen worked together to roll stones to the catapults, stacking them in a pyramid formation. Atop the 20-meter-high walls, the ogres and a handful of wolfmen gripped wooden spears, anxiously watching the advancing monstrous army. For White Dragons soared overhead, while ordinary ogres leapt from the walls, sustaining injuries. Yet such challenges posed no difficulty for the stronger ogres. To deter any desperate actions from the more powerful ogres, the dragons remained vigilant, prepared to thwart any attempts to sabotage the catapults. Chapter 29. The old shaman Amos surveyed the battlefield below, where the monstrous horde and the stone projectiles were poised for action. "Advance," echoed the amplified command, penetrating the ears of the Fishmen commander. The old seer gestured to the horn blowers beside him, who raised their instruments and sounded the call. The monstrous army sprang into motion. The trolls lifted heavy stones and loaded them into the trebuchets. Nearby, the Wyrms pulled down the launch levers, and the trebuchets' arms swung upward, hurling the stones into the air with great force. With a resounding crash, 20 trebuchets unleashed their payloads simultaneously, sending about 50-kilogram stones arcing toward the ogres. The ogres quickly huddled behind the battlements, as half of the stones fell into the city, demolishing the earthen huts of the ogres and sending clouds of dust into the air. The other half struck the walls, creating shallow craters and causing the entire structure to tremble. A few stones landed directly on the towers, crushing an unfortunate ogre beneath their weight, leaving a gruesome mark on the battlement. The horn sounded once more. The spellcaster units advanced in an orderly fashion, integrating into the ranks of the Fishmen shield bearers. 3 shield bearers encircled each spellcaster, providing robust protection. The spellcasters imbued the shield bearers with enhancement magic, invigorating them with newfound strength. Their turtle shell shields shimmered with a layer of flowing water, diminishing the impact of incoming attacks and significantly enhancing their overall resilience. Once prepared, the formation began to close in on the city walls. Stones continued to rain down from behind, as the trebuchets maintained their relentless assault. As the spellcaster units entered the ogre's range, the ogre defenders stood tall, defying the threat of the falling stones, and hurled wooden javelins, creating a dense storm of projectiles. Empowered by their brute strength, the wooden javelins struck the shields of the bearers with the force of a speeding motorcycle. Shattering the water barrier and glancing off the smooth turtle shells, falling harmlessly to the ground. The shield bearers held their ground, advancing steadily, while the water barrier quickly reformed. However, the ogres on the wall were not so fortunate. They were struck by the stones, and those who survived were left with missing limbs and gaping wounds, their cries of agony staining the ground with blood. After enduring 2 waves of assault, the wall finally fell within magical range. The shield bearers raised their shields at an angle, forming an impenetrable wall, under which the spellcasters unleashed their arcane might upon the fortifications. The high-ranking ogres could no longer remain passive. A handful of particularly robust ogres rose to their feet, brandishing javelins and targeting the shield bearers. The difference in strength between the high-ranking ogres and their lesser kin was stark, as the shield bearers struggled under the immense force. A few of them had their arms shattered by the overwhelming impact, rendering them incapable of further combat. Those behind quickly moved forward to fill the gaps and drag the wounded to safety. The ogre chief brandished a large stone, preparing to smash it against the Fishmen shield wall, when a frost arrow soared through the air, intercepting the stone mid-flight. Gurgaloo looked up to meet Amos's cold gaze, realizing that this white dragon would not permit him to breach the shield wall. In a fit of frustration, Gurgaloo swung his axe and split a falling stone in 2, letting the pieces fall uselessly from the wall. He then raised his axe in a provocative gesture toward Amos and turned to descend from the wall. Amos narrowed his eyes. The ogre exhibited considerable intelligence, having deduced Amos's strategic intentions and the depletion plan for the monstrous army, thus daring to leave the wall. However, I shall not allow your escape. A malicious grin spread across Amos's face as he uttered a series of intricate draconic incantations. Water vapor coalesced around him into 4 ice spheres, each 2 meters in diameter, and hurled them toward the ogres on the wall. Ice bombs. As Gurgaloo descended halfway, he sensed a powerful surge of magical energy in the air. With a roar, he leaped from the stairs of the lower city to the wall. He caught sight of the 4 incoming ice projectiles and hastily managed to intercept 2 of them with a spell. The remaining 2, one blocked by other ogres and the other 2 far away, Gurgaloo could only watch as it descended. The ice sphere crashed into the tower, exploding into a shower of icy shards that embedded themselves into the bodies of the ogres within a 5-meter radius. Witnessing his kin fall, Gurgaloo's fury reignited, and he bellowed curses toward Amos. Amos, observing the enraged ogre, flicked his dragon horn with a claw, soaring joyfully through the sky while singing a popular tune from Earth. Continuing to taunt the ogre chief, "I relish your impotent rage, unable to strike me down." Gurgaloo's eyes burned with fury, nostrils flaring, while Galoo empowered himself with a flight spell, ready to confront the insolent dragon. As Gurgaloo prepared to fall into the white dragon's trap, a sudden beam of white magical energy shot from behind, striking Gurgaloo and dispelling his flight spell just as he lifted off the ground. He stumbled and nearly fell. Amos's pupils constricted as he regarded the source of the disturbance. An elderly ogre, frail and emaciated, ascended the wall, draped in a tattered cloak of gray bird feathers, wielding a pale skull staff, adorned with a necklace of tiny skulls. This was the old shaman, a half-buried relic of his kind, emanating a potent wave of magical energy. To Amos, the magical elements swirling around him glowed as brightly as light bulbs. Though he had not attained legendary status, he was not far from it. Yet, given his current state, it seemed unlikely he would ever reach that pinnacle. Gurgaloo turned to see the old shaman, his rage dissipating as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Great shaman, what brings you here?" The old shaman remained silent, continuing forward. As he passed the injured ogres, a stream of milky white magical energy emanated from his staff, coursing through the wounded and rapidly mending their injuries, while those with lighter wounds regained their footing. As stones rained down, the old shaman unleashed a formidable magical force field, sending projectiles flying away from his vicinity. He strode to the forefront of the wall, his expression neutral, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the white dragon above. Akin to a sage who sees through all, Amos felt a chill run down his spine. This old shaman was exceedingly perilous. Retreat. The monstrous army began to withdraw, retreating to the edge of the forest as the white dragons exchanged wary glances. We must deliberate on our next move. Chapter 30. The Skull of the Caucasus. As dusk settled over the forest surrounding the Skull Fortress, a monstrous army prepared their evening repast. The livestock captured from the ward village were being dispatched by the Fishmen, their carcasses chopped and placed into cauldrons of boiling water or skewered over the crackling campfires. Meanwhile, the white dragons convened in a hushed assembly. Where did that old coot come from? Villy inquired. Amos too was perplexed. I have frequented the Skull Fortress numerous times and have never encountered it. Bring that ogre mage, Baki Darkscale. How dare he withhold such crucial information? Felicia, unable to contain her fury, lashed her tail against the ground, creating a shallow pit, and roared, I shall rend it to pieces. Elena watched her sister's outburst, shrinking back to minimize her presence. Anger does not resolve issues, my sister, Amos gently reminded, draping his wings over Felicia's shoulders. The currents of fate are inscrutable, even to the gods who cannot foresee tomorrow's path. Thank you, brother, but that ogre should possess the answers we seek. Amos nodded in acquiescence. Shortly thereafter, Baki Darkscale returned, dragging the bound ogre mage before them. Upon sighting Hark, the ogre mage, Felicia's rage flared anew. She conjured a divine whip, striking Hark mercilessly. The painful lashes caused the ogre to writhe upon the ground in agony. Witnessing the flailing whip, Amos felt a shiver of apprehension. The first step in the dragon's interrogation often involved beating the suspect into a state of near death before inquiring, with little regard for whether the accused could still respond after the brutal treatment. Amos halted Felicia's relentless assault. Speak. What have you concealed? Hark, in a state of distress, exclaimed Injustice. Great White Dragon, you employed enchantments during the interrogation. In such a state, how could I lie? Amos furrowed his brow. Indeed, under the effects of charm, Hark could not fabricate lies unless he had preemptively cast a corresponding spell, which he had not had the opportunity to do. Then how do you explain this? Felicia demanded fiercely, casting an illusion of the old shaman into the air. Upon seeing the apparition of the elder shaman, Hark froze momentarily before exclaiming, the great shaman. Is it not dead? Amos raised an eyebrow, sensing an opportunity. This was the previous generation's great shaman, Laugh. He fell ill 2 years ago, bedridden and subsequently declared deceased by the chief after passing his mantle to the new shaman. I had believed him dead. Amos, too, was baffled by the sudden reappearance of a supposed deceased shaman. Abruptly, he felt inspired to cast a truth-detecting spell and inquired, how many legendary artifacts does the Skull clan possess? 2, came the reply. What? Amos exclaimed incredulously. Typically, a small faction possessing even one legendary artifact would be a cause for celebration. He had never considered that the Skull clan might have another. Felicia, sharing the same thoughts, had likewise neglected to inquire further. What are these artifacts? What powers do they hold? Where are they located? After a brief pause, Hark nervously continued. As for the specifics of the artifacts, I cannot say. They have always been overseen by the clan shaman, and I have only heard the chief mention them in passing. The absence of a response from the truth-detecting spell confirmed to Amos that Hark was indeed speaking the truth. The weight of the unknown legendary artifacts bore down upon the hearts of the white dragons, and the atmosphere grew heavy. After all, the unknown is the most fearsome of all. Had they been privy to the specific intelligence of the skull of the Caucasus beforehand, the white dragons could have prepared adequately, bolstering their confidence for victory. But now, eventually, Villy spoke up. Brother, no matter how powerful you may be, you cannot simultaneously contend with the elder shaman wielding a legendary artifact and Gurguru. The pride of a dragon is formidable. Had they taken action without success, fleeing in humiliation would remain an indelible stain upon their honor. Amos fell silent. At that moment, the fishmen approached, bearing the prepared roasted meat, interrupting Amos's contemplation. Let us dine. Once a delicacy, the roasted meat now tastes like wax. Having filled their bellies, Amos resolved to announce a retreat. Brother, I have conceived a plan. Nightfall enveloped the Skull Fortress. At the very heart of the city stood the altar, a site where the ogres honored their ancestors. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a concealed chamber lay beneath, containing a smaller altar. Within this secretive space, the elder shaman and the ogre chieftain stood together, gazing up at a crimson skull atop the altar, flanked by flickering braziers casting their shadows upon the walls. Gurguru broke the silence. The White Dragon army still encamps outside the city. You have not succeeded in scaring them away. Combat is inevitable. Can your body endure another fight? The elder shaman sighed, evading the topic of Gurguru's inquiry. Tomorrow, I shall fight by your side. With this declaration, the elder shaman affirmed his resolve. Gurguru scrutinized the shaman's frail form, opening his mouth yet refraining from speech, striding purposefully towards the chamber's entrance. Tonight, I shall lead an assault on the siege engines. If successful, you need not perish. Great shaman. Actually, I prefer another title, Gurguru remarked, placing his hand upon the door. "May our ancestors watch over you. Maun, grandfather." A smile of satisfaction graced the elder shaman's lips as he murmured softly, "Gurguru, my exceptional grandson, you are the hope of the Skull clan's resurgence after 2 centuries. I shall not allow anyone to harm you." In that moment, the elder shaman's conviction solidified. He first paid homage to the skull upon the altar, then rose with a pilgrim's heart, ascending the altar step by step, cradling the skull in his hands. "Ancestors, please bless us once more." The elder shaman recalled the white dragons he had seen during the day, though they appeared youthful. The leading white dragon radiated a magical energy far surpassing that of his siblings. Mutation? After a lengthy contemplation, he sighed and resolved. It is prudent to prepare for both eventualities. Chapter 31. The cursed altar. Nightfall enveloped the land before the shattered skull fortress, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, where silence reigned supreme. Suddenly, a patch of earth shifted, revealing a dark passage beneath, from which a group of imposing figures emerged, concealing themselves behind a large boulder. Gulgalu surveyed the 12 remaining tribesmen, the last of the Shattered Skull clan's ogres exceeding level 10. He nodded at the lone wargen beside him, who understood his task. Gradually, the wargen faded from view, entering a state of stealth to scout ahead. Gulgalu cast an invisibility barrier and a silence field, trailing behind the wargen as they stealthily approached the siege engines at the forest's edge. Abruptly, the wargen halted, gesturing for the ogres to circumvent an area ahead and continue onward, which they instinctively adhered to. As they neared the siege engines, only 50 meters away, the wargen detected a multitude of magical traps littering the ground, cold sweat trickling down its brow. It bent down to assess the traps, striving to carve a path through them. Upon coming within 30 meters of the siege engines, a coiling tunnel beneath stirred, awakening a dormant snake to the surface's gentle tremors. A sense of impending danger washed over the wargen as it sensed the life force's fluctuation. With a swift motion, it plunged its dagger into the ground, severing the snake's head with precision. Alas, it was a moment too late. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the forest, shattering the tranquility of the night. "Quick! Attack!" Gulgalu dispelled the invisibility barrier, and the ogres charged toward the nearby siege engines. Along their path, traps triggered, manifesting frost, flames, and shrieks. As they closed in within 10 meters of the siege engines, the leading ogre's foot was rendered useless. The defenders of the siege engines, startled by the sudden appearance of ogres, reacted swiftly, rushing to intercept them. The ogres leaped high, their spiked clubs raised overhead, crashing down upon the unsuspecting mermen, reducing them to a pulpy mass. One ogre swung its club horizontally, striking a leaping ogre in the abdomen, only to be met with the same fate as its companion. From the rear, Gulgalu conjured a fireball the size of a basketball. The powerful fireball struck the monster defenders, erupting in a violent explosion, sending dirt, blood, and dismembered limbs scattering. One ogre, engulfed in flames, writhed in agony upon the ground. The ogres, lacking the time to finish off the wounded, surged past them, continuing their charge toward the catapults. With their clubs raised high, they smashed down upon the siege engines, splintering the wooden framework into countless fragments. At that moment, Gulgalu spotted the hurried approach of Amos. Even before reaching him, a blue glow emanated from his slightly parted lips. Retreat. The ogres, unwilling to linger, abandoned the unfinished siege engines and fled. Yet, they had scarcely covered 100 meters when Amos arrived at their rear, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Anticipating this, Gulgalu cast a powerful fireball toward Amos, colliding midair with the dragon's breath, resulting in a violent explosion that threw Amos off balance, interrupting his breath attack and causing his body to tilt awkwardly. The ogres accelerated their escape. Amos quickly regained his composure, soaring above the fleeing ogres as he rapidly recited an incantation. An icy blue magical ring erupted from the ground beneath him, sweeping over the fleeing ogres, leaving a frosty shimmer around their ankles, the slow ring. The ogre's speed plummeted. Gulgalu unleashed a barrage of magical missiles towards the airborne Amos, each deftly dodged by the dragon, now in combat mode. Yet, Amos's incantation continued unabated. An ice barrier manifested before the ogres, extending 30 meters and blocking their path, while the pursuing monsters closed in. Now less than 100 meters away, panic surged through Gulgalu. "Quick, go around." Just as the ogres reached the barrier's edge, another ice wall materialized before them. From 300 meters away at the Shattered Skull Fortress, A wolf's howl pierced the air, heralding the arrival of a massive black wolf racing towards the battlefield. Summoned Beast, Tier 3 Spectral Wolf. Amos lifted his gaze to see a figure violently coughing atop the battlements. Ignoring the frail, old shaman, the white dragon unleashed another breath attack upon the ogres below. Golgaloo hastily summoned a brown shield to block the dragon's breath, as Amos narrowed his eyes, recognizing the tactic. In an instant, Amos made a decision, diving toward the shield with force, shattering it, and charging at Golgaloo. The latter narrowly evaded, as Amos landed, severing the ogre ranks in two. The ogres swung their clubs at the white dragon, sparks flying as they struck the dragon's scales. However, bolstered by the iron armor spell, the ogre's attacks barely registered against Amos. Amos's elongated tail lashed out, striking an unsuspecting ogre, sending two tumbling backward. Just as he prepared to continue his onslaught against Golgaloo, the spectral wolf arrived. Though 5 meters long, it appeared diminutive before the 13-meter-long Amos. The spectral wolf leaped over the ice wall, claw extended toward Amos's eyes. Amos tilted his head, the wolf's claws scraping against his sturdy horn, leaving faint white marks. Amos's wings swept across, striking the airborne wolf, sending it crashing against the ice wall. Meanwhile, the old shaman atop the walls unleashed a massive fireball, trailing a long tail of flame, which struck the ice barrier, creating a breach. Greater fireball, range enhancement. The ensuing explosion sent icy shards cascading upon the ogres and Amos, who braved the blast and debris, racing toward the gap, their sole chance for survival. As Amos prepared to block the opening, the spectral wolf staggered to its feet, desperately attempting to impede the white dragon. At that moment, faster monsters from the pursuing horde arrived. Golgaloo decisively commanded 2 ogres to remain and block the breach, engaging the first of Amos's dragonkin in battle. Soon, the main force of monsters surged onto the battlefield, overwhelming the 2 outmatched ogres. Amos seized the opportunity, biting down on the spectral wolf's spine, causing its form to dissipate into a cloud of black smoke. At this juncture, the remaining ogres had escaped within 100 meters of the city gates. On the walls, the old shaman clutched a crimson skull, its eerie visage illuminated by the moonlight. Amos halted the pursuing horde, casting a wary glance at the old shaman. "Retreat, brother. What were the losses?" Amos inquired, casting his gaze upon the ominous altar adorned with the severed fingers of the ogre chieftain, surrounded by swirling black runes that unsettled him. "What is the progress on the cursed altar?" "Felicia, it is nearly complete, awaiting only the sacrifice." Chapter 32. The Arrival in the Depths of the Night. As the moon waned and the stars faded, a magnificent white dragon descended from the heavens. The gusts of wind generated by its powerful wings rustled the leaves, while the dragon landed gracefully in a clearing within the forest. "Where is it?" Felicia inquired. Villi, recognizing the urgency of the matter, reluctantly retrieved a dimensional bag. Upon receiving the bag, Felicia extracted its contents, around 100 precious magic pearls. These pearls, formed within the shells of sea mollusks, had a minuscule chance of absorbing magical energy during their gestation, thus becoming magic pearls. Much like gemstones, these pearls could be fashioned into various magical ornaments, representing a highly sought-after currency across dimensions. Were it not for the abundant fishmen under the White Dragon's command and the mollusk farming facilities at their disposal, amassing such a collection of magic pearls within a mere 4 years would have been implausible. These 100 pearls constituted nearly half of the wealth possessed by the 4 white dragons. The dragons gazed mournfully at the pearls upon the altar, knowing they were to be offered as sacrifices to the 5-headed goddess Tiamat in exchange for the curse upon the ogre chieftain. Yet, the sacrifice was insufficient for Tiamat to directly slay Golgaloo. However, it would certainly weaken him for a time, which was precisely what the dragons desired. Felicia meticulously checked the pearls and the severed finger again. Curses could not be cast without adequate offerings, in addition to the sacrificial items. A curse medium was essential. This could be any part of the target's body, such as hair or a severed finger. The quality of the medium determined the amount of offerings required and the efficacy of the curse. Additionally, an altar needed to be erected, serving as a conduit to communicate with a malevolent deity or demon lord, allowing the sacrificer to present offerings in exchange for the power to curse their adversaries. However, curses carried inherent risks. The malevolent factions were often insatiable. The sacrifices made were frequently disproportionate to the gains, and there were instances where the offerings were deemed unsatisfactory. leading to the demise of the sacrificer and the extraction of their soul. Fortunately, since the dragon's sacrificial target was Tiamat, they were not at risk of losing their lives. The evil dragons were already sparse in number, and Tiamat typically refrained from harming her followers. As time passed, Amos stood beside the trebuchets, reflecting on the previous night's losses. 6 trebuchets and about 30 fishmen had perished, along with a troll. Glancing at a troll nearby, he recalled witnessing its head being crushed, only to see it now whole again, gnawing on a deer's leg, its regenerative abilities evoking envy even among dragons. Had it not been for the troll's poor reproductive rates and their vulnerabilities to fire and acid, Amos wouldn't have needed to devise such intricate plans to subjugate ogres. With determination, Amos dispelled his distractions and focused on the shattered cranium fortress. The outcome of the battle would determine if he could claim the ogres as his own. The sun fully ascended. The horns sounded brilliantly, heralding the commencement of war as the monstrous army sprang into action. On the ground, 14 trebuchets operated at full capacity, relentlessly hurling stones against the city walls. Shield bearers formed a protective wall, safeguarding the vulnerable spellcasters and tide hunters as they advanced. In the skies, the 3 white dragons enveloped themselves in a myriad of enhancement spells, radiating a kaleidoscope of magical brilliance. On the walls, Gulguru, the ogre chieftain, gazed apprehensively at the trio of dragons above, sensing something ominous. Why were there only 3? Meanwhile, Felicia watched the rising sun with a grave expression. It was time. She focused intently on the altar and began her prayer. O great mother of evil dragons, protector of the chromatic dragons, spreader of fear, conqueror of worlds, your servant, the white dragon Felicia, presents these offerings. Please heed my call as a priestess of the mother of evil dragons. Felicia found it easier to commune with Tiamat than other dragons. Shortly thereafter, an indescribable presence filled her being, exuding authority and malevolence, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. My child, why do you call upon me? Tiamat's will descended. A palpable pressure enveloped the entire forest. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it quelled any thoughts of defiance. Akin to a mouse detecting the presence of a cat. Under this weight, the 3 white dragons nearly plummeted from the sky, and other creatures faltered, struggling to breathe. More than half collapsed, while several ogres tumbled from the walls. The elder shaman gritted his teeth, gripping his skeletal staff, while supporting himself against the wall, incredulously exclaiming, "A god?" Simultaneously, in the southern reaches of the Nordshield continent, within a towering mage's tower, an elderly wizard clad in crimson robes interrupted his experiment, raising an eyebrow towards the direction of the distant islands. Far beneath the waves, in the depths of the ocean, within a resplendent crystal palace, a Naga with 12 arms opened its vertical golden serpent eyes from atop a majestic crystal throne. In the western part of the continent, within a mist-shrouded volcano, a red dragon, submerged in mountains of gold and jewels, awoke from slumber, coins and gems cascading from its form. Raising its head, it exhaled 2 plumes of white vapor. Murmuring, "Who dares summon the Dragon Queen?" Unbeknownst to Amos, Tiamat's arrival had stirred numerous formidable entities. He steadied himself, fixating on Gulguru, who was suddenly engulfed in a shroud of black magical energy, causing him to stagger and collapse against the wall. The elder shaman, gritting his teeth against the pressure, retrieved the Caucasian skull and cast a blood-red shield, enveloping Gulguru within it. The clash of crimson and black energies was akin to water splashed into a hot oil pan, igniting a fierce reaction. As Amos prepared to intervene, he felt a furious roar reverberate, and the pressure around him intensified, causing the 3 white dragons to plummet from the sky. Felicia soared above, her form pulsing with dark divine energy, her eyes emanating golden rays of authority. Clearly, the being controlling Felicia was not her true self. Tiamat was incensed. A mere insect dared defy her will, and she had descended through her priestess's body. Felicia, Tiamat, frowned. This vessel was too frail to endure the influx of divine power, let alone engage in combat. She cast a glance at Amos, whose form was markedly distinct from that of a typical white dragon. Dragon domain. The oppressive force dissipated, and Felicia fell weakly from the sky. A golden realm enveloped the entire battlefield, and Amos felt an infusion of strength coursing through him. Chapter 33. The Breach of the City, the Dragon Domain. A formidable area spell developed by the ancient true dragons during the epoch of conflict between dragons and titans in the astral realm. significantly enhances the power of draconic beings while weakening non-draconic entities. However, the dragon domain left behind by Her Majesty the Dragon Queen does not possess the overwhelming might described in historical accounts. As Amos felt the surging power within him, he realized his strength had increased by approximately 30%. Soaring into the sky, Amos observed the city walls, noting the subtle intricacies of the legendary equipment. Although the curse could not be entirely dispelled, Gurgaloo had already regained his footing. "Attack!" commanded Amos, as 3 white dragons unleashed their draconic might and dove towards the walls. On the ground, the minions had also revived, launching stone projectiles and magical barges towards the fortifications. Upon the walls, the elderly shaman raised the Caucasian skull in his hand, the crimson energy shield expanding and sweeping across the entire battlement. The ogres, already formidable in stature, swelled even more, their muscles bulging as they emitted bestial roars, rendering the white dragon's might ineffective. As Amos passed through the scarlet energy shield, he felt a chill, realizing that this crimson energy only augmented the ogres, providing no hindrance to the enemy. During his descent, Amos invoked the premeditated spell, Summoning Hail. A cerulean magical array manifested above the city walls, unleashing fist-sized hailstones in relentless waves. The old shaman raised a finger, directing a white magical energy into the array, which collapsed instantly. Elemental interference, Amos noted, a smirk gracing his lips as he observed the first 2 waves of hail that had already descended, feeling the magic within him surge. Utilizing advanced magical techniques, he cast Ice Explosion, instantaneous. The old shaman sensed the turbulent magic within the descending hail and thrust his skeletal staff into the ground. "The Guardians of the Earth," he proclaimed, as summoned earth enveloped the ogres. Simultaneously, the hailstones exploded in midair, shards scattering and striking the ogres, causing them to roar in agony as the earth enveloping them vanished. Twisted Vines, Shockwave, Elena, and Villy joined the fray. A high-tier ogre on the walls unleashed a shockwave that collided with Villy's own, creating a turbulent air current filled with explosive ice shards, forcing the ogres to shield their eyes. The protective walls, once their refuge, transformed into their adversary, sprouting green vines that ensnared the ogres tightly. The ogres roared in fury, with many managing to snap the vines, leaving marks on their stout bodies. Elena's eyes flickered with disappointment. Her druidic level was regrettably low. Nevertheless, even without a combat class, dragons remained apex predators. The 3 white dragons exhaled their breath, while the old shaman conjured an earthen wall to shield himself and Gurgaloo. The 3 breaths struck the walls, freezing the unsuspecting ogres into statues of ice. Descending from the sky, Amos swung his tail towards the frozen wall, sending pieces flying. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy resonated from below the walls. The old shaman and Gurgaloo emerged from their cloaked state as a massive stone plummeted towards Villy, who was besieged by the ogres. With a furious roar, Amos charged towards Villy, sweeping his tail and deflecting the boulder, which crashed down into the city, collapsing in ogre hut. Amos felt a twinge of confusion. Why hadn't the old shaman allowed the spectral wolf to ambush? Instead, he had prioritized Gurgaloo's safety, indicating the latter's significance to the shaman. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as an orange fireball hurtled towards Amos. He quickly conjured an ice arrow, detonating the fiery projectile, only to be followed by a wind blade that surged amidst the explosion's shockwave towards him. As Amos prepared to counter, he sensed a magical disturbance beneath him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended to evade the suddenly erupting spikes, narrowly escaping a disastrous fate. However, the wind blade pierced through his magical shield, striking his scales and leaving a white mark upon the reinforced hide, staggering him momentarily. Meanwhile, the ogres on the walls, undaunted by death, leaped towards Amos, swinging their spiked clubs. Seizing the opportunity, the old shaman unleashed a barrage of spells upon Amos, placing him in perilous straits. Villy, enduring the ogre's onslaught, charged toward his brother, using claws and fangs to combat the foes on the walls. Amos conjured an ice spike to intercept the incoming fireball, followed by an ice shield to block a falling bolt of lightning, finally granting him a moment to breathe. The once mighty white dragon lord now appeared battered, his white scales scorched and blood seeping from the ruptured armor. Amos's gaze fixated on the panting old shaman, a deep wariness evident in his eyes. Indeed, the old wretch, half buried in the earth, possessed a wealth of combat experience. Ordinary spells were wielded with remarkable finesse, and should he seize the opportunity, the onslaught would be relentless, leaving the dragon no chance to retaliate. Though Amos received alerts from the system, his physical responses lagged behind, rendering him passive in the face of the assault. Fortunately, dragons were known for their resilience. Yet, the old shaman was a different matter. A single strike from Amos would signal the end of this conflict. Thoughts raced through Amos's mind as he leaped from the walls, charging towards the old shaman. A flicker of malice crossed the shaman's eyes as he raised the Caucasian skull high. Crimson magical energies surged from the hollowed head, penetrating the old shaman's emaciated body. The shaman howled in agony, his frail form swelling, reverting to the typical appearance of an ogre, his eyes radiating tangible crimson magical energy. The shaman leaped back, narrowly avoiding the descending dragon tail, while swirling black smoke emerged from the skull's eye sockets as a massive black wolf with blood-red markings lunged at Amos. In midair, the colossal wolf opened its maw to bite Amos's draconic snout. Amos, in turn, opened his mouth wide and engulfed the wolf's snout, biting down forcefully, causing the beast to dissipate. Fool, who can rival a dragon's maw? Amos's moment of triumph was short-lived, as a fireball detonated beside his wing, leaving another charred mark upon his white scales. The explosion's shockwave sent Amos veering into an ogre hut, dust billowing around him. At that moment, the city walls finally succumbed to the relentless assault of the monstrous horde, breaching a significant gap. Old Blind Eye led the charge, hurling a spear towards the old shaman before even crossing the threshold, interrupting his spellcasting. Baki the Darkscale moved swiftly, vanishing into stealth just as he passed Old Blind Eye, and a growing tide of monstrous reinforcements surged through the breach. Reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 34. The Great Battle according to the original plan devised by the White Dragons. Amos and Felicia were to hold off the old shaman, while Vili and Alina restrained the ogres on the city walls. As the monstrous army breached the walls and joined the fray, Vili and Alina seized the opportunity to escape, and the four white dragons simultaneously launched an assault on the old shaman. However, the shaman's actions incited the wrath of Tiamat, and the dragon queen descended upon Felicia, overwhelming her form with her formidable divine power, rendering her incapacitated. Before departing, the dragon queen unleashed a simplified version of her domain, enhancing the combat prowess of the white dragons and their draconic kin, thereby amplifying their advantage in battle. Yet, with only Amos confronting the old shaman, he found himself thoroughly subdued by the shaman's might. The monstrous army surged onto the walls, engaging in a fierce clash with the ogres. Vili and Alina managed to repel the ogres and leapt down from the walls to join Amos. Both Vili and Alina were in dire straits. Their scales shattered in multiple places, blood seeping from their wounds, and Vili had lost a patch of skin from his thigh, leaving a gory mess. Blood dripped from the white dragons, a mixture of their own and that of their enemies. The pain and blood stirred a primal fury within the white dragons, making them increasingly perilous as they advanced in a formation towards the old shaman. Behind them followed a throng of high-ranking followers, their combat capabilities bolstered by the Dragon Queen's enhancement. At that moment, the high-ranking ogres could no longer stand idly by as the old shaman was besieged. They jumped down from the walls to confront the draconic kin, led by the Old Blind One. A tumultuous battle ensued, pitting king against king, soldier against soldier. Wrath. Skull Crusher. Surrender. My army has arrived. The Skull Crusher clan has failed, the old shaman proclaimed, seizing the opportunity to absorb the magical energy of the Caucasian skulls around him, his tone unwavering. The Skull Crusher clan never surrenders. Humph. Amos scoffed. With your current state, how much longer can you endure? The old shaman's expression remained stoic, but a fleeting glimmer of concern in his eyes did not escape Amos's scrutiny. Amos charged directly at the old shaman, while Vili and Alina flanked him. The three white dragons, having been besieged by the ogres for an extended time, were now brimming with pent-up rage. The old shaman removed the skull necklace from around his neck and snapped the string, causing 9 skulls to scatter upon the ground, from which a dark mist rose, summoning 9 3-meter-tall skeletal warriors wielding bone knives, each possessing the strength of a novice high-ranking being. The skeletal warriors formed a protective barrier around the old shaman as he rapidly recited an incantation, summoning yet another 3-tiered shadow wolf from the swirling black mist. Damn, is this guy specializing in summoning? Amos thought, frustrated. Initially, he had expected a one-on-one confrontation with the old shaman, but the battle had devolved into a chaotic melee. He swiped at one of the skeletal warriors, reducing it to a pile of shattered bones, while the other's bone knives struck against his scales, creating sparks. Alina found herself ensnared by the skeletal warriors, while Vili battled with the shadow wolf. The old shaman conjured fireballs with both hands, sending them hurtling towards Vili through the gaps between the skeletal warriors. Vili barely evaded, but the shadow wolf lunged, its sharp claws, enveloped in a faint reddish magical glow, raked across Vili's body, leaving 4 deep gashes. Amos withstood the skeletal onslaught, and with Vili's assistance, he bit down on the shadow wolf's spine. For among the summoned creatures, the 3-tiered shadow wolf posed the greatest threat to the white dragons. Amos's iron armor spell had proven invaluable, but now it faced depletion. A sudden earthen spike surged forth, and Amos could only raise his claw to shield vital areas. The spike penetrated his foreleg, caught by his robust muscles. Enduring the pain, Amos unleashed a blast of dragon breath, which the old shaman countered with a rising earthen wall, obscuring the line of sight between them. Both sides hesitated to advance, causing the white dragons to retreat and create distance. The surrounding structures crumbled under the strain of their fierce combat. Amidst the rubble, Amos extracted the earthen spike from his wound, blood spraying forth and staining the ground crimson. Alina cast a green magical energy that infused vitality into his wound, staunching the flow of dragon blood. Gasping for breath, Amos marveled at the resilience of the half-legendary being, capable of challenging the formidable dragon species even 3 against 1. He sensed the depletion of his magical energy. After merely 10 minutes of battle, he had exhausted 40% of his reserves. A glance at his followers revealed that they had gained a decisive advantage. By this time, the 3 white dragons spread out, forming a triangular formation to facilitate mutual support, with the strongest, Amos, leading the front. Amos observed the Caucasian skull in the old shaman's grasp, a seemingly inexhaustible source of magical power. Despite the shaman's abundant magic, his vitality waned perilously. Had he been a few years younger, Amos would assuredly have fled at the first opportunity. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the old shaman became increasingly agitated. He was acutely aware of his diminishing time, engaging a secret technique to stimulate his latent potential. The current display was merely a final burst before demise. He could not afford to falter now. The old shaman fixated his gaze on Amos. If he could eliminate the leading white dragon, the Skullcrusher clan would still have a glimmer of hope. His magical energy surged uncontrollably. Be cautious. He is going all out. The skeletal warriors surged forward, and Amos noticed a massive fireball, the size of a basin, rotating rhythmically above the old shaman's head. Magical energy coursed into the fireball from within him, causing the surrounding air to distort under the intense heat. Amos felt a chill run down his spine. Scatter. The draconic kin and ogres quickly ceased their skirmishing to seek cover, for no one wished to tempt fate. Amos, too, wished to evade, but he sensed that the old shaman had already locked onto him. There was no escape. The skeletal warriors leaped, converging upon Amos, constricting his space for evasion. In the throes of life and death, the analytical prowess of his instincts engaged, and Amos's mind raced with possibilities. Here goes. The fireball hurtled towards the mass of skeletal warriors, distorting the air in its wake, appearing slow, yet racing towards its target. Boom. An explosion erupted, giving rise to a mushroom cloud, forcing surrounding creatures to shut their eyes against the blinding light, the deafening roar rendering them temporarily deaf, while the powerful shockwave sent smaller followers tumbling. Moments later, Vili opened his stinging eyes. The explosion had created a crater 5 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. The earth within turned to a glassy state from the intense heat. The debris surrounding the crater had collapsed, leaving a field of shattered earth. Alina, reassured by the sight of the unharmed old shaman and draconic kin, felt a flicker of hope for her brother's safety. But where had he gone? Just then, a crimson claw emerged weakly from the side of the crater. Chapter 35. The Covenant. With great difficulty, Amos emerged from the depths of the earth. His once white scales now tinged crimson. The dragon exuded a steamy aura, reminiscent of freshly cooked crayfish. Crouching on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of dirt, white smoke billowing from his throat. Phew, phew, phew. Amos thought to himself, shaken by the near brush with demise. Thankfully, the system quickly devised a means of escape. During the time he was pinned down by the skeleton, Amos frantically utilized fossilized materials to conceal himself several meters beneath the surface. However, the sound of the explosion and the ensuing tremors were unavoidable, leaving his mind in a haze, and the searing heat nearly cooked him alive. Yet, he had not made direct contact with the fireball, and the formidable defense of his dragon scales proved remarkable, despite his disheveled appearance. One could easily mistake him for a red dragon. Apart from a minor concussion and a slight dizziness, he had suffered no significant harm. The old shaman gazed in disbelief at the white dragon that had emerged. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his body hunched over, and the once bulging muscles began to shrink, his wrinkled skin clinging to the diminishing form. Damn it, there's no time left. The old shaman clutched his chest in agony, gritting his teeth. Seizing the moment while Amos was momentarily dazed, the skull atop his staff detached and silently flew toward Amos, jaws agape, ready to bite. Villi noticed the approaching skull and leaped in front of his brother, his tail swinging round to strike it away. In that instant of contact, the skull bit into Villi's tail, and against the stark white teeth of the skeleton, his tough dragon scales felt as fragile as paper, sending the skull flying, accompanied by chunks of flesh. Escaped? Impossible. Villi and Elena followed their brother in pursuit, but Villi had scarcely run a short distance before he collapsed, the dust swirling around him. Elena quickly halted to investigate, discovering that the wound inflicted by the skeleton had turned his flesh black. Ominous gray-white patterns spreading like living tendrils around the injury. A curse. Villi lay weakly on the ground, his body trembling slightly, gritting his teeth as muffled groans escaped his throat. Being large meant taking large strides. Amos soon found himself not far from the old shaman. He leaped into the air, extending his neck and opening his jaws to bite down upon the shaman's head. The old shaman sidestepped into a narrow path between the buildings. Amos, with too much force, crashed through several ogre huts, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. The dragon's tail swung out, slamming into the direction of the old shaman, resulting in a loud crash as a row of houses collapsed. Amos lifted his massive head from the dust, but the old shaman had vanished from sight. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended into the sky, the gusts dispersing the debris and revealing the devastated landscape below. In the sky, Amos surveyed the city beneath him. The armies clashed violently, the sounds of battle reverberating through the air. The residential area adjacent to the battlefield had been reduced to ruins, engulfed in the aftermath of scattered magical flames, and the entire city was shrouded in thick smoke. The acrid scent of charred remains permeating the atmosphere. With a clear view from above, Amos soon spotted the old shaman's form. But to his surprise, there were 3 identical figures of the old shaman, weaving through the streets, using the buildings as cover to escape in different directions. A mirror image, Amos thought, activating his scanning abilities. After years of growth, his mental prowess had expanded significantly. With a scanning radius of 50 meters and an extended range of 150 meters when focused in a single direction. However, after enduring such prolonged combat, his auxiliary combat mode was already past its safe duration, and his mental energy was nearly depleted. He fought against the impending explosion in his head, pushing his limits to force the system to scan. At last, Amos uncovered some clues. The old shaman was cunning, employing invisibility to stay ahead of one of his clones, confirming the adage that the most dangerous place is often the safest. Regrettably, this wisdom proved ineffective against a being of his caliber. Amos feigned ignorance, heading toward the clone nearest the old shaman's true form. With a swift claw, he obliterated the clone into nothingness. The old shaman felt a slight relief, believing he had outsmarted Amos. The dragon pretended to rage, roaring as he soared into the sky, charging toward the clone behind the shaman. The air whistled past his scales, a howling wind in his ears. As he approached the clone, Amos suddenly accelerated, leaping past it to grasp the concealed old shaman. Not good. The old shaman's spirit faltered. He turned and hurled his skull staff, which transformed mid-air into a 5-meter-tall skeleton, its arms reaching out to embrace Amos. Amos was perplexed. Why does this ogre shaman wield all necromantic gear? He had no time for contemplation, as the skeleton clung to him, propelling him forward while his dragon claw struck the turning old shaman. The shaman sustained a grievous injury, spitting blood as he was sent reeling backward, his essence rapidly diminishing, his appearance aging further. He crashed against the wall of a nearby house, struggling to support himself, the dragon's claw having left 3 deep gashes from his shoulder to his abdomen, almost eviscerating him. blood pouring from the wound profusely. Trembling, the old shaman summoned a slightly smaller second-tier spectral wolf, collapsing onto its back as it charged toward the city center without restraint. Just as Amos, entangled with the skeleton, prepared to pursue, the skeleton lunged for his neck. The white dragon quickly used his front claws to pin the skeleton's head, finding himself momentarily unable to break free. Helplessly watching as the spectral wolf carried the old shaman further away. With great effort, Amos finally dislodged the skeleton's head, crushing it underfoot and tearing off the skeletal arm that had clung to him, casting it aside with force. With a mighty flap of his wings, he took to the skies in pursuit of the old shaman, but alas, it was too late. The spectral wolf had already reached the altar at the city center. The old shaman placed Villy's flesh upon the altar's platform, slumping down against the cold stone, one hand tightly grasping the Caucasian skull, the other pressing against his chest wound. Blood seeping through his fingers incessantly. Breathing heavily, the old shaman's gaze remained impassive as he watched the white dragon draw nearer. Amos beheld the altar below, his heart a tumult of emotions. Just that morning, he had used a curse against Gurguru, and by noon, the old shaman had turned the curse upon himself as a threat. Instant karma, he mused. As Amos landed before the altar, he found a strange calmness amidst the chaos. He regarded the old shaman, who had reverted to his original form, emaciated, hollow-eyed, blood seeping from him, life ebbing away. If not treated promptly, he would certainly not survive the hour. White dragon, cease hostilities and enter into a covenant. The old shaman produced a blank sheet of paper, inscribing it with magical runes before sending the contract forth to Amos. Chapter 36. Bargaining. Amos grasped the floating parchment before him, startled to discover it was a devil's contract. He tugged at it with force, yet the paper remained unyielding. Feeling its texture and the pulsation of magical energy, he confirmed that what he held was indeed the notorious devil's contract. Such an artifact was not only costly, but also not readily available for purchase. He glanced at the old shaman, acknowledging the legacy of a tribe that had endured for a millennium. Scan. Name. Devil's Contract. Description. One of the flagship products of demons from the depths of hell, a bestseller throughout the multiverse, crafted through arcane methods. This contract stands as one of the most reliable agreements in the multiverse, provided one is not duped. The Devil's Contract itself was a blank sheet of paper, upon which the signatories would inscribe the terms. Once both parties affixed their true names, the contract became binding, imposing certain obligations even on deities, effectively ensuring that both parties honored their commitments. Thus, a saying arose in the astral realm: the promise of angels pales in comparison to the contract of demons. According to ancestral records, many years ago, demons sold a patterned contract paper, claiming it was for aesthetic purposes. However, all beings who utilized this paper silently became slaves to the demons. The god of justice intervened, exposing the demon scheme. It turned out that the seemingly meaningless decorative patterns along the edges of the contract contained dense text, one crucial line reading, "All agreements rendered void." The signatory voluntarily becomes the slave of demon XXXX. Later, to quell the uprising, the demon lord executed those involved and declared a ban on such forms of contracts. Yet the deceased victims could not be resurrected. Moreover, as long as there were immense profits to be made, there would always be reckless individuals willing to take risks. To this day, many demons still engage in illicit dealings, crafting various forbidden contracts, an open secret within the multiverse. Unnoticed crimes do not constitute crimes, do they? Thus, the Devil's Contract incites both love and hatred. Amos meticulously inspected the contract papers several times, ensuring that aside from the old shaman's handwriting, there were no anomalies before he began to peruse the contract's content. The main stipulations were as follows. 1. The white dragons must leave Skullcrush Island immediately and never set foot on it again. 2. The white dragons shall not seek vengeance against the Skullcrush ogres by any means. 3. The return of the combat staff originally belonging to the Skullcrush clan, the Caucasian staff. 4. The white dragons must compensate the Skullcrush clan, with the compensation details to follow. The old shaman watched the white dragon lord examine the contract, a bitter feeling swelling within him. Had the skeleton bitten Amos, the situation would have been entirely different. After reviewing the contract, Amos found the terms to be reasonable. The old shaman merely wished to protect the Skullcrush clan and secure some benefits. Yet, would he allow it to unfold so easily? "I refuse," the old shaman exclaimed, his expression betraying his shock as he threatened, Are you not concerned that I might invoke a sacrifice to curse and kill your kin? Pausing for a moment, he continued. A legendary artifact in exchange for the life of a young white dragon. Surely, no entity would decline such a lucrative deal. I certainly care for my dear brother, Amos retorted, producing the Caucasian combat staff with a dismissive tone. However, you, a filthy ogre, think to threaten the great white dragon? The old shaman, not blind to the profound bond among the white dragons, realized that his attempts to conceal this truth were futile, prompting Amos to boldly acknowledge it. You may sacrifice, but I can also summon Her Majesty the Dragon Queen, a sincere high-ranking priestess, to offer a supreme legendary artifact in exchange for Her Majesty's assistance. Do you believe she would refuse? Amos posed the question with conviction. The old shaman's expression fluctuated. Indeed, a robust dragon would more easily gain Tiamat's favor. Amos was clearly no ordinary white dragon. If he desired to act as a priest, it would pose no challenge. The old shaman felt no doubt about this. In truth, Amos had no means to casually contact Tiamat. He was not even a common believer, but rather an unbeliever. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him from waving a flag of deception. Amos understood that in negotiations, one must not appear timid, for revealing one's vulnerabilities could lead to utter defeat. After a brief contemplation, the old shaman relaxed his demeanor. Such a precious legendary artifact. Would you, a vile dragon, truly part with it? Observing the old shaman's tight grip on the Caucasian staff, Amos recognized that the shaman's inner turmoil belied his outward calm, achieving his objective. As you say, while this staff holds no value to me, it is nonetheless a legendary artifact, a collectible worth showcasing. Seizing the moment, Amos decided to press for further negotiations, wary of pushing the old shaman too far, which could lead to greater complications. Therefore, let us discuss modifying the contract's terms. Surely, you do not desire a scenario where both fish and nets are lost, with all ogres sinking to the depths to feed the fish. The old shaman's expression shifted. Yet he found no rebuttal. He had no other cards to play. Thus, both parties established a fundamental tone of reconciliation, recognizing that mutual destruction would benefit neither side. After amending the contract, Amos presented the revised document to the old shaman using his mage hand. The old shaman scrutinized the new terms. The Skullcrush clan could agree to become his vassals, but the White Fortress must provide necessary protection for the Skullcrush clan. The terms were too vague. White Fortress must be changed to White Dragons. Very well, let us each concede a point. If the number of ogres falls below 800, that is excessive, no more than 200. Do not be greedy. I have already made significant concessions. And, deal. In the end, the old shaman and Amos negotiated an agreement acceptable to both parties. The main points were as follows. 1. The Skullcrush ogres shall become Amos's vassals, never to betray him, provided Amos diligently preserves the lineage of the Skullcrush clan. 2. Juvenile ogres shall not partake in battle, and if the number of adult ogres falls below 300, the Skullcrush clan retains the right to refuse the summons of the White Dragon Lord. 3. The Skullcrush ogres must not err, and the White Dragon Lord shall not slay them indiscriminately. 4. The White Dragon Lord shall exchange the Caucasian combat staff for the Caucasian skull, and thereafter shall not seize legendary staffs by force. 5. The White Dragon side must supply adequate resources for the survival of the Skullcrush clan. Watching the contract ignite spontaneously, Amos felt a surge of joy within. The first two clauses were self-evident. Amos intended to train the ogres as his primary combat force and would naturally not mistreat them. As for the third clause, Amos was unlike ordinary evil dragons. He was brutal towards enemies, yet he had never slain his vassals. In fact, his vassals lived quite comfortably. The fourth clause established a mutually beneficial exchange. Trading a useless artifact for a valuable one was a proposal Amos could easily accept. The fifth clause underscored Amos's distinct approach compared to other dragon lords, who scattered their vassals and summoned them only in battle. He had always planned to provide ample resources for the ogres to augment their numbers and strength. Moreover, when Amos departed, he could justifiably take all the wolfmen along. For sustenance is paramount. As long as he maintained control over the ogres' resources, could he not ensure their obedience? The old shaman, operating under a different cognitive framework, believed he had gained a substantial advantage. Chapter 37. After the war, Amos grasped the old shaman and soared to Vili's side. Elena, please heal him. He must not perish. My lord Raph, kindly lift the curse on Vili. The old shaman, through his own strength and wisdom, had earned Amos's respect. It is my duty. The two parties had already signed a pact. Even if Amos remained silent, the old shaman would willingly lift the curse. The old shaman's wounds ceased to bleed, forming deep crimson scabs. Trembling, he approached Vili's tail and extended his hands towards the wound, drawing forth wisps of ashen energy. As this gray energy entered him, the old shaman's complexion became slightly more vibrant. Amos narrowed his eyes, observing every movement of the old shaman. The gray energy siphoned off a portion of Vili's vitality, assimilating into the shaman's being. However, this meager vitality was inconsequential to the mighty dragon. Otherwise, Amos would have struck with a claw long ago. Upon completing his incantation, the old shaman offered a sheepish smile to Amos, explaining, "The nature of necromancy is unavoidable. My lord Raph, we must together put an end to this senseless war. As you wish." Amos seized the old shaman and ascended into the sky, overlooking the chaotic battlefield below. "Cease. The war is over," the pair proclaimed simultaneously, their voices amplified by magic, resonating throughout the battlefield. The heated battleground abruptly cooled as all eyes turned skyward to the looming dragon. The skull-crushing clan shall henceforth be the vassals of Lord Amos, the White Dragon. The monstrous army erupted in jubilant cheers, while the ogres' faces turned ashen, their weapons falling from their grasp with a clatter. The vassals intended to bind the ogres as per usual. Amos issued commands: "Old Blind, tend to all the wounded, including the ogres. Backy the Darkscale, extinguish the flames. Bury the dead. Old Jimmy, go to the camp, unbind all the ogres, and bring them over along with provisions." The old shaman urged, "Members of the skull-crushing clan, coordinate your efforts." The post-war cleanup proceeded methodically. Amos observed before descending, noticing Vili, now able to stand, and gently placing the old shaman on the ground. "Elena, please check on Felicia. If possible, bring her here." "Vili, how do you feel?" Vili moved his body and twisted his neck. "I feel much better. A good sleep will do the trick." "That's splendid. Do rest well." Amos then turned to the old shaman. "My lord Raph, I have a question. As a shaman, where did you acquire such a plethora of necromantic equipment? Such gear is at odds with the ogre clan style, and clearly not ancestral artifacts. Moreover, as the old shaman approaches death, this secret will be taken to the underworld." Prompting Amos to address his curiosity directly, the old shaman's tone turned grave. "I discovered them in a demon relic on the main island. 2 years ago, while studying the tablets left by my ancestors, I uncovered clues to the relic's whereabouts, ventured into it, and obtained these artifacts." At this point, the old shaman's expression grew melancholic. That expedition had not only left him grievously injured, disqualifying him from achieving legend status, but had also cost the skull-crushing clan its elite warriors, leading to their current defeat. Regretfully, there is no remedy for remorse in this world. And the old shaman adjusted his mindset, pondering how to secure greater benefits for the skull-crushing clan. Those tablets are stored in a hidden chamber beneath the altar, containing ancient secrets. The skull-crushing clan is willing to present them to Lord White Dragon. Amos nodded. The old shaman demonstrated keen awareness of the situation by offering something of interest to Amos, and he made it clear that the skull-crushing clan was doing so willingly. Between clever individuals, excessive words are unnecessary. The dragon and the ogre immediately proceeded toward the altar. Amos magically reduced his size and entered the hidden door beneath the altar alongside the old shaman. Amos felt as though he had passed through a magical barrier and, upon entering, saw Golgaloo lying beneath a small altar, enveloped in dark mist. Without the aid of legendary equipment, mere mortals remain but ants beneath the power of the divine. Upon seeing Amos, Golgaloo struggled to rise but ultimately succumbed to the force of the curse. Amos realized the connection between them. In truth, ogres are creatures of communal breeding, with infants raised by their mothers unaware of their fathers' identities. However, it was not surprising that a rare and highly potential two-headed ogre infant was adopted and nurtured by the tribe's chief shaman. "Golgaloo, I have conferred with Lord Amos and signed a pact. The skull-crushing clan shall henceforth be Lord Amos's vassals." Golgaloo gazed at the old shaman's bloodied scabs in silence, the horrific wounds revealing the fierce battle the old shaman had endured. Yet, it was evident that the skull-crushing clan had been defeated. The old shaman's ability to negotiate and conditionally sign a pact was the best possible outcome. Cough, cough. The old shaman bent over, coughing violently, as his wounds split open once more, blood seeping out. "Maywin, you." Golgaloo struggled to stand. Sensing the old shaman's vitality rapidly waning, Amos furrowed his brow and cast a great strength spell upon Golgaloo. Empowered by dragon magic, Golgaloo managed to rise, casting a grateful glance at Amos as he supported the old shaman. Amos was not devoid of compassion. He turned to exit the hidden chamber, granting the two a private moment to bid farewell. Ascending into the sky, he observed Vili soundly asleep amidst the ruins, with a merman shaman standing by, casting various healing spells upon him. Amos felt reassured. The dragon's genes were remarkably potent, enabling rapid recovery during slumber, a principle often stated, no matter the problem. A good sleep will suffice. Amos supervised the vassal's efforts, lending a hand occasionally. He descended and landed before the despondent Golgaloo, who gazed at the dragon tooth in Amos's hand. The pristine white tooth bore intricate magical engravings, where a flowing red light pulsated. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the glowing red light was the molten blood of dragons, infused with power, continuously coursing through the grooves. This dragon fang was utilized to convert high-ranking vassals. Each tooth required a significant expenditure of the dragon's energy, and the materials were limited, rendering them exceedingly valuable. Amos regarded Golgaloo, whose expression fluctuated between hope and despair. If you are unsatisfied, I can offer you an opportunity for a fair duel against an ogre. Truth be told, Golgaloo held considerable admiration for Amos. After all, even with a legendary staff, he had failed to best the White Dragon Lord. However, being reduced from a free-spirited chieftain to a subordinate left him quite discontented. Yet, circumstances compelled him to comply. Upon coming to terms with the situation, Golgaloo knelt on one knee. The skull-crushing clan serves you. Chapter 38. Bonfire Night. As night enveloped the world, a vast moon, akin to a tabletop, hung high in the sky, casting its ethereal light upon the expansive earth. In the clearing before the skull-crushed fortress, bonfires blazed with fervor, encircled by skewers of fish and a spit roasting an entire Buddha sheep. The tantalizing fat oozed from the golden surface of the meat, sizzling as it dripped into the flames. Around the bonfire, a horde of monsters gathered in a jovial circle. The fishmen and wolfmen embraced each other, their laughter echoing in the night, while ogres and trolls gazed hungrily at the roasted meat, their throats audibly swallowing in anticipation. Different races and sizes of monsters united in hearty laughter, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie and joy. A robust ogre accepted a freshly grilled fish from a fishman chef. "Ha! Little fish, Gamo likes you. Gamo has decided not to eat you." Without a care for the fish's scorching temperature, he devoured it eagerly, his cheeks rapidly moving as he resisted the urge to spit it out. Nearby, the other monsters, deprived of their share, grew restless, casting menacing glances at the fishman chef, who hurriedly began distributing the remaining fish. Soon, only one grilled fish was left. The chef, distressed, looked at the ogre and troll who had yet to receive their fish. Both glared at each other, unwilling to relent. "Let us fight. The victor shall feast." A voice cried out, igniting excitement among the crowd. The monsters erupted in cheers as the trolls and ogres stood up, readying themselves for battle, and soon engaged in a fierce brawl. The surrounding monsters rose to watch the spectacle, with some opportunistic ones snatching up uncooked fish in the chaos. The battle raged on. Grill. Go for it. Stam. Kick it in the nose. Hit its rear. An ogre inadvertently punched another ogre in the face, resulting in an innocent casualty who roared in anger and joined the fray. A troll, caught up in the excitement, struck an ogre, giving him a black eye, and chaos erupted as the brawling giants clashed, forcing the fishmen and wolfmen to retreat further back, forming a wider circle to continue their cheers. Amos observed the tumultuous scene of his kin with indifference. The ogres and trolls were resilient and would come to no harm. Golgaloo, drawn by the sounds of battle, set down his 2 barrels of wine and glanced at the chaotic battlefield and the placid White Dragon Lord, letting out a belch. "Ah, Ghoul has never tasted such delightful water. Fool, how many times must I tell you? This is wine. Wait, that barrel is mine." Amos looked at the jester with bemusement. After all, did it not all end up in the same belly? At that moment, the fishmen approached, carrying the roasted Buddha sheep to the resting white dragons. The sheep was perfectly charred on the outside and succulent within, dusted with a layer of aromatic spices that wafted an irresistible fragrance. "Golgaloo, come, try this roasted meat. These exotic spices are worth their weight in gold in the human realms." Friendship is a peculiar thing. Some people may remain mere acquaintances even after 4 years, while others can feel as if they are old friends upon first meeting. Willy and Golgaroo were of the latter kind. After a brief interaction, Willy discovered a particular affinity for Golgaroo's company. Golgaroo, his earthy complexion flushed and glistening with sweat, looked at the roasted meat, gripped his barrel, and continued to drink heartily, while Golgaroo tore off a piece of the roast and savored it with pleasure. Amos, unable to resist the golden roasted sheep, seized a leg and bit into it, the bones cracking satisfyingly under his dragon's teeth. Alina exhaled a chill, momentarily freezing the roasted sheep before indulging in it. Once their appetites were sated, Amos spoke, Golgaroo, the supplies for the Skullcrush Ogres will be delivered punctually each month. He then shifted his tone. However, the Skullcrush Ogres can no longer afford to indulge in sloth as before. Ordinary ogres, content to eat and sleep without taking on combat roles. Only those who caught the attention of clan leaders would receive preferential resources and become the backbone of their clan. Lacking survival pressures, common ogres found comfort in this lifestyle. Amos's voice grew somber. We must understand that our path to ascendancy will not be tranquil. Endless battles await us. Only strength will ensure the Skullcrush Ogre's survival on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Golgaroo ceased his tooth-picking, flames of ambition igniting in his eyes. Despite being newly matured, he was eager for battle but had long been confined to Skullcrush Island, yearning for the exciting world beyond. Fear not, my lord. I will personally oversee their training, Golgaroo declared. I wish to train too. I want to fight. Golgaroo chimed in eagerly. Amos was pleased with Golgaroo's attitude and immediately began discussing specific training methods for the ogres. Through their discussions, Amos gradually shed his prejudices against the ogres. He realized that their clan's training methods were both scientific and effective, though they required significant physical exertion. If all ogres were trained this way, the resources supplied by the wolfmen would be insufficient. Thus, ordinary ogres preferred to eat and sleep, partly out of laziness and partly to conserve energy. However, the situation had changed. Amos possessed an abundance of food. The Fishmen's aquaculture had flourished, and the troglodytes' agriculture thrived, leading to surplus production and considerable resource waste. Amos sensed that the overall strength of the Skullcrush Ogres was on the verge of a dramatic increase. As the night wore on, the moon prepared to bid farewell to the world. The clearing before the Skullcrush fortress lay in disarray, littered with discarded bones. Some monsters continued to laugh loudly, while others had succumbed to slumber, sprawled across the ground, snoring thunderously. Willy scoffed, "Humph. You will never surpass me in this lifetime." Undoubtedly, his sister's strength was formidable, and his brother was exceptionally powerful, leaving Willy and Alina determined not to be the weakest among them. They often sparred, with Alina frequently losing but never giving up the challenge against Willy. Amos relished the competition between his siblings. Pressure spurred growth. Before long, the Fishmen and Ogres concluded their discussions and reported the results to the White Dragons. Willy, Alina, do you have anything to add? The dragon siblings shook their heads. Uninterested in management, as was the case with most dragons, they were indifferent to their kin, solely focused on their own gains. Amos announced, "Then let us settle on this for now. If any further issues arise, we shall deliberate together." With that, the meeting adjourned, and the higher-ups of the White Fortress dispersed, the White Dragons making their way into the forest, where Felicia still slumbered. Chapter 39. The return. Ever since Felicia was possessed by Tiamat, she had remained in a deep slumber. Her mortal form endured the overwhelming divine power, leaving her body in disarray, compelling her brain to enter a state of automatic hibernation to recuperate from her injuries. Amos cast a glance at the sleeping Felicia. The remnants of divine energy still coursed through her being, yet like a leaf adrift, it would soon dissipate. Furthermore, this unconsciousness was not entirely detrimental for Felicia. For a priest, being inhabited by the deity they revered was an extraordinary blessing, a tale she could boast of for a lifetime. Beyond the spiritual benefits, there were tangible gains as well. The divine energy, while ravaging her body, also transformed it, aligning it more closely with Tiamat's will, facilitating the acceptance of Tiamat's power. Upon awakening, Felicia's priestly vocation would experience an explosive elevation. The White Dragons nestled around Felicia began to rest. For these great beasts, daily repose was unnecessary, yet their inherent laziness prevailed. Who would choose to stand when one could lie down? At this moment, however, Amos could hardly contain his excitement as he examined the Caucasus skull, the crimson skull appearing remarkably endearing in his eyes, as he meticulously toyed with this legendary artifact. System. Scan. Name. Caucasus Skull legendary equipped magic abilities. Ancestral protection. Centers around the Caucasus Skull, casting a long-lasting, movable magical field that significantly enhances the target's resistance to negative states. The size of the field is subjectively controlled by the caster. The smaller the field, the more effective it is. Cooldown time: 3 days. Bloody infusion. Absorbs the inherent magical energy of the Caucasus Skull, consuming vitality to unlock latent potential, greatly enhancing magical power. Following its use, the body will enter a state of weakness. Cooldown time: 10 days. Glorious Aura. The bearer of the Caucasus Skull is immune to mental control spells of legendary rank and below. Significantly enhances magical resistance against mental spells within a 300-meter radius for allies, and slightly boosts resistance to other attribute-related spells. Passive Aura skill. This is an auxiliary type of legendary equipment. Although it lacks active attack magic, the combat enhancement it provides is substantial. Ancestral protection is self-explanatory, capable of countering divine curses. With Source of Magic, Amos no longer needed to worry about insufficient magical energy. Bloody Infusion served as a trump card. Glorious Aura was a veritable nemesis to succubi and mind sorcerers. Yet, it still paled in comparison to the Caucasus combat staff, which was to be expected, as legendary equipment forged with the might of the continent could not be compared to that of the Ogre clan's craftsmanship. In truth, for the Skullcrusher clan to possess such manufacturing techniques was already a testament to their profound heritage, though this craft was somewhat of a double-edged sword. 10,000 years was an exceedingly long duration. As Amos revealed the Caucasus Skull, his dragon siblings sensed it, opening their eyes with envy at the legendary artifact in his possession. Brother. Amos looked up to see the sparkles in his sister's eyes. Elena made a pitiful expression. Can I take a look? Unable to withstand her gaze, Amos relented. All right, it is our spoils after all. Everyone has a share. Elena and Villy were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Amos would utter such words. The possessions of the 4 white dragons were distinct, with each contributing a portion when needed, akin to shared wealth. Yet, this was legendary equipment. Collecting treasures was an innate trait of dragons, and the stronger the equipment, the harder it was to resist. Amos's behavior was akin to a cat willingly sharing catnip with another, a transgression of nature. Amos added, I shall keep it safe. Anyone in need may borrow it. His words roused his dazed siblings, with Villy being the first to react, rushing towards Amos to snatch the legendary artifact from his claws, cradling it close to his snout. Greedily inhaling the magical essence of the Caucasus Skull, Elena quickly followed suit. Villy, you are so cunning. I want it too. Amos sighed in exasperation as he watched his siblings bicker over the artifact. Ah, I can smell the fragrance of treasure. A dreamy exclamation came from behind, halting Villy and Elena's playful scuffle. Felicia, you're awake. Oh, Tiamat. Tiamat above. Tiamat has revealed my fate. Upon awakening, Felicia exclaimed in exhilaration, causing a flicker of concern to cross Amos's eyes. He was uncertain whether being so deeply entangled with the divine was a boon or a bane, especially considering the formidable presence they were unable to resist. After a while, Felicia calmed down, yet the rising and falling of her chest betrayed her excitement. The abrupt movements had aggravated her injuries, and though she had not realized it in her fervor, the pain now struck her sharply. Elena, give Felicia the Caucasus Skull. It will aid in her swift recovery. Felicia's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Elena reluctantly handed over the Caucasus Skull to her sister. After sensing its energy for a moment, Felicia activated ancestral protection, enveloped in a blood-red barrier, sighing in comfort. A few days later, Felicia had nearly recovered from her injuries. Amos, having no reason to linger on Skullcrusher Island, bid farewell to Gurguru, who was in the process of rebuilding Skullcrusher Fortress, leaving behind 3 Komodo giant tortoises as a means of transport for the ogres to traverse to Whitescale City. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the White Fortress, Amos reclined on the long-forgotten velvet bed, contemplating future development plans. The White Dragons had already secured control over the surrounding seas of Tasman Island, and if they wished to further expand their influence and acquire more resources, they needed to venture towards more distant islands or seize a small territory on the main island. However, Amos felt no urgency to make a decision. Waiting for the ogres to grow stronger before continuing their expansion would prove far more manageable. Resolute in his thoughts, Amos decided to first send the Merman Nightwalker to scout the area, gather detailed intelligence, and identify targets. Once the ogres became formidable, They would achieve their goals in one fell swoop. Thinking of the Ogres, Amos recalled that he would need to journey to the mainland once more to customize equipment for them. Chapter 40. Exposure under the cover of a dark and windy night. Philia Oliver, a spy of the White Dragon embedded within Bailey City, activated her invisibility spell and swiftly made her way towards the seaside. Upon reaching the shore, she cast a spell for underwater breathing and stepped into the water. It wasn't long before she spotted the White Dragon Lord, Amos, at the ocean floor. As Amos observed his approaching subordinate, a surge of magical energy coursed through him. Water barrier. A spherical force field repelled the seawater, revealing the seabed beneath. Fish and shrimp that had not been swept away by the tide floundered in the muddy bottom, splattering droplets of muck. What has transpired that necessitates such caution? The bond of servitude allowed for only simple messages, and upon receiving Philia's warning to be extremely careful, Amos opted for a discreet meeting at the ocean floor. Master, I am being watched. Amos furrowed his brow, awaiting further elaboration from his subordinate. Swimming was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Philia took a moment to catch her breath before continuing. Last time, I procured a significant quantity of weaponry and commissioned specialized items, which have drawn the attention of certain individuals. Now, Count Dumbledore is aware of my activities. Count Dumbledore, the Lord of Bailey City, hailed from a lineage that had rendered significant service at the foundation of the Roe Kingdom, earning them the title of Count, which has been passed down through generations. His family governs an expanse of land spanning 10,000 square kilometers surrounding Bailey City, ruling collectively with 3 barons and 8 viscounts. Being under the scrutiny of a powerful count posed a dilemma for Amos. Have you been discovered? He inquired. Not yet. I conducted my previous transactions discreetly, avoided direct involvement, and ensured no traces remain. The count possesses no evidence, and his suspicions extend beyond just me. Oh, there are others involved. Nevertheless, that is inconsequential. Amos pondered for a moment. Since you have drawn the Countess' attention, abandon this mission. Exercise caution. I would rather not receive news of your demise. Understood, Master. Philia felt a wave of relief. Her greatest concern had been Amos's insistence on her completing the task regardless of her safety. Should you be discovered, take the scale I have given you and flee along the coast to the first cliff upstream. There lies an abandoned cave where you may seek assistance from the merman. Amos regarded Philia, recognizing her capabilities, as well as her contributions to his endeavors. He produced a magical scroll. Take this scroll with you. Thank you, Master. Philia had not anticipated receiving such a boon instead of being compelled to fulfill her mission. She sensed that her master was markedly different from typical white dragons. Your leave is granted. As the water barrier dissipated, the sea reclaimed the space, allowing the stranded fish and shrimp to breathe freely once more. Observing the swiftly departing creatures, Amos muttered to himself, once again, I shall be at the mercy of that greedy fiend. Having experienced a surge of knowledge, Amos understood well the wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket. Hence, apart from the line with Philia, the White Dragon Lord had established alternative channels through the mermen, including dealings with pirates and black market merchants. Given sufficient profit, these avaricious rascals dared to engage in transactions with demons. However, the price of such dealings often exceeded the standard market rates by more than half. Amos stroked his chin with his claw. I must devise a strategy, otherwise, I shall remain a perpetual target for exploitation. After a lengthy contemplation, an idea struck him. He flicked his tail and swam towards the abandoned dragon lair, which served as a regular rendezvous for his mermen and black market traders. On the shore, within the grove, Philia, in a good mood, dried her hair and changed out of her damp attire, cautiously surveying her surroundings to ensure no one was present. She cast her invisibility spell and proceeded towards Bailey City. Unbeknownst to her, hidden among the dense branches of a large tree, a cloaked thief had already laid eyes on all her secrets. The following morning, within the study of Count Dumbledore's castle, wisps of fragrant smoke wafted from an exquisitely carved incense burner, filling the room with a soothing aroma. Count Dumbledore sat regally in an ornate pearwood chair, listening to a report from his subordinate. A young man cradling a white cat stood nearby, distractedly eavesdropping. Do you know what she was doing at sea? My lord, I lacked the means for underwater breathing and feared discovery, hence the count, embodying the visage of a dignified middle-aged nobleman, donned immaculate garments free of creases, with a meticulously groomed mustache and a face devoid of emotion that commanded respect. He nodded slightly. Very well, you may leave. The thief, relieved as if pardoned, hastily exited the room, closing the door behind him as he made his way into the courtyard. He stood there, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although this was not his first conversation with the Count, Dumbledore's presence exerted considerable pressure, a result of his long tenure in power and the inherent authority that made anyone who approached him feel the weight of expectation. Count Dumbledore interlocked his fingers, reclining in his chair. "Bruce, what is your perspective on this matter?" The young man, stroking the white cat from its head to its tail, listened intently as the feline tilted its head back, blissfully squinting its eyes. "Based on the information regarding the large goose-down bed ordered last time, this entity is certainly an intelligent being and quite sizable, likely residing on an island." Philia had underestimated the Count's extensive intelligence network. Her covert actions had already been uncovered. After a moment of contemplation, the young man continued his analysis. There are only a few types of large, secretive creatures that could fit this description, such as evil dragons, sea giants, and other massive extraordinary beings. What do you propose it might be? The young man furrowed his brow in thought. I cannot ascertain, but it likely does not possess overwhelming strength, certainly not legendary prowess. Otherwise, it would not need to hide. However, it cannot be too weak either. Philia is at least a mid-tier mage. Count Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Indeed, the information is scant. He shifted the topic. However, I received news last night regarding the weapon procurement incident. Besides Raynor, Philia was also involved, albeit in a more clandestine manner. Large-scale weapon transactions invariably attract the attention of rulers, for no one desires a sudden uprising of rebels in their domain. This at least indicates that they are not working together. Otherwise, it would be unnecessary for two individuals to undertake the same task. Intrigued, the young man continued. Only dragons can command subordinates, and this dragon exhibits considerable intellect, even equipping its followers. Among the reclusive chromatic dragons, green dragons inhabit rainforests, blue dragons shun moist environments. Red dragons loathe water and are too proud to meet clandestinely. This leaves only black and white dragons. However, I do not believe that a white dragon, known for its lack of cunning, would possess such wisdom. Thus, it is highly likely to be a black dragon. Bruce's analysis was astutely reasoned. Yet Amos was no ordinary white dragon. The Count clapped his hands in satisfaction, gazing proudly at his astute son. An excellent deduction. How do you propose we draw it out into the open? Due to the inherently lethargic nature of the five-colored evil dragon, it seldom ventures out without cause. Therefore, it is inevitable that Philia will take action. We merely need to assign someone to keep a close watch on her. In due course, we shall catch her red-handed, for we cannot imprison a noble heir without substantial evidence. Subsequently, let us proceed as you suggested. You are indeed a fool devoid of intellect. Your entire family shares in this folly. Chapter 41. Trade. Amos was utterly oblivious to the slander being directed against him. He journeyed to the abandoned dragon's lair. Over the past 4 years, the white dragons had amassed a considerable collection of exquisite pearls through the Fishmen, luxuriating on their beds of pearls, their smooth scales creating a melodious chime with the round, lustrous gems. However, pearls are not akin to gold. A moment's carelessness could reduce them to mere pearl dust. The precious pearls transformed into a white powder, causing the white dragons great distress. To safeguard their wealth from continuous devaluation, Amos devised a strategy to exchange pearls for gold through trade. In the continent of Nordshield, the lustrous deep-sea pearls were highly coveted as premium jewelry. The low productivity of this world meant that the annual yield of exquisite pearls fell vastly short of market demand, resulting in consistently high prices. However, the white dragons had an abundance of pearls, while their collection of gold coins was woefully insufficient. Consequently, Amos established contact with the black market merchant, Roquin. Faced with the prospect of exorbitant profits, Roquin and the white dragons promptly signed an agreement, becoming partners in trade. Thus, the secretive abandoned dragon's lair was repurposed as a hub for their exchanges, guarded by fishmen who sold pearls and received intelligence from the black market. Upon sighting the arrival of the white dragon, a fishman sentinel scurried to greet him. "Great master, I, Wyrm the fishman, pay my respects to you." "Yes. When was the last transaction?" Amos inquired. The merchant transported a batch of goods just the day before yesterday. Amos frowned. The agreed trading frequency with the black market merchant was bi-monthly. At that moment, a rotund fishman emerged from within the lair, leading the way. Years prior, Amos had discovered a fishman with a remarkable aptitude for arithmetic and had nurtured him as his assistant, assigning him the management of trade matters. This Fishman was the plump Mormor. Salutations. You are wise and powerful. Enough. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Amos interrupted Mormor's endless flattery. Casting a concerned glance at the now even fatter Fishman, worried that one day Mormor might balloon into a hot air balloon and ascend into the sky, Amos adopted a serious tone. Mormor, I need you to contact Roquin promptly. I must speak with him in person. Amos nodded in satisfaction. Mormor had performed admirably in recent years, bringing substantial wealth and intelligence to the White Dragons, which is why this plump Fishman retained his grip on the lucrative trade. Has Roquin conveyed any significant news recently? None, except for some gossip regarding nobles in the Kingdom of Rway. Other events seem distant from us. However, there is news concerning the Red Dragons. Oh, Amos was intrigued by tidings of his kin. The high-level legendary Red Dragon, Molten Mountain's flame, has awakened. Reports suggest that the elven forest in the west has suffered greatly, with 3 surrounding cities engulfed in flames. The Elven King engaged in a fierce battle with the Red Dragon, with no clear victor emerging. Now, the Elven Kingdom is rallying adventurers across the continent to vanquish Molten Mountain's flame. There are whispers that a legendary Silver Dragon Duke has also joined, though no one has laid eyes on him. Amos had intended to inquire about any unusual activities in Bailey City, but was instead drawn into the tale of a clash among the realm's most formidable beings. Yet, given Amos's location in the northeastern part of the continent, separated from the battlefield by vast distances, he could neither witness the spectacle nor worry about the flames encroaching upon him. It could only serve as a topic of conversation during leisurely moments with his siblings. As dusk approached, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a radiant glow across the sky. While weary birds returned to their nests against the backdrop of the setting sun, a small boat, silent yet swift, glided through the gentle waves, maneuvering around various reefs to reach the waters above the abandoned dragon's lair. Leaving the boatmen to guard the vessel, Roquin and a burly man plunged into the water, accompanied by fishmen as they entered the lair. How delightful it is to see you, my dear friend, Roquin exclaimed, his laughter preceding his arrival. The diminutive Amos, having reduced his size, opened his arms wide to welcome the approaching Roquin. Welcome, little raven. Amos grinned, revealing what he believed to be an amiable smile, though to the unknowing, it might appear as a display of his sharp, ivory fangs. Roquin erupted into laughter. Your smile is quite ghastly, my friend, and you are rather unsettling yourself. Amos retorted sharply, emphasizing unsettling and dwarf with particular vigor. Roquin maintained his jovial demeanor. I often ponder whether my father might have been a caveman. Having grown up without a father, Roquin was diminutive and unremarkable in appearance, resembling a caveman, yet he remained unbothered by such trivialities, often jesting about it. However, Amos would never underestimate him. Roquin was a bona fide high-level shadow mage, on the cusp of mastering his craft. What concerned Amos more than his prowess was his background. He was the head of the Black Raven Consortium in the northern region of the Rway Kingdom and a formal member of the Raven Council. Every time you reach out to me, something fortuitous occurs. So, what surprise do you bring me this time? Amos discerned the unspoken implication in Roquin's words. Don't bother me, without profit. Roquin cared little for appearances or reputation. His sole focus was on the glimmering gold coins. The friendship between him and Amos was directly proportional to the benefits Amos provided. In dealing with such a person, Amos felt a sense of security. As long as he could deliver sufficient profit, he need not fear betrayal. Clearly, the mutual benefits of their collaboration far outweighed any potential gains from enmity. Roquin, I require a custom order of armor and weapons designed for large humanoid creatures. Upon hearing this, Roquin's interest peaked. Arms trading was a lucrative venture, especially for custom orders. His face broke into a wide grin. My friend, you truly are my lucky star. How many do you need? The White Dragon replied nonchalantly. Let us start with 2,000 sets. Additionally, I need a batch of alchemical bombs and at least 20 plague bombs. In this world, the technological tree had taken a crooked path. The Industrial Revolution was nowhere in sight, yet the branch of biological technology thrived. Long ago, a tech-savvy lich named Onai had invented the plague bomb, employing it in aggressive warfare, leading countless beings across various planes to ruin, shrouded in toxic gases. The destructive power of the plague bomb astonished the multiverse. The extensive loss of life angered the gods of justice, who dispatched their churches to hunt Onai. Slyly, Onai received word of the impending danger and sought refuge in the realm of the undead, evading capture to this day. You've lost your mind. If this is discovered, the churches of the gods will pursue you. Amos raised an eyebrow, dismissively replying, and so? Rockwan's expression shifted from uncertainty to silent laughter. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits. You'll need to pay more. Chapter 42. Intelligence. Amos extended a finger, shaking it side to side. No, no, no. I will not spend even a penny more. Rockwan furrowed his brow, responding with dissatisfaction. Are you jesting, my friend? For the plague bomb you desire, I must first submit an application to the southern headquarters. Then, I will have to transport the plague bomb through numerous checkpoints to sell it to a vicious dragon. Do you have any idea of the effort and risk involved? The Black Crow Guild, of which Rockwan was a part, was an affiliate of the prestigious spellcasters organization, the Raven Council. The Raven Council held equal stature with the Northern Witch Council, headquartered in the southern part of the continent. The opulence and extravagant spending associated with spellcasters were well known. Nearly all spellcaster organizations established their own guilds to generate revenue to support their enormous expenditures. The plague bomb was almost an essential resource for large organizations to maintain strategic deterrence. However, only a chaotic faction like the Raven Council would deal in such perilous items. Amos calmly replied, I understand your predicament, but I will not spend a single extra coin, not even for the plague bomb. For common alchemical bombs and armor, you must sell them to me at a 30% discount, and I assure you, you will not suffer a loss. Upon saying this, Amos pushed a small wooden box towards Rockwan. This is my sincerity. Rockwan's frown eased, and curiosity piqued within him regarding what could empower Amos to propose such terms. Open it, he urged. A burly man who had been trailing Rockwan stepped forward silently, opening the box and emptying its contents onto the table. Rockwan's heart leaped with joy, yet he feigned nonchalance, asking, My friend, a few dead fish and a bag of powder. Is this your sincerity? Enough, Rockwan. Do not play coy with me. I do not believe your expertise would fail to recognize what these are. For humans to acquire them is akin to climbing to the heavens, but for me, it is merely a matter of raising my hand. Amos was done dancing around the subject and chose to speak plainly. The halibut, Mormos sailfish, Lagron red shrimp, and others were all precious delicacies found only in the deep sea, highly sought after by the nobility, and there was no shortage of buyers. These rare spices from overseas islands were equivalent in value to gold and were often out of stock, existing in a market devoid of price. Amos enumerated the value of his offerings, taking a breath before continuing. I can provide you with a batch of these deep-sea specialties weekly, and for the spices, I can supply 5,000 pounds every 6 months. Is that not generous enough? Rockwan grimaced. Oh, my friend, your terms are tempting, but in weapon trading, one must allow the poor little dwarf to earn a morsel, right? Instead, I shall sell the weapons and armor to you at market price, not profiting a single coin more. Amos raised an eyebrow, responding coolly, market price at a 60% discount. Rockwan nearly cried out, that simply won't do. For this batch of special armor, I need to contact artisans willing to take on under-the-table jobs, procure high-quality iron ore, and forge specialized molds. All of this requires a substantial sum of gold coins. You cannot expect your dear friend to incur losses. Rockwan, do not think that just because I reside on an island, I am oblivious to the happenings on the mainland. Profiting is secondary. A stable source of precious goods can expand your high-level connections. Just imagine how much low-end market share you could seize. Even if this batch of equipment were given away for free, you would still come out ahead. Faced with Amos's revelations, Rockwan wiped the sorrowful expression from his face and cheerfully declared, No problem, my friend. For the sake of our friendship, a 60% discount it shall be. Rockwan's smile faded as he grew serious. However, I hope to have exclusive agency over these products. Amos shot Rockwan a glance, bemused by his swift change in demeanor. He had gone from looking despondent to cheerful, and now back to solemn, faster than turning pages in a book. After muttering a few words of disdain about Rockwan, he replied, 5 years. After 5 years, we'll see how it goes. Rockwan clasped his hands to his heart, exaggerating. Oh, Amos, is this how you treat your most loyal friend? Is our friendship worth only 5 years? Enough chatter. Who knows if you will still be in the kingdom of Ro after 5 years? These years will be enough for you to reap your rewards. Ha! Indeed. Nothing escapes your notice. So, here's to a pleasant collaboration. Amos shifted the topic to his other objective. Has the Dumbledore family made any unusual moves recently? Not particularly. But as a friend, I must advise you not to set your sights on them. The Dumbledores are not an ordinary count family. They have close ties with the royal Bane family of Roe. Roquan continued. The last queen of the kingdom of Roe was the younger sister of Count Dumbledore. Amos's expression darkened. I certainly do not enjoy courting trouble, but whether they will seek their own demise, I cannot say for certain. So, that is your reason for acquiring the plague bomb. Indeed, Amos admitted directly, knowing it would be futile to hide it from Roquan. The plague bomb, akin to a nuclear weapon from Blue Star, was unusable. Using it would place one on the Church of Justice's blacklist, subjecting them to relentless pursuit by those fanatic believers. However, merely possessing it would allow the Church to turn a blind eye. Thus, Amos had never intended to use the plague bomb. He merely sought to possess it for self-preservation. After all, no one would casually provoke an enemy capable of mutual destruction. I will keep an eye on them and expedite the transport of the plague bomb. Roquan understood that if Amos fell, he would lose at least half the gold coins in his purse. Furthermore, after dealing with the White Dragon for an extended period, Roquan had garnered some understanding of Amos's draconic nature. He knew Amos was a rare individual among dragons, acting rationally and prudently, far removed from the image of a typical dragon. Otherwise, he would not dare to sell the plague bomb to a white dragon. How long will it take? 2 months. The procurement of a plague bomb is quite troublesome. The application alone takes half a month, and with all the checkpoints along the way, it will take at least 2 months. Amos pondered for a moment. That is too long. Can we avoid human cities and take a maritime route, or go below ground? Amos pointed to the ground beneath him. Roquan contemplated the feasibility of the options. Traversing the Underdark is too perilous. The Dark Elves are manageable. As long as sufficient protection fees are provided, there generally won't be issues. However, those monsters lurking in the shadows are far more difficult to appease. As for maritime routes, do not even entertain the thought. I just received news this morning that the Pirate King, Bloodwave, has recovered from his injuries and is back to wreaking havoc. Few dare to sail to Bale City now. The name Bloodwave was legendary, as was his formidable prowess. He had swiftly assembled the largest pirate crew in the eastern sea of Nordshield, and no one knew who he was or what surname he bore. Bloodwave was a title he earned from a battle that reverberated across several kingdoms. In that notorious massacre, he led his pirates to plunder over 50 vessels in just 3 days, casting all crew and passengers, nobles and commoners alike, into the sea to drown. By the following morning, the bloated corpses washed ashore near Victoria, a port city of the Kingdom of Pavlin, staining the once clear waters a pale red. This incident incited the wrath of the noble classes in both the Kingdom of Pavlin and the Kingdom of Roe, prompting these two rival kingdoms to unite in an uncommon alliance, dispatching 2 legendary figures to hunt down Bloodwave. Ultimately, Bloodwave sustained severe injuries and retreated into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 43. Daily Life. After Amos and Roquan formalized their agreement, Roquan exited the cave. Amos remained alone within, having achieved the meeting's objective, though the outcome was less than ideal. The white dragon shook its head in mild displeasure. Momo, the stout merman, waddled in through the entrance. What are your orders, master? Also, we must remain vigilant and keep an eye on the activities at the port of Bailey City. If any warships set sail, inform me immediately. Understood. Amos nodded. Though Momo's appearance was rather untrustworthy, he was reliable in carrying out his duties. If laziness were a disease, then the dragon was deeply afflicted. Amos lounged languidly on the velvet bed, reluctant to move. He stretched his head over the edge of the bed, resting his chin on pearls and gold coins, and yawned. My laziness has returned. Just a short nap, I promise. His subjective will could not withstand the body's instinct, and soon Amos drifted into slumber. The white dragon's chest rose and fell rhythmically, breath releasing plumes of white frost that coated the gold and pearls in a layer of frost. What was meant to be a brief respite turned into a month. Awakening from his dreams, Amos's impeccable biological clock indicated that a month had elapsed. He mused that had this been his childhood, his mother would have been rousing him from his slumber. The cold metal in his belly reminded him of his current status as a mighty dragon. Rising, he stretched his muscles and yawned once more. After consuming a few cool gold coins, his mood lifted somewhat. Amos approached the balcony and gazed down at the scenery below. The March sunlight was just right, casting its warmth upon the earth, awakening all living things. Beneath the white fortress, a gentle breeze stirred the water, creating subtle ripples on the shimmering lake's surface, where fishmen occasionally leapt. Beside the clear guard lake lay lush green forests, where the wind rustled the leaves and birds frolicked among the trees. On the edge of the forest, a city was alive with the movement of numerous small dots, the Fishmen living in Whitescale City. Further in the distance stretched an endless expanse of azure sea, its surface adorned with frothy waves. The horizon was dotted with islands, akin to pearls strung on a thread. Amos unfurled his wings completely and released a resounding, elongated dragon's roar. He soared over the forest, gliding above Whitescale City. His massive wings cast a shadow over the bustling fishmen below, who paused in their tasks to gaze upward. However, Amos had already passed, and the gust from his wings left the fishmen squinting against the wind, creating a stir in Whitescale City behind him. Unperturbed by these minor distractions, Amos plunged into the cerulean sea, splashing water in all directions as ripples radiated outward, gradually fading into the distance. Beneath the surface, he pressed his wings against his body, diving headfirst toward the ocean floor, his tail propelling him forward. A stream of bubbles trailed behind him, shimmering in the sunlight like a dream. Amos landed on the seabed, treading upon the long-accumulated silt, which soon clouded the surrounding water. After a while, the silt settled, and he observed the underwater realm from his vantage point on the ocean floor. Sunlight pierced the surface, illuminating the clear waters, with coral reefs encircling him. Schools of fish scattered in alarm at the sight of the colossal creature. Somewhere along the way, Amos had grown fond of descending to the ocean depths, clearing his mind and feeling the flow of the water. As if attuning himself to the heartbeat of the sea, his heart was serene. After relishing this moment of tranquility, he decided to depart. At that moment, a glimmer caught his peripheral vision, a flash of light amidst the silt. What is that? Amos pondered, drawn to the metallic shine. He approached and unearthed the object, subsequently realizing that it was a broken sword. The blade measured 2 fingers in width, with an intact hilt. Yet only a couple of inches of the blade remained. Upon closer examination, Amos sensed an ancient and potent aura emanating from it. This was a fragment of a sword left over from the abyssal invasion 3,000 years prior, and despite enduring the ravages of time and seawater, it retained a luster as if newly forged. Amos ran the blade across his nail, leaving a deep white scratch. He could only imagine its former glory as a legendary weapon when intact. He marveled inwardly at the ferocity of the battles that could shatter such a sharp and storied blade. Without hesitation, Amos stowed the broken sword and ascended from the depths. Soaring towards Whitescale City, he landed in the central square, where Old Blind Eye and Old Jimmy hurried out from the adjacent administrative hall. "Salutations, my master." "Indeed. Whitescale City has prospered well. Your efforts deserve commendation." Amos surveyed the area and noted several fishmen among those paying their respects were seasoned professionals. He sensed a significant enhancement in their collective strength, which pleased him greatly. "You must continue to strive for the growth of Whitescale City." "Yes. I entrust you with a task. Dispatch personnel to conduct a thorough search of the surrounding seas for valuable items and gather them. Rest assured, we shall accomplish the task." Amos nodded, flapped his wings, and took to the skies. Only once his figure disappeared from sight did the fishmen disperse to resume their duties. As Amos flew above, surveying his domain, he scanned the islands below. This was one of the few daily rituals of the dragons, an opportunity to alleviate boredom while reaffirming their presence. Soon, Amos arrived at the medium-sized island inhabited by the cave-dwelling folk, known as Cave Dweller Island, which housed 23 villages scattered across its expanse. Each village comprised 30 to 50 households, with 5 to 10 members in each family. These inhabitants had been relocated from various smaller islands for easier protection and management, as their frail bodies rendered them vulnerable to any lurking beasts. Their lives had been arduous, spent hiding in the depths of caves, cultivating ferns to survive, and occasionally suffering attacks from forest predators until Amos discovered them. Recognizing their agricultural potential, Amos facilitated their migration via the massive Ramos turtle to Cave Dweller Island, aiding them in establishing homes. Each village was assigned wolfmen guards to ensure the safety of the cave dwellers, who greatly cherished their current way of life. Residing in subterranean dwellings, the cave dwellers cultivated the land above and around their caves into fertile fields to grow various crops, among which the most precious were overseas spices, valued equally to gold. Thus, from above, the villages appeared as sprawling farms. At the periphery of the villages, various fruit trees were planted, with the wolfmen residing among the outer orchards. After surveying Cave Dweller Island, Amos set his course towards Cracked Skull Island. Chapter 44. Summoning Amos soared above Skullcrack Island. surveying the land below. The Warjin on the outskirts of the forest had been relocated to other islands for labor, leaving only those within Skullcrack Fortress. Consequently, the original Warjin village lay completely abandoned. However, along the coastline, a new merman settlement had emerged, accompanied by a long string of merman villages. Surrounding these merman habitats were numerous aquaculture farms, yet the ogres' enormous appetites rendered the island's output wholly insufficient. At the expansive wooden dock of the town, several Ramos giant turtles were moored, as ogres busily transported supplies from the turtles' shells. Behind the turtles, rows of nets soaked in seawater held floundering live fish and shrimp. Groups of mermen worked together to untangle the nets and haul them ashore, where the catch would be placed into water tanks for transport to Skullcrack Fortress. On the dirt road leading from the merman town to the fortress, Warjin were already seen driving ox-drawn carts. The edge of the forest, once paved with dragon fire by the White Dragon, had been transformed into a formal pathway leading directly to the fortress's grand entrance. The fortress walls had been rebuilt, now taller and more imposing than before, yet the fresh stonework lacked the gravitas that comes with history. In the open space before the walls, a group of ogres carried logs, jogging in circles around the newly constructed fortifications, under the watchful eye of a burly ogre instructor wielding a long whip, which cracked through the air. Any ogre who faltered received a sharp reminder from the instructor, urging them to accelerate and stay in line. Golgaru stood nearby, overseeing the training of the ogre warriors. Behind him lay a group of exhausted ogres sprawled on the ground, panting like fallen beasts. In another area, pairs of ogres practiced combat, their strikes landing with force and authenticity, beads of sweat cascading down their chins and soaking into the parched earth, leaving damp spots. Several merman prophets sat in the shade, healing the injured ogres, and with a gentle touch of water magic, the ogres rejoined their training with renewed vigor. Amos flew above the training ground, letting out a resonant dragon roar that echoed through the sky. Golgaru looked up at the arrival of the White Dragon and raised a hand in greeting. Halt! The ogres in training ceased their movements. Gazing up at the dragon that obscured the sun, Amos descended onto the training field. Golgaru, well done. Amos noted the transformation of the ogres, who had shed their former lethargy for a spirited determination. While the ogre warriors appeared corpulent, a closer inspection revealed the contours of muscle beneath the fat, with sweat tracing the grooves of their physiques, filling the air with a distinctly masculine aura. Excellent. Truly remarkable progress for the Skullcrack clan, Amos praised. Indeed, my lord, Golgaru responded. We now consume 5 hearty meals each day and train for 12 hours daily. Even the dullest among us has become a proper warrior, Garu added. Amos nodded in agreement, recognizing that the warrior profession was indeed the most accessible path, provided one had ample nutritious sustenance and systematic training. However, the challenges of advancing in rank increased with time, requiring talent, opportunity, and luck in equal measure. Furthermore, warriors were often at the forefront of battles, facing the highest mortality rates among all professions. Because they were easy to train, low cost, and numerous, many rulers regarded low-tier warriors merely as cannon fodder. Yet, should a warrior ascend to legendary status and undergo the trials of the world's laws, they could become formidable entities, armed with extensive experience from countless life and death struggles. Such was the case with the berserker Sifril, whose prowess compelled even the Dragon Queen to tread carefully. At that moment, Warjin's servants emerged from the fortress, pushing a food cart laden with steaming fish garnished with unknown spices, and a cart full of pale green turtle eggs. Before the food even arrived, the enticing aroma wafted into the nostrils of the ogres. Their stomachs grumbled audibly in response. Golgaru cast a hesitant glance at Amos. Let them eat first. The warriors are utterly spent, he suggested. Garu nodded in agreement, and Golgaru shouted to the ogres, dinner is served. Cheers erupted as the towering creatures, each over 3 meters high, rushed toward the food cart, creating a scene reminiscent of desperate refugees. The seasoned Warjin quickly halted the cart, retreating to a safe distance. The ogres displayed no table manners. They surrounded the cart, grabbing the steamed fish with their hands, devouring them whole along with the bones. The fist-sized turtle eggs were stuffed into their mouths, their cheeks bulging. Behind them, those unable to reach the food roared in frustration, shoving their companions aside, resulting in utter chaos. Thus commenced an extravagant feast. Golgaru refrained from joining the meal, standing beside Amos, knowing that the White Dragon typically approached matters of importance directly. Golgaru, I require a summons of ogres, Amos stated plainly. I seek robust individuals, at least 100. Master, will they participate in battle? I wish to join, Golgaru exclaimed. Amos shook his head. No, my fortress lacks powerful guardians. Gera pondered for a moment. Master, the Skullcrack clan currently possesses 1 master-level ogre, 18 high-tier ogres, and 274 mid-tier ogres. How many do you desire? Let it be 10 high-tier warriors and 100 mid-tier ogres, Amos instructed. Amos turned his massive dragon head toward Golgaru. Can your duties be delegated? Absolutely. The ogre mage Hark possesses sufficient wisdom to maintain the operations of Skullcrack Fortress, Golgaru assured. Very well. Once you have arranged everything, escort them to the White Fortress. There may soon be a battle awaiting you, Amos concluded. At the mention of battle, Golgaru's enthusiasm surged. The Skullcrack clan stands ready to fight for you. Excellent. There are surprises awaiting you at the White Fortress, Amos replied before unfurling his wings and ascending into the sky. The old blind one moves swiftly, he mused. In the surrounding waters of Tasman Island, a school of small fish turned the seabed upside down, while adult merman warriors patrolled the perimeter, safeguarding the younger fish. The strategy employed by the merman leadership proved effective, with elite merman warriors clearing threats and securing safety, while the energetic young fish excavated relics from ancient battlefields. This not only preserved the normal operations of White Phosphor City, but also occupied the mischievous young fish with a productive task. Light streamed through the crystal dome, illuminating the magnificent crystal throne upon which the white dragon sat, as Amos contemplated the essence of dragonkind. Chapter 45. The New Guardians. A few days later, within the great hall of White Fortress, Amos reclined upon the throne, surveying the ogre chieftain below, along with the ogres who flanked him. Golgaru, donned in a magnificent crimson wizard-esque robe and wielding a Caucasian battle staff, stood at the forefront, bowing in reverence. I salute you, my lord, the Skullcrush ogre. Here to report for duty. Amos performed a system scan, revealing that aside from Golgaru, a total of 120 ogres had arrived, including 12 high-ranking ogres. The rest being mid-tier, exceeding the quantity Amos had requested. The Lord of the White Dragon nodded in satisfaction and spoke. Excellent. Since the Skullcrush clan has come, let us swiftly assume the duties of defense. Your will shall guide the Skullcrush, Golgaru replied. Amos turned to the shadow of the Merman Night Stalker, Baki Darkscale, and declared, from this day forth, the ogres shall take over the role of guardians, while the Merman Night Stalkers will serve as the covert sentinels. Ogres and merfolk shall coexist in harmony to jointly safeguard White Fortress. Golgaru, bring your kin and follow me. Amos led the ogres to the plaza beneath the fortress, clapping his claws to garner attention. A contingent of ogres emerged from the storeroom, laboriously carrying large wooden crates, placing them neatly on the ground, producing a metallic clanging as they landed. Valen, Goga, Tam. Long time no see. Chieftain, it has been ages. Golgaru, upon seeing his kin, felt no surprise. He had already learned from the mermen that the clan members who had set sail had not been executed, but merely imprisoned. Golgaru, your kin shall continue to be led by you. The ogres sent for vengeance against the White Dragon were certainly no weaklings, each possessing at least mid-tier strength. Now that Golgaru had arrived, Amos welcomed the addition of more guardians. Yes, my lord. Amos instructed the laborers, open all the crates. The ogres pried open the sealed crates with iron rods, revealing straw within, through which glimmering metal could be glimpsed below. Amos extracted a full suit of heavy armor from the crate, flicking it with his claw to demonstrate its quality. The ogres breathed heavily, for it was their first encounter with such exquisite heavy armor beyond the confines of Skullcrush Island. Only Golgaru remained composed, having anticipated this. The Lord of the White Dragon was indeed affluent, and given that the merman army was equipped with iron weapons, there was no reason the vastly more powerful ogres should not be similarly equipped. Is this the surprise the Lord spoke of? These are for you. Amos's words confirmed Golgaru's suspicions, igniting a fervor among the ogres, who rushed toward the crates with wild abandon, akin to ravenous dogs, with even Golgaru joining the fray. What warrior does not crave superior equipment? Ahem, that armor is intended for mid-tier ogres. Summon the high-ranking ones to accompany me. Golgaru, suddenly sensing another possibility, could no longer maintain his composure, his breath quickening. Amos led the high-tier ogres to another warehouse, opening the storeroom doors to reveal racks adorned with armor radiating magical energies. Golgaru's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, enchanted armor. Amos felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had procured a surplus of enchanted armor, ensuring that there would be sufficient for the ogres, averting a catastrophe. The high-ranking ogres gazed at Amos, swallowing hard, awaiting their lord's command. The lord of the white dragon extended his claw, gesturing for them to proceed. Roar! The high-ranking ogres unleashed their battle techniques, eagerly charging toward the enchanted armor. Gurguru, observing the claw barring his path, felt a mix of annoyance and exhilaration. He was not angry, but rather overwhelmed with excitement. Gurguru certainly did not believe Amos had neglected to prepare armor for him. The White Dragon Lord's obstruction could only mean one thing. There was even better armor awaiting him. Indeed, Amos opened his dimensional pouch and retrieved a set of gray-white armor, presenting it to the ecstatic ogre chieftain. Gurguru caressed the armor, a specially crafted medium-sized suit. Infused with unique metals, remarkably light, yet boasting astonishing defensive capabilities, its matte gray-white surface inconspicuous. Though its appearance was unremarkable, Gurguru sensed surging magical energies emanating from it. If the armor in the storeroom possessed a magical intensity of 1, then this armor's was 20. Gurguru understood the immense value of this exquisite armor, deeply touched. All true dragons, whether virtuous or malevolent, are often hoarders. Any valuable possessions they acquire are typically stored as treasures hidden within their lairs, known only to themselves. The fact that the White Dragon Lord would gift him this armor signified a profound regard for him. Amos, observing Gurguru lost in thought, spoke. What do you think of the armor I forged? Following the previous conflict with the ogres, Amos had been inspired by the 2 legendary pieces of equipment belonging to Skullcrush. If the ogres could craft legendary gear, there was no reason he, with the aid of his unique abilities, could not achieve the same. Thus, he began to learn the art of forging, aspiring to create a legendary piece of his own. However, the creation of legendary equipment proved to be a formidable challenge. Amos could not even gather the necessary materials for crafting such items as per the system's analysis. In desperation, Amos settled for crafting ordinary equipment, allowing him to hone his skills and lay a solid foundation for future endeavors while also serving as rewards for his subordinates. Over the years, his stock had dwindled. The White Dragon Lord collected an extensive array of related literature, absorbing forging knowledge, and with the system's assistance, he innovated upon the old, bolstered by a constant supply of materials, leading to a rapid enhancement of his forging prowess. The armor in Gurguru's hands was a testament to Amos's craftsmanship, enchanted with 5 high-tier spells: Dragon Breath, Dragon Strength, Dragon Armor, Dragon Wings, and Blink, Concealment. The 4 dragon spells standard for a Dragon Blood sorcerer would grant Gurguru comprehensive enhancements, while Blink, Concealment, masked the fluctuations of magic activation. Pairing seamlessly with the Great Rupture from the Caucasian battle staff, sufficient to terrify foes into submission. Upon hearing this, Gurguru gazed at the Lord of the White Dragon in astonishment, his heart swelling with gratitude. He had never imagined that this armor was crafted by Amos's own hands. Gurguru knelt on one knee, hand over his heart, both heads speaking in unison. The Skullcrush clan stands ready to become your blade, carving a path through adversity for you. I do not ask you to cleave through obstacles, but I do hope you will guard my castle well. I shall not fail in this duty. Chapter 46. Scouts in the enchanting garden of Count Dumbledore's castle in Bailey City. The esteemed Count tended to the vibrant flowers with a watering can in one hand and rolled-up sleeves in the other. The chief steward, Babukal, stood behind him with his hands clasped behind his back, while Bruce, the Count's heir, sat on a stone bench, engrossed in a book. Nearby on the grass, a playful white kitten tumbled about. After finishing his gardening, Count Dumbledore set down the watering can and brushed off imaginary dust from his hands. Is that little girl still silent? He murmured, his brow furrowing. Could it be that we have misjudged, and that entity has not assigned any tasks? He turned to Bruce, who was still absorbed in his reading, and inquired, What are your thoughts on this matter, Bruce? Although Bruce remained focused on his book, he was acutely aware of his father's movements. He closed the book and replied, That depends on your wishes, Father, whether we should take the initiative or wait for them to reveal themselves. Count Dumbledore recognized his eldest son's indifference towards the situation. However, it was understandable. That entity had never acted against the Dumbledore family, as if it were non-existent. Yet a flicker of concern crossed the Count's eyes. While it was easy to overlook such an entity on ordinary days, the current tumultuous times demanded that he not leave any unstable factors in his rear. With a calm demeanor, Count Dumbledore instructed Babukal, Arrange for a few reconnaissance boats to scout the nearby waters. Yes, the steward replied before promptly departing. At the Bailey port, 3 peculiar small boats slid into the water, heading into the deep sea. Beneath the surface, 2 seaweed-clad mermen hastily followed. More. Having received information from his subordinates, smiled slightly, his jowls quivering. As anticipated by the master. 3 hours later. What? They've vanished. Repeat that. The 2 mermen below were drenched in sweat, and spoke in a flurry. My lord, I assure you, we followed those 3 boats, but they suddenly disappeared. Mormer's expression shifted unpredictably. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced that if his subordinates were not negligent, then the boats must possess some peculiar trait, leaning towards the latter hypothesis. I must report this to the master immediately. Mormor retrieved a shard of white dragon scale he always kept on hand. Vanished. Amos surmised the situation based on Mormor's report. Realizing that the Count's residents had grown impatient and dispatched specialized alchemical scouting vessels. Searching for several invisible alchemical boats in the vast ocean was not only challenging, but could also heighten the enemy's vigilance. Thus, Amos decided to hold his position and respond as necessary. Reclining on his crystal throne, Amos murmured, "This feeling of passivity is quite displeasing for a dragon." Meanwhile, human scouts aboard their alchemical vessels revealed themselves amidst the boundless sea. A mage dispelled a detection spell and addressed the muscular man at the bow. "Commander, the sensation of being spied upon has dissipated. We've lost those mermen." Commander Brand nodded gravely. "Indeed, there is something amiss in these waters. Everyone must remain vigilant. Mage, charge the ship. Do not raise the sails. Row steadily forward. Yes. First team, second team, third team. Split up to search. Report any suspicious findings immediately." Understood. The 3 small boats scattered, venturing deeper into the ocean. Conducting reconnaissance at sea demanded even higher standards than on land. Every sea scout was elite, at least a professional, with diverse roles clearly defined. Each of the Count's reconnaissance boats carried 10 crew members, including a seasoned captain, navigator, helmsman, mage, rogue, and archer, capable of handling any situation. Moreover, the crew was well-equipped and formidable, allowing each vessel to undertake independent scouting missions. 3 days later, the navigator, peering through a monocular from the raised retractable lookout, called out, "Commander, the distant waters appear murky, with signs of biological activity beneath." Bran responded, "Mage, send a signal. We may have found our quarry." The ship's mage unfurled a magical scroll to transmit the signal, ensuring nearby vessels within range would respond swiftly. Observing the commander squinting with one eye through his monocular, the navigator suggested, "Commander, should we conduct a preliminary reconnaissance?" "No. Let us wait for the second and third teams to arrive. Such murky waters indicate either a colossal creature or a multitude of them, and in either case, we cannot confront them alone." Hours passed. The other 2 scouting vessels gradually arrived. After verifying the operation of the alchemical ship's formation and confirming the readiness of all personnel, the 3 vessels activated their invisibility spells and advanced toward the murky waters. Moments later, the scouts were astounded to discover that the murky water was due to the commotion of countless mermen beneath. The sheer number of mermen sent shivers down their spines. However, they soon stumbled upon an even more astonishing sight, a magnificent merman city atop an island. Bran steadied his breath, suppressing his fear. He understood that such a scale of mermen was no longer a private matter for the Dumbledore family, and it was highly probable that other superior beings lurked behind them. The chief steward, of course, would not divulge high-level speculations to the soldiers, leading to this delightful misunderstanding. "Commander, what shall we do?" Bran recalled the descriptions of oceanic calamities from books at home. Creatures from the depths, like a tsunami, engulfed the coastal areas of Nordhill, leaving no survivors. He thought of his family in Bailey City, gritting his teeth and resolving to act. "First team, second team, we will split up and scout the shore. We must ascertain the nature of our adversary. Third team, you must return swiftly and report this situation to the Count, allowing him ample time to prepare." "Commander, I." The captain of the 3rd reconnaissance boat, Lockman, realized Bran was trying to protect him. "Needless to say, you are the last male heir of the Wayland family." Lockman Wayland lowered his head in shame and solemnly commanded, "Return." Standing at the bow, Bran declared, "Split up. Seek out suitable landing sites." Understood. Chapter 47. The invader Amos reclined upon the crystalline throne, abruptly opening his vertical golden dragon eyes, from which emanated a piercing chill akin to tangible frost. The voice of the white dragon lord echoed like the frigid winds of winter. Invaders? Bran discovered that the city of Whitescale was teeming with fishmen. Thus, he led his subordinates across the beach and into the forest, seeking new clues. Before entering the woods, Bran raised his hand, signaling the reconnaissance team to halt. Wizard, detect for traps. Wanderers, advance and scout ahead. The wizard and the rogue from the scout team departed from the group, moving forward. The wizard hastily recited incantations, enveloping the forward forest in a magical force field. Report. No traces of magical traps detected. The slender wanderer bent low, scrutinizing the underbrush, when he suddenly noticed something amiss. He pointed to a patch of bent grass. Report. Evidence of intelligent beings' activity detected. He bent down to sift through the foliage, uncovering a recently snapped blade of grass, and continued his report to the captain. The break is still fresh, likely no more than 3 days old. Could it be traces left by those fishmen? The wanderer measured the length of the bent grass and pushed aside more foliage to examine the footprints beneath. No, these are tracks of a large humanoid creature, weighing at least 500 pounds. Can you identify it? The wanderer replied, I cannot ascertain the species. There are too many large humanoid types, ogres, trolls, and ancient remnants of half-orcs could all be possibilities. Just then, the wizard approached, observing for a moment before speaking. These are ogre tracks. I have seen them in a tome. Ogres, due to their heavy girth, walk with their chests puffed out, typically landing on their heels first, resulting in deeper impressions in the ground. The wanderer bent down to check, and indeed, as the wizard had noted, he praised, Truly, you are a learned and sagacious wizard. The scout team grew increasingly alarmed as they advanced, discovering more and more signs. Ogres, trolls, and even wyrms. Bran realized they had ventured into the monster's lair. Furthermore, they encountered an increasing number of traps, initially mere snares, but now magical traps appeared, forcing the team to slow their pace and proceed with caution. Bran pondered, traps. Creatures of various races. This is not the style of the sea folk. Could it be dragons? At that moment, the wizard identified a new magical trap, scrutinizing it gravely as he spoke. Captain, we cannot proceed any further. The creator of this magical trap possesses arcane skills far superior to mine. Advancing further may expose us to traps I cannot detect. Though Bran was reluctant, he recognized the necessity of retreat. Withdraw. The wizard sensed a fleeting magical disturbance and shouted, Not good. We have been discovered. No one anticipated that the deranged individual would set alert traps in the trees. Bran cast a fierce glare at the reckless team member, yet understood that even killing him now would be futile. Quickly, retreat. Moments later, Golgaru led a band of ogres to the scene, observing the frantic traces left by the invaders. Pursue. They cannot have escaped far. Golgaru enhanced the ogres with a group levitation spell and charged toward the direction of the fleeing invaders. Furious, Golgaru bellowed, Cunning invaders. How dare you mock the Skullcrusher clan? Unbeknownst to them, the wizard of the scout team had employed a summoning spell to disguise their escape route, diverting the ogre's pursuit. Golgaru raised his hand skyward and fired a flare, which erupted into a brilliant yellow firework in the air, signaling communication between White Fortress and Whitescale City. In the administrative hall of Whitescale City, old Jimmy witnessed the flare and rose to his feet. Pass the orders, secure the coastline. In the jungle, Bran and his companions fled desperately, spotting the explosion of fireworks in the sky. Bruce's expression changed abruptly as he thought of the people in Whitescale City. Bran rushed to the breathless wizard, draping one of the wizard's arms over his shoulder to ease his burden, drawing upon the wizard's energy to replenish his own levitation spell. Bran inquired, How's the other team faring? Bran rallied his exhausted companions, encouraging them, Everyone, hold on. To the ship. Activate the invisibility array. We shall be safe. Meanwhile, Golgaru finally discerned the true escape route of the invaders and hastened to close the gap. The enraged ogres rampaged through the forest, startling the avian inhabitants. The scouts heard the sounds of commotion behind them, akin to the relentless drums of war pounding in their hearts. At that moment, the reckless team member halted, turning to hide behind a large tree, offering a bittersweet smile to his companions. Markley, you, Bran reassured, we will look after your family. The team members grasped the gravity of the situation, transforming their despair into determination, hastening their escape. Otherwise, none would survive. Upon hearing the captain's voice, Markley smiled appreciatively. leaning against the tree, taking a deep breath to quickly adjust his mindset. Listening to the approaching sounds, he crouched down, gripping his crossbow and curved blade tightly. As an ogre passed by, Markley seized the moment to pull the trigger, launching a bolt toward the leading ogre. It was then that he finally discerned Golgaru's visage, and he cried out in terror, "A two-headed ogre!" In that instant of Markley's exclamation, Golgaru's club descended upon him, and he had no time to evade, hastily raising his curved blade to block. Yet, his strength was no match for the monstrous Golgaru. The blade offered little resistance. Upon impact, it triggered the passive skill, disintegration, and Markley's form was swiftly dismantled. Golgaru, still seething with rage, cursed, "Little brat, you got off lightly." Having dispatched his foe, he continued the pursuit. Golgaru burst forth from the forest, only to find the scout team had already located a small boat hidden by the shore and was preparing to board. With a roar, Golgaru and 3 high-ranking ogres leaped into the air, attempting to vault over the beach directly onto the scout's vessel. Bran hastily tore open a scroll, unleashing a fireball the size of a soccer ball, which hurtled toward the airborne ogres. In an instant, Golgaru conjured a spike of earth, detonating the fireball prematurely. The explosive shockwave propelled the ogres backward, crashing to the ground, just as the Fishmen soldiers arrived belatedly. The alchemical boat glided into the sea, and the wizard immediately activated invisibility. The scouts jubilantly shouted at the ogres, "Farewell, monsters!" Chapter 48. Declaration of War. Golgaru was repelled by the shockwave of the explosion, landing on the beach and leaving several deep impressions in the sand. By the time it regained its footing, the scout ship had vanished from the surface of the sea. Ghoul's single, blood-red eye seethed with rage, emitting a low, furious growl from its throat, while Garu activated the dragon wings embedded in its armor and soared towards the place where the ship had disappeared. The scouts, gazing up at the more than 800-pound behemoth in the sky, felt their hearts leap into their throats. How could it possibly fly? However, any attack would reveal their position, leaving them to silently pray to the deities. Alas, if prayers were truly effective, the world would not be plagued by so much misfortune. A potent anti-invisibility barrier swept across the ocean's surface, disrupting the stealth magic array on the alchemical ship, rendering its invisibility exceedingly unstable, flickering in and out of sight like a frozen screen. The scouts, witnessing the formidable two-headed ogre above and the multitude of fishmen converging from the depths, were engulfed by despair. Bran clenched his teeth. Despite the overwhelming power of the enemy, he refused to resign himself to fate, pulling a magical scroll from behind his back. This time, Golgaru had learned its lesson, avoiding reckless approaches, constantly moving in the sky while casting spells to erect ice walls on the ocean's surface, hindering the alchemical ship's advance. The alchemical vessel found itself impeded by Golgaru, struggling to navigate as the fishmen quickly surrounded it, attempting to grasp the ship's edges and climb aboard. The scouts drew their weapons, driving the fishmen back to maintain their line. Observing the ineffectiveness of their tactics, the fishman commander altered the strategy, commanding his troops to stealthily approach from beneath the ship. A dense swarm of fishmen surged upward, forcefully lifting the bow of the vessel. The scouts scrambled to hold onto the tilting ship, their bodies bracing against the sudden incline. Bran, witnessing the unyielding ogre chief above, was consumed by urgency. If this continued, he would not have the chance to deploy his trump card before the ship capsized. Faced with 2 dire choices, Bran activated his hidden ace, unleashing the scroll in his grasp. A soul-piercing scream resonated, causing the fishmen surrounding the ship to faint, their bodies floating belly up to the surface. The advanced mental magic attack, soul-piercing scream, caught Golgaru's attention as it saw Bran produce the scroll. It promptly flapped its dragon wings to retreat and cast defensive magic on itself, only to discover the rare nature of the mental assault. Fortunately, it was far enough away that it merely experienced dizziness, quickly regaining its composure. The scouts, observing the advancing ogre, hurled their weapons in desperation, but Golgaru deftly evaded them. Once the weapons were exhausted, the scouts resorted to tossing nearby objects, doing everything they could to delay Golgaru's advance, buying time for the mage to assess the alchemical ship. Seeing the scouts seemingly reach their limits, Golgaru heightened its vigilance and accelerated towards the vessel. In despair, Bran swung his long sword, unleashing a series of energy blades towards Golgaru. The ogre, witnessing the enemy's struggle, began to chant a spell rapidly, conjuring a cloud of dust. The sandstorm veil. The energy blades vanished into the haze, plunging Bran's heart into despair. At that moment, Gulguru burst forth from the dust cloud, descending directly upon the alchemical ship. The mage's heart raced. Indeed, the alchemical array could not be repaired in such a short time. He had been biding his time, waiting for the right moment, and activated the dispelling ring in his possession, aimed at severing the spells encasing Gulguru. Only by stripping the two-headed ogre of its ability to fly could they hope for escape. He struck true. The scouts rejoiced wildly. However, the hit was a mere illusion, as the two-headed ogre dissipated into nothingness. No. A clone technique? The mage was startled, feeling the rush of air descending from above, his body covered in sweat. It was over. The rapidly descending Gulguru emerged from invisibility, and before it touched down, it struck the mage's head, driving it into his body, blood and gore splattering everywhere. Nordshield shared a consensus. In warfare, one must first eliminate the enemy's mage, for one could never predict what trump card they might unveil in the next moment. The ecstatic scouts were caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Their mage was slain, and their last hope of escape evaporated. Such was the rise and fall of life. The over 800-pound ogre crashed heavily onto the rapidly moving alchemical ship's bow. The small vessel, 5 meters long and 2 wide, was forcibly lifted, spinning 3 times in midair before capsizing onto the ocean's surface. The icy water jolted the stunned scouts awake, their faces drained of color. The greatest sorrow is to have a deadened heart. Bran, without struggle, opened his limbs and surrendered himself to the depths. Gulguru, empowered to walk on water, stood atop the surface, observing the scouts who either struggled desperately to reach the surface or sank in despair. A disdainful smile crept across its face. After expending such effort, how could it allow them to perish so easily? Chanting a spell swiftly, energy ropes erupted from its staff, plunging into the water and binding the scouts around their waists. Pulling them back to the surface, the scouts emerged, violently coughing as seawater surged from their stomachs. Bran, amidst his coughing, caught sight of the approaching Fishmen, bitterly smiling to himself. Was it not even permissible to wish for death? Gulguru addressed the advancing Fishmen, instructing, "Bind them and bring them ashore. The master has commanded that the more tongues, the better." Gulguru was somewhat pleased with having captured 8 alive. After all, killing and capturing alive were 2 distinct concepts. Amith had merely instructed to capture alive whenever possible for the sake of interrogation. The two-headed ogre cast a glance at the alchemical ship, now a mere black sinking into the depths. Bringing the ship back up might prove useful. Meanwhile, the second scout team had not yet escaped the forest when they were cornered by Baki, the Darkscale, and overwhelmed by the Fishmen's tactics. In the White Fortress, Amith gazed down at the kneeling scout captain. Bran, too, was astonished at the sight of the colossal white dragon perched upon the magnificent crystal throne. It was, after all, his first encounter with a dragon. A flicker of pink light flashed in Amith's eyes, and Bran immediately fell into a daze, his eyes losing focus. The charm of humanity. Humanity. Name: Bran Orchid. Oh, the illegitimate child of that family. The Earl of Aberley's family. Position: Captain of the 1st Division of the Sea Reconnaissance Team in Bailey City. Mission: sent by the steward of Earl Dumbledore's estate to investigate any anomalies at sea. Take him away, confine him for now. Under the influence of magic, Bran cooperatively divulged all he knew. Amith closed his eyes in contemplation. Before reaching adulthood, it had no intention of provoking humanity. However, since the other side had dispatched a reconnaissance team, Amith did not believe they bore goodwill for diplomatic exchange. Amith surveyed the hall, noting that the high-ranking officials of the White Fortress awaited its decision. Everyone, prepare for war. Chapter 49. The capture in the Grand Hall of the Earl's Castle in Bailey City. Captain Lockman Wyrm of the 3rd Reconnaissance Team was reporting to Earl Dumbledore. What? You mean to say that those fishmen have established such a large city? Earl Dumbledore could hardly believe his ears. In Nordhill, fishmen were often referred to as the goblins of the water. Apart from their remarkable reproductive capabilities, they possessed no other notable traits. Very well, you may leave now. As his subordinate exited, Earl Dumbledore remained alone in the hall, lost in thought. It was inconceivable for a creature at the bottom of the food chain, such as the fishmen, to create such a significant settlement without powerful biological support. And who would back such creatures? Dragons? Or perhaps deep-sea entities? Regardless of the source, they could not possibly be allies of the Dumbledore family. No, I cannot remain idle. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Earl Dumbledore summoned a maid from outside. Go, Fetch the head butler and my eldest son." Soon, Bruce Dumbledore and Babuckle arrived together. Holding his white cat, Ike inquired with a grave expression, "Father, what has happened?" Earl Dumbledore looked up and said, "You are here." Bruce recognized the seriousness of the situation. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures, and he disregarded any concerns about his father's demeanor. "Yes." Earl Dumbledore glanced at Ike, who had just exited, and addressed the head butler, Babuckle. "Prepare invitations and summon all the nobles under our banner for a council. They have enjoyed the Dumbledore family's protection. It is time for them to contribute to the family." "Understood." Babuckle left to fulfill his orders. Earl Dumbledore lifted a wine goblet from the table and took a delicate sip of the sweet nectar. "Ah, what a troublesome season this is." Meanwhile, in a secluded alley of Bailey City, Philia had purchased the clothing of a peasant woman who had entered the city, disguising herself as an ordinary farmer, dressed in coarse linen, with a white cloth wrapped around her head and a basket in hand. She hurried through the alleyway and onto the main street, lowering her head as she approached the city gate. Earlier, when Bruce had come to arrest her at the Oliver residence, she had escaped through a secret passage. Now, she was wanted throughout the city and needed to flee before the gates closed. Otherwise, once Bailey City was fully operational, there would be no safe haven for her within its confines. "Stop. What are you doing?" "All right, you may pass." Philia sighed in relief as she observed the soldier allowing her to proceed, hastening past him. The soldier inhaled the fragrance in the air and marveled, "Ah, how delightful." But then, realization struck him. "Wait, how can an ordinary farmer afford perfume?" "Stop her." Just as Philia neared the city gate, a sense of panic gripped her. Though unsure of what had gone awry, she had little time to ponder and raised her hand. Rua. The soldiers, caught off guard, were blinded by a flash of light. In their confusion, they raised their spears defensively towards the direction they remembered, but Philia had already made her escape. The commotion at the city gate attracted the attention of patrolling soldiers. "Stop. Don't run." Philia activated her agility spell and continued fleeing toward the woods. At that moment, a nonchalant figure emerged from the thicket, blocking her path. "Miss Philia, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Why not come to my home as a guest?" Philia gazed at Bruce Dumbledore, who cradled his white cat, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She had no desire to confront the prodigy of the Dumbledore family. Sliding her hand discreetly into the basket, she grasped a magic scroll, feeling slightly reassured. "I am sorry, young Master Bruce. I did not wish for this to happen." In the grand hall of the Earl's castle, Earl Dumbledore was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a tall, white-bearded elder. Bruce sat awkwardly in a chair, covering his face, while Philia was apprehended by guards, forced to kneel on the ground. Earl Dumbledore personally escorted the elder to the door, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Master Gandalf, for your assistance." The elder picked up a fishing rod and a small bucket from the floor, smiling as he replied, "It is my honor to serve the Dumbledore family. Contributing to the family when the opportunity arises is only fitting. Your humility is commendable. It is truly a stroke of luck for the Dumbledore family to have someone like you in their service." After a few mutual compliments, the venerable elder departed. Earl Dumbledore smiled as he watched the elder leave the hall, but his expression shifted dramatically. "Philia, you have quite the audacity." Philia managed a wry smile. "Lord Andrew, I am merely a victim of circumstance." Bruce, feeling frustrated, rubbed his temples and interjected, "Father, she never intended to take my life. Indeed, otherwise. Do you think she would remain here kneeling so calmly?" Bruce sighed and shook his head, embarrassed by the predicament. He had been transformed into a frog by Philia's advanced malicious transmutation spell, allowing her to escape. However, her luck had run out when she encountered the legendary weapons master. Gandalf, returning from a fishing trip, under the grasp of a half-legendary master, Philia was swiftly captured. Noticing his son's dejected demeanor, Earl Dumbledore attempted to comfort him. "Do not dwell on it too much. Who knows what kind of treacherous voodoo scrolls she may possess." He then shot Philia a fierce glare and commanded the guards, "Release her. You may leave." The soldiers bowed and exited. "Now tell me, who is your master? What is his purpose for placing you in Bailey City?" "I am sorry, my lord, but I cannot divulge that information." Earl Dumbledore furrowed his brow, realizing the implications. Indeed, evil beings often bound their subordinates with contracts. So Philia's lack of agency was not mere rhetoric. This thought eased Earl Dumbledore's mind, for the Oliver family had been loyal for centuries, contributing significantly to Bailey City. and this generation's men had all perished valiantly in battle for the Dumbledore family. Earl Dumbledore softened his tone. Philia, I have watched you grow up. I do not wish to resort to torture. It would be best for you to voluntarily share everything you can. Philia hesitated. Earl Dumbledore sensed the strictness of the contract she had signed. Bring her. Search her. Philia offered no resistance, knowing it would be futile. Bring Miss Philia to a room, and keep her under 24-hour surveillance. She is not to leave her quarters. Yes. The guards escorted Philia away. Earl Dumbledore examined the white scales in his hand. A white dragon. Chapter 50. The frozen ship at dawn. In Bailey City's port, workers bustled about, tirelessly transporting various supplies onto the warships throughout the night. In the Traveler's Inn by the dock, stranded merchants curiously inquired of the tavern keeper, "Is the Earl preparing to combat pirates and restore the trade routes?" The tavern keeper's words ignited a lively discussion among the patrons, who began to chatter excitedly. A local ruffian, driven by curiosity, asked, "What crime has Miss Philia committed?" A sailor slammed his empty tankard on the table, gruffly retorting, "Only the dead know the sordid affairs of these highborn." A drinker, finishing his ale, leaned back with an air of mystery. "You all are oblivious, aren't you?" A burly mercenary, having overheard part of the conversation, impatiently waved his hand. "Enough with the riddles, speak plainly." Tavern keeper, bring this friend a fine ale. The drinker received his ale from the serving girl, who, angered by his antics, slapped him, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter. Relishing the envious gazes of others, he declared, "I heard from my cousin, who serves as a guard, that it involves a dragon from the sea." A nearby merchant suddenly realized, "No wonder I saw those workers carrying crossbow bolts this morning, by the gods. They were over 3 meters long. They must be preparing to face a giant dragon." The patrons gazed out the window, spotting the ironclad warship's deck, partially obscured by tarpaulins, and their suspicions deepened. A local, observing the Earl's son being surrounded by a crowd on the dock, remarked with a smirk, "Young Master Bruce is truly in a bind this time." In a corner of the tavern, a frail, dark-haired man, nursing a drink, rolled his eyes before rising to settle his tab and exiting. Outside, a head peeked from an alleyway, stealthily following the dark-haired man. Meanwhile, on the dock, the beleaguered young Master Bruce, clad in a splendid mage's robe, passionately addressed the gathering crowd. "My friends, our malevolent neighbor is a young white dragon. If we do not act swiftly to prevent it from growing and devouring our descendants, we must take the initiative to extinguish this threat in its cradle. Who will join me in slaying the dragon and claiming glory and riches?" Seeing the flames of determination in the soldier's eyes, Bruce raised his hand, proclaiming, "Victory for Bailey City." The soldiers below echoed, waving their weapons, "Victory for Bailey City. Victory! Victory!" Set sail. With a resounding horn blast, 20 warships, each at least 30 meters long, unfurled their sails, leaving ripples in their wake as seagulls soared above. The fleet advanced toward the rising sun. The following night, aboard the battleship Shell No. 8, a soldier, unable to sleep, climbed from his hammock, carefully navigating past his slumbering comrades as he gently opened the door. The cool moonlight streamed into the cabin. He shut the door behind him and strolled to the stern, leaning comfortably against the railing, breathing in the refreshing sea breeze while gazing at the full moon. "Ah, how beautiful," he mused, though the wind felt a bit chilly. Suddenly, he heard a heavy breath behind him, sending chills down his spine. He turned in astonishment to meet a pair of mocking, vertical golden dragon eyes. A massive, menacing white dragon's head hovered at deck level, its gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, shimmering with an icy blue light from its throat. The soldier, rendered speechless, uttered, "By the grace of Zinamar." As the soldier stared vacantly, the blue light from the dragon's mouth expanded, drawing nearer until it engulfed him. Following this, the icy breath consumed the entire warship, and Amos fled in terror. On the flagship, the Night Watch mage sensed a surge of magical energy and swiftly pressed a button, piercing screams shattering the soldiers' dreams. Enemy attack. Trained soldiers hurriedly armed themselves and rushed onto the deck. Faster than the soldiers, Bailey City's top expert, Jax, hurled an orange fireball at the descending white dragon. As a soldier emerged from the cabin, he caught sight of the white dragon's tail vanishing swiftly beneath the waves. The fireball struck the sea, erupting in a towering column of water, sending a 10-meter-high spray into the air, with the sea crashing back down, creating a cacophony of splashes. The white dragon made its escape, leaving the battleship shell number 8 encased in a thick layer of frost, its deck adorned with dense ice formations. Under the cold moonlight, a ghostly mist enveloped the ship, resembling a phantom vessel traversing through time, exuding an overwhelming chill that sent shivers down the spine. The soldiers gazed at the dire state of shell number 8, their anxiety escalating. Bruce's face turned ashen, and the Archmage Jack spoke, "Eik, something is amiss." The warning array showed no signs. That dragon possesses at least the power of a high-level spellcaster. Bruce, astonished, replied, "Masters, did we not confirm our enemy is merely a young white dragon?" The weapons master, Gandalf, pondered, based on the dragoness scales, Miss Philia must have encountered a hatchling. After these years, it could only have grown into a young dragon. Judging by that tale, it should not exceed the size of a young dragon. Yet it demonstrates an unexpectedly high level of magical prowess and formidable breath capabilities. Could it possess special magical equipment? Archmage Jax ascended to the frozen warship, feeling the biting cold and sensing the situation aboard. His brow furrowed as he realized the 200 souls aboard had perished. Observing the chilling ice spikes protruding from the deck, Jax sighed, his expression a blend of resignation and complexity. "We are remarkably unfortunate to have encountered such a dragon." Bruce, equally grave, scrutinized the ice spikes. "No, this dragon must not be allowed to live. Dragons are vengeful creatures. Across the continent, failed dragon slayers have faced retribution decades later, their kin extinguished. I had thought bringing 2 master-level professionals, 4,000 elite soldiers, and specialized equipment to deal with a young dragon would be overkill. Yet it seems we may not have enough." Gandalf nodded. "I will take the night watch to prevent that dragon from launching another surprise attack." Bruce bowed respectfully. "Then I shall rely on you, Master." 1,000 meters away, Amos lurked beneath the surface like a crocodile, his 2 dragon eyes peering coldly at the densely packed fleet in the distance. The dominance of the human continent remained unchallenged, and Amos preferred not to confront them prematurely. Yet, with the enemy at his doorstep, he was not without temper. Knowing a confrontation was inevitable, he resolved to initiate a surprise attack, aiming to eliminate the enemy's living forces while gathering intelligence, possibly even deterring them with his breath. Should the enemy remain obstinate, he would ensure none returned. Chapter 51. The Legion of Battle Pets. The following day, Bruce stood on the deck of the flagship, the Requiem, of the Bailey City Fleet, gazing towards the distant horizon. With Lockman Whalen serving by his side, Bruce inquired, "How long until we reach that island?" His expression remained stoic, as the loss of over 200 soldiers the previous night weighed heavily upon him. The battle had yet to commence, yet the toll on his comrades was already significant, casting a pall over the morale of the ordinary warriors. Nevertheless, Bruce had never doubted the capabilities of his forces. They were bolstered by a grand sorcerer and a master weaponry expert of near-legendary prowess. The high-level practitioners dispatched by their own faction, combined with those sent by the noble houses, numbered over 30 in sheer combat strength. Coupled with 4,000 elite soldiers, each equipped with finely crafted scimitars and hand crossbows, and armed with cannons and ballistae, they were well prepared for a medium-scale engagement. "Look, what is that?" A soldier stationed at the lookout tower suddenly shouted, interrupting Bruce's contemplation as he noticed an anomaly in the distant waters. Bruce furrowed his brow, retrieving his monocular to scan the horizon, his countenance growing grave. "Quick, prepare for battle. Damn it, that white dragon can even tame sea beasts." In the distance, a school of swordfish leapt from the water, their elongated, sharp bills glinting ominously, while the massive dorsal fins of great white sharks sliced through the surface, declaring their presence. A throng of mermen rode upon copperback turtles, brandishing their spears, and enormous dark shapes loomed beneath the waves. With the analytical prowess of Amos Goldfinger and a druid at their side, they effortlessly commanded the formidable army of war beasts, a spectacle of overwhelming might. The army of war beasts surged towards the fleet. "Prepare the cannons." The fleet commanders, witnessing the adversary within range, commanded, "Fire." The thunderous booms echoed as cannonballs arced through the air towards the advancing foes. However, as the projectiles struck the surface, they merely erupted into towering geysers, failing to harm the submerged mermen who had dived 30 meters deep under the guidance of Old Blind Eye. Bruce recognized the futility of the cannon fire, but found no immediate solution, left only to watch helplessly as the mermen thrived beneath the waves. Soon, the swiftest swordfish approached the warship, soaring from the water like arrows released from a bow, striking the soldiers on deck with deadly precision. Their elongated bills pierced the bodies of the warriors, dragging some of them off the deck and into the depths below. The master weaponry expert Gandalf deftly deflected the bill of a swordfish with his staff and delivered a powerful kick to its belly, sending the unfortunate fish crashing onto the deck, lifeless. Had someone sliced open the fish, they would have discovered its innards utterly destroyed. The Grand Sorcerer Jaxus amplified his voice with magic. Do not panic. Quickly crouch. Seek cover. The wise mage discerned the fatal flaw in the swordfish's assault. As the second wave of swordfish surged forth, several soldiers dropped to the deck, and indeed, the parabolic trajectories of the fish could not reach those who were crouched. A few daring soldiers, emboldened by the moment, raised their weapons and sliced through the bellies of the passing fish, spilling their entrails onto the deck, prompting others to follow suit. One soldier, hiding behind the mast, believed himself safe, only to be struck through the heart by a swordfish that lodged itself in the mast, whereupon it was swiftly dispatched by a nearby comrade. Commander Old Jimmy, witnessing the ineffectiveness of the second wave of swordfish, signaled Old Blind Eye to cease the assault. Leading the spellcasters, Old Jimmy began to chant incantations, summoning towering 5-meter waves that crashed against the warship, causing it to tilt perilously. Soldiers scrambled to secure themselves. Yet cannons and supplies slid overboard, injuring many in the process. The mermen, riding the crests of the waves, boarded the deck and engaged in fierce combat with the soldiers. The mermen, true to their reputation as the aquatic goblins, were no match for the elite soldiers, suffering a casualty ratio of 3-1. At this critical juncture, the swordfish rejoined the fray, claiming more lives. The copperback turtles, organized into formation under the command of the mermen, raised their heads, unleashing torrents of water arrows. An octopus, sensing pain, released its grip and swung its massive tentacles indiscriminately towards the deck, sending splinters flying and leaving behind pools of blood. Below the surface, great white sharks battered the ironclad hull of the warship. Though they could not breach the defenses, they left behind a series of dents that threatened to compromise the ship's integrity. Bruce, perceiving the dire situation, commanded loudly, "Quick! Deploy the poison bombs." Each captain retrieved a dark green alchemical bomb from their dimensional pouches, activated them, and cast them into the sea. Without a sound, the azure waters became tainted with a deep green hue, rapidly spreading. With the mermen cut off from reinforcements and the sea now rife with poison, they fought on until death claimed them. Bruce's face turned ashen, devoid of any satisfaction at repelling the enemy's advance. These poison bombs had originally been intended for the white dragons, and now, before they had even encountered their true adversaries, their trump cards had been exhausted, leaving the fleet's artillery rendered ineffective. "Master Bruce," remarked Lord Oliver, "our intelligence is severely lacking. Engaging in battle at sea puts us at a distinct disadvantage. We must retreat." Although Lord Oliver had not been blamed by Count Dumbledore for his daughter's mishap, out of loyalty, he had mobilized the elite members of the Oliver family to join the campaign against the White Dragon. Bruce cast a glance at Lord Oliver. Recognizing the heartfelt sentiments of this steadfast veteran of the battlefield, and seizing the opportunity, he bellowed, "Retreat." Old Blind Eye, noticing the fleet altering course, realized the enemy was attempting to flee and maneuvered through the poisonous waters to intercept them ahead. 1,000 meters away, for white dragons, cloaked in invisibility, observed the battlefield from afar. Seeing their foes attempting to escape, the dragons cast various enhancement spells upon themselves and plunged into the depths, preparing to strike. As the massive creatures, over 30 meters in length, turned, it became a cumbersome endeavor. By the time the fleet completed its maneuver, Old Blind Eye had already set his forces in position. As the enemy ships emerged from the toxic waters, Old Blind Eye advanced with his army. The white dragons stealthily approached from beneath, surging upwards from hundreds of meters below, their sharp horns piercing through the ship's hull without resistance. As the dragons charged, Jaxus and Gandalf sensed a potent surge of arcane energy coursing through the water. Bad news. Together, Jaxus and Gandalf leapt into the sea, yet they were ultimately too late. The white dragons withdrew their horns, and the seawater rushed into the ship's hold through the gaping breach. Below the surface, the 4 white dragons coldly regarded the 2 master-level practitioners who had surfaced. Chapter 52. The vessel of the fallen words. As the seawater inundated the warship, it gradually tilted, prompting the crew to leap into the sea for survival. Beneath the surface, Amos disregarded the struggling minuscule beings, propelling through the water with his dragon wings, heading straight for the formidable weapon master. Meanwhile, his dragon siblings advanced towards the Grand Sorcerer, Jax. On the surface, Gandalf, with eyes sharp as blades, gripped his wooden staff tightly, directing its tip towards the submerged white dragon, splashing water as he charged at Amos. With a commanding presence, Amos emerged from the depths, jaws agape as if to bite, yet his tail coiled with latent energy. As they drew near, Amos unfurled his wings, creating a barrier against the flowing water that served to halt his advance. The momentum of the charging white dragon abruptly ceased, and Amos's elongated tail swept upward from beneath the surface, sending a torrent of seawater crashing toward the weapon master. Gandalf remained unfazed, his body crouching low as the dragon's tail brushed past his scalp, the fierce wind tousling his white hair and drenching his robe. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself through the water, raising his staff to strike the white dragon's head, while Amos's wings swatted in retaliation. Should Gandalf continue his assault, he would certainly be struck by the dragon's wing. The collision between the colossal beast and a mere 2-meter human was a foregone conclusion. In this initial clash, neither side gained the upper hand. Gandalf's mind raced, realizing the cunning of the white dragon was unexpectedly formidable, and battling it in its aquatic domain would be perilously disadvantageous. Amos, fully aware of his advantages, recognized that the enemy had to consider the ship and the soldiers in the water during their engagement, a fact he intended to exploit. Taking a deep breath, Amos unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. Gandalf, witnessing the fiery breath approaching, clenched his teeth in outrage at the dragon's audacity. Yet, considering the lives of the 100 or so individuals afloat behind him, he knew he could not turn a blind eye. Reluctantly, he braced himself to endure the dragon's breath. "Use crossbow bolts against them," Bruce commanded loudly from the vessel of the fallen words. Soldiers aboard the surrounding ships unstrapped their bows and aimed at the white dragons in unison. Fortunately, the dragons were situated between the ships on the surface, rendering the crossbows ineffective, as the ordinary bows posed little threat. However, Amos discerned the presence of magical arrows among the ordinary bolts, which sent ripples of danger through him. He swiftly ceased his breath, submerging into the depths. The bolts plunged into the water, glancing off his scaled hide. On the surface, Gandalf exhaled a sigh of relief. The power of the dragon's breath had exceeded his expectations, although he had managed to deflect it with his combat skills. The chilling cold had left his face and hands bruised and blue. He could not hold out much longer. At that moment, the fishmen approached the battlefield, stealthily snatching at the limbs of those who had fallen into the sea, dragging them beneath the waves. Among the soldiers who leaped into the water, only a fortunate few grasped the rescue ropes and escaped. Underwater, the 4 white dragons exchanged knowing glances, employing the same tactic once more. Their horns aimed at the hulls of the vessels above. Jax and Gandalf paled, hurriedly attempting to thwart the dragons, but they were stretched too thin, resulting in the loss of 2 more ships. Bruce, witnessing the tilting vessels below, shouted, "Mages!" Quickly, the mages aboard comprehended the urgency and cast spells of water walking and underwater breathing upon the high-level practitioners, who then leaped from the ship in groups to protect the warships. Among the fishmen were also a handful of high-level practitioners, launching a concentrated assault under the guidance of their elder. The soldiers on the ships unleashed a barrage of crossbow bolts, while distant copper-backed crocodile turtles expelled water arrows towards them, forcing the soldiers to retaliate and engage in a counterattack. Devoid of crossbow cover, the protectors of the ships faced grave peril against the fishmen's onslaught. The defenders could not assist others, their strength dispersed, and with one vessel lacking guardianship, it became susceptible to simultaneous assaults from 2 white dragons, leading yet another ship to slowly tilt. Bruce, observing the chaotic battle below, felt a surge of determination and commanded the vessel of the fallen words to advance towards the fray. Amos sensed the approaching ship and, while uncertain of its intentions, quickly alerted his dragon siblings to heighten their vigilance and fortified himself with various protective spells. Soon, the flagship of Bailey City revealed its menacing features. The ship's hulls opened like gull wings, exposing a row of fixed cannons within, their muzzles adorned with ghastly white skulls. A 5-meter-long main cannon at the bow, activated by the magical array, enveloped the entire vessel in a swirling black mist, emanating a potent aura of necromancy. The vessel of the fallen words. Both combatants hastily ceased hostilities, with humans boarding the ship while the white dragons and fishmen plunged into the depths. The cannon mouths erupted with white light, firing projectiles that soared with a shrill wail, akin to the lament of the deceased, towards the fishmen. Underwater, Amos sensed the imminent approach of a cannonball, whipping his tail to shield the fishmen. The projectile struck his tail, eliciting a faint sting as a thread of necrotic energy seeped into him, though swiftly extinguished by the dragon's vigorous life force. Amos gasped, astonished that a mere cannonball, fired from the vessel of the fallen words, bore the taint of necromantic power. Above, the black mist similarly affected the crew aboard the ship, many doubling over in coughs. Bruce activated a magical artifact, enveloped in a faint white light. To resist the encroaching necromantic energy, contact with such power was ill-fated for the living. Bruce mused wryly. Truly a case of defeating 1,000 enemies while inflicting harm upon oneself. Yet, were it not for the side effects of the vessel of the fallen words, even the might of the Dumbledore family could not have preserved it. Bruce cast aside his disordered thoughts and commanded the closure of the magical array. Historical records indicated that the vessel of the fallen words had originally served as the chariot of a necromantic lord during a demon invasion, only to be vanquished by the elves and sunk to the ocean floor. Later, the ancestors of the Dumbledore family stumbled upon the remnants of the vessel, and through generations of tireless effort, they restored it. Though diminished in power compared to its zenith, it remained a formidable alchemical warship. It was indeed this vessel that enabled the Dumbledore family to vanquish countless sea beasts, establishing trade routes from the southern to the northern continents, and founding the wealthiest city in the northern kingdom of Ro. Activate the acceleration array. Retreat. The fleet of Bailey City initiated the acceleration array, hastening their escape while the vessel of the fallen words provided cover for the other ships. Amos, of course, had no intention of letting them go easily, having dared to set their sights on the White Fortress and taken action. They must be prepared to meet their demise beneath the waves, their remains never to resurface. The white dragons led the pursuit, but the accelerated vessel sailed slightly faster than the swimming fishmen, forcing the army to trail behind, inhaling the exhaust of their enemies. Amos flapped his wings, shaking off the seawater, and soared into the sky. Chapter 53. Landing. Amos ascended from the ground, soaring into the clouds and hovering above the fleet. He cast a derisive glance at the rapidly moving ships below, muttering incantations as moisture from the clouds swiftly coalesced into enormous ice spheres, each measuring 2 meters in diameter. Plummeting downwards. Ice bombs. Upon impact with the ocean's surface, the ice spheres detonated, but due to the extreme distance of the casting, the accuracy was somewhat lacking. Most of the bombs landed harmlessly in the water, while only a few struck above the warships, intercepted by the mages aboard. However, a relentless defense can only hold for so long, and one ice bomb struck the deck, creating a gaping hole. The explosion sent shards of ice flying, severely injuring nearby soldiers, leaving them bloodied and sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. The ice bombs that fell into the sea were not without effect. The resulting waves disrupted the navigation of the fleet, allowing the fishmen to keep pace with the vessels. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Bruce amplified his voice with a spell, encouraging the crew, "Hold on. The assault will not last much longer." Ever since acquiring the Caucasus skull, Amos no longer worried about his magical reserves. Now a formidable strategic bombardier capable of casting spells like the ice bombs for an entire day. Bruce surveyed the ravaged warships around him and addressed the Archmage Jax with a respectful gesture. "Master, I implore you to intervene. The Dumbledore family is willing to offer the Elixir of Nightmares as remuneration." As a family servant, Jax could not be coerced even by the Count himself into undertaking such a perilous task. Persuasion was the only recourse. Weighing the risks and rewards, Jax understood the dangers of confronting a dragon, yet the elixir was of great importance to him. "Very well, fortune favors the bold. I shall take the risk." With determination in his heart, Jax wasted no time and cast a flight spell upon himself, soaring into the sky. Amos was taken aback, unsure from where this Archmage of Bailey City found the audacity to challenge a dragon of equal standing in the air. However, Jax would not enlighten him. It was time to reveal his true prowess. Amos swiftly chanted a spell, sending a beam of white light toward the mage. The Dispel Light. If Jax's flight spell were to be disrupted, the farce would come to an immediate end. Yet, Jax was far from incompetent. He blinked. Instantly, he teleported 100 meters away, evading the Dispel Light and the descending white dragon, creating distance between them. Wielding his staff, Jax unleashed a spell of explosive fireballs towards Amos. Amos folded his wings, descending to avoid the fireball, then suddenly unfurled his wings and shot upwards, launching a direct attack on Jax. Jax hurried to escape, but he could not match the dragon's speed, and the distance between them gradually narrowed. In the face of the pursuit, Jax employed his own tactics, casting instant spells at the white dragon to hinder Amos's chase. The seasoned mage executed the essence of the kite-fighting strategy to perfection. After a while, Amos grew weary of this futile game of cat and mouse and decided to ignore Jax, turning his attention back to bombarding the warships below. Seeing Amos abandon their duel to attack the fleet, Jax felt a pang of frustration, yet for the sake of Bruce's promised reward, he steeled himself and flew toward Amos. Flame Whip. Although he missed, Jax's provocative action riled the white dragon. Before Amos could retaliate, Jax promptly teleported away, fully exploiting the essence of the kite-fighting strategy. Amos, not allowing rage to cloud his judgment, contemplated how to eliminate this bothersome pest. Continuing the chase was pointless, and bombarding the fleet would be disrupted. Suddenly, Amos noticed something amiss with the warships below, and an idea took shape in his mind. Ice fog. A vast cloud of icy mist enveloped the sky, obscuring Jax's view of the white dragon, prompting him to retreat cautiously. Gale. The fierce wind dispersed the fog, revealing an empty space devoid of dragon. Jax's heart raced with unease. Revealing dust, Jax activated the magical ring in his possession, enveloping himself in a protective purple shield. However, as the dust settled in the air, he still could not discern the white dragon's presence, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The dragon had vanished, but where was it hiding? Jax cast several defensive spells upon himself, scanning the clouds and currents in search of the dragon's whereabouts. Below, Bruce and the others remained vigilant, watching the aerial battle. Upon seeing the white dragon disappear, their hearts raced, yet they had not realized that the dragon's target was not Jax. High above the edge of the fleet, Amos revealed himself, unleashing his long-prepared dragon breath, engulfing an entire warship in its fiery embrace. Gandalf was the first to react, leaping high and covering over 100 meters, striking down at the white dragon with his staff. Seeing the opportunity, Amos dove into the sea, avoiding a direct confrontation with Gandalf. On the ocean's surface, another warship lay encased in ice, its surrounding waters frozen as well, rendering the vessel immobile. The soldiers aboard resembled statues frozen in time, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. In the sky, Jax's face flushed with a mix of shock and indignation. He inwardly raged. I have been outsmarted. To be played by a dragon renowned for its lack of intellect. Remaining aloft served no purpose now. He awkwardly descended onto the deck of the Death Whisperer. Quickly regaining his composure, Bruce observed the entire situation unfold, understanding that it was not a matter of Jax's incompetence. The dragon was simply too cunning. Amos approached his dragon siblings, having noted from his aerial vantage point that the warships were slowing down. After all, the magical reserves of the vessels were finite, unable to sustain prolonged navigation. Old Blind Eye, command the swiftest swordfish to join us in the assault. They cannot escape for long. Old Blind Eye complied, leading the 4 white dragons and the remaining swordfish toward the enemy. Bruce gritted his teeth as he watched the approaching white dragons, fearing they might once again employ the Death Whisperer. However, even with the use of the Death Whisperer, it would merely be a temporary remedy. The ordinary warships had already depleted their magical reserves, capable of maintaining full speed for only a brief moment. Jax spoke up, young Master Bruce. I spotted an island ahead while airborne. Bruce's eyes brightened with hope, immediately commanding the fleet to make all haste toward the island. He then added, Master, send coordinates to my father. We need reinforcements. Understood. Seeing the fleet suddenly accelerate, Amos realized their intention regarding the island and promptly relayed the location to Gulgalar through their pact. The ogres were of limited use in naval combat, yet Amos had brought them along just in case, positioning them near the combat zone on an island. Elena, Plan B. Elena understood the assignment, summoning a seabird to which she tied a prepared message, releasing it into the sky. With everything in place, Amos felt no urgency. He would wait for the fishmen to arrive and launch a coordinated attack. 15 minutes later, Bruce commanded the warships to charge onto the sandy shores of the island, the 30-meter-long vessels carving deep ruts into the beach as they ran aground. Bruce retrieved a bottle, stowing the Death Whisperer within. Quickly, establish a defensive line. Chapter 54. The battle on the beach in the depths of the sea. for white dragons sensed that enemies were salvaging supplies from the stranded warships on the beach. A group of robust warriors hoisted enormous crossbows towards the shore. The specially crafted bolts fired from these crossbows were formidable enough to deter even the mightiest of dragons, prompting the white dragons to advance and create disturbances to thwart their efforts. Ascending into the sky, the 4 dragons unleashed icy blue breaths, forming an insurmountable barrier that enveloped the grounded vessels. The crew, disregarding the precious supplies, jumped overboard in a desperate bid for survival, while the ship's hull became coated in a layer of frost from the dragon's breath. Scatter. As the personnel dispersed, human masters began their counterattack, casting spells and employing combat techniques against the dragons above. Faced with such a barrage from numerous high-ranking practitioners, the white dragons dared not confront them head-on and took to the skies to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, ordinary soldiers seized the opportunity to salvage other vital supplies from the ships, which would prove crucial in the forthcoming defensive battle. The human masters kept a vigilant eye on the white dragons to prevent any potential disruptions. Amos, empowered by an abundance of magical energy, soared into the heights, continuing his role as a strategic bombardier. Ice bombs rained down like a torrential downpour, and with fixed targets, Amos was assured of his accuracy. As the human masters looked up to see the descending ice bombs, a chill ran down their spines, yet they were unable to flee. Resigned to intercepting the falling icy projectiles, the ice bombs collided with spells and combat techniques midair, resulting in explosions that scattered icy fragments like hail upon the beleaguered humans below. The soldiers, unprotected by armor or helmets, suffered grievous injuries and frantically sought shelter, only to find the shaded areas of the ship's side were already overcrowded. Soon, the ground was blanketed in a thick layer of ice. Bruce, who was maintaining a magical shield, observed the scene, contemplating strategies but realizing he had no other recourse against the seemingly inexhaustible blue dragon. Heart heavy, he tore the gemstone necklace from around his neck. Master Gandalf. This is an enchanted necklace imbued with a flight spell sequence. The flight spell sequence comprised master-level flight magic, advanced aerial maneuvering, intermediate levitation, and basic descent techniques. For mages below the master tier, their magical reserves were insufficient for prolonged flight. Thus, for mages of lesser ranks and non-magic practitioners, an enchanted flight item was an invaluable tool for survival, and it was also standard equipment for legendary melee combatants. In the auction house, the price of enchanted flight gear often reached double that of other equipment of equal rank. Even the illustrious Dumbledore family, with its millennia of history, possessed only 3 such items. Gandalf accepted the necklace embedded with a turquoise gem, feeling the ethereal air element within, and donned it around his neck. After familiarizing himself with its usage, Gandalf called upon Jax to ascend into the sky together. Observing the arrival of 2 master-level warriors, Amos promptly retreated. Gandalf and Jax seized aerial dominance, hovering in the air to thwart any potential return from the white dragons. Bruce directed the soldiers to clear the chaos on the beach, continuing to transport valuable supplies such as crossbow bolts, food, and fresh water. Meanwhile, Amos remained submerged in the sea, awaiting the arrival of the Fishmen army alongside his siblings. It was not long before the Old Seers sensed the impending arrival of their aquatic foes. The Tide Hunters, led by Old Blind Eye, are the first to advance. Even the giant crabs can prove useful. Old Jimmy, you command the Mage Battalion, ready to provide magical support at a moment's notice. Bucky Darkscale, lead the elite Night Stalkers to strike at vulnerable enemy targets. Charge. The sentry spotted the approaching Fishmen army and hurried to report to Bruce. With a sigh, Bruce acknowledged the relentless pressure from the enemy. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the battlefield. From an initial force of 4,000 soldiers, fewer than 2,005 remained, most suffering from the repercussions of the white dragon's icy onslaught, their morale dwindling to near numbness. Yet, with nearly half their comrades fallen, the soldiers' spirits had not shattered, a testament to their rigorous training. Bruce cast a spell to amplify his voice. My friends, I cannot promise you victory, yet the enemy has raised their blades. We have no avenue for retreat. The once dull eyes of the soldiers flickered with a hint of struggle. After a brief pause, Bruce raised his voice further. Think of your wives and children. Can we sit idly by? No. Even in death, we must fight valiantly. Let our descendants remember that their ancestors were noble warriors. This time, the soldiers stirred, their eyes ignited with the fervor of battle. Bruce nearly roared, "Warriors of Bailey City, prepare for combat." Under Bruce's command, groups of soldiers formed battle lines, utilizing the grounded warships as cover to mount a defensive counterattack. The transformation of the soldiers did not go unnoticed by Gandalf and Jax, who silently admired Bruce's psychological acumen. Exchanging knowing glances, the two masters looked toward the white dragons in the sea, sensing that this battle was far from lost. Soon, the Fishmen army landed on the beach. Some surged through the gaps between the warships towards the Bailey City soldiers, while others flanked the ships, attempting to encircle them. With a numerical advantage exceeding 10,000, the Fishmen had the means to execute their strategy. Leading the charge were the copper-backed crocodile turtles, with the tide hunters taking refuge behind these formidable beasts. Before the hunters could engage, they hurled their spears, which arced through the air, impaling human soldiers into the ground. However, the humans wielded superior weaponry, launching a barrage of crossbow bolts from the cover of the ships. Most of the bolts struck the turtles' hard shells, leaving small marks, while only a few found purchase on the exposed limbs of the turtles or struck unfortunate fishmen caught in the crossfire. After several rounds of ranged combat, the two sides clashed in close quarters. The copper-backed crocodile turtles crashed through the ranks, knocking down two soldiers. Nearby, a soldier struck the turtle's back with his sword, leaving a white gash, only to be bitten on the thigh as the turtle retaliated, but he managed to sever the turtle's head in a swift motion. Behind the turtles, fishmen thrust their spears, piercing a soldier's abdomen, who fell to the ground in agony. Another soldier seized the opportunity to strike, severing the fishman's arm as it withdrew. A giant claw crab extended its 3-meter-long pincers, lifting a soldier and crushing him in two. From the rear, a sharpshooter aimed carefully, landing a deadly arrow into the crab's eye, causing its massive body to collapse and crush the fishman beneath. The battle devolved into chaos, with injuries and fatalities mounting on both sides. Despite their numerical superiority and diverse troop composition, the fishmen suffered greater losses yet maintained pressure on the humans. Bruce, witnessing the bravery of his soldiers, felt a sense of helplessness and ordered the mage battalion to join the fray. The human mages grouped together, preparing to unleash large-scale warfare magic. Old Jimmy, seeing the situation, led the fishmen mages into action, disrupting the human spells, as destruction proved easier than construction, leading to failures in the human mages' incantations. Surrounding Bruce, the high-ranking practitioners rallied to join the battle. The number and quality of the Fishmen's elite fighters could not match their human counterparts, who pressed the attack. The white dragons, unable to remain passive, flapped their wings and joined the fray. The conflict erupted in full force. Chapter 55. The arrival of the ogres with the formidable physique of a dragon. Elena charged directly towards the human line. Behind the humans, a crossbow had been drawn, and the crossbowman adjusted his aim. With a swift whoosh, a 3-meter-long bolt was released, hurtling towards Elena. However, as the natural energy surged in her hands, a wooden stake materialized before her. The bolt pierced through the stake, and Elena deftly maneuvered around it, continuing her advance as the magically summoned wooden stake vanished, leaving the bolt to thud into the sand. Jax conjured a massive fireball and hurled it at Elena, but midway, an icy arrow intercepted it, causing an explosion. Amos, Felicia, and Villy ascended into the sky to confront Gandalf and Jax. Without exchanging pleasantries, they immediately engaged in battle. Amos faced Gandalf, while Felicia used divine magic to shield Villy, attempting to hold Jax at bay. Gandalf and Amos locked eyes, exchanging blows and gaining insight into each other's capabilities. One was a master of weaponry, and the other, a dragon-like artillery piece with boundless magical energy. Their fight was evenly matched. Neither was willing to reveal their trump cards, and neither could gain the upper hand. One was merely a family acolyte, tasked with protecting Bruce, while the other, the White Dragon Lord, sought only victory. Both had no compelling reason to fight to the death, though they would not hesitate to eliminate the other if the opportunity arose. Yet, a mere dragon and a man could not remain locked in a stalemate forever. Taking the initiative, Gandalf launched himself towards the White Dragon. However, Amos, unwilling to engage head-on, evaded the confrontation and released a beam of light from his fingertips, a dispelling light. Gandalf, agile as a monkey, dodged the beam and continued his assault on the White Dragon. After a brief struggle, Gandalf realized that relying on his flying magical equipment was less effective than his own control over the magic. If the White Dragon exploited a flaw and struck him with the dispelling light, he would plummet from the sky, a disastrous outcome. With this in mind, Gandalf descended to a lower altitude, resolving to prevent the white dragon from entering the battlefield and slaughtering the ordinary soldiers of Bailey City. His task would be deemed accomplished. On another front, Jax held his ground against Vili and Felicia, engaging them in a fierce contest, gaining the upper hand. As Amos circled above Gandalf, he brewed dragon breath, searching for an opportunity to strike. Gandalf, growing impatient with the circling white dragon, was suddenly caught off guard as Amos accelerated and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath towards Jax. Jax, startled and drenched in cold sweat, failed to evade completely and was singed by the dragon breath. His magical shield shattered instantly, and as his second line of defense teetered on the brink of collapse, a flash from the ring on Jax's hand transported him 100 meters away. At that moment, his hair and beard were coated in frost, his complexion a sickly hue. And trembling, he hastily re-established his magical shield, casting a reproachful glance at Gandalf before being forced to re-engage with Vili. Gandalf was internally exasperated. Why did this man always defy expectations? He dared not let the White Dragon Lord have free rein and charged forward to engage, but was quickly pressured by the White Dragon's speed. Below, the battlefield raged with the Fishmen, led by Elena, clashing with the human warriors under the command of Count Oliver. However, the humans still had a number of high-tier fighters remaining. Bruce calculated that deploying the remaining high-tier forces against the dragon would yield no substantial advantage in the short term. It would be more effective to direct them to the front line to eliminate the enemy's living forces. He promptly commanded the remaining high-tier professionals to join the fray while consolidating their defenses, ensuring the soldiers took turns entering the battle, leveraging their superior strength to hold back the Fishmen's advance. As the battle raged on for 2 hours, the beach became littered with the corpses of humans, fishmen, and sea beasts, with newcomers almost treading upon the bodies of the fallen. Amos, observing Gandalf's labored breaths, noted that while his magical energy remained abundant, he was beginning to feel weary. Beneath, Elena was besieged by human elites, her body adorned with numerous wounds, surrounded by a ring of corpses crushed into pulp by the massive white dragon, blending into the sand, indistinguishable from one another. Both sides had begun to suffer casualties among their high-tier fighters. The ordinary fishmen, having endured a long journey followed by intense combat, had reached their psychological threshold. In contrast, the humans, aboard warships, maintained a sharper focus. If the battle continued, the losses would be dire. Amos unleashed a breath of dragon fire, driving Gandalf back, and issued the command to retreat. The Fishman army hastily withdrew into the sea. Seeing this, Bruce shouted, "We have triumphed. Warriors, pursue." The morale of the human soldiers surged as they pressed their advantage, hunting down the Fishmen until they reached the shallows, leaving behind several corpses on the beach. Standing in knee-deep water, the soldiers tossed their tricorn hats into the air, celebrating their hard-won victory, the beach alive with the sounds of revelry, dispelling the negative emotions born of previous failures. Bruce, smiling as he beheld the scene, found that even in confinement, the cheers of victory served as a powerful morale booster. Meanwhile, in the sea, Amos watched the jubilant humans on the shore, his magical energy surging, conjuring 3-meter-high waves that surged towards the beach. The soldiers' cheers abruptly ceased as human mages quickly cast spells to quell the oncoming tide. Bruce gritted his teeth in frustration. That wretched white dragon always seemed to be a source of irritation. Alarmed by the dragon's sudden display of power, Bruce ordered a retreat. He gazed at the battered warships, his heart heavy, knowing that nearly half of the accumulated wealth of generations of counts had been lost. Yet, in a stroke of fortune, the Revenant remained unscathed. At that moment, a soldier's stomach growled audibly, drawing Bruce's attention to the battlefield, where the fallen crocodile turtle and giant crab were tantalizingly close. Food had become available. In the sea, the old blind one seethed, watching as the humans dragged the corpses of their battle pets into the forest, while Amos felt the same. Bruce was undoubtedly taunting him. "Old blind one," he thought, "you lead the search for food, but their triumph will not last long." As the sun dipped below the horizon, a dark shape emerged on the sea's surface. The ogres, riding the colossal Ramos turtle, were approaching. Fishmen began surfacing, peeking out from the depths, restored after hours of rest. Eagerly anticipating the battle. "Geru, master, where are the enemies?" "Ghoul wants to smash their heads." The white dragon, gazing at the darkening sky, spoke in a low, ethereal tone, "Patience, my faithful servant. Humans become as blind as monkeys at night. We must wait. By nightfall, due to their impaired vision, the combat effectiveness of human soldiers would diminish by at least 30%. The ogres and fishmen, possessing excellent night vision, would not be significantly affected. And as for the white dragon, being a creature of such extraordinary nature, it required no light to see. In the forest, beside the campfire, Bruce listened intently to the sentinel's report, his brow furrowing at the mention of 100 armored ogres. With a heavy sigh, he mused, "This night shall be a long and arduous one." Chapter 56. Night battle. As the night descended, the waning moon sank and the myriad stars shone forth. Under the dim light of the stars, the army of the fishmen once again set foot upon the small island. On the beach, the bodies of the fallen human warriors lay unburied, the sandy shore strewn with corpses and the wreckage of warships, creating a chilling and macabre scene. The crocodile tortoise, as customary, led the way, followed closely by the fishmen and ogres. The fishmen night stalkers departed from the ranks, melding into the shadows of the darkness. For the night was their stage. High above, the white dragon lords soared through the sky, surveying the silent woods below, where not even the chirp of insects could be heard. These small creatures had been frightened away by the brutal daylight battle. In the forest, the humans had felled trees, utilizing the timber to establish two rudimentary defensive lines, one at the edge of the woods and another deeper within. Between these two lines, a distinct magical aura radiated. Monitored by the fishmen night stalkers, it was the result of the efforts of the mage contingent from Bailey City, who had toiled throughout the afternoon. Amos furrowed his brow, gazing into the dark woods, feeling a sense of oppression. It was not that the magical fluctuations of the human-placed array were particularly strong, but rather that they were alarmingly feeble. This is what perplexed Amos. Such weak magical emanations could only indicate either a low-grade magical array or an array crafted by a practitioner of extraordinary skill, far exceeding Amos's comprehension, at least of legendary caliber. If the mage team from Bailey City possessed such powerful sorcerers, why had they not emerged earlier to turn the tide, instead of waiting until now? If the magical array constituted merely a collection of weak spells, what purpose did it serve? The white dragon contemplated. Since the nature of the enchantment was unclear, he would respond as the situation unfolded. In the face of overwhelming might, all tricks would prove futile. Amos issued his command, "Tide Hunters, advance." The fishmen tide hunters, accompanied by the crocodile tortoise, charged towards the woods, but were met with a fierce onslaught from the human defenders before they could close the distance. Ordinary soldiers, fortified by their defenses, unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts, while human mages cast targeted spells such as fireballs and lightning chains. Arrows, flames, lightning, and the thunderous explosions filled the battlefield. Old Jimmy, Mage Brigade, retaliate. Old Blind Eye, Gurgaloo, wait for the right moment. The four white dragons executed their plan, casting invisibility spells as they ascended into the sky. In the forest, Jackson noticed the concealed white dragons and swiftly intoned a spell, conjuring a transparent barrier that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Counter-invisibility barrier. In the air, the figures of the four white dragons became visible, having emerged from their invisibility to charge directly towards the woods from four directions, now less than 50 meters away. Not good. Stop them, Jackson cried, launching a fireball that exploded mid-air to hinder the white dragon's advance. Gandalf also took to the skies to intercept Amos. The other white dragons shielded Villi, who, protected by divine defense and a magical shield, surged through the flames of the explosion towards the first defensive line. 50 meters was a mere blink of an eye for the flying white dragon warriors, and Villi crashed into the woods, smashing through several small trees. Villi plunged into the ranks of soldiers like a tiger among sheep, wreaking havoc, but was soon halted by the skilled human warriors. As the fishmen threatened to overwhelm, Bruce shouted, "Retreat!" The well-trained soldiers fell back, firing as they withdrew to the second defensive line, while the skilled fighters covered each other, evading the white dragon's pursuit. Amos, with a grave expression, surveyed the woods before him, noting the unmistakable weak magical fluctuations between the first and second lines. Yet, such a level of magic could only possess the potency of a novice spell. What were these humans scheming? Charge. Whatever that magical array may be, it must be destroyed. Light flash. The ground of the forest erupted in a blinding flash, dazzling the monstrous army, even the dragons unable to withstand the sudden brilliance. Amos lowered his head and closed his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. Warriors, charge. Bruce commanded. Amos dared not ascend into the air, fearing he would become a living target. He bore the stinging pain in his eyes and hastily intoned, "Ice wall." The ice wall obscured his vision, and Bruce reluctantly lowered his crossbow. Amos persisted, "Summon ice guardians." Amos conjured 2 ice elementals, directing them to stand before him for protection, while he enveloped himself in a magical shield, attentively listening to the sounds around him. In the rear, Gurgaloo, less affected, rushed to provide support, intercepting Jackson and Gandalf, who were advancing towards the White Dragon Lord. Seizing the opportunity, Jackson disregarded the cost of magical energy and unleashed his full power, a magical storm overwhelming Gurgaloo, who gasped for breath. Gandalf seized the chance to slip away from the battlefield, heading straight for the White Dragon Lord. Gurgaloo endured a fireball of explosive intensity, his magical shield shattering, buying just enough time to trigger the Caucasus Battle Staff's innate skill, Summon Heroic Spirits. At that moment, Amos opened his eyes. Though the world was still shrouded in shadows, the blurred images combined with sound allowed him to discern the situation ahead. He struck out with a claw towards the unaware Gandalf. Gandalf hastily activated his last line of defense, encasing himself in solid ice, only to be sent hurtling away by Amos's strike, crashing into a large tree. Gurgaloo did not pursue, but instead remained in front of the White Dragon Lord, prepared for any eventuality. As the ice dissipated, Gandalf coughed up blood, his face pale, and hurried back to his side, where soldiers shielded him. He retrieved a vial, drinking the milky liquid within, which alleviated his condition somewhat. The assassination attempt has failed. Retreat. Before long, Amos regained his composure, surveying the devastation around him, his expression a mask of suppressed fury. The 2,000 fishmen he led had suffered grievous losses in the blink of an eye, while the crocodile tortoise had retreated safely into its shell. The dragon siblings bore fresh wounds, evidently receiving special attention, while the higher-tier ogres protected them. Old Blind Eye, along with the armed fishmen, stood resolutely at the forefront, confronting the human soldiers. Amos suppressed the rage boiling within him and composed himself. Bruce, equipped with dark vision artifacts, beheld the now calm White Dragon Lord and recalled a well-known adage, "A strong lion is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is its ability to endure." Bruce felt a pang of regret for having made an enemy of such a formidable opponent. Amos gazed at the vigilant human army, his voice deep and resonant. "What are you still struggling for? Are you waiting for that distant and unattainable reinforcements? How laughable. They will not be coming." Chapter 57. Predicament. A tremor coursed through Bruce's heart as he struggled to suppress the rising tide of panic within him. "Do not be deceived, everyone. This cunning monster seeks to ensnare us." Amos responded with derision. "Little Count of Dumbledore, do you truly believe that at this juncture, I find it necessary to deceive you?" The White Dragon then dropped another bombshell. "While you were calling for aid, I transmitted a message, a gift for the Bloodskull Pirate Alliance." Amos's voice dripped with ethereal temptation, with the majority of the Navy absent and high-level combatants nearly all deployed. "Do you think these avaricious sea hyenas will pass up the opportunity to plunder the bountiful city of Bailey?" The White Dragon Lord mocked gleefully, "I dare say. At this very moment, Bailey has likely been reduced to a sea of flames." His words rang with ominous certainty, igniting a wave of disquiet among the soldiers. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Bruce's forehead. He believed only half of what Amos had said. Although he sensed that the situation in Bailey was not as dire as the White Dragon claimed, it was undoubtedly fraught with trouble. Yet, if he were to concede such a notion, the morale of his soldiers would surely collapse, and thus he resolutely refused to acknowledge it. "Brave warriors," Bruce proclaimed. "Bailey boasts towering walls fortified by powerful crossbows, and within its confines are several large mercenary guilds. A mere handful of pirates could never hope to breach Bailey's defenses. It is a fool's dream. Do not be blinded by the enemy's deception." Amos retorted, "Your belief is irrelevant. Insects, the moment you set foot in my domain, your fate was sealed. My minions, crush them." With a command from the White Dragon Lord, the ogres roared and charged forth, followed closely by the fishmen. The soldiers, relying on the faint starlight, raised their crossbows and shot at the charging ogres, the bolts striking the ogres' armor, sparking in the darkness like fleeting stars. Only those standing against the ogres could truly grasp the terrifying might of these hulking brutes, towering at least 3 meters tall and brandishing fearsome spiked clubs. Gulguru led the charge, wielding the Caucasian battle staff, its tip pulsating with a red magical energy that split into countless rays, penetrating the bodies of the surrounding ogres. Bloodlust. The ogres' hands became enveloped in a crimson magical aura, their already surging bloodlust intensifying, enhancing their speed and power as they charged headlong into the human defenses. The rudimentary defenses proved nearly ineffective against the ogres, crumbling under the onslaught of their spiked clubs as the elite fighters surged forward. Bruce's expression shifted dramatically upon engaging. He realized these ogres were at least mid-tier combatants. Witnessing the rapid collapse of their defenses, he understood that without heavy weaponry like war hammers or great axes, they stood no chance against these heavily armored giants in close combat. Set the forest ablaze. The magical array in the woods ignited, flames erupting and consuming the trees, transforming the dense thicket into an inferno in the blink of an eye. This trick too. Amos's mind raced. The fishman's slimy skin would not withstand the searing heat. And with the ogres being few in number, the situation was dire. Retreat. Amos unleashed a breath of frost, carving a path through the burning forest. The ogres and fishmen retreated along the frosty corridor created by their white dragon lord to the beach. Amos gazed at the blazing forest, confident that these humans could not play with fire without consequence. Indeed, a white barrier emerged within the woods. An air purification array. What a brilliant idea. Amos marveled at Bruce's inventive thinking. First, he had nearly turned the tide using a flash spell, followed by igniting the entire forest to drive away the enemy, and now activating the air purification array to safeguard themselves. With just a few basic spells, Bruce had achieved effects that even advanced magic could scarcely match, leaving one in awe. However, how long could this last? Once the trees were reduced to ash, would they not find themselves at a dead end? The white dragon gazed upon the humans in the forest as one might regard the dead. Within the woods, humans gathered around the air purification array, while soldiers chopped down trees to create a barrier, and mages conjured streams of water to douse the surrounding flames. The air purification array could only keep the noxious smoke at bay. It could not shield against the flames and heat. The soldiers on the periphery bore the brunt of the searing fire, beads of sweat trickling down their chins. Bruce issued commands. Warriors on the outer line. Rotate every 10 minutes. In the center of the array, the elite fighters encircled Bruce. He leaned towards the Archmage and quietly inquired, "Master Jax, what news? Have you made contact?" Bruce felt a rising frustration. These specialized communication scrolls were crafted by the Adventurers Guild and sold externally. The farther apart two link scrolls were, the exponentially greater the magical energy consumed. Given the current distance, only a high-level mage could withstand such a terrifying drain. Yet, in the city of Lee, Jax was the only Archmage. The Count would need to hire multiple high-level mages to relay information, but such mages were not easily found. It's here. Jax sensed the magical fluctuations from the scroll in his possession, unfurling it as everyone gathered around. The Bailey Port district has been subjected to a joint assault by several pirate crews. The ships and buildings in the port area have been utterly incinerated. The Count has hired 3 large mercenary guilds. The port area cannot be protected by city walls. Bruce's expression darkened further. The mercenaries had only just found ships, and even aboard the swiftest vessel, it would take at least a day for them to arrive. By the time the mercenaries reached them, he and his men would already be cold corpses. Jax hesitated, glancing at the ordinary soldiers on the periphery. "Young Master Bruce, perhaps we should." "No, it is not yet time to consider that," Bruce interrupted, producing a stack of scrolls to distribute among the high-tier combatants. "Even in defeat, we shall take a piece of flesh from the enemy." At Bruce's words, Jax nodded in agreement. To be fair, Jax did not wish to abandon the ordinary soldiers to escape. Since young Master Bruce still sought to fight, Jax would accompany him to the end. Jax, too, felt confident that he and Gandalf could lead Bruce to safety. Such was the self-assurance of a top-tier mage. As dawn broke, the flames continued to rage. Amos sat on the beach, merrily feasting on grilled fish, watching his enemies suffer in the searing heat of the fire. This stark contrast brought him immense pleasure. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from the horizon, crisp and resonant. Amos furrowed his brow, turning to gaze at a small black dot in the sky. What newcomer of my kind has appeared? Chapter 58. The silver dragon. The distant black dot in the sky grew ever closer, and Amos finally discerned the breed of this fellow dragon, a silver dragon. In appearance, silver dragons are strikingly similar to white dragons, their scales bearing a comparable hue and their sizes being nearly identical. However, their temperaments are worlds apart. Silver dragons embody elegance and wisdom, while white dragons carry the stigma of being the disgrace of their kind, a label that still weighs heavily on Amos. Amos felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Although silver and white dragons may share a similar aesthetic, they are archenemies. Silver dragons predominantly align with the lawful good faction, whereas white dragons lean towards the chaotic evil camp. Their inherent incompatibility breeds animosity. White dragons disdain the silver dragons for their perceived sanctimoniousness, while silver dragons regard white dragons as foolish children. Moreover, both breeds favor residing atop snowy peaks, resulting in a higher likelihood of encounters between them compared to other dragon species. This frequent interaction often ignites fierce conflicts over territory, embedding their enmity deep within their respective legacies. From birth, every white dragon is aware that silver dragons are their foes, and vice versa. Thus, upon meeting, a confrontation is nearly inevitable, typically instigated by the white dragon, who is then soundly defeated, fleeing in disgrace. The white dragon, harboring resentment, will subsequently take out its frustrations on any weaker silver dragon it encounters. Indeed, these altercations usually consist of a thorough beating rather than lethal combat. Generally, genuine dragons refrain from fatal violence unless faced with a mortal threat, resorting instead to mere brawls. Conversely, evil dragons may resort to forced servitude, a practice not typically extended to benevolent dragons, who usually have familial support. As Amos observed the approaching silver dragon, he spread his wings and soared upward to intercept it midair. Suspended before the silver dragon, he scrutinized his kindred. This silver dragon was of comparable size to him. Seemingly having just entered its youth, and to the discerning eye of dragonkind, it was a strikingly beautiful young female. However, Amos felt no fondness for this uninvited beauty. The silver dragon, surprised to see a fellow dragon approach, exclaimed, "A white dragon, what are you doing here?" Her voice was melodious, yet her words were far from pleasant, and Amos bristled at her accusatory tone. The white dragon leader snorted dismissively. "That question should be directed at you. What brings you here?" Noticing Amos's brusque demeanor, the silver dragon frowned, unwilling to escalate the situation. "I was passing nearby and was drawn by the flames. Did you set this fire? It must be extinguished at once." Upon hearing this, Amos swiftly blocked the silver dragon's line of sight. "The fire is not of our doing, and we will handle it. Silver lady, I kindly ask you to leave." Understanding that the white dragon was concealing something, the silver dragon's suspicion deepened, and she retorted, "Are you implying that you are up to no good?" At that moment, a fireball erupted from the burning forest, ascending to a height before exploding. Amos felt a surge of anger. "Damn that sorcerer!" The silver dragon gasped. "Are there creatures trapped within the flames?" She then indignantly accused, "You incorrigible rogues, attempting to burn these poor beings alive." Amos felt a headache coming on. This situation was akin to stepping in mud, no matter how one looks at it. It is still a foul mess. Such subjective speculation often strays from the truth. "I advise you to vacate this place. Leave. I intend to educate you," the silver dragon declared, launching herself at Amos. Enraged, Amos thought to himself, "These self-righteous dragons truly ignite my fury. Never mind it. I shall teach her a lesson first." The two colossal dragons clashed in the sky, while on the island, the younger dragons flapped their wings and ascended to the air. In the forest, Bruce observed the ascending white dragon. "Quickly, our ally needs assistance." The mage team collectively began casting spells, clearing a safe passage through the now less ferocious flames of the forest. "Warriors, charge!" The younger dragons glanced between the humans emerging from the fire and their brother entangled with the silver dragon, uncertain of whom to assist. "Do not worry about me. Eliminate the enemy." Heeding his words, the younger dragons rushed toward the battlefield below. In a moment of distraction, Amos found himself vulnerable as the silver dragon seized the opportunity, striking at his wing with her tail. Amos barely managed to raise his front paw in defense, feeling a sharp sting from the blow, and quickly refocused on his adversary. As the battle escalated, Amos grew increasingly astonished. This silver dragon was not only formidable, but also a spellcaster of considerable skill. Unbeknownst to him, the silver dragon was equally astonished, realizing that despite her standing among her kind, this white dragon, seemingly smaller, matched her in strength. When did white dragons become so powerful? The two dragons were evenly matched. The silver dragon had the luxury of time, prepared to fight all day, while Amos was troubled by the battle below. Thus, he resolved to give it his all. With a grim expression, Amos declared, "I shall grant you one final chance. Depart from here." No longer wishing to engage in futile dialogue with someone so obstinate, Amos activated his battle assistance mode. His mental energy radiated outward, perceiving everything around him. From the tremors of the silver dragon's scales to the dust motes floating in the air, the silver dragon felt a chill wash over her. Sensing a profound change in the demeanor of the white dragon before her, where there had been urgency and irritation, now lay a chilling calmness, instilling fear in her heart. Amos moved, his speed seemingly unchanged, yet it imparted an uncanny sense of inevitability to the silver dragon. She soon realized this was no mere illusion. No matter how she attempted to evade, the white dragon always anticipated her movements, as if she were unwittingly steering herself into harm's way. Desperation took hold as she tried various feints, casting spells or diving into the clouds, yet none could extricate her from the white dragon's relentless pursuit. Frustrated to the brink of tears, the silver dragon resolved not to remain passive any longer. Cloud flight. With a burst of magic, she endured a strike from Amos and accelerated away, hovering midair, glaring resentfully at the infuriating white dragon. Amos noticed a large inverted silver scale embedded between the silver dragon's neck and chest, a scale that suggested she was no ordinary dragon, perhaps even a mature one. The silver dragon activated the scale's magical properties, which emitted a dazzling silver light. A surge of liquid mercury-like energy flowed from the scale, enveloping her in a shimmering protective layer. Amos's eyes narrowed. This aura, legendary equipment. Chapter 59. Captive Amos was taken aback. Although the metallic dragon was known for its benevolence towards its kin, legendary artifacts were not something every dragon possessed or was willing to part with. Moreover, the silver scale before him was evidently a relic of heritage, rendering it even more precious. This silver dragon had a remarkable background. Amos deftly evaded the silver dragon's assault, his tail swinging round to strike the dragon's forepaw, only to discover that his attack was absorbed by a peculiar membrane covering the dragon's body. Nonetheless, he noted a subtle dimming of the membrane's luminescence, which would have gone unnoticed had it not been for his keen perception. Resolute in his decision, Amos created distance and cast a spell to test the membrane's magical resistance. Ice Spear. The arcane energy coalesced before him, forming a 4-meter-long spear of frost, akin to a human arm, which he shot towards the silver dragon with great speed. The silver dragon twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the icy projectile, and unleashed a torrent of silver dragon breath towards Amos. Amos watched as the silver mist from the dragon's maw expanded before him, reflecting that this was indeed his first encounter with a dragon's breath. As he mentally grumbled, his body reacted swiftly. He flapped his wings and ascended rapidly to evade the dragon's breath. Ice Spear, rapid fire. Amos noted with intrigue that the silver dragon's spell casting resembled song, executed with astonishing speed. Could it be a practitioner of a unique profession? On the continent of Nordshield, aside from conventional roles such as mages, warriors, and priests, there existed numerous special professions derived from these traditional paths. These unique roles presented distinct advantages, but required specific conditions for initiation, possibly the recognition of a formidable entity or a unique magical ritual. For instance, the mage's extended profession as a fire elementalist necessitated summoning a powerful being from the fire elemental plane and forming a contract with it. Upon successful initiation, the mage's fire spells would gain enhanced potency and reduced consumption, albeit at the cost of increased difficulty in casting water magic. Though curious about the silver dragon's unique profession, Amos was in an adversarial position and could not inquire further. He rapidly recited the incantation for a high-level spell, Frost Gale. A frigid, damp wind swept through the air, penetrating even the silver dragon's snow-capped abode with its biting chill, a testament to the power of magic. Amos detected that the energy of the membrane was steadily depleting, working to shield the dragon from the freezing currents. Consequently, the silver dragon remained unscathed, soaring through the icy tempest towards Amos. Recognizing that the white dragon's spell-casting level surpassed its own, the silver dragon opted for close combat. Amos obliged, and although the silver dragon was more agile and swifter, his combat support mode effortlessly negated the dragon's advantages. The silver dragon, filled with trepidation, realized that despite its reluctance to consider its own injuries, it could not best the white dragon. The creature's combat instincts were formidable, perceiving its attacks before they were launched, and devising countermeasures in advance. Furthermore, its defensive magic was dwindling under the persistent drain inflicted by Amos. Feeling a profound sense of defeat, the Silver Dragon activated its second magical ability, Advanced Agility. Unlike the simple acceleration spell, agility not only enhanced speed, but also quickened neural responses. The Silver Dragon felt its mind sharpen, as if the very winds around it had slowed. Amos observed that the Silver Dragon's reaction speed had nearly doubled. Attacks that were once almost certain now consistently missed their target. He swung his tail to push the dragon back, stealing a glance at the battle unfolding on the island. The dragon's siblings and Golgaloo were locked in a fierce struggle against two master-level combatants. The ogre experts and the mermen coordinated their efforts to overpower the human high-tier combatants, who, relying on magical scrolls, managed to hold their ground, yet the balance of power was evenly matched. However, the ordinary human soldiers were being overwhelmed by the mermen. Bruce watched, anxiety mounting as his soldiers fell in battle. They had endured the scorching flames the previous night, without rest, and were now parched and weary, ill-equipped to face the numerous and well-prepared mermen. Should the ordinary soldiers suffer catastrophic losses, remaining at the scene would serve no purpose, yet Bruce found himself at a loss. In a flash, Amos devised a strategy and swiftly chanted his incantation. Ice mist. A dense, crystalline fog appeared in the sky, shimmering under the rising sun. Even the extraordinary vision of the dragons could not penetrate its depths, prompting the Silver Dragon to retreat swiftly from the icy shroud. But that was not the end. Within the mist, magical energies surged within Amos, and the clouds above rapidly congregated into dark, ominous formations. High-level magic, blizzard. Within a kilometer radius, snow and wind collided. The colossal snowflakes were deflected by the protective barriers surrounding the Silver Dragon, and the tempest did not hinder its flight. Though the blizzard was a high-level spell, its primary function was to create an appropriate battlefield environment rather than inflict significant damage. The Silver Dragon soared confidently above, warily circling the icy mist. Its gaze pierced through the storm, focusing intently on the mist, where the furious roars of the White Dragon and the surging waves of magical energy indicated that a formidable attack was imminent. As it flew, the Silver Dragon enhanced its own magical defenses. After a brief moment, it sensed something amiss. While the mist was rife with magical fluctuations, no remarkable spells had manifested. At that moment, Bruce, commanding the battle from the edge of the island, suddenly felt a tightening in his chest as the figure of the White Dragon Lord emerged above him. This was dire. Over 200 meters away, Gandalf and Jax were locked in a fierce struggle, unable to break free. A torrent of icy blue dragon breath cascaded down from above, instantly freezing several of Bruce's guards into statues of ice, while magical auras flickered around him, ultimately allowing him to withstand the dragon breath. In the distance, the Silver Dragon realized it had been deceived when it saw the White Dragon unleashing its breath upon the island. With a furious roar, it charged forward. Amos had cleverly obscured the Silver Dragon's line of sight with ice mist, further amplified the situation with blizzard, and ultimately created a fade of impending devastation using Echo's spell and Source of Magic, while stealthily maneuvering beneath the mist, gliding silently along the ocean's surface towards the battlefield on the island. Weakness. The White Dragon Lord cast a weakness spell upon the frozen Bruce, seizing the Count's air in its grip, and with a flick of its claw, rendered him unconscious. Ordinary human soldiers finally reacted, recklessly charging forward. Amos raised his hostage. Halt, or I shall crush him. Not only the charging human soldiers, but the entire battlefield fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The human soldiers, having lost their leader, exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to proceed. Gandalf and Jax approached with grim expressions. White Dragon, what are your intentions? The White Dragon Lord, clutching Bruce, disregarded Gandalf and the ordinary soldiers, landing amidst its own ranks upon the remnants of a warship, its vast wings casting a shadow over the beach, blocking out the sunlight. From the vantage point of the monstrous army, Amos looked down with the demeanor of a victor, surveying the humans below. What do I desire? When you chose to assault my lair, you ought to have considered the consequences of failure. Now, let us see a show of support. My gratitude to all for your unwavering assistance. Chapter 60. Extortion. What do you want? If you choose to attack my lair, you must be prepared for the consequences of failure. This statement was directed not only at the humans, but also at the approaching Silver Dragon. Indeed, upon hearing this, The silver dragon, piecing together the wreckage of the warship, grasped the situation, halting in its tracks with a face clouded with uncertainty. For all true dragons, the anguish of having their wealth coveted by intelligent beings is a shared plight. Moreover, benevolent dragons often find themselves targeted by certain malevolent entities, albeit these foes do not dare act as brazenly towards them as they do towards evil dragons. Although the silver dragon was of a benevolent nature, it was not naively benevolent. It understood that any response towards these intruding villains was justified. Furthermore, having initially misunderstood the white dragon's actions as bullying the weak, it now felt a sense of shame for obstructing the white dragon's endeavors. Gandalf, regaining his composure, spoke. "White dragon, what conditions do you seek? Speak freely. But if you dare harm young Bruce, the Dumbledore family will not let you escape unscathed." Amos narrowed his eyes dangerously, his throat vibrating as he growled slowly. "Are you threatening me? It seems you still do not comprehend the situation. Currently, you are the ones being coerced." Amos's dragon claws tightened slightly, as the unconscious Bruce's bones contorted with a painful crackling sound, eliciting instinctive groans of agony from him. Gandalf's expression shifted dramatically, yet he dared not rush forward. Hastily raising his hands, "Do not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly. Everything can be negotiated." Upon hearing this, the silver dragon's fleeting guilt towards the white dragon dissipated. Muttering, "Bah, a dog cannot change its nature. An evil dragon cannot cease its plundering." The dragon's keen hearing detected the approaching ire of its dragon siblings, who were ready to rush forward to teach the impudent silver dragon a lesson. Amos raised a brow, stopping his siblings with a gesture. Rather than driving the silver dragon away, it would be more beneficial to negotiate some form of compensation, a well-known trait of benevolent dragons. Whenever they found themselves in the wrong and the aggrieved party approached, compensation was always attainable. Amos lifted his head to the silver dragon above. "Little one, what did you just say? You have caused me considerable losses among my kin. I have yet to settle this score with you." Upon hearing this, the silver dragon felt a twinge of shame for having hindered Amos, preventing it from joining the battle, surely leading to greater casualties among the fishmen. "Well, how about I compensate you?" it offered. "Ah, that seems rather accommodating," Amos thought gleefully. "Then give me the scales from your chest." The silver dragon hesitated, smirking slyly. "You think so highly of yourself. If I offer them to you, do you dare accept?" Amos truly did not dare to accept. Such scales, intended for the next generation, undoubtedly held tracking and recognition capabilities. If an outsider possessed them, it would be tantamount to courting death. Having contemplated obtaining the silver dragon's scales, Amos inquired, "What valuable items do you possess?" An apology must come with some sincerity. The silver dragon frowned, pondering what it could offer that would not disadvantage itself while also compensating for its misdeeds. Suddenly, an idea struck, and it cast a detection spell on Amos. A mixed orb of yellow and white light appeared above the white dragon, with yellow representing lawful and white representing neutral. This indicated that the white dragon was of the lawful neutral alignment. Amos's expression darkened. Casually probing another's alignment was a highly impolite act. If the silver dragon failed to provide a reasonable explanation, Amos would immediately charge forward for another confrontation. The dragon's siblings emitted low growls. Should Amos make a move, they would surge forward en masse to deliver a memorable lesson to the insufferable silver dragon. Ignoring Amos's displeased countenance, the silver dragon proposed, "How about I introduce you to an organization?" "Huh." Amos was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the silver dragon to suggest he join some dubious organization, and was about to refuse. The silver dragon appeared to think it was doing Amos a great favor. The Nine-Eyed Alliance. Not just anyone can join. Amos was taken aback again. If it were truly the Nine-Eyed Alliance, the silver dragon was indeed not exaggerating. He contemplated that as he progressed. Establishing his own domain would inevitably require interaction with the outside world, and at that juncture, an official title would be indispensable. In this cruel world, if an evil dragon lord acted alone, they might find themselves beset by a legendary team from some organization the very next day. Thus, if an evil dragon wished to become a lord without the strength to slay gods or Buddhas, it was best to join an organization to acquire an official endorsement, proving they were not a solitary dragon, much like Daenerys, who was a member of the dragon cult. Although Daenerys was not particularly fond of the dragon cult, she could not deny that it had spared her from the fate of being openly hunted by large magical organizations. The silver dragon understood. Such significant matters require careful consideration. When you have made your decision, contact me. With that, the silver dragon tossed a scale to Amos. I am Barius Samaranch. What is your name? Amos Aldrich. Good. I will remember your name. The silver dragon then turned and soared away. Amos, having lost interest in further entangling with the humans, declared, I give you 7 days. If I do not see 5 million gold coins, prepare for my wrath. Jax exclaimed, 5 million gold coins. Why don't you just rob someone? Amos regarded him with a look of condescending pity. Am I not in the process of doing just that? Gandalf, his expression grim, lamented. Where can we possibly find that many gold coins in 7 days? Could you perhaps allow a few extra days? Amos's demeanor darkened. Are you bargaining with me? Bruce, in the white dragon's grasp, groaned in pain. Baron Oliver quickly intervened. All right, 7 days it is. Amos finally nodded in satisfaction. Now that sounds reasonable. A loser must accept their fate. Should you fail to provide sufficient gold, I shall also accept magical items of equivalent value. By the way, that necklace around your neck isn't yours, is it? Hand it over. Gandalf, with an ashen face, tore the necklace from his neck and tossed it to the white dragon. Your staff isn't too shabby either. Jax interjected. That ring looks decent. Would you mind if I kept it for a few days? Gandalf, horrified, clutched his white robe and retreated a few steps. Jax, now clad only in his undergarments, crossed his arms defiantly. I have nothing left. Nothing at all. Amos, undeterred by Jax's pitiful appearance, warned ominously, do not let me find human adventurers near my territory, or I shall take immediate action. With that, Amos turned and flew away. Chapter 61. The Visitor, the Nine-Eyed Alliance. The Nine-Eyed Alliance, a burgeoning organization of spellcasters, emerged in the aftermath of the demonic war, renowned for their hatred of demons and vigilant monitoring of planar rifts. It is a universally acknowledged entity of absolute neutrality. Amos pondered the trade-offs of joining such an organization. Membership inevitably entailed rights and responsibilities. By aligning himself with the Nine-Eyed Alliance, Amos would be compelled to engage in the battle against demons. However, the benefits were substantial. The Alliance had no enemies and possessed formidable strength, rendering its members largely safe from harm. This aspect was of utmost importance to Amos, as it would allow him to roam the continent with legitimacy and freely expand his influence. Yet, the constraints of such an arrangement were decidedly irksome to the dragon. Amos retracted his scales, deciding to contemplate his situation further. 5 days later, to Amos's surprise, the first visitor was not Count Dumbledore, but the silver dragon, Belia, accompanied by another silver dragon. Although white and silver dragons were natural adversaries, Amos held no racial prejudices. He welcomed both dragons in the reception hall of the White Fortress. In the hall, a diminished version of Amos took his place among the two visitors. Amos scrutinized them. 2 silver dragons transformed into humanoid forms. One, a 16-year-old elven maiden, was Belia, while the other appeared as an elderly human. The old man donned a silver-white scholar's robe, his meticulously groomed silver hair framing a face marked by deep azure eyes reminiscent of the ocean. Aside from a verdant leaf pendant, he bore no other adornments, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. However, Amos refrained from treating him as an ordinary scholar, for he sensed no magical aura emanating from the Dragon Lord. Had he not witnessed the transformation from a silver dragon to an elderly man, Amos would have never perceived him as kin. This could only suggest one possibility. The silver dragon elder was far superior to the white dragon lord, to the extent that the latter could not detect his magical energy. The silver dragon elder regarded Amos with keen interest, though devoid of malice. The intensity of his gaze unsettled Amos. At that moment, Wolf in attendance entered, presenting an assortment of delicacies upon the marble dining table. The white dragon lord, honoring the splendid traditions of the Huaxia culture, suggested they share a meal. After all, sharing food often smooths the path for any discussion. He gestured with a claw, inviting his guests to partake. With that, he took a plate of marinated Mormos marlin and devoured it, his cheeks puffing out. Belia, with grace and poise, used her fork and knife to slice a piece of Jimzag jungle venison, dipping it in a special sauce before savoring it. Oh, the exquisite flavor of Jimzag venison paired with this unique sauce transports me to the very heart of the forest. Who would have thought you could indulge in such pleasures? Akin to those human nobles? The elderly human's eyes sparkled with delight. That statement is profoundly philosophical. Indeed, as young Belia has suggested, you are a wise white dragon. Amos replied, I appreciate your kind words. Meanwhile, Belia inwardly scoffed. realizing she had actually referred to him as cunning and treacherous. Yet, she maintained a polite faade, nodding in agreement. Moreover, your dwelling is quite well designed, entirely unlike a typical white dragon's lair. Amos raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you believe a white dragon's lair should resemble? Belia tilted her head, gazing at the ceiling, and after swallowing her food, she mused, well, it would typically involve a crude den carved into a mountain, adorned with a layer of ice, and filled with treasures and bones. Amos protested. I must insist that this is a form of racial discrimination. In some lands, such remarks could land one in court. Belia shrugged nonchalantly. I merely speak the truth. Don't most white dragons embody this stereotype? However, you have certainly altered my perception of your kind. With a teasing smile, Belia asked, by the way, do you know your current nickname among humans? Before Amos could respond, she burst into laughter. They call you the Skinning Dragon. Ha. The Silver Dragon Elder also allowed a hint of amusement to surface in his expression. Amos felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, silently vowing to make Count Dumbledore pay for this slight when he arrived. Meanwhile, far away in the city of Bailey, in Count Dumbledore's castle, the Count remained blissfully unaware of the jest at his expense. He sneezed and rubbed his nose, puzzled. Strange. I am not ill. The delightful luncheon passed in a joyful atmosphere. After satisfying their appetites, Amos leaned back in his chair and stated directly, well, now that we have dined, it is time for you to express your purpose for visiting. The Silver Dragon Elder cleared his throat and began, pardon my intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Silver Dragon, Jeteslan Nashadane, though you may call me Kai Rodmano, my alias in the human realm. I am a scholar and also a council member of the Nine-Eyed Alliance. I was intrigued by what young Belia shared about you and wished to meet. The Silver Scholar sat upright, addressing Amos formally. After careful observation, I, Jeteslan Nashadane, hereby extend an official invitation for you to join the Nine-Eyed Alliance. Amos furrowed his brow. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must respectfully decline. Belia, taken aback, inquired why not. Do you possess a better option than the Nine-Eyed Alliance? Or have you already affiliated with another organization? Amos shook his head. Neither is true. To me, freedom outweighs all else. I do not wish to be bound by any constraints. Thus, I will not join any organization. Belia frowned. Then you should reconsider your position as a Dragon Lord. Do you understand how perilous it is for a solitary Dragon Lord, especially one of the chromatic kind? Amos was pleasantly surprised by the young Silver Dragon's genuine concern. Miss Belia, I appreciate your goodwill, but my decision is resolute. At that moment, a languid voice echoed from outside the reception hall. Oh, I hear the call of delectable food. Chapter 62. News. The dragoness Elena sauntered leisurely into the reception room, only to discover the guests beside the dining table. The young dragoness spoke candidly. An elven maiden and an elderly human. What a peculiar combination. What brings you to the dragoness keep? Barilia dabbed her mouth with a napkin and replied, as you can see, we are merely here to partake in a meal. Elena raised an eyebrow. To seek a meal at the abode of a dragon? I must say, that is a first for me. Are you not concerned I might devour you? Barilia retorted. Do you consume humans? Not at all. In fact, my brother forbids us from feasting upon sentient beings. Elena shrugged nonchalantly, but fear not. We are not in want of sustenance. With that, she glanced at Amos, who was busy picking his teeth, and continued her self-assured strides toward the dining table. As Elena approached, she sensed something amiss. Leaning closer to Barilia, she sniffed the air. This scent. Were you the Silver Dragon from a few days ago? Indeed. Wait. Why do you wear that expression, teacher? Barilia inquired, noticing the Silver Dragon Scholar's astonished gaping. Elena looked up and met the scholar's wide-eyed gaze, filled with both fear and curiosity. The young dragoness, feeling discontent, demanded, Old man, why do you stare at me so? Do you harbor some nefarious intentions? The Silver Dragon Scholar's worldview had been shaken to its core. Barilia observed the elder's uncharacteristic demeanor, perplexed, as she had never seen her teacher so flustered. Amos, noting the scholar's astonishment, began to piece together the situation, entering a state of eager anticipation. After downing a glass of water, the Silver Dragon Scholar cleared his throat, suppressing his inner shock. Although he had already formed a conclusion, he sought confirmation, asking with unwavering conviction, a druid? Elena gasped, how did you know? Upon receiving the expected answer, the scholar took a deep breath, gradually calming his racing heart. After a lengthy pause, he adjusted his demeanor and spoke, Young one, Would you be inclined to join the Nine-Eyed Alliance? Reluctantly. Elena's voice trailed off, her eyes darting thoughtfully. What benefits would I gain from joining you? The Silver Dragon Scholar chuckled. The Nine-Eyed Alliance boasts 12 legendary druids, including 2 high-tier legends. Should you choose to join us, while I cannot guarantee a high-tier mentor, I can assure you that a legendary druid will be assigned to guide you. Hearing this, Elena furrowed her brow in contemplation. Unlike Amos, who was a mere figurehead, or Felicia, who advanced through mere prayers, the knowledge of a druid was not as commonplace as that of a warrior. She had reached an impasse in her druidic studies, making the scholar's promise exceedingly tempting. She turned to her brother for guidance. Amos, still preoccupied with his dental hygiene, replied, "Don't look to me. You must carve your own path." Observing Elena's internal struggle, the Silver Dragon Scholar raised the stakes, pointing to the leaf pendant adorning his chest. "If you decide to join the Nine-Eyed Alliance, this Heart of Verdant Affection pendant shall be yours." He added, "It is legendary druidic equipment." This revelation left Amos astounded. When did legendary equipment become so commonplace that it could be given away so freely? Before he could voice his disbelief, the young dragoness teleported in an instant before the Silver Dragon Scholar, extending her eager claw. The elder dragon, quick on the uptake, promptly removed the pendant, thereby avoiding a potentially painful tugging at his neck. With the pendant now in her possession, the dragoness showered it with kisses. Barilia, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Hey, you haven't even agreed yet. Of course join. Where else can you find such generous terms?" After a moment of calm, the Silver Dragon Scholar produced a contract. "Here. Young one, take a look. If you have any questions, please voice them swiftly. If none arise, then let us proceed to signing." Elena accepted the parchment, only to be overwhelmed by the dense script, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. "Oh, Amos, take a look at this for me." She laid the contract before her brother while continuing to fidget with her newly acquired pendant. Amos rolled his eyes and picked up the contract. It bore the seal of the God of Justice, and upon confirming its validity, he began to scrutinize its contents. The contract's subject was the agreement for membership in the Nine-Eyed Alliance, detailing the rights and obligations of its members. Joining the Nine-Eyed Alliance would entail, well, members were obliged to combat all monsters and demons, and if faced with an overwhelming foe, they were to report to the organization. After perusing the document, Amos concluded, it seems fair and reasonable. The contract of the Nine-Eyed Alliance was not overly stringent, aside from the usual prohibitions against betrayal. It merely required members to not refuse tasks involving combat against demons or monsters without just cause. Given the potential rewards, such obligations were trivial. Elena promptly signed the contract, which ignited spontaneously. Barilia clapped her hands in welcome, exclaiming, "Welcome to the Nine-Eyed Alliance." Then, with a sly grin, she added, "Now, I, Barilia Samaranch, request the assistance of my comrades. Amos." Elena. Barilia continued, "A few months ago, a high-tier druid from the organization discovered a nest of corrupted creatures near Bailey City. Strangely, the creature exhibited signs of retaining its sanity, even demonstrating the ability to cover its tracks." Her expression turned grave. Moreover, the most alarming detail is that all evidence suggests the creature is a dragon. After reporting to the organization, that druid pursued the lead alone and vanished without a trace. Thus, the organization dispatched me to continue the investigation. However, upon tracing the lead to the son of the Viscount of Bailey City, Reno Aberley, the trail went cold, and I have made no progress since. Amos raised an eyebrow, displeased. "So, this is your purpose for coming here? To ensnare us into aiding you?" The two silver dragons took flight. Though Amos was irked by Barilia's earlier concealment, he agreed to assist her in searching for the monster. After all, a contract had been signed, and the Nine-Eyed Alliance was not a place for its members to toil without recompense. Through the slaying of demons or monsters, members could earn rewards from the organization, and the bodies of such creatures were valuable magical materials. For ordinary members, the Nine-Eyed Alliance resembled a platform for earning rewards. "Oi," Elena proclaimed, brandishing her pendant. "Amos, I possess legendary equipment now." The White Dragon Lord frowned. Why is legendary equipment so casually given away? He reached for the pendant in Elena's grasp. Scanning it, Amos's expression morphed into one of curiosity. "Ah, I see." Returning the pendant to Elena, he advised, "From now on, wear it around your neck and do not remove it. You may be in for a surprise." Chapter 63. The arrival of the fat lamb. The day after the departure of the silver dragon, Count Dumbledore arrived. 6 warships were meticulously anchored in the coastal waters near Tasman Island. Accompanied by his entourage, Count Dumbledore rowed ashore, where he met with Lord Amos, the White Dragon. On the beach, Count Dumbledore stood with his feet together, his right hand placed over his chest, performing a standard noble salute. "I salute you, esteemed ruler of the archipelago." Lord Amos. Lord Amos surveyed the entourage behind the Count, noting that Gandalf and Jax were among them, their equipment fully restored, indicating that Count Dumbledore had invested significantly in their compensation. As Jax caught the gaze of the White Dragon's piercing eyes, he instinctively recoiled, haunted by the severe psychological impact left by Amos. "Lord Amos, I bring with me a total of 3,500,000 gold coins, along with magical artifacts valued at 1,500,000. Here is the list for your perusal." A subordinate stepped forward, presenting the list with both hands. Amos accepted the list, inspecting the items detailed within, each accompanied by its market value. The magical artifacts were stored in a dimensional pouch, while the gold coins were securely boxed on the ship. Amos nodded towards Villy, signaling his intent. Villy understood and promptly took flight towards the vessel. It was evident that Count Dumbledore placed great importance on his heir. "Very well," Amos remarked to Bruce, who was sandwiched between 2 ogres. "You may proceed." At this, Bruce shuffled forward, shamefacedly approaching the Count. As a lawful true dragon, Amos had never considered reneging on his word. "You may leave. However, this concession is a one-time affair. Should you dare to repeat such actions, only the blood of the Dumbledore family will quench my wrath." As the White Dragon raised his wings to take flight, Count Dumbledore interjected, "Please, wait a moment, Lord Amos." Amos, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Oh, do you have further matters to discuss?" Amos's interest piqued. "Friendship? You dare speak of friendship with a wicked dragon? Are you not afraid I shall devour you whole?" Count Dumbledore responded with an air of jest. "You jest, my lord. As a lawful neutral true dragon, you are not so different from the gemstone dragons apart from your hue. Furthermore, the news of Lady Alina's induction into the Nine-Eyed League has spread. Even if I doubt my own judgment, I must trust in the discernment of the Nine-Eyed League." "Oh, news travels swiftly," Amos acknowledged. The Nine-Eyed League, renowned for its long-standing crusade against malevolent creatures, held a stellar reputation among the various races, and Alina's affiliation was already making waves. Yet, Amos shifted the conversation. "Nevertheless, what right do you possess to discuss friendship with a true dragon?" Count Dumbledore maintained his signature noble smile. "Because we share mutual interests." "Huh, how intriguing. Pray tell, what benefits can you offer me?" Amos inquired. "I too have been exploring maritime resources, yet regrettably, the number of my frogmen has dwindled, yielding meager results." As he spoke, Count Dumbledore cast a wistful glance towards the expansive aquaculture facilities beyond Whitescale City, continuing, "However, now that you, Lord Amos, have developed large-scale aquaculture techniques to access the rich resources of the deep sea, it would be but a simple task for you." Amos grasped the Count's implication. "Are you aware those goods are earmarked for the Black Raven Consortium?" Being the Lord of Bale City, it was only natural for him to know the origins of the precious ingredients coveted by the Consortium. Amos raised an eyebrow. "Oh, knowing this, do you still dare to touch the Raven's delicacies?" The Raven Council was one of the foremost powers apart from the 3 grand arcane organizations, and they were certainly not to be trifled with. "I would not dare. I have no desire to awaken to a death feather from a raven beside my pillow," Count Dumbledore admitted candidly, acknowledging his trepidation. "However, those items the Black Raven Consortium deems unworthy, I might still pursue, such as seaweed and common fish." Amos frowned. "What would you want with such things? In this world, noble lords typically produced their own sustenance, and the shelf life of seafood was inferior to that of dehydrated grains, rendering it less valuable, thus piquing Amos's curiosity. "Since you inquire, I shall not conceal my intentions," the Count replied, pausing to organize his thoughts. "As you are aware, my unfortunate sister left behind 2 children, orphaned after bearing a son and daughter for the Baines family of the Rowe royal lineage. With the old king's health waning and the princes growing stronger, a struggle for succession is inevitable. Though the kingdom of Rowe may appear tranquil on the surface, a storm brews beneath, with princes forming alliances. Naturally, I must assist my unfortunate nephew." As he spoke, the Count produced a handkerchief, dabbing at the moisture gathering at the corner of his eye. Amos understood the Count's implication. Once hostilities commenced, food production would undoubtedly be affected. At such a juncture, having a stable source of sustenance could very well sway the balance of power in the conflict. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This adage rang true. Amos nodded. Thus, it seems we do indeed have room for collaboration. For specifics, I shall dispatch my fishmen to negotiate with you. Lord Amos, I have one more request, albeit an ungracious one. Amos raised an eyebrow. If it is indeed ungracious, perhaps you ought not to voice it. The Count hesitated. Ahem, I wish to propose a pact, asking for your protection for the Dumbledore family when the need arises. I am willing to. Silence. Amos interrupted, thrusting his massive dragon head before the Count, revealing his sharp fangs, glistening with viscous dragon saliva, as his icy breath enveloped the Count's face. The attendants behind the Count tensed, hands instinctively reaching for their weapons, beads of sweat forming upon their brows, fearing the white dragon might lash out. Count Dumbledore raised his hand to quell the overzealous reactions of his subordinates. Amos narrowed his eyes, elevating his head slightly to look down upon the Count, speaking in a menacing tone. What do you take me for? A mercenary? Human. Greed is the greatest sin. Count Dumbledore replied resolutely. My lord, perhaps you should consider my compensation before passing judgment. The Count's words, infused with unwavering confidence, aroused Amos's curiosity. Oh, what is it that gives you the audacity to propose such terms? The Count retrieved a long, ornate box from his robe, its surface adorned with intricate magical runes, exuding a potent magical aura. He presented the box to the white dragon. Amos accepted the box, prying it open just a sliver to glance within, before quickly closing it and stowing it away. Very well, I accept your request. Chapter 64. The young dragon. The hall of White Fortress lay deserted, with Amos reclining upon his exclusive crystal throne, idly toying with a box in his hands. Within this box resided a damaged core of a tower spirit from the Arcane Empire era. Unlike the elusive goblin civilization, the Arcane Empire was a tangible reality, having birthed a magnificent civilization whose remnants could be found from the heights of the Nine Heavens Mountain to the depths of the abyss. If there exists a more alluring destination for adventure than the Dragon's Nest, the ruins of the Arcane Empire would undoubtedly rank among them. Even a single artifact from these remnants could sustain an ordinary adventurer for a lifetime. The Tower Spirit core was of greater value than common items. Had it not been so severely damaged, the Dumbledore family could have exchanged it for the protection of a legendary mage. Nevertheless, even in its fractured state, it held glimpses of secrets from the Arcane Empire era. Thus, Amos entered into a partnership contract with the Dumbledore family, vowing to provide assistance within his capacity should they face peril in the ensuing 20 years. In return, the Dumbledore family was obliged to share intelligence with the White Dragon Lord and deter any reckless adventurers, effectively ensuring that those seeking adventure in the overseas archipelagos would find no ships in Bailey City, perhaps due to the acceleration of his physical development through magical influence. Amos's slumber commenced 4 years earlier than anticipated. Suppressing his weariness, he invoked the vassal contract, summoning the high-ranking members of the fortress. The cracked skull chief, Gulgerlu, the 3 merman leaders, Old Blind Eye, Old Jimmy, and Bucky Darkscale, the word leader Hog Riverclaw, the troll leader Rog Giant Fist, along with his younger dragon siblings, quickly assembled in the hall. The White Dragon Lord addressed his gathered vassals directly. I am about to enter into a deep slumber. Congratulations, Master. Your power ascends further. Congratulations, Master. The White Dragon Lord nodded slightly, accepting their accolades, and continued, I have summoned you to assign tasks for my period of slumber. Old Blind Eye, you shall organize the elite mermen to search for any traces related to magical creatures, but be cautious not to alert them. Report any suspicious findings immediately to Elena. Old Jimmy, all dealings with Bailey City remain under your purview. Bucky Darkscale, during my slumber, you must ensure the safety of Tasman Island. Hog Riverclaw and Rog Giant Fist, you are tasked with leading expeditions to conquer more distant islands and expand our territory. Should you encounter formidable islands, set them aside for my return. Gulgerlu, you shall govern White Fortress and handle all pressing matters. That concludes our meeting. You may disperse. Once the vassals departed, only 4 white dragons remained in the hall. Amos turned to his dragon siblings and cautioned, magical creatures possess formidable strength, and those dragons that have been magically altered are even more fearsome. It would be prudent for you to accompany Elena during her missions. Do not venture alone, and flee at the first sign of danger. Understood, brother. Amos inquired, what is our motto? The dragons responded in unison, as long as a dragon's life endures, there is no fear of a bleak future. Amos nodded, farewell, my siblings. With that, Amos exited the White Fortress, uncertain of the duration of his impending slumber. Remaining within the fortress posed a risk should enemies come knocking, so he resolved to seek out a hidden location to conceal himself during this period of dormancy. The White Dragon Lord excavated a rudimentary temporary nest within the seabed silt, magically draining the water and shaping a stone slab from the mud. He summoned an ice sprite to cover the entrance with the stone slab and camouflaged it with silt before finally reclining on the ground, surrendering himself to a restful sleep. As time passed, a trickle of seawater seeped through the soil, dripping into the inky darkness of the cave where a majestic beast lay. The creature breathed steadily, its massive nostrils exhaling a chill, with frost blanketing the ground around it. The beast's eyes opened, its eyelids and membrane retracting to reveal luminous golden dragon pupils, glowing eerily in the dark. Amos exhaled a breath of stale air and stood, surveying his form. After 3 years of slumber, the energy stored within him had been entirely consumed, serving as sustenance for his growth. His dragon scales now adhered directly to his muscles and bones, rendering him gaunt and skeletal. Yet, this was a trivial price compared to the power gained. With a few days of recuperation, he would regain his former formidable stature. Scan. Name, Amos Aldrich. Level 16 Dragon. Level 14 Mage Power. Tier 4. Alignment. Lawful Neutral. Description. You are a male young white dragon. Your soul from another realm has caused a profound mutation in your white dragon lineage, resulting in a phenotypic reversion. Your physical attributes surpass those of ordinary white dragons by several tiers, particularly your breath, which has begun to exhibit unique characteristics. Your mage profession has bestowed upon you a clearer mind and greater martial prowess. With your current strength, you are capable of claiming dominion over mountains. Whereas previously you merely possessed the strength of an entry-level Tier 4, now you have attained the prowess of a seasoned master. Amos shook his body, dislodging the icy remnants clinging to him. He sank down, legs coiling with energy, and then propelled himself upward, crashing through the stone slab above like a drawn sword piercing the ocean. Emerging from the sea, the white dragon beheld a sky filled with storm and rain, lightning flashing and torrents pouring down. The dragon ascended against the downpour like a missile launched from a submarine, piercing through the dark clouds. Sunlight streamed through the breach created by the white dragon, casting a radiant beam amidst the torrential downpour, creating a breathtaking spectacle in the dim world below. Above the clouds, beneath the magnificent form of the 16-meter-long white dragon, dark clouds surged, thunder roared, and lightning danced like silver serpents, while the midday sun illuminated the dragon's majestic body, causing its scales to glimmer. Upon reaching a considerable altitude, Amos spread his wings and glided towards the White Fortress. His vassals below spotted the dragon soaring above and erupted in jubilant cheers for their lord's return. Amos landed on the dragon's landing platform, folding his wings. Gulgurlu appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Great master, your loyal servant welcomes your return. Amos surveyed the surroundings, noting that the guards had grown even stronger than before. Excellent. Gulgurlu, you have not disappointed me. The white dragon lord accompanied the two-headed ogre chief to the dining hall. After devouring a mountain of food, Amos let out a satisfied belch. Gulgurlu, what significant events have transpired in White Fortress over these past 3 years? Chapter 65, Transformation. Gulgurlu, what significant events have transpired in White Fortress over the past 3 years? Well, due to driving without a permit, a group of adventurers was sunk by the Fishmen of Baki the Darkscale before their ship could even reach Tasman Island. Those intrepid souls are still on Shattered Skull Island, mining alongside the kobolds. The White Dragon Lord has become quite addicted to ransom schemes. What a waste. If only they would disseminate their plight. Perhaps their families would pay for their release. This idea was proposed by Her Highness Felicia, but the adventurers are either too far from home, impoverished, or single, leaving no one willing to redeem them. Then we can only wish them well in their interactions with the kobolds. What news from beyond White Fortress? The most recent event is the civil war in the Kingdom of Ro. You have only just awakened, and the war has already erupted. However, this conflict bears no impact on White Fortress. Rather, it has further enriched your treasury. Excellent. Let the humans engage in their battles. We shall seize this opportunity to expand our influence. How is our trade with the humans progressing? The southern trade routes have gradually declined due to the intermittent disruptions caused by El Bloodwave. To ensure stability, we have maintained normal trade only with Bailey City. Amos expressed some surprise. Then why have I not seen any human merchant ships? After your slumber. A rather reckless high-ranking thief disguised himself as a sailor on a merchant vessel and infiltrated White Fortress, even stabbing a wyvern. After Princess Felicia executed him, she abolished the pass system, forbidding humans from stepping foot on Tasman Island. Nonetheless, trade must persist. After deliberation, White Fortress and Bailey City have collaborated to establish a mixed-use small town, serving as a transit station for trade between both parties. Currently, everything is functioning smoothly. Where have Felicia and the others gone? Hog Riverclaw and Rog Heavy Fist's expansion teams have encountered difficulties, and several princes have gone to assist them. How is the progress of territorial expansion? It is proceeding quite well. The few troublesome targets encountered have been dealt with through the combined efforts of several princes, resulting in a five-fold increase in the territorial influence of White Fortress. Amos recalled the matter of mutated creatures. What of Old Blind Eye's search results? Is that silver dragon still nearby? Old Blind Eye has thoroughly scoured the surrounding seas, but has only discovered some ancient scrap metal. As for Miss Belia, her trail is gone cold. With no new leads, she departed a year ago. Amos inquired, puzzled, how could the trail go cold? What happened to the son of the Viscount from Bailey City? The Viscount's son is now known as the fallen Reno Abel, who poisoned and slaughtered his own family before vanishing. In response, Dumbledore was furious and even requested assistance from White Fortress to search the coastline, but to no avail. Amos frowned. Will the Nine-Eyed Alliance not intervene in this matter? On the contrary, the Nine-Eyed Alliance has placed even greater emphasis on it. After Miss Belia's departure, they dispatched a specialized team to take over the investigation, led by a half-elf druid who has also visited White Fortress, specifically to see Princess Elena. I see. If they request assistance, we shall do our utmost to accommodate them. Moreover, we must remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences within our territorial bounds. Should dragonkind become mutated, it would be no trivial matter. Amos recalled the accounts of the demonic invasion, when the abyssal dragons, transformed by corruption, struck terror into the hearts of all dragonkind in Nordshield. However, this is not an age-long past, when the abyssal energies surged uncontrollably. The current emanations from the spatial rifts are far from being capable of corrupting true dragons and can only taint lesser draconic creatures with diminished intellect. After absorbing the significant events that occurred during his slumber, Amos ascended to the second floor of White Fortress. During the White Dragon Lord's repose, his quarters had been tended to by magical servants, thus remaining dust-free. Amos reclined on the long-forgotten velvet bed, savoring the leisure time after a hearty meal. At this moment, the slightly ajar door creaked open, revealing two sneaky little heads peeking through the gap. Amos observed the amusing sight of the two bipedal wyverns hesitating to approach him, reminiscent of the days when he would play with dragons. He beckoned them closer. The two wyverns, upon noticing the white dragon's summons, joyously burst through the door and dashed to his side. Amos extended a claw to gently press against the head of the approaching bipedal wyvern. The two little wyverns pushed against his claw for a moment, and upon realizing their futility, began to nuzzle against Amos' draconic paw. Amos affectionately stroked them from their heads to their tails. Nearly 20 years had passed since Elena adopted the wyverns. They had grown from 1-meter-long hatchlings to 6-meter-long behemoths. Nevertheless, even as they matured into giants, they still appeared diminutive before the 16-meter-long white dragon. At that moment, a droplet of acid dripped from the gap in the wyvern's teeth. And seeing it about to fall onto the velvet bed, Amos reacted swiftly. Cold air surged forth, freezing the acid before it could land. Frowning, Amos pinched the crystallized acid and tossed it away, resembling a reluctant caretaker cleaning up after a pet's mess. He gently tapped the wyvern's head, eliciting a low, plaintive sound from it. Scanning. Name, Allah, Sijia. Level, 10th tier lesser dragon. Alignment, absolute neutral. Description. This is a youth bipedal wyvern raised by the true dragon Elena. Having spent a considerable amount of time living alongside the white dragon, it possesses an exceptionally high concentration of draconic blood, rendering it stronger than its kin and granting it notable resistance to ice magic. However, its actual combat prowess remains questionable. Since Elena hatched the wyvern egg and welcomed the little wyvern as her animal companion, the white dragons have treated the two as pets. After all, should they encounter foes that even the white dragons cannot handle, Sending the two little wyverns into battle would merely be offering them as a meal. Thus, the two wyverns have entered their youth, but have yet to experience a proper battle, leading to Sijia's disgrace of being stabbed by a thief. Amos furrowed his brow. If this continued, these two bipedal wyverns, meant to roam the wilderness, would be raised into lazy companions. No, they must undergo practical combat training. But with what shall they train? With their kin? That won't do. Despite their lack of battle experience, their instinctive acid spray possesses the power to corrode rock. And should they injure their kin, it would be a predicament. Wild beasts. That could work, but all the extraordinary beasts within the White Dragon's territory have been cleared out. If Amos must venture far to seek them, the lazy White Dragon would rather not. After some contemplation, Amos made his way to the great hall of White Fortress. Galgaru, bring me those human adventurers. Galgaru's efficiency was remarkable. By the following morning, Amos found himself face to face with 20 ragged adventurers. Chapter 66. Sparring partners. These adventurers had endured a prolonged existence within the depths of the mines, their clothing barely sufficient to cover their bodies. Yet, in White Fortress, this was of little consequence, for the entire race of fishmen were ardent devotees of hedonism, while the gnolls and ogres donned only scant leather skirts. Amos cast a glance at the attire of the mansion's steward, Golgala, noting the leopard print with a hint of amusement. Aside from their lack of decent garments, these indentured miners did not suffer in other respects. Particularly in terms of sustenance, White Fortress boasted an abundance of food. Even the lowly kobolds enjoyed meat at every meal, as did these human miners. Observing the adventurers' well-defined musculature, Amos nodded in satisfaction. The ample provisions, combined with their prolonged rigorous training, had rendered their physiques even more formidable than before. However, these muscular giants trembled like fledglings before the Lord of the White Dragon. Amos surveyed the quaking adventurers below and declared, "You dare to challenge the authority of White Fortress. Laboring to death is a privilege bestowed upon you." He paused, then continued, "Yet, I now offer you a chance to regain your freedom." Whispers erupted among the adventurers. Amos pointed to two bipedal dragons. "My pets lack combat experience and require sparring partners. Engage them in battle, and you shall be liberated, provided you can survive their onslaught." The adventurers gazed apprehensively at the massive bipedal dragons, commotion rippling through their ranks. A burly leader, sensing the Lord Dragon's furrowed brow, quickly silenced his comrades. Aware that they had no alternative, he gritted his teeth and met the Lord Dragon's gaze. "Esteemed Lord White Dragon, our hands are accustomed to wielding pickaxes and carts. We require a few days to readjust to swords and shields." Amos pondered briefly. "Very well. I shall grant you 1 week. During this time, you may roam freely on Tasman Island." He felt no concern that the adventurers might attempt to flee. Surrounded by vast oceans, what vessel could they possibly escape on? Moreover, who could elude the pursuit of fishmen? Thus, 1 week hence, report to the Beast Arena in Whitescale City. Over the years, Whitescale City had expanded and developed into a bustling metropolis, home to a population of 100,000, while its breeding grounds had relocated to other islands. The societal hierarchy of fishmen had gradually evolved, resulting in the city being divided into 4 districts: the Plaza District, the Trade District, the Academy District, and the Residential District. The Plaza District served as the political nucleus, housing the elite fishmen, while the Academy and Residential Districts were self-explanatory. The Trade District, in addition to commerce, offered a plethora of entertainment options, including the Beast Arena mentioned by the Lord Dragon. The arena was a circular structure, featuring a sunken coliseum with a diameter of 200 meters, surrounded by tiered seating. Within this arena, beasts captured during expansions, slaves, specially trained gladiators, and willing combatants engaged in primal, bloody duels, providing delight to the spectators. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The arena today buzzed with unprecedented excitement. Not only were the seats filled, but even the aisles overflowed with spectators, all captivated by the imposing figure upon the high platform. When the arena was first constructed, it had been designed with the dragon's needs in mind, featuring grand platforms at each cardinal point for their observation. Yet, the dragons had little interest in such trivial skirmishes. They preferred to slumber rather than partake in the commotion. Now, at last, the specially designed seats welcomed their inaugural guest. The Lord of the White Dragon surveyed the jubilant fishmen and other races below, raising a massive dragon wing, igniting the atmosphere into a frenzy of deafening cheers. Old Blind Eye stood beside the Lord, reflecting on the scene below with a profound sense of nostalgia. Recalling a time when fishmen languished at the bottom of the food chain, struggling for survival. Now, they sat high above in the arena, reveling in the slaughter of their former predators. He cast an admiring glance at the Lord of the White Dragon, wishing he could join the throngs of ordinary fishmen below in chanting the Lord's name, were it not for his station. All of this was a transformation wrought by the White Dragon. Nearby, old Jimmy smiled broadly at the throngs packed into the arena, simultaneously contemplating the day's profits. Indeed, establishing such a grand arena in Whitescale City would have been impossible without the backing of the fishmen elite. It was old Jimmy who had constructed and operated it, with other high-ranking fishmen as investors. Amos turned a blind eye to these little machinations. After all, a crystal-clear stream harbors no fish. As long as the boundaries were not crossed, the White Dragon welcomed commercial prosperity, for 20% of all profits from business activities within its domain served as tax revenue, enriching the private coffers of the dragons. Before long, a side gate of the arena swung open, and a line of human adventurers clad in leather armor emerged. Some wielding spears, others carrying swords, each equipped with standard oak shields. The gate closed behind them, and the adventurers positioned themselves at the edge of the arena, taking the final moments to familiarize themselves with their gear. The audience was drawn to the human adventurers, their eyes fixated on the arena. The ground of the arena was stained a deep crimson black, exuding a pungent scent of blood, remnants of past battles that had seeped into the stone, leaving it marred with uneven scars, silent testaments to the ferocity of previous contests. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as two bipedal dragons descended from the sky, landing in the center of the arena. Despite the advance notice provided by old Jimmy, the audience could hardly contain their excitement. Why restrain themselves? In any realm, the primordial allure of blood and violence awakens the most primal instincts within sentient beings. The spectators erupted into frenzied cheers as they beheld the descending bipedal dragons, tossing petals into the air. The arena had only hosted a handful of high-level battles in its existence, and now it was graced with not one, but two high-tier sub-dragons, an unprecedented occurrence. Bipedal dragons, closest to true dragons, differed only in their lack of forelimbs and smaller size. Otherwise, they bore a striking resemblance to their draconic counterparts. Of course, such superficial traits masked deeper disparities. The intrinsic legacies of dragons were beyond the reach of sub-dragons, who could only passively awaken certain spell-like abilities through dragon veins, and possessed a limited intellect, akin to that of a 4- or 5-year-old child, capable of following simple commands. Prior to their arrival, the Lord of the White Dragon had instructed them not to flee but to engage in combat with all their might. Yet, it was the adventurers who took the initiative. Under the leadership of their captain, they raised their shields to protect their bodies and cautiously advanced towards the approaching bipedal dragons. Sensing the encroaching threat, the dragons bared their white fangs, letting out a low, menacing growl. Viscous green acid dripped from their teeth onto the ground, where it sizzled and corroded the stone, creating bubbling pits on the surface. The spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 67. The arena. The human adventurers gradually dispersed, attempting to encircle the bipedal dragons. Instinctively sensing the encroaching threat, the dragons initiated an attack, raising their heads to unleash a stream of corrosive acid upon the adventurers. The adventurers, confronted with the deluge of acid resembling a sprawling net, felt a chill run down their spines. Some hastily retreated from the acid's reach, while others, caught off guard, raised their round shields, curling their bodies to shield themselves behind the sturdy oak. The acid splattered against the shields, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion, while the stench of the noxious substance filled the air. The area affected by the acid was limited, allowing other adventurers to charge forward at full speed towards the dragons. As they approached within 30 meters of the dragons, several strength-oriented adventurers hurled their spears. The spears sliced through the air toward their target. The dragon flapped its wings to maneuver at low altitude. However, its considerable size prevented it from evading entirely. Some spears glanced off its smooth, hard scales, but the spear thrown by the adventurer leader pierced through the scales, embedding itself 3 inches deep into the thigh of the dragon named Allor. In agony, Allor tumbled to the ground, the pain awakening its inherent ferocity. It extended its neck, clamping its jaws around the spear, and with a violent shake, yanked it free, blood gushing from the wound. Allor let out a pained and furious roar directed at the adventurer leader, its eyes bloodshot. as it lunged forward using both wings and hind limbs. The adventurer leader, gripping his great sword, felt a twinge of trepidation at the approaching dragon. Although the white dragon lord had instructed him to show no mercy as long as he did not kill, the dragon showed no such reservations. With the moment of confrontation upon him, the adventurer leader raised his great sword and unleashed a crescent-shaped, colorless energy blade. Allor leaped from the ground, the energy blade passing beneath it. The adventurer leader deftly sidestepped to avoid the dragon's wing strike, just as the energy blade struck the rocky wall. As Allor landed, it lunged forward to bite the adventurer leader, who rolled to evade, the dragon's jaws snapping at empty air. The surrounding adventurers soon arrived, joining forces to assault the dragon. Amos observed the scene below. While the adventurer leader appeared to be in peril, he remained composed. Had it not been for his cautiousness, he would have aimed his great sword directly at the dragon's wing. Moreover, being a social creature, Allor and its companion, Sigia, failed to coordinate their efforts, opting instead for solitary combat. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Sigia found her wings ensnared in a net, crashing to the ground. She roared at the encroaching adventurers, but none among them were formidable enough to confront a dragon directly. Thus, they surrounded Sigia, employing specialized spears designed to incapacitate large creatures, targeting her wings. Meanwhile, Allor faced a similar fate. The wings of dragons are their most potent weapons. Their aerial advantage renders even high-tier legendary warriors powerless against lower-tier dragons. The force of a dragon's wing strike is more devastating than a tail sweep, as the musculature of the chest propels the massive body into the air, showcasing its formidable strength. However, the wings are also the most vulnerable part of a dragon's anatomy. Professional dragon-slaying parties typically prioritize attacking the wings rather than the neck, for the wings are far more susceptible to damage than the fortified neck, which is protected by tough scales and muscles. Once the dragon's wings are incapacitated, its threat diminishes significantly. It is akin to comparing the danger posed by a fighter jet versus that of a tank, an unequivocal distinction. With both dragons' wings damaged and their ability to ascend compromised, panic ensued. They thrashed their tails, attempting to fend off the relentless adventurers while frantically spewing acid in all directions. A rogue, unable to evade in time, was struck on the arm by the acid. Gritting his teeth, he sliced away the burned flesh as he fled to a distance, tearing his clothing to bandage his arm and prevent excessive blood loss. A ranger found himself drenched in acid, smoke rising from his head as he collapsed. A warrior, clutching his shield, stumbled in his flight, accidentally stepping on a patch of acid. In his haste, he discarded his damaged shoes. The adventurer leader, exhibiting remarkable speed, distanced himself from the onslaught, discarding his corroded shield, casting a wary glance at the grotesquely deformed corpses of fallen comrades. He realized that even a mere splash of acid would inflict grievous harm. The breath of these draconic beings was indeed a terrifying ability. At this moment, the area surrounding the dragons was devoid of adversaries, the rocky ground pockmarked from the acid. Both dragons, panting heavily, fixed their malevolent gazes on the adventurers who had wounded them, gradually drawing closer together. Amos, observing the battlefield, noted the sinister determination in the dragon's eyes, revealing their dawning awareness of the importance of teamwork. The goal of this gladiatorial contest had been achieved. The adventurer leader, witnessing the dragons converge, commanded, "Ranged weapons, attack." The adventurers hurled hand axes and javelins against the armored scales of these colossal beasts. Unless one were a master archer, the efficacy of arrows was limited. However, hand axes and javelins held a chance of breaching the defenses. Despite inflicting some damage upon the dragons, the bipedal creatures retaliated with acid. Soon, however, they were out of acid. The adventurers had a finite supply of throwing weapons and had nothing left to hurl. "Charge! They are out of acid," the adventurer leader bellowed, rallying his comrades as they surged toward the dragons. The two dragons faced opposite directions, interlocking their positions for mutual protection. Although they occasionally sustained attacks from the humans, they managed to mount a few effective counterattacks. Gradually, the dragons began to coordinate their movements, but this only prolonged their inevitable defeat as their wounds multiplied. Within 10 minutes, their downfall was assured. Amos, perceiving the futility of the contest, contemplated halting the battle when an extraordinary turn of events unfolded in the arena. After a prolonged struggle, Allor's acid production had partially recovered. With a sudden expulsion, it unleashed a stream of old phlegm, catching the adventurers off guard. The proximity was too close for the adventurers to escape in time. A warrior, witnessing the acid descending upon him, decided to take drastic measures. He seized a nearby rogue, using him as a shield against the corrosive spray. Unaware of the impending danger, the rogue became the warrior's sacrificial pawn, allowing the warrior to survive. The other adventurers, witnessing this betrayal, exchanged alarmed glances, their previously trusting camaraderie shattered in an instant. The once cohesive teamwork disintegrated, enabling the dragons to seize upon the chaos and strike down two adventurers. Amos, observing this dramatic scene unfold, sighed with a mix of exasperation and irony. Ah, humanity! Such senseless slaughter could yield no growth for the dragons. He intervened, halting the rampaging bipedal dragons, declaring, You are free." The adventurers, receiving the long-awaited gift of freedom, felt no joy. They shuffled toward the open gate, leaving the arena in a daze, their spirits crushed. Chapter 68. Inspection. Amos devoted a fortnight to training his bipedal dragons at home, effectively alleviating the tedium of recuperation. At last, they had regained their original form, ready to venture forth, not merely to roam, but to survey their territory. The white dragon soared through the billowing clouds, relishing the sensation of moisture as its wings sliced through the vapor, akin to fingers teasing a delicate curtain, uplifting Amos's spirits. Though leisurely, Amos's flight was not sluggish. He scanned the islands below as he glided, drawing closer to any that piqued his interest before continuing onward. After years of conquest, the realm of the White Fortress had expanded rapidly, and the title of Sovereign of the Thousand Islands was now rightfully his. However, Amos could not inspect every island personally. Thus, he selected key destinations with intention, directing his flight toward Bailey City. Between Tasman Island and Bailey City lay a burgeoning town, established less than 3 years prior, yet already flourishing and emerging as one of the most prosperous cities within the White Fortress, a gateway to the outside world and a hub of trade known as Kassos. Bailey City thrived on the rare commodities sold by the White Fortress, such as pearls, exotic spices, and premium ingredients, all of which were scarcely found on the mainland. Amidst the turmoil within the Kingdom of Ro and the rampant piracy, the trade activity in Bailey City not only persisted but intensified. The domestic strife and the city's prosperity drew numerous refugees, undeterred by the arduous journey, to seek refuge in Bailey City, where a stable food supply and an influx of inexpensive labor bolstered the city's strength across various sectors. Soon, Amos arrived above Kassos. Although the island itself was modest in size, it was dominated by two towering twin peaks, their steep and treacherous slopes cradling the town nestled between them. The White Dragon observed the thriving city below, which lay sheltered in a natural harbor. Various vessels, large and small, docked and departed under the guidance of the port staff. At the bustling docks, workers busily transported goods, while merchants and ship captains patiently queued at the toll house to pay their taxes. Amos noticed a plump fishman extending a forelimb from the toll house window, presenting a token while accepting a bag of gold coins from a merchant. Adjacent to the docks, the hillside was adorned with the urban expanse of Kassos, where white houses stood in orderly rows, and meticulously planned roads segmented the city into distinct blocks. The broad thoroughfare teemed with life as a myriad of races traversed the cobblestone streets. A warg avoided a fishman approaching him, wary of the creature's slimy skin that might entangle his fur. Nearby, a troglodyte haggled with a human vendor, while an ogre clutched a skewer of grilled squid, rudely pushing past a human mercenary who muttered in discontent. On the road, a young girl noticed an unusual shadow cast upon the ground. She looked up and spotted the white dragon lord among the wispy clouds. "Mama, the dragon is back!" Her exclamation alerted others on the street, prompting them to gaze skyward at the white dragon before returning to their previous tasks. Only a few newcomers and outsiders remained transfixed by the sight of the dragon. Some pedestrians chuckled and wandered off, while others whispered remarks about the simple folk. A vendor, squinting at the dragon overhead, muttered in confusion, "Strange. This dragon seems larger than usual." At that moment, a customer interrupted his thoughts, compelling him to focus once more on preparing the snacks he was grilling. For the residents of Kassos, the presence of the white dragon was no novelty. They were well aware that the ruler of their land was the very dragon they glimpsed. They witnessed its inspections several times a year, long since accustomed to its presence. Once, a white dragon had swooped down and snatched away all the grilled squid, igniting a brief uproar. However, such incidents were rare, and the administrative office compensated the affected vendors, swiftly quelling the disturbance so that life could resume as usual. Amos observed the inhabitants below, now accustomed to the white dragon's presence, and nodded approvingly. The plan was yielding promising results. Indeed, the dragon's inspections were not mere whims, but orchestrated endeavors designed to identify and eliminate threats while subtly reinforcing their presence, fostering a sense of normalcy regarding the white dragon's rule among the populace. With a stable environment and ample resources, residents would quickly develop a sense of belonging. Over a span of decades, humans would come to fully accept the dominion of other races. Compared to violent conquest, this method bore slower results. Yet it harbored no hidden dangers. The dragons had ample time to wait. After a period of observation, Amos flapped his wings and continued his patrol. He then altered his course, flying toward the agricultural production zones. Over the past 3 years, Gulgerlu and the 3 Fishmen leaders had followed the White Dragon Lord's blueprint, selecting suitable maritime areas within the territory to relocate all agricultural-related industries, thereby forming a concentrated and managed agricultural sector known as the White Fortress's Granary. Beyond the agricultural zone, dedicated areas for battle pet breeding, natural reserves, military zones, and trade zones led by Kassos had also been established. From his lofty vantage point, Amos gazed down upon the islands of the agricultural sector, noting that the terrain of these islands was relatively flat, adorned with grid-like farmland, where various fruit trees flourished alongside the roads. Picturesque islands were dotted with troglodyte villages, whose inhabitants, once at the bottom of the food chain, had experienced a turn of fortune upon capturing the White Dragon Lord's attention. Now, they lived without want, completing their planting tasks while enjoying leisure activities, such as participating in lively dances. At the edges of the islands lay the settlements of the Fishmen, who had constructed extensive aquaculture facilities in the surrounding shallow waters. Some of these farms were newly established, while others had been relocated from different locales. Each island was equipped with a dock from which vessels transported these goods to various parts of the White Fortress. Amos was pleased with the flourishing agricultural sector and flew toward the nearby battle pet breeding area. Chapter 69. Battle Pets. Amos arrived at the breeding base for battle pets. Standing before a sheer sea cliff, he plunged into the depths below, where he discovered a vast cavern with an 8-meter diameter carved into the underwater cliff face. Outside the cave, fishmen patrolled, and sentinels stood guard at the entrance. Upon spotting the descending white dragon, the patrolling fishmen swiftly approached, while one fishman at the rear of the group separated from the formation. As Amos surveyed the perimeter of the cave, a dark-scaled fishman adorned with white scales on its forehead emerged from within, greeting him. "Master, welcome to the breeding base for Battle Pet number 17. Lead me inside to take a look," Amos commanded. "Yes, master." Though the entrance was substantial, it was still too small for Amos, prompting the white dragon to shrink its form. With a flick of its tail, it followed the fishman into the breeding base. After passing through 2 gates, Amos inquired, "What is the state of the defensive arrangements here?" The white dragon nodded in affirmation. "The security is stringent. You have done well. Thank you for the praise, master. This is merely our duty, especially since you have specifically instructed us that battle pets are of utmost importance. We must do our utmost to ensure their safety." Under the command of the Fishmen Tide Hunters, these battle pets could unleash combat prowess several times greater than that of the fishmen themselves, thus serving as the primary force in maritime battles. Consequently, Amos has always placed great emphasis on the cultivation process of battle pets. Let us examine them one by one. Amos selected the leftmost cavern and entered, with the fishman attendant closely following. The breeding base for juvenile giant crabs stretched long and straight, seemingly endless, with symmetrically arranged stone chambers flanking the passage. Amos casually opened a stone door and stepped inside, discovering the chamber walls riddled with numerous square hollows. Each hollow was just large enough to accommodate a juvenile giant crab, yet the number of hollows fell far short of the number of crabs, leading to fierce battles among them for residence rights. Many crabs were seen missing limbs due to these conflicts. The fishman attendant, noticing Amos's gaze on the injured crabs, explained, "Each brood of giant crabs can yield nearly 100 offspring, all of whom are placed in the same chamber. These crabs are naturally combative, and encounters often lead to skirmishes. Only the hollows in the walls offer safe refuge, hence their relentless competition for these spaces. We scatter food on the ground, thereby ensuring that the crabs cannot remain hidden within their hollows indefinitely. After each feeding, a new round of battles ensues, resulting in injuries among the crabs, which are swiftly dealt with by the feeding fishmen. The fighting ceases only when the number of crabs equals or is fewer than the number of hollows, allowing us to select the strongest individuals from the juvenile crabs. Only then are they taken for further training, with only the qualified ones surviving to adulthood, ultimately becoming the battle pets of the tide hunters. Upon reaching adulthood, a giant crab averages 8 meters in length, its body covered in a robust shell, with massive pincers capable of snapping a log as thick as an adult's waist. Their role on the battlefield is akin to that of a tank, and their ability to move onto land makes them a primary target for cultivation among battle pets. The White Dragon Lord nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. This approach marks a significant improvement over the initial breeding methods." The dragon and fishmen then proceeded to the breeding base for swordfish. The fisherman attendant pointed to the juvenile swordfish in the mud, stating, "These swordfish are not as numerous as the giant crabs, and their soft beaks make them susceptible to breaking upon collision with the stone walls. Therefore, we raise them in the mud, although feeding them is more challenging, as they are skittish and scatter at the slightest fright." After touring the underwater breeding base for battle pets, Amos arrived at the breeding grounds for the mainstay of the battle pet army, the copper-backed crocodile tortoise. Unlike other battle pets residing underwater, the breeding base for these tortoises was established on the beach. From a distance, Amos observed rows of small wooden houses on the golden sand, homes for the fishmen who fed the copper-backed crocodile tortoises, while the juvenile tortoises thrived by the seashore. The fishmen had erected isolation nets along the beach to keep predators at bay, allowing the juvenile tortoises to live within a protective circle. Due to the tortoises' abundant numbers, robust vitality, and ease of survival, they had long been raised primarily in a semi-wild manner with regular feeding. Amos happened upon a feeding session, witnessing the juvenile tortoises swarm the beach like ants in a frenzy for food. A glance at these ordinary tortoises caused the White Dragon Lord to lose interest. He proceeded directly to the center of the island, where a heavily guarded artificial lake served as the breeding ground for exceptional tortoise specimens. In stark contrast to the scene of refugees scrambling for food on the beach, the number of tortoises here was significantly lower. Each one handpicked from millions of juvenile tortoises through rigorous selection processes, either distinguished by their size or by their vibrant magical elements. Each tortoise bore its own identification number, nourished by specialized fishmen with tailored diets, while their growth data was meticulously recorded for higher-level reference. Following discussions among the upper echelons, some of these exceptional tortoises would be designated as rewards for outstanding graduates of the Tide Hunter Academy, while others would be kept as breeding specimens to enhance the overall quality of their lineage. Despite their exceptional nature, none of these special tortoises piqued Amos's interest, as truly outstanding mutations were rare. Just as the White Dragon Lord was about to explore the breeding bases for the Ramos, giant tortoise, lanternfish, and coral polyps, he suddenly received a magical message from Gurgaloo. Chapter 70. The First Signs of the Enemy. What transpired? Vili presented a stone sculpture. "Amos, take a look for yourself." Amos received the statue, and his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "The Titan? How is this possible?" In his hands was a 3-meter-tall statue of a colossal giant, its muscular form poised with arms raised, clutching a lightning spear. This was none other than the Titan, the sworn enemy of dragons. Had it merely been a statue, Amos might not have been so astounded. After all, the Titans were a formidable race renowned across countless realms, with numerous followers, making the creation of Titan sculptures quite commonplace. However, this statue emanated a unique power intrinsic to the Titans, a peculiar energy resonance deeply etched in the legacy of every dragon. For the blood debts between the Titans and the dragonkin were profound. The two races had clashed fiercely from the battleground of the astral plane to the material plane, with Nordshield merely a trivial theater in their ongoing struggle. Even now, in certain realms, the conflict between dragons and Titans remained unresolved. The enmity between the two was deeply rooted, with each encounter igniting a fierce battle for survival. It was precisely because of such formidable foes that the Lord of the North Wind and the five-headed Dragon Queen, two dragon deities, strictly prohibited any unwarranted infighting among metallic and chromatic dragons. After the initial shock, Amos regained his composure. "Impossible. The Titans were banished from Nordshield 50,000 years ago. Where did you find this statue?" Elena replied, "In a large tribe of fishmen with a population of thousands. This tribe is no ordinary one. It even had a novice master among its ranks. Fortunately, Hogg did not act rashly. Understanding the situation, Amos recalled that before his departure, he had left the Caucasian skull with his dragon siblings for protection. It seemed these restless individuals had turned it to use in their external conquests. But now was not the time to assign blame. Amos continued his inquiry. Could it be that the Fishmen acquired it by chance? Vili countered, unlikely. The Fishmen established a dedicated altar at the center of their tribe to worship the statue. Amos furrowed his brow in confusion. Then how did this statue come to be? Where are those Fishmen? We should capture a few and interrogate them. Vili and Elena exchanged sidelong glances at their older sister, Felicia. Amos raised an eyebrow, also looking expectantly at Felicia for an explanation. Clearing her throat, Felicia, unable to evade the inquiry, shyly admitted, the Fishmen dared to defy the great true dragons, and I eradicated them. Those in power either fled or perished, while the ordinary Fishmen know little about the matter, only that the statue has existed for a long time. Amos pressed, how long is a long time? Elena lifted her wings and feigned ignorance. Who knows? That ancient Fishman claimed the statue has been around since his great-great-great-grandfather's time. Disregarding her antics, Amos carefully examined the stone sculpture. Based on the wear of the carving, it appeared to be no more than 2,000 years old, thus ruling out the possibility of it being a relic from thousands of years prior. The most plausible explanation remained that it was crafted by Titan followers utilizing remnants of ancient craftsmanship, just as dragons have their draconic and other lineage followers. The Titans too had their adherents, such as the giant races, sea giants, cloud giants, fire giants, swamp giants, and so forth. However, in contemporary Nordshield, finding traces of giants had become exceedingly rare. These Titan followers had either departed alongside the Titans or faced retribution from the dragon kin. Only a small number of giants had hidden away, staying indoors, fearful of dragons seeking vengeance. Be they benevolent or malevolent, dragons had never been known to exhibit mercy. Vili interjected, brother, there is another possibility. The statue may have originated from another realm. In Nordshield, the dragons triumphed and expelled the Titans. But the situation could very well be reversed in other worlds. Amos pondered for a moment. Indeed, but even so, there must be the involvement of Titan followers. Otherwise, the Fishmen would not willingly worship a Titan statue. Moreover, they may be orchestrating some nefarious plot, as this statue is entwined with a power I do not comprehend. Felicia sprang to her feet, her eyes blazing. Then what are we waiting for? Let us engage them. Elena was equally eager. Hold your horses, my sister. We know nothing of the enemy's strength. To recklessly confront them would be folly. Who knows who would prevail? Amos's eyes reflected trepidation. The giants, having allied with the Titans and opposing dragons, would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Furthermore, a giant tribe that had concealed itself for at least 50,000 years could unveil surprises. Vili concurred. I believe brother is correct. Moreover, giants are social creatures. We may not have enough numbers to confront them. Felicia, deflated, slumped back down. Then what do you propose we do? Amos replied. First, we should send fishmen to ascertain their exact location. Fortunately, we need not worry about legendary beings within the giant tribe. After the demon war over 10,000 years ago, all races on the continent united to form the Nordshield Guardians Council, with the metallic dragon kin as one of its principal members. This organization monitors magical anomalies across the entire plane to prevent another demonic incursion, and the emergence of legendary figures is a focal point of their vigilance. Upon discovering any breakthroughs to legendary status, the council dispatches personnel to incorporate the new legendary blood. Although the metallic dragons are aligned with the forces of good, they are also pragmatic. If they were to discover that the newly emerged legendary being belonged to the giant kin, well, most legendary chromatic dragons tend to reject participation in the council. They have been known to come across information they should not, and seize the opportunity to eliminate giants without hesitation. The council tends to turn a blind eye to such occurrences, as the choice is an easy one, a dragon race with over 1,000 legends versus an outdated race. In the depths of the ocean, a fishman swiftly swam into an inky abyss, where at the bottom of the trench lay dozens of massive caverns, hewn by human hands. Clenching his teeth, the fishman entered the largest of these caves. What? The statue was taken by the white dragon. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, loose stones tumbled as the entire cave trembled. You fool! A deep blue hand seized the fishman, crushing him into a pulp. Chapter 71. The onslaught of black water under the cool, silvery moonlight of the night. The city of White Scale shed the ostentation of daylight, resembling a slumbering giant. However, if the enemy believed that White Scale had lowered its guard, they were gravely mistaken. The walls of the city still stood tall with vigilant Fishmen soldiers, and within the shadows of the outer and inner city walls, Fishmen night watchers were strategically stationed, watching over the surroundings in a seamless, all-encompassing vigilance. Yet, their efforts proved futile. The invaders had meticulously plotted their assault. One Fishman sentry yawned, and from the shadows behind him, a glinting dagger emerged, piercing his throat and severing his vocal cords. In a synchronized strike, the Fishman guards at the southern gate of the coastal city, along with their hidden sentries, were simultaneously assassinated by daggers and crossbow bolts from the lurking shadows. Unable to emit even the faintest alarm, the enemy had infiltrated from within the city. The assassins quietly dropped the bloodied Fishmen and stealthily advanced towards the inner city gate at the southern entrance. However, in their meticulous planning, they overlooked a Fishman sentry concealed in the foliage of a nearby tree, whose keen eyes remained fixated on the gate. Although this sentry failed to detect the stealthy invaders, his instincts alerted him to the scent of blood in the air. Realizing the dire situation, he swiftly blew the whistle around his neck. The Fishmen on duty inside the watchtower heard the piercing whistle and sounded the alarm, shattering the tranquility of the night with the shrill cry of a magical alert. An enemy assault. What seemed to take an eternity transpired in an instant, as the invaders transitioned from stealth to open confrontation. Upon hearing the whistle, the leader of the attackers understood their precarious position. Xiao Shi signal. Ada, air, Asan, eliminate that wretched sentry. The rest, with me. Let us breach the gate. One Fishman launched a watery arrow skyward, and 6 of the invading Fishmen rushed towards the inner city gate, while the 3 named rushed toward the exposed sentry. Before the enemy could approach, the astute Fishman sentry swiftly descended from the tree. Realizing his adversaries were also Fishmen, he sprinted towards a manhole in the city's drainage system, lifted the cover, turned calmly, and made a throat-cutting gesture toward the encroaching foes before leaping into White Scale's sewers. The surrounding Fishman assassins gathered around the manhole, gazing at the rippling water within, as their leader made a decisive call. Forget it. The mission takes precedence. 10 Fishman invaders charged toward the southern city gate, attempting to force it open and allow their forces to flood in. The guards of White Scale quickly responded. A squad of soldiers armed with crossbows took positions along the wall, releasing a volley of arrows that blanketed the outer city, turning the unprepared attackers into a pincushion of arrows. Yet, the inner city gate had already been opened, while the outer gate was fortified just in time to thwart the invaders. Beyond the city gates, the Fishman army surged forth from the sea like a tidal wave, brandishing weapons such as fishbone knives, shell shields, and fishbone tridents, launching a fierce assault on White Scale. Among the ranks, several serpentine sea creatures, measuring over 10 meters in length, slithered alongside the Fishmen. On the walls of White Scale, the defenders hastily took their positions and began firing upon the enemy, while soldiers poured out from various corners of the city, joining the defense. The enemy commander disregarded the safety of the ordinary Fishman soldiers, directing the sea serpents to charge forward. The massive serpents twisted and turned, trampling over the Fishmen in their path, rearing up to strike at the defenders atop the wall. Seeing the onslaught, a high-ranking Fishman commander took it upon himself to charge forward. Before he could close the distance, he swung his steel-long sword, unleashing a wave of energy that cleaved into the serpent's armored scales, creating a gaping wound that spilled forth blood. However, this injury was insufficient to deter the massive sea serpent, instead inciting its wrath. The sea serpent raised its head, revealing the orifice from which it would unleash its venom. The seasoned Fishman commander, acting swiftly, hurled his steel sword like a javelin into the serpent's mouth before it could unleash its deadly spray. The sea serpent let out a pained, despairing roar, its eyes dimming as it crashed to the ground, crushing the Fishmen below, its body convulsing in its death throes. Gasping for breath, the Fishman commander realized that only one serpent had fallen, while many more wreaked havoc upon the walls, spewing toxic venom that could incapacitate ordinary Fishmen within mere moments of contact. Below the walls, elite Fishmen utilized specialized catapults, launching themselves like springs onto the battlements, engaging the Fishman defenders in brutal combat, though the number of catapults was limited, restricting the number of reinforcements. At that moment, several figures soared through the air. Speeding toward the walls, reinforcements from within White Scale had arrived. The elder known as Old Blind Eye leapt into the air, casting his spear, which struck the head of a serpent that was releasing venom. He landed upon the walls, seizing a hunting spear to join the fray. "My lord, the situation is dire. We are under sudden attack." Old Jimmy gazed at the throng of invading fishmen below, his countenance shifting in alarm. "Quickly, the magical legion. Prepare for large-scale war magic." Suddenly, the dense throng of fishmen parted to reveal an elderly fishwoman emerging, leaning on her staff, adorned with a necklace of shells, as she approached the walls of white scale. Old Jimmy's expression turned grave. "Toto Malm." Malm is a term of respect for elder fishwomen. "What? The Blackwater tribe?" exclaimed a high-ranking fishman commander, gasping in shock. The Blackwater tribe was renowned as the most powerful fishman clan within 1,000 miles, their reputation preceding them long before the establishment of Whitescale. Toto Malm was the emblematic figure of the Blackwater tribe, a master-level fishman seer. Old Blind Eye also reached the battlements, calling out, "Toto Malm. Is there a misunderstanding between Whitescale and the Blackwater tribe?" But the elder fishwoman had no intention of parleying. Energy began to coalesce in her hands. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the horizon. "Counterattack. The Lord will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them." Chapter 72. The Servant of Winter. As hostility became inevitable, Old Jimmy was not a merciful fish. Incantations flowed rapidly from its mouth, summoning the power of the water element around it. Wave impact. A tide materialized from thin air, surging towards the enemy. 4 enemy fishmen sentinels raised their turtle shell shields, encircling the casting fishman prophet, Totemal, in a protective formation. The tidal wave crashed against the enchanted shields, shattering upon impact, while the sentinels merely swayed. For all 4 were seasoned guardians of high rank. The fishman prophet Totemal was ready with his divine magic. Water arrows. A sphere of swirling water appeared above his head, from which a multitude of water arrows shot forth, blanketing the entire battlement. The rain-like barrage pelted the walls, creating a myriad of craters upon the sturdy stone. The fishmen's sentinels hastily took cover behind the parapets, unable to raise their heads beneath the relentless onslaught of water arrows. Those who could not find shelter or were caught unawares were mercilessly pierced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, the fishman forces suffering severe casualties. The watery sphere soon exhausted itself, leaving behind a layer of corpses atop the battlements. The survivors, emerging from their hiding places, gritted their teeth, their fear overshadowed by a potent rage born from the loss of their comrades. The enemy fishman commander, standing atop the head of an extraordinarily large sea serpent, raised his arms and bellowed, "Charge!" The fishman sentinels of Whitescale City, fueled by anger, hurled their spears at the foes, but their numbers were few, and their throws scattered, yielding minimal impact. Yet, it mattered little, as reinforcements of fishman warriors, halted previously by the master-level divine magic, now surged onto the walls to bolster the defense. The invaders employed catapults and grappling hooks to ascend the battlements, engaging the fishman sentinels in brutal close combat. Blades clashing red with fury, an enraged dragon's roar echoed above Whitescale City as the swiftest among them, the White Dragon Lord, arrived. Amos was now filled with wrath, directed both at the ogres and at the city of Bailey. The White Dragon's faction had always taken the initiative in conflict, and never before had the flames of war been brought to Tasman Island, to the very doorstep of the White Dragon. According to the reasoning of the White Dragon Lord, the ogres and humans had far more justification to harbor hatred against him. Yet so what? This world knows neither justice nor evil. What aligns with one's interests is justice, and what conflicts with them is evil. When interests clash, the side with the stronger fist embodies justice. This is the difference in perspective. One's position dictates one's thoughts. If the enemy sought revenge, let them come. Amos was ready to receive it all. Should the White Dragon falter, he would accept defeat, but if victorious, the enemy must brace themselves for the consequences of failure. Amos hovered above the city gate, opening his dragon maw to draw in the surrounding air, compressing it within his lungs. The White Dragon's chest swelled to an exaggerated extent before he suddenly extended his neck downward, unleashing a torrent of ice-blue dragon breath upon the invaders. Dragon's breath unleashed. The fishmen struck by the breath before the city gate were instantly encased in ice. Suddenly, 2 spears shot forth from the sea, the water-congealed projectiles whistling as they hurtled toward the airborne White Dragon. The moment the spears breached the surface, Amos sensed their approach. Foreseeing this, the White Dragon Lord was prepared. He redirected his breath toward the incoming spears. In the clash of energies, the dragon breath met the water spears. The formless water projectiles gradually froze, and by the time they reached the white dragon, they had solidified into harmless ice, shattering against his armored scales. Amos exhaled a cloud of white vapor through his large nostrils, dismissing the spear's threat as inconsequential. What Amos did not anticipate was yet another water spear launching from the depths. More? He swiftly dodged as the spear grazed his spine, leaving a shallow gash. Ignoring the minor injury, the white dragon quickly regained his balance. Fixating his gaze upon several colossal figures emerging from beneath the waves. Hiding was no longer an option. The giants beneath the surface rose into view. 3 towering behemoths, each standing 10 meters tall, with broad mouths, flat noses, and large, round eyes. Their skin a deep shade of blue, reminiscent of the ocean's depths. Their powerful limbs, muscular and defined, resembled an exaggerated version of the Hulk. The only blemish to their fearsome appearance was the clumps of green seaweed adorning their heads, varying in length like a verdant meadow. These were the sea giants, longtime acquaintances of the white dragon lineage. The Titan race, akin to dragons, is categorized by various attributes: water, fire, earth, lightning, wind. Titans of the same element are natural adversaries, and their giant subspecies reflect this dynamic. The sea giants, however, have frequently interacted with the white dragon-esque kin. Unlike the generally low intellect of dragon subspecies, the giants are sentient beings, adept at wielding various weapons. Standing upon the ocean's surface as if it were solid ground, the sea giants flexed their fingers, causing mists to rise from the water, which gradually coalesced into spears as tall as themselves. The Titan's innate ability allows them to extract energy from their surroundings to forge their weapons. Similarly, the sea giants have inherited this ancestral skill, crafting the tidal spears from the essence of their forebears. As the tidal spears materialized, the sea giants stepped onto the shore, the sea following in their wake. Dubbed the tidal giants, they always arrived with the tide, an uncontrollable feature of their lineage. The 3 sea giants, towering at the shoreline, faced the white dragon above, and when giants and dragons meet, words are unnecessary, only action. With the aerial advantage, the white dragon held the initiative. Seeing the dragon delay, the giants wasted no time, charging toward Whitescale City. Damn! Yet the enemy consisted of 3 master-level sea giants. Engaging them in melee would be folly. Thus, Amos swiftly recited the dragon tongue. Frost's favor. With an emotionless proclamation, an ice elemental emerged from a portal. This ice elemental differed from ordinary ones. Its upper body was humanoid, while its lower half swirled like a vortex of ice and water. One hand wielded a large, chicken leg-shaped ice club, while the other brandished an ice shield, adorned with a menacing spike at its center. The temperature on the beach plummeted several degrees. Chapter 73. Repelling the attack, Amos gasped for breath as he surveyed the formidable ice elemental below. Were it not for an ancient contract forged between a powerful white dragon and a formidable being from the ice elemental plane, allowing the white dragon clan to summon ice elementals of equal power by expending equivalent magical energy, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. Despite having only a few days' difference in age, Amos outclassed his siblings in both physical strength and agility, as well as in the quality and quantity of his awakened magical abilities. It would be no exaggeration to say that, apart from his status as a mage, Amos could easily take on 2 opponents, and even 3 without faltering. However, neither Mother Dragon nor his siblings recognized Amos as a returee of ancestral blood. They merely perceived him as an exceptionally robust white dragon, having never contemplated the notion of ancestral lineage. In the aftermath of the fall of the gods and the subsequent upheaval of the Sea of Origin's laws, the once mighty progenitor dragons had nearly lost their ability to reproduce. In their desperation, the dragon deities chose to dilute the bloodline of their descendants in exchange for enhanced reproductive capabilities. After countless years of transformation, the dragon race evolved into its current form, where only a scant few fortunate individuals would experience a bloodline mutation, resulting in a return to ancestral traits. The sea giant was taken aback by the sudden emergence of the ice elemental. Realizing the unusual prowess of the white dragon lord, the dragon's spellcasting level was exceedingly high. However, with arrows already nocked, the sea giant chieftain accelerated abruptly, leaping high into the air with the tidal spear raised, aiming for the ice elemental's head. As Amos prepared to cast a spell, 2 more tidal spears hurled toward him from behind, forcing him to evade. The sea giant's strategy was clear. The two novice masters would distract the white dragon, while the strongest among them would crush the ice elemental. Despite Amos's awareness of their intentions, he found himself powerless to counter their blatant scheme. On the battlefield below, the ice elemental remained impassive, raising its shield to protect its upper body as it swung its massive club in a wide arc toward the sea giant. The clash of the tidal spear against the shield produced no anticipated thunderous sound, only a blinding flash from the collision of magical elements. The tidal spear had the upper hand, leaving a dent in the shield. This was not according to the sea giant's plan. According to its calculations, even if the previous charged attack failed to breach the shield, it should have forced the ice elemental to retreat, creating some distance. Yet now, the ice elemental merely swayed slightly before regaining its footing. The sea giant paid dearly for its miscalculation. The ice elemental's club swept through the air, and the chieftain had no time to evade, raising its arm instead to block. The club struck the sea giant's arm, causing it to swell and change from blue to black as frost spread across its limb. The giant leader gasped in shock, lifting a leg to kick the ice elemental's shield. Though the ice elemental remained unmoved, the sea giant was propelled back by the recoil, creating some distance. Amos was equally astonished. He had expected summoning a mere ice elemental would suffice to buy time until his siblings arrived. But he never anticipated such formidable strength from this elemental. The ice elemental did not pursue. It had received orders to guard Whitescale City, not to annihilate enemies. The sea giant chieftain cautioned its advancing comrades, "Be careful. This is no ordinary ice elemental." Its injured arm trembled slightly as it discarded the frozen tidal spear and began to draw upon the strength of the encroaching seawater, quickly forming a new spear in its grasp while the seawater soothed its wounds. The sea giant regarded the ice elemental with grave concern. The energy level surrounding it was comparable to that of an ordinary ice elemental, yet its combat prowess was leagues apart, akin to a common adult versus a highly trained elite soldier. Observing the ice elemental's augmented state, the white dragon descended, hovering above the walls of Whitescale City, casting enhancement spells upon the ice elemental. Frost Shield, Enhanced. Ice Bloodline. Frosted Armor. The sea giant stared at the swirling 8-sided frost shields surrounding the ice elemental, the ice blue magical aura emanating from its head, and the layer of frost armor encasing its body, feeling a pang of despair. How could they possibly contend with such power? From behind Whitescale City, 3 furious dragon roars echoed. The sea giant chieftain cast a glance at the white dragon atop the walls. Retreat. The sea giant's objective was the white dragon, not Whitescale City. If the dragon refused to confront them directly, they would resort to destroying the city, venting their frustrations while forcing the dragon to engage. However, with the dragon's presence, they could not even damage the city, and remaining any longer posed a risk. The chieftain made a decisive retreat, backing into the sea until submerged, followed by the Fishmen army. Amos exhaled in relief. Casting spells consumed not only magical energy, but also mental fortitude. The hurried, unprepared act of spellcasting had placed a tremendous strain on his mental state, leaving him in less than optimal condition, yet vigilance remained essential. He instructed the ice elemental to continue guarding Whitescale City and rubbed his throbbing temples. As the headache subsided slightly, Amos's gaze fell upon the corpses of fishmen on the city wall, and his expression turned icy. Old Blind Eye, send the Nightwalkers to follow. Locate their lair. Understood. Old Blind Eye, wearing a solemn expression, descended. He had not anticipated that the infamous Blackwater clan was merely the lapdogs of the sea giants. However, it made sense. Without a strong backing, the inherently weak fishmen could never have thrived, much like Whitescale City itself. In the plaza of Whitescale City, 4 white dragons lay listening to Old Blind Eye's report. What? They were all eliminated. Old Blind Eye replied. Indeed, the enemy was exceptionally cunning, laying traps that detected our approach before we could even get close. Amos pondered deeply. After thousands of years of concealment, the sea giants were undoubtedly experienced in evading detection, more cunning and cautious than he had imagined. It seemed that finding their lair would not be feasible in the short term. However, the Blackwater clan could not escape justice. Perhaps they could serve as a breakthrough point. Old Blind Eye, prepare supplies. Rally the troops. Chapter 74. Counterattack. Amos retrieved a gemstone and placed it into the indentation on the door, perfectly filling the uneven hollow without a hint of a gap. From the center of the gemstone, golden lines emerged on the enchanted door, with magical energy coursing along these lines. illuminating them until they connected to the golden runes on the doorframe. The door swung open, revealing a deep, sloping passageway that extended nearly 500 meters. Magical lanterns hung on either side, and the ground was adorned with a checkered black and white floor. Calmly, Amos secured the gemstone and stepped into the passage, carefully stepping on specific tiles as he advanced toward the secret chamber at the end of the corridor. The passage was fraught with numerous magical traps. A single misstep could trigger a series of deadly mechanisms. Arrows, rolling stones, flames, frost, and thunder were all present, but the most perilous was the random teleportation trap. Without knowledge of the correct steps, even a powerful intruder would find the cave collapsing beneath them at the 400-meter mark, plunging both them and their treasures into the molten lava below. When Amos reached a point 100 meters from the end of the secret passage, he paused, facing a nearby wall, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Open sesame," he uttered the shameful incantation in his long-forgotten mother tongue. As the words left his lips, the wall emitted a mechanical sound of gears turning, and soon it opened to reveal the hidden chamber behind it. This was the true treasure vault. While the door at the end of the passage also led to a trove of riches, it merely contained ordinary gold and gems. In contrast, this chamber housed the exquisite treasures Amos had accumulated over the years. For security, he had designed this vault without any magical traps, relying instead on the opening incantation in conjunction with mechanical gears. The magical array that identified the incantation was cleverly concealed among the myriad traps on the wall, inconspicuous enough to prevent any enemy spellcasters from detecting the vault through magical fluctuations. Amos stepped into the secret door. The chamber was modest in size, containing only a few items, yet each was worth its weight in gold. The tray held a collection of large, round magical pearls, with just one sufficient to sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Nonetheless, even this bounty paled in comparison to the other treasures. After admiring his wealth for a moment, Amos picked up a large box and stowed it in his dimensional bag before exiting. Upon Amos's return to Whitescale City, the merman army had assembled. On the beach, the mermen formed ranks according to their respective divisions, their finely scaled armor and standard weapons glinting ominously under the morning sun, exuding an air of deadly intent. The attack on their homeland did not intimidate the warriors of Whitescale City. Rather, it ignited a fierce anger within them. They awaited only the command from their leader to embark on a journey to deliver a devastating blow to their foes. The morale of the troops was high. Old Blind Eye approached the White Dragon Lord and stood at attention. "Report, my lord. The merman army of Whitescale City is assembled and ready to depart." The White Dragon Lord nodded slightly. "Let us commence." Old Blind Eye gestured to the merman horn players, leading the elite mermen forward. Once the merman leaders mounted their steeds, a group of horn players raised their enormous conch horns and blew a resounding call. With the long, echoing sound of the battle horn, the merman elite urged their mounts forward, closely followed by the merman army, as they mounted their steeds in unison, keeping pace with their leaders. In naval warfare, ogres and other terrestrial creatures were of limited use, and both White Fortress and Whitescale City required defenders, prompting the White Dragon Lord to take only the master-level warrior. Gulguru. Gulguru rode alongside Old Blind Eye atop a massive shark. It was not that the ogres desired to ride alone, but these sea battle pets only recognized mermen, leaving Gulguru to hitch a ride with the seasoned guide. Meanwhile, the white dragons remained on the beach. Their speed in flight was unmatched by swimming, and they would catch up shortly, but they had pressing matters to attend to first. At this moment, Elena stood in the center of the magical array, her eyes closed and her focus unwavering, amplifying her consciousness through the array to reach out to a particular existence. An hour passed, and as Amos gazed at the fully risen sun, he furrowed his brow. "We cannot wait any longer. We must set forth." Billy glanced at Elena, who was conducting the magical ritual. "Aren't we waiting for Elena? The dragon's strength is formidable. We cannot afford to give the enemy time to retreat. Otherwise, they may vanish into the vast sea, leaving us with no trace to pursue." The clues to the dwelling of the sea giants can only be sought from the higher echelons of the Blackwater tribe. If we allow the sea giant tribe time to relocate, any information the white dragons obtain will be in vain. The White Dragon Lord commanded, "Villy, you stay here to look after Elena. Felicia, we shall leave." Felicia nodded and, alongside the White Dragon Lord, unfurled her wings and soared into the sky, racing toward the merman army. Before long, the two white dragons caught up with the merman army. The White Dragon Lord observed the leader of Whitescale City, Old Blind Eye, standing resolutely atop a colossal shark amidst the wind and waves, as if nailed to the creature's head. At that moment, Baki the Darkscale arrived with a battalion of battle pets from the specialized breeding grounds, joining the main forces. The morning sun cast its golden rays upon the sea, causing the water to shimmer. A school of swordfish leapt from the surface, sending splashes into the air, while a group of great white sharks sliced through the waves. Beneath the surface, enormous shadows advanced rapidly, as the army of battle pets positioned themselves behind the merman troops. With a resounding dragon roar echoing through the skies, the army's pace quickened. By afternoon, the forces had departed from the influence of White Fortress. The White Dragon Lord and Felicia flew side by side, while Amos mentally calculated various scenarios for the impending war, and Felicia gazed at the horizon. Suddenly, Dragon Sister's startled cry interrupted the White Dragon Lord's thoughts. Amos, what is that? Chapter 75. The Curse of the Fishmen. Upon hearing these words, Amos lifted his gaze, discovering the sea ahead stained in an unnatural pale crimson hue. Blood. The two white dragons flapped their wings, breaking away from the Fishman army, and soared toward the anomalous sea. Even from a distance, the white dragons caught a whiff of a metallic scent, confirming that the red waves were indeed tainted with blood. They descended closer to the surface for a meticulous observation. Felicia sniffed the air. This scent. Fishmen. Amos's expression turned grave as he spoke. The blood is mingled with a faint fishy odor, without a doubt. It is the Fishmen. Felicia gasped in horror. To stain such a vast expanse of ocean red. How many fishmen must have perished? The two white dragons raised their heads, surveying the sea ahead, entirely engulfed in blood. The faintly crimson waves stretched endlessly, exuding an aura of carnage. An indescribable eeriness and terror. Those of timid disposition would surely find it impossible to sleep soundly after witnessing such a sight. Amos closed his eyes, as if he could hear the mournful wails of the deceased, lamenting the atrocities of their executioners. Who has slain them? El, the Bloodwave. Faced with such a scene, Amos contemplated this legendary name, yet soon dismissed the notion. Even with the legendary prowess of El, the Bloodwave, it would be impossible to slaughter so many fishmen in the depths of the ocean. Though legendary melee combatants possess extraordinary power, they too have their limits. If they do not flee, a mere 50,000 fishmen could drown or exhaust them. Moreover, why would the fishmen engage in a futile struggle when they could easily dive and escape? To Amos's knowledge, the only entity nearby capable of such a feat would likely be the ancient sea giant tribe, which has endured for millennia. However, what could possibly motivate them to act thus? Are they merely concerned about the fishmen revealing their whereabouts? Amos is no deity, and he cannot fathom the motivations behind such actions. Yet, he harbored a premonition that this expedition into the dark waters might yield nothing. Nevertheless, having come this far, one cannot simply abandon their quest. After a while, the old seer awaited the arrival of the Fishman army, for the Fishmen were more attuned to the scent of their fallen kin than the white dragons. This is, the Fishmen murmured amongst themselves. The army stirred restlessly. The White Dragon Lord ascended slowly into the air. Silence. At the sound of the White Dragon Lord's voice, the Fishmen fell silent, gazing up at their celestial leader. They dutifully complied with the command, and the call to march resounded once more. The Fishmen urged their mounts into the blood sea, their steeds and battle pets, invigorated by the scent of blood, grew increasingly agitated, compelling the Fishmen to soothe them. Soon, under the calming presence of the Fishmen-tide hunters, the battle pets settled down, and the procession advanced silently through the sanguine waters. Amos, breaking free from his contemplation, spoke to shatter the stillness. Old Seer, dispatch scouts to ascertain whether the recorded Fishman tribes in the vicinity remain. Yes. As the journey unfolded, the reports from the scouts deepened Amos's concern. The Fishman tribes, once marked on the White Fortress's reconnaissance map, had all vanished without a trace. Amos gazed upon the blood sea below, fearing for the fate of these missing fishmen. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast a bloody hue upon the horizon, rendering the blood sea even more vivid. The army of Whitescale City carved a solitary path across the crimson expanse. The white dragons surveyed the surroundings, yet no seabirds or fish could be spotted, as if these natural spirits sensed the ominous atmosphere and chose to conceal themselves. After several hours of arduous travel, the army of Whitescale City finally neared the territory of the Blackwater tribe. The Blackwater tribe now lay within the sight of the white dragons. And Amos and Felicia, eager for answers, broke away from the formation and soared toward the tribe. In the sky, Amos beheld the grim scene within the Blackwater tribe and fell silent. Compared to the dominion of White-Scale City, orchestrated by the will of the White Dragon Lord, the Blackwater tribe resembled a traditional fisherman settlement. This large fisherman enclave was established in a shallow area, where fishermen artisans had constructed a multitude of thatched huts atop wooden foundations, each varying in size. The eaves of the huts were adorned with ropes, from which hung conch shells and other ornaments, producing a chime-like sound as the sea breeze blew through. Yet, in this context, the once melodious tinkling resonated like the lamentations of restless spirits. Within the Blackwater tribe lay a harrowing accumulation of fishermen corpses, arranged in a circular pattern, with the piles growing taller toward the center. At the very heart, the bodies even surpassed the height of the huts, blood oozing from the wounds of at least 200,000 corpses, mingling with the seawater to form a viscous plasma that spread throughout the surrounding waters. Felicia circled the mound of corpses, her tone somber. The center bears an altar and remnants of divine power. This was a ritualistic sacrifice meticulously planned. Amos then noticed the shattered altar at the core of the corpse mound, the sacrificial rites hastily executed, leaving the altar damaged but the footprints surrounding it uncensored or perhaps carelessly ignored. Felicia remarked, "It is the sea giants." Amos nodded silently, landing at the edge of the Blackwater tribe to inspect the bodies. The time of death had not exceeded 3 days. The sea giants must have launched their assault on White-Scale City, and considering our travel time, it had taken nearly a day and a half. Thus, upon discovering that the statue had been stolen by them, the sea giants had already begun preparing for this sacrifice. The White Dragon Lord felt the gravity of the situation. The enemy was more decisive and ruthless than he had ever imagined. After a brief wait, the Fishman army arrived. "Old Seer, seek out any clues." Even if hope seems faint, Amos could not suppress his urge to explore whether the enemy had overlooked something, leaving behind any valuable leads. Felicia added, "If there are no leads to be found, let us take any valuable items. We must not leave empty-handed." Understood. The old seer quickly grasped the situation. Facing the bewildered Fishman army, gesturing, "Search for any anomalies." The Fishman army swiftly dispersed, while the old seer led a portion of the troops over the mound of corpses, racing toward the heart of the Blackwater tribe. That area's fishermen huts were significantly larger than the others, unmistakably the dwelling of the tribe's elite. Amos gazed up at the dimming sky. "Let us depart. This matter has surpassed our capabilities." Just as the old seer was about to signal a retreat, suddenly, the battle pets stirred restlessly before calming once more. Amos swiftly ascended into the sky. "Who goes there?" From among the throng of battle pets emerged a black-scaled fishman, who broke the surface, one hand pressed to his chest. "The night watchman of White-Scale City, Facie, Dark-Scale, at your service, my lord." Chapter 76. The Fog of Souls. Amos cast a lie detection spell upon himself. "Are you a night watchman of White-Scale City? If so, why are you here?" The Night Watchmen are a specialized subordinate agency of the city's defense department, tasked solely with the city's nighttime security and patrols. And this unit was not listed among those deployed. The spell yielded no response, and Amos was elated. "Are you implying that you followed the Blackwater tribe all the way to the sea giant's lair?" The fishman nodded. "Indeed. Although I have not seen it with my own eyes, I am certain the sea giant's lair lies beneath that trench." The spell still revealed no reaction. While there are indeed methods and artifacts that can evade such magic, it was inconceivable that a novice fishman could possess such capabilities. Amos had no doubt that the fishman spoke the truth. "Excellent. You are the first to discover the invaders and raise the alarm. Your courage and wits have led to the discovery of the sea giant's lair. You have accomplished a great deed." The fishman's eyes glimmered with fervent admiration. "It is my honor to serve my master." Amos nodded in appreciation, producing a scale to transform the fishman Facie into a subordinate in the presence of the fishman army. Punishment for errors and rewards for merit have always been the primary methods of governance. Amos observed the fishman, who trembled in pain yet gritted his teeth in silence, never uttering a sound of distress, and admired him all the more. The transformation would enhance every cell within him. The itch emanating from his innards was not something an ordinary being could endure. This fishman exhibited a resolute mind, caution in his actions, and a keen intellect. Managing to deduce that Amos would seek revenge against the Blackwater tribe, while providing crucial intelligence. Though his current strength was negligible, with ample resources, strength would not remain an issue. The White Dragon Lord summoned the leader of the Night Stalkers, Baki Darkscale. This fishman is now under your care. Yes, I shall ensure he is well nurtured. Old Jimmy, standing nearby, could see that Baki Darkscale placed great importance on this descendant of the Darkscale clan, murmuring softly, "Good luck, lad." Once the fishman had adapted to his newfound power and regained his senses, Amos handed him a map. Fisai Darkscale, mark the trench's exact location. As you wish. Fisai took the map and circled a spot on it, indicating that the trench lay in the deep sea, expansive and easily discernible from a distance. Amos accepted the map. For now, you will accompany the mage squad, tasked with safeguarding the spellcasters. Yes. Fisai bowed and proceeded towards the beckoning mage squad. The White Dragon Lord, having obtained a precise location marked on the map, felt a sense of calm wash over him. Baki Darkscale, you shall personally lead a team to investigate. Remember, do not startle the enemy. Your will is my direction. Baki Darkscale bowed and withdrew, leading a cadre of elite Fishman Night Stalkers to carry out the White Dragon's orders. Amos surveyed the surroundings, glancing at the pale corpses of fishmen, furrowing his brow, then looked back at the map, pointing to an island neither too close nor too far from the sea giant's tribe. Old Blind Eye, find a clean place to rest. Let it be this island. Hours later, 2 white dragons rested in the shallow waters off the island, while the fishmen dined beneath the moonlight on the beach. These majestic beings, once satiated, could go months without food, unlike the fishmen, who required at least 2 meals daily, and sometimes 3 or 4 under strenuous conditions. Thus, taking advantage of the rare leisure time, the Fishman warriors feasted on the specially prepared salted fish from White Scale City, and after filling their bellies, sought out comfortable stretches of sand to rest and replenish their strength for the impending battle. Suddenly, the sea erupted with a cacophony, startling the half-asleep warriors who grabbed their weapons. Upon focusing, they realized it was merely their fellow Night Stalkers returning, and they returned to their rest. Amos, observing Baki Darkscale approaching rapidly, felt a weight of concern mixed with curiosity about what could have prompted the usually composed assassin leader to rush. Baki Darkscale reached Amos. Foregoing the customary greetings, Master, the trench is shrouded in a gray, murky magic, accompanied by blinding flashes of light. We cannot ascertain the specifics within, but I sense a terrifying elemental disturbance. You should investigate personally. The White Dragon immediately rose. Old Blind Eye, prepare for battle. Amos cast an invisibility spell upon himself, clasping Baki Darkscale as they ascended into the sky, guided by the leader to the trench's precise location. Amos descended cautiously into the water, his tail propelling him towards the ocean floor. After plunging thousands of meters, Amos arrived at the trench's edge, which spanned 500 meters in width and seemed to stretch indefinitely in length. The terrain on either side was jagged and uneven, indicating it was not a natural formation. Amos paid little heed to the devastation wrought by ancient battles, far more severe than this. Peering over the trench's edge, Amos beheld the scene Baki Darkscale had described. A gray magical energy enveloped the trench's bottom, swirling like thick fog, while blinding light intermittently pierced through, illuminating the trench's sides in a flickering dance reminiscent of lightning amidst a night storm. As a mage on the cusp of mastering his craft, Amos could perceive more than Baki Darkscale, and the menacing magical energy emanating from the trench instilled a sense of dread within him. This was not a disturbance that could be conjured by mere masters. While the activities of the sea giants remained unknown, it was clear to the White Dragon that they could not bode well. With a grave expression, the White Dragon Lord conveyed telepathically, Baki Darkscale, instruct Old Blind Eye to halt his advance and maintain a safe distance. I shall investigate the situation first. Baki Darkscale nodded and stealthily withdrew. Amos took a deep breath, carefully avoiding the magical wards set by the sea giants as he descended deeper into the trench. Before the shimmering white light, the White Dragon halted at the threshold of the magical fog. This magical mist was beyond Amos's knowledge, leaving him uncertain of its potential warning capabilities. But he devised his own method. Scan. Name, Fog of Souls. Description, a master-level strategic auxiliary magic invented by a devilish sorcerer from hell, capable of isolating magical probes below the legendary level and concealing magical fluctuations. Those of lesser strength who venture within may find themselves lost. Chapter 77. Sacrifice. Amos's expression fluctuated between various emotions, for the magical waves, undetectable even by master-level auxiliary spells, could only be attributed to a legendary presence. However, titans such as the sea giants should not possess such a legendary existence in Nordhill. Could it perhaps be a form of magical ritual? Amos pondered this possibility. Indeed, a master spellcaster could, with adequate preparation and the aid of an altar, cast legendary magic. The specifics would have to be witnessed firsthand. Yet he reasoned that the white dragon's magical prowess could not silently breach the defenses of the mist. Thus, Amos resolved to charge in. Of course, a frontal assault necessitated strategy. Clone technique. Not yet finished, Amos conjured another spell. Greater invisibility barrier. The four-headed white dragon concealed itself completely. With a shared perspective between the clones and the original, the sensation of seeing oneself was peculiar, akin to gazing into a mirror. Amos retrieved several spherical objects from his dimensional bag and handed one to a clone. The four-headed dragon exchanged glances before diving beneath the trench, dispersing to the periphery of the invisibility barrier. With a mere thought, a magical eye manifested before the white dragon. Eye of the Mage. The dragon controlled this rudimentary reconnaissance spell as it soared toward the mist. Upon contact, numerous tide spears were launched at the eye, shattering it. Simultaneously, a clone of the dragon, positioned 100 meters to the left, emerged from the invisibility barrier, revealing its form as it sped toward the mist. More tide spears were hurled at the dragon clone, which, despite its combat capability, evaded some but was ultimately struck by a later, larger tide spear, dissipating into nothingness. Yet, this was of little consequence, for these two were merely decoys intended to draw fire. Meanwhile, the clone on the opposite side, while its companion was targeted by the tide spears, swung its elongated tail and propelled itself with the spherical object toward the mist. Before long, the clone burst through the mist, and through the shared vision, Amos beheld the scene at the trench's bottom. A congregation of sea giants gathered on the flat ground, arms crossed before their chests, eyes closed, heads bowed, encircling an ancient altar upon which stood a towering titan statue, approximately 20 meters high. An elderly sea giant prophet, adorned with a skull necklace and wrinkled skin, presided over the magical ritual. Positioned before the titan statue, it spread its arms wide as if to embrace the heavens. Surrounding the sea giant prophet, magical energy surged, coalescing into a tangible gas that enveloped it in an energetic shroud. Simultaneously, its lips moved rapidly, reciting a prayer in the Titan tongue, the voice resonating with a deep, ethereal timbre, laced with a hint of sinister allure, accompanied by the haunting incantation. 7 small Titan sculptures expelled crimson, ominous energy, channeling it into the larger statue on the altar. Amos's eyes narrowed. Those small Titan statues were of the same size as those captured by his dragon siblings, albeit posed in distinct manners. Above the gathered crowd, 5 sea giants stood guard over the ongoing ritual, the previous tide spears having been launched by them. Amos recognized their leader as one of the 3 master-level sea giants who had attacked the White Scale City. The master-level sea giant, upon spotting the approaching white dragon, felt a jolt of alarm and quickly launched a tide spear. The dragon clone scoffed derisively at the sea giant and activated and hurled its alchemical bomb. The clone was struck and dissipated, yet the bomb hurtled toward the sea giants. As the sea giants beheld the approaching spherical object, their hairs stood on end, and they hastily attempted to intercept it. These sea giants were no slouches, and under duress, they managed to deflect the alchemical bomb, but it merely delayed the inevitable. For this was a highly toxic alchemical bomb. The bomb ruptured in the water, releasing a dark green venom that spread rapidly. The master-level sea giant, witnessing the swift expansion of the toxin, felt a surge of dread and shouted, "Quick! Move the water away," leading a cadre of high-ranking sea giant subordinates. It hastened to wield their innate abilities to control the water, attempting to remove the tainted sea. As the clone was an energy entity, it was impervious to the toxin and plunged into the dark green waters, flapping its wings to stir the water and swirling its tail to agitate the poison, hastening its spread while simultaneously unleashing magical energy to disrupt the sea giant's spellcasting. The sea giants, having lost control over the water, watched in fury as the white dragon reveled in the toxic tide. The master-level sea giant retreated rapidly, evading the poison while hurling a tide spear, piercing the white dragon clone into a burst of bubbles. However, 2 high-ranking sea giants were not quick enough to evade, encountering the toxic water. Being biologically superior creatures of level 12, they did not perish instantly. Yet, their fates were grim. Their faces turned purple, eyes bulging, hands clutching their throats as they gasped for breath, soon engulfed by the spreading dark green water, silencing them. The praying sea giants rushed to collectively remove the expanding toxic water. Anger reddened their faces as they gazed upon the two corpses suspended in the water. With only around 20 members in their entire tribe, who had long hidden in the depths, the loss of nearly 1/10 of their kin, those they had shared their lives with, was unbearable. Several sea giants immediately charged toward the trench, seeking vengeance against the white dragon. The sea giant leader urgently called out. "Halt!" A young sea giant, brimming with emotion, exclaimed, "Leader, I demand vengeance." The leader, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Vengeance? Do you think I do not crave it? But what can we do? We have been exposed. This white dragon is merely a scout. Other legendary dragons will soon come for us. If we do not open a passage quickly, we will all perish." The sea giant leader gritted its teeth, gazing at the bodies of its fallen kin, its chest heaving with emotion. Yet, as the leader, it could not allow anger to cloud its judgment. It had to take responsibility for the others still alive. With that, the leader ascended toward the surface. Meanwhile, the elderly prophet remained focused on the magical ritual, its demeanor and actions unchanged throughout. Chapter 78. The Embrace of the Ocean White Dragon. "Are you not here to exact your vengeance upon me? I am right here, you scoundrel. Come forth." Amos, cloaked in invisibility, was soaring towards his comrades when he was suddenly met with a thunderous roar from behind. The sea giant inhaled deeply, crouching low, veins bulging from its neck, and unleashed a terrifying bellow, sending shockwaves radiating outward like ripples upon water. This was the fearsome roar, a signature technique of warriors that harnessed their own energy to emit a sonic attack, disorienting enemies. Should an unprepared mage find themselves within close proximity of such a roar, they would undoubtedly succumb. Yet, this formidable technique bore a distinct flaw. Its potency waned with distance. However, the sea giant, exercising caution, chose to employ this skill upon emerging from the depths, anticipating a potential ambush from the white dragon lurking nearby. A prudent decision indeed. As the sea giant scanned the surroundings for any trace of the white dragon, its efforts proved futile. The white dragon, cloaked in invisibility and positioned at a considerable distance, left the sea giant leader with nothing to show for his search. Turning around, Amos disregarded the almost negligible sound waves and regarded the sea giant, who appeared like a monkey gazing about in confusion. Was this creature's mind clouded? Amos found it perplexing that the sea giant leader would abandon the advantageous terrain of the ocean floor to confront him on the surface. Could it be that the death of a comrade had clouded its judgment, igniting a reckless fury? Such a possibility existed, after all. The warrior class was not devoid of hot-headed individuals eager to engage in combat. Cautiously, Amos approached the sea giant, maintaining a safe distance while scrutinizing the depths of the ocean for any potential ambush. Once assured that no traps lay in wait beneath the surface, his mischievous nature took precedence, and he dispelled the notion of striking suddenly, revealing himself from invisibility. "Sea reptile, do you seek the esteemed mage for some purpose?" The white dragon's voice echoed with the characteristic arrogance of mages, as if to suggest that all non-magic professions were of inferior stock. The reality was indeed reflective of this sentiment. While warriors toiled tirelessly on the training grounds, utterly spent, mages leisurely sipped coffee in laboratories, engrossed in tomes. Warriors struggled through marshes, covered in muck, while even the most rudimentary spells of levitation and cleansing could effortlessly alleviate their woes. Warriors threw themselves into the fray, sacrificing life and limb, only to find their rewards often paltry compared to those of their mage counterparts. The sea giant, sensing the disdain emanating from the mage, let out a furious roar and charged at the white dragon. Amos, witnessing the oncoming sea giant, stowed away his mockery. Despite the hardships faced by warriors, those who ascended to the master rank began to carve out their own destinies. At the master level, a warrior's control over their energy and the totality of their internal power allowed for sustained exertion, enabling them to unleash energy slashes for ranged assaults. Scan. Name: Norman Hahn. Hunter of Waves level, 16 giant, 15 warrior, strength, tier 4, alignment. Chaotic neutral description, chief of the Hunter clan. A mature sea giant whose prolonged life of evasion and leadership has rendered him at times mad, at others composed. Yet in all circumstances, he remains an exceptional warrior. Amos regarded the sea giant with a newfound understanding, yet felt no ounce of sympathy. Titans and dragons were sworn enemies. Had the dragons been vanquished in the Great War of Wyrm, the dragonborn left by Nordshield would have faced annihilation at the hands of the Titans. Amos thought of his companions, Era and Sikia, and with their intellect, the notion of evading Titans for millennia was laughable. Surviving even a year would be a remarkable feat, not to mention the gruesome fate that awaited them post-mortem. To harbor sympathy for an enemy was to dig one's own grave. With a powerful flap of his wings, Amos ascended into the sky. Against these flightless adversaries, a dragon had 100 ways to vanquish them once airborne. The sea giant unleashed a series of energy slashes to intercept the white dragon, while Amos countered with instantaneous spells, the energy slashes and magic colliding in midair, resulting in a cacophony of explosive bursts. Disregarding the energy slashes that penetrated through his magical defenses, Amos allowed them to approach. As the energy slashes neared, they were intercepted by an invisible, translucent magical shield, the energy dissipating upon impact and sending forth ripples. A barrage of 3-meter-long ice spears surged towards the sea giant, mid-tier ice spear spell. With Amos's mastery of magic, he could conjure 3 to 4 of these straightforward, yet potent mid-tier spells within a mere breath. Faced with the relentless volley of ice spears, comparable in force to a ballista, the sea giant dared not confront them head-on. Instead, while evading, it activated the innate bloodline ability of its kind. The water beneath its feet began to pulse, cascading upwards to envelop its form, creating a radiant blue armor, the embrace of the ocean. One of the Titan's hallmark skills, natural embrace, differed from the dragon's reliance on their scales for protection. The Titan's primary defense mechanism was this very natural embrace, drawing upon various elemental energies to coalesce into an armor of energy. However, the giant race had not inherited this ancestral gift. Only a select few exceptional giants, through rigorous training, could harness such skills. It was evident that Normanhan was among the exceptional. Upon activating the embrace of the ocean, the sea giant manipulated the water to raise a wall of liquid as a shield. Ice spears pierced through the water wall, creating circular openings. Yet under the continuous infusion of energy from the sea giant, the wall quickly restored itself. Though the power of the ice spears was significantly diminished upon contact, most either splashed harmlessly into the sea or were intercepted by the long spear in the sea giant's grasp. Only a handful struck the giant's form, thwarted by the embrace of the ocean. While no substantial damage was inflicted, the sight of the sea giant's lips parting in pain, its brow furrowing, and the growing fury in its eyes indicated that even reduced, the impact was far from pleasant. Yet, the sea giant managed to suppress its rage, keenly observing the trajectory of the white dragon, calculating the moment for its next strike. At last, it found its opportunity. Seizing upon the white dragon's momentary lapse as it crossed paths in flight, and with a swift pivot, the knightly spear was launched forth with precision. Chapter 79. Thunder. What the sea giant was unaware of was that the flaw it perceived was deliberately exposed by the white dragon. Turning just a short distance away from the giant, the white dragon revealed this vulnerability, intending to deceive the sea giant into launching its knightly spear. Amos sensed the immense danger posed by the spear. A direct hit could prove fatal. Rather than allowing the sea giant to retain it as an unstable weapon, it was more prudent to induce its use, thereby preventing any hindrance in the ensuing battle. The moment the knightly spear was cast, the white dragon thrust its wings backward, leveraging gravity and reaction force to accelerate its descent, evading the spear's trajectory. As the spear soared overhead, a slight smile crept upon the sea giant's lips. Boom! In an instant, the energy within the knightly spear became chaotic, colliding and resulting in a violent explosion, sending destructive droplets of energy scattering in all directions. The white dragon felt the tumultuous energy swirling above, its heart racing, yet everything transpired too swiftly. Amos attempted to evade, but his body was slow to respond. He hastily conjured a fleeting ice shield, offering a modicum of protection. As the droplets struck the ice shield, the clash of energies resulted in a fierce reaction, and in an instant, the shield was breached, allowing the droplets to continue their descent toward the white dragon. An idea sparked in Amos's mind. He unleashed a gust of wind devoid of energy attacks to slow the falling droplets. Simultaneously, he released a flurry of fireballs, the mid-tier fire spells exploding one after another above the white dragon, creating a wave of heat that dispersed the droplets, forming a void above. Amidst the chaotic energy rain, the white dragon coldly observed the sea giant, who sought to capitalize on the confusion but was thwarted by the very energy droplets it had summoned. Frustrated by its inability to strike the white dragon, the sea giant bellowed, extending its hands toward the sea's surface, conjuring two tidal spears. A blue luminescence flickered in Amos's mouth as he brewed his dragon's breath. In the moment the droplets ceased their descent, both parties unleashed their long-planned assaults. After launching a tidal spear, the sea giant immediately submerged into the depths. The dragon's breath was a formidable force, comparable to the Titan's spear, far beyond the capabilities of a mere descendant of Titans. The tidal spear froze upon contact with the ice-blue breath, extinguishing its energy properties, and shattered against the white dragon. The ice-blue breath splashed onto the surface of the sea, instantly freezing the point of impact and spreading outward. Amos swept his head, the dragon's breath sweeping across the sea, crystallizing the water into glaciers, enveloping the surface in a misty haze, coldness permeating the air, concealed 200 meters beneath the surface. The sea giant felt the chilling presence of the water above, clearing its mind considerably. It gazed at the floating ice, marveling at the formidable dragon capable of contending with titans. Even a juvenile white dragon in its early youth possessed such power. A sense of bitterness gripped its heart. Originally, the Shalang tribe required merely a week to retrieve the fully charged statues from the Fishmen tribe, preparing to open a dimensional portal unnoticed, migrating to other realms, thus escaping their shadowy existence. This was the culmination of generations of effort from the Shalangs. Now, the sea giant leader pondered the sacrifices made by the venerable prophet for the tribe, as well as the young sea giants who should have been frolicking in the ocean. Clenching its teeth, it realized that if this ritual were to fail, the Shalangs would face utter destruction. A resolution formed within. Once the white dragon ceased its breath, the sea giant activated its innate ability of water merge, its form becoming ethereal, resembling a mass of seawater as it navigated around the floating ice, heading toward the surface. In the air, Amos scanned for the sea giant's silhouette with keen eyes, but found nothing. The white dragon remained oblivious to whether the sea giant leader had hidden away or fled. For, if the sea giant sought to conceal itself in the depths, it was indeed challenging to uncover its presence beneath the legendary threshold. Scanning, a surge of mental energy swept across the surface, transmitting the movements of the water to the white dragon's mind, which detected a subtle, almost imperceptible anomaly in the water's flow. Found it. A smile blossomed within the white dragon. If the sea giant wished to play tricks, it would gladly engage. Feigning ignorance, the white dragon cast various enhancement spells upon itself, pretending to continue its search for the sea giant. The sea giant, observing the pristine underbelly of the white dragon, seized the opportunity. Without a moment to lose, it burst forth from the water's surface, launching a sudden attack, raising the tidal spear to stab into the white dragon's abdomen. The sea giant's eyes widened in excitement as it gripped the tidal spear tightly, fixated on the approaching dragon's belly, joy flooding its heart. It struck true. However, the moment the spear pierced the dragon's abdomen, the sea giant's elation turned to dread. It felt as though it had struck nothing but air. Phantom art. The illusion shattered, revealing the white dragon's true form hovering above. Here I come, little brother. The white dragon watched as the sea giant leaped, and when it reached the apex of its jump, a premeditated breath descended upon it. With no refuge, the sea giant leader activated the pendant around its neck. A brilliant thunder erupting from the conical charm, swiftly enveloping its entire body. The clash of thunderous power and dragon's breath ensued, the breath failing to subdue the tempestuous energy. The white dragon gasped in shock. What is this? The power of titans. Cocooned within the ice-blue breath, the sea giant leader curled into a ball, lightning crackling across its form, the thunder weaving around it like a silver serpent, offering protection. It howled in agony, limbs outstretched, as the thunder erupted violently, the white lightning piercing through the ice-blue breath. Amos, unable to evade in time, was struck by the ricocheting thunder, the once white scales instantly charred. The power of the thunder titan coursed through the wound, invading the white dragon's body. Amos felt his strength rapidly drain away, his body growing weak. The accompanying attribute of paralysis from the thunder took hold. With a flicker of thought, the white dragon activated the protective magic of the Caucasus skull, a crimson barrier enveloping it, dispelling the negative effects. Regaining control, Amos flapped his wings, suspending himself in the air. The tidal spear pierced through the magical shield, striking the fortified scales, shattering the protective spell, and ultimately colliding with the white dragoness scales, which held firm against the assault. Though the tidal spear had struck, it failed to breach the defenses, yet it rekindled a long-forgotten sense of threat within Amos. The two adversaries stared each other down, poised in a fierce standoff. Chapter 80. The Twilight of Blackwater. Amos gazed at the colossal sea giant entwined with thunder upon the surface of the ocean, his mind racing with thoughts. The leader of the sea giants, wielding a magical artifact, had temporarily seized the power of the Thunder Titan, a formidable entity renowned for its combat prowess among the Titan race. Engaging in a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Moreover, the strength derived from the artifact was bound to be fleeting. All he needed to do was wait for the opportune moment and for reinforcements. The sea giant leader was beset with anxiety, although it had harnessed the power of thunder through the relic of its ancestors. The reckless use of such an alien force came at a price. It was constantly tormented by the electrical surges coursing through its body, feeling as if it were being pricked by countless needles. Furthermore, this state of storm mastery could only be maintained for a brief quarter of an hour. Once relinquished, it would inevitably succumb to a debilitating weakness, at which point the highly combat-aware white dragon would not miss the chance to strike. As it contemplated the ongoing magical ritual, the sea giant leader feared the consequences if the exceptionally skilled white dragon were to severely injure it, allowing it to free its hands. With this thought, impatience surged within the sea giant. It conjured a tidal spear, now imbued with the power of thunder, its sea-blue shaft shimmering with white lightning. With a deafening roar, the sea giant raised the spear high and hurled it forth, the tidal spear racing toward the white dragon, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Amos noticed that the spear's velocity had increased by nearly half, suggesting that the lightning invigorated its physical form. The white dragon swiftly chanted an incantation. Frost Guardian, enhanced. A large ice shield materialized in the path of the tidal spear. The white dragon's eyes widened in disbelief as the spear pierced through the ice shield, continuing its relentless advance. However, the shield had significantly diminished the spear's speed. Seizing the moment, the dragon swung its tail, striking the tidal spear with great force. The tidal spear, under the tremendous impact of the dragon's tail, dissolved back into a pool of seawater, yet the latent energy within surged along the dragon's tail, wreaking havoc within its body. A bit chilly, a bit tingling, Amos mused. Attuned to the dual energies within the tidal spear, the frigid might of the sea and the sharp sting of lightning, both still within tolerable limits, Amos quickly recited another incantation, summoning a slender, 1-meter-long ice sword, which transformed into a beam of white light, hurtling toward the sea giant. Divina's explosive ice sword technique. This spell, a high-tier magic Amos had pilfered from a witch's tome during his youth, was a unique creation of Divina, a legendary teacher of witches. Adapted from the Great Ice Spear technique, she had reduced the sword size while enhancing its speed and penetration, ensuring that upon piercing flesh, it would explode with devastating effect. The sea giant, eyeing the approaching beam of light, extended its palm, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the ice sword, triggering an early detonation. The ice sword burst into a cloud of icy mist. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from afar, interrupting their confrontation. The white dragon recognized the familiar call, realizing that its allies were approaching. The sea giant's expression darkened. Having already struggled against one dragon, the prospect of facing another was daunting. It shot a resentful glance at the white dragon before submerging into the depths of the ocean. The white dragon made no attempt to pursue, acknowledging that their strengths were evenly matched, and engaging the sea giant in its own domain was a reckless endeavor. Before long, Felicia emerged within Amos's field of vision. She surveyed the mist-laden ice flows. Amos, I sense intense elemental fluctuations. Where's the enemy? It fled upon your arrival. Let us regroup with the main forces, Amos replied, contemplating the merits of a direct confrontation with the sea giant. The white dragon assessed the balance of power and discerned that they lacked an absolute advantage. From the intelligence gathered, the enemy boasted 3 master-tier sea giants and an enigmatic sea giant seer, accompanied by nearly 20 high-tier sea giants. In contrast, their own side consisted of only 2 white dragons. Although the number of high-ranking Fishmen warriors was sufficient, their quality was questionable. The white dragon dismissed an unsettling image from its mind, recognizing that their sole advantage lay in the sheer number of Fishmen soldiers and battle pets. Yet, should conflict arise, it would inevitably cost the lives of the Fishmen. Was this worth the price? After slaying 2 sea giants, the White Dragon pondered the costs and benefits, calculating whether the vengeance for the assault on White Scale City justified further risk. Ultimately, the White Dragon concluded that if Elena had not secured reinforcements, a direct clash against the sea giants would lead to mutual destruction, an unwise trade. Racial animosity alone was insufficient to compel Amos to engage in a desperate struggle against the sea giants. As for the uncertain magical ritual, the White Dragon felt powerless to intervene. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be those tall enough to bear the weight. Thus, upon encountering the Fishmen army, the White Dragon declared an immediate halt to their advance. Meanwhile, the sea giant leader released its mastery over thunder, touching the heated totem of the Shoreland clan, a purple, prism-shaped pendant, its expression somber. Alas, another use gone. The elderly sea giant seer conveyed through mental channels. It may take another day. The sea giant leader furrowed its brow. Our time may be running short. Is there a way to hasten the process? The old seer replied without a hint of emotion, sacrifice. Living flesh. The more, the better. It will please His Majesty Astrelus. Astrelus, the god of dark titans, lord of the 84th layer of the abyss, was Tiamat's eternal adversary. The sea giant leader, expressionless, nodded. Very well, I shall see to it. It called upon the high-ranking sea giants guarding the ritual, bring forth all the prisoners. After a moment's contemplation, it stopped a departing clan member, leave that special one. She may yet prove useful. Soon, the high-ranking sea giants arrived, leading a string of dazed fishmen to the altar. A closer inspection revealed that these fishmen were all high-tier professionals, with several possessing master-level abilities, including the Blackwater Seer, Tatomar. The sea giant directed the semi-conscious fishmen to the altar's vicinity, wielding a gleaming dagger to pierce their hearts. Blood flowed from the wounds, cascading up the altar and onto the idol, which became increasingly vibrant and eerie. Watching the twitching limbs of the fishmen, the sea giant leader felt a twinge of regret. These high-ranking fishmen, preserved for a purpose, could have been valuable in other realms. However, in these dire times, such considerations were secondary. Before long, only Tatomar remained. A testament to his masterful prowess, Tatomar managed to break free from mental control, regaining consciousness amid the threat of death. Master. The sea giant leader disregarded the pleading gaze of the fishman, invoking the contract in its mind to seize control of Tatomar's body. In the midst of the fishman's terror, the sea giant's body, no longer under his command, bent down to retrieve the dagger from the ground, positioning it against its own heart and plunging it in. Chapter 81. Through the Mist Prophet, how much longer must we endure? The leader of the sea giants remained silent, despairing at the meager offerings. We still require 8 more hours for the energy to gather and unlock the ancestral statue's passage. Child, pray, he urged. Responding to his words, the leader joined the ritual alongside his kin, infusing the statue with their faith, providing a scant but vital energy. Meanwhile, Felicia lay back on the ocean's surface. Her mood dampened, and conversed with her brother Amos. Amos, what do you think those sea giants are performing their magical ceremony for? Amos, idly blowing bubbles through his nostrils underwater, lifted his head at his sister's trivial inquiry. I caught a fleeting glimpse. They were encircling an altar in prayer, with a prophet presiding over the proceedings. Felicia replied, that seems rather vague. But then again, most magical ceremonies appear quite similar. Amos continued, the energy for these rituals derives from the statues you captured last time. What are your thoughts on the mysterious energy contained within? Felicia, equally puzzled, responded, I haven't encountered such energy before. However, it does seem to emanate a hint of faith, albeit diluted. It's peculiar that there exists energy not recorded in the Dragon Legacy. Amos stroked his chin thoughtfully. It must be a mixed energy, using faith as a binding agent, blending different energies in varying proportions to create unique effects. Felicia, taken aback, questioned, so it truly is a form of faith energy. But Amos, how do you, a mere priestess, possess knowledge of such faith-related matters? Amos muttered cryptically, you know, wizards are always well-versed in knowledge. He withheld from his sister the fact that this knowledge stemmed from the ancestral dragon's legacy, not out of distrust, but because revealing such information would serve no purpose, and it was better for fewer to be privy to it. The White Dragon Lord swiftly changed the subject. Do you think Elena will be able to find reinforcements? Felicia, choosing not to delve deeper into the previous question, yawned and turned over, resting her chin on the ocean's surface. Who knows? Though Elena may often seem whimsical, she is quite reliable when it comes to serious matters. Just as Amos was about to speak, he received a brief message from Villi, conveying crucial information. They were en route with reinforcements. Amos exchanged a glance with Felicia, who also received the news, and they nodded in unison. Prepare the troops. Sound the call to arms. The rallying horn echoed once more. Assemble. Take your positions and stand firm. A Fishman officer spotted an ordinary soldier feeding his beloved steed at the last moment and reprimanded. Soldier, quickly return to formation. After a flurry of activity, the Fishman army was fully assembled. The white dragon lord soared into the sky, surveying the orderly ranks of fishmen below. Let us depart. The faint clouds obscured the bright moon, casting a hazy glow upon the ocean's surface, illuminating the arc of water as the army cut through the waves like a dream. A quarter of an hour later, the forces of the White-Scale City arrived at the underwater trench. Below the water, the fishmen encircled the white dragon, shielding it at the center while various sea creatures patrolled the perimeter. The white dragon observed the trench through the shimmering magical mist. The magical ceremony continued, indicating that the sea giants had no intention of emerging to confront them. Old Blind One, instruct the Tide Hunters to lead the 8th Crocodile Tortoise Legion through. All Great White Shark Legions, be prepared to strike at any moment. In White-Scale City, the number of war pets was steadily increasing. To facilitate management, they were organized into structured units. Every 10 war pets formed a small squad. 3 squads made a medium unit. 10 units formed a large unit. And 10 large units constituted a war pet legion. The White Dragon Lord promptly commanded, Old Jimmy, prepare the Mage Legion for a joint spell to dispel the mist. Baki the Dark Scale, allocate personnel to protect the mages. Elite forces must be ready for battle. With the White Dragon Lord's orders transmitted, the gears of this war machine began to turn. Leading the charge were the venerable and resilient crocodile tortoises, under the guidance of the Tide Hunters, who commanded 1,000 tortoises to surge toward the trench. Behind the mist, the sea giants, fortified by their advantageous position, found their sight overwhelmed by the multitude of crocodile tortoises, launching their tidal spears in response. Defying the laws of physics, the tidal spears maintained their velocity in the resisting seawater, even accelerating. As the first row of tortoises fell to the spears, the projectiles continued to pierce through, often claiming 3 or 4 tortoises before expending their energy. However, the sea giants were vastly outnumbered, and the remaining tortoise army, entering the magical mist, could only wander aimlessly, as their frail forms succumbed to the mist's disorienting effects. Yet, the sea giants could not rejoice, for their vision was obscured entirely. Suddenly, violent magical waves surged from the depths. Quickly, retreat, protect the prophet, commanded the leader of the sea giants. Above the trench, over 200 mid-tier fishmen spellcasters combined their powers to unleash a grand war spell. Great Vortex, a massive whirlpool, comparable to a master-level spell, formed within the trench. The crocodile tortoises, sensing the turmoil of energy around them, instinctively withdrew their heads and limbs into their shells. The water swirled like a high-speed washing machine, tossing the tortoises violently against the surrounding rock walls, shattering them. The relentless friction between the swirling water, the tortoises, and the debris soon eroded the rock surface, damaging the foundation of the soul-confounding mist array hidden within, causing the mist to dissipate and opening new opportunities for the forces of White-Scale City. However, the vortex continued to churn. Observing the meat grinder of a whirlpool, Amos had no choice but to bide his time. Gradually, the vortex slowed, and the spinning tortoises and debris began to descend toward the bottom of the trench under the weight of gravity. At last, Amos glimpsed the situation at the trench's bottom. The sea giants, utilizing their innate ability to manipulate water, worked together to part the sea, creating a dry space to safeguard the altar and the ancient prophet. The falling debris and unaware tortoises were gently moved aside by the sea giants, stacking them around their formation. Mage Legion, prepare the second war spell. Great White Sharks engage. Leading the charge was a 10-meter-long great white shark, flanked by a legion of average 6-meter-long sharks. They surged toward the ocean floor, their streamlined bodies slicing through the water, with rows of triangular teeth glinting ominously. The sea giants stared in horror at the vast horde of sharks blotting out the sun. The leader of the sea giants conjured a tidal spear, gripping it tightly, and bellowed to his kin, "Prepare for battle." Chapter 82. The Legion of Megalodon. The Legion of Megalodon surged forth, colliding with the formidable ranks of the sea giants. The sea giants manipulated the currents to disrupt the balance of the Megalodon, launching their spears to pierce the disoriented beasts. The blood that gushed from their companions did not deter the following Megalodon. Rather, it ignited their ferocity, prompting those behind to eagerly surge forward. The densely packed legion of Megalodon enveloped the sea giants, showcasing the ferocity befitting the apex predators of the ocean. Gradually, rivulets of blood seeped from the writhing mass, whether from the slain Megalodon at the center or the blood of the sea giants. Amos could not perceive the situation within the chaotic sphere. Yet amidst the cacophony of battle, the incessant prayers resonated, stirring contemplation within. In such dire circumstances, the prophet of the sea giants had not ceased the ritual, suggesting either that the plight of the sea giants was not dire enough to warrant intervention, or that the ritual was deemed more vital than the collective existence of the sea giants. Amos leaned towards the former. A tribe of sea giants that had concealed itself for millennia must possess some hidden trump card. On another front, the sea giants formed a semi-spherical bastion with their bodies, safeguarding the altar while the prophet continued with the arcane ritual undisturbed. The bastion was besieged by the legion of Megalodon, but thanks to the limited contact area, they did not have to confront the entire horde at once, although each sea giant still faced 3 to 4 Megalodons simultaneously. The ferocity of the Megalodon was unparalleled. As soon as a frontline companion fell, the ranks behind would swiftly fill the void. The sharp jaws and the reckless spirit of the sharks instilled a deep-seated fear within the sea giants, who found themselves in a frantic struggle. A sea giant, his thigh muscle torn, cried out in agony as he furiously thrust his spear, killing the Megalodon on the spot, yet its jaws remained tightly clamped around him. More Megalodons surged forward. The sea giants, in utter desperation, could not spare a moment to detach the shark carcass hanging from their legs, continuing the fight as blood flowed from their wounds into the sea, siphoning their strength. As time passed, the sea giants were battered and bruised, yet no fatalities had occurred, thanks in part to 3 master-tier sea giants who emerged from the bastion to wield the tidal spear as saviors. The battle raged on like a meat grinder, with the corpses of Megalodon piling higher, nearly obstructing the advance of those behind. The leader of the Megalodon, displaying a degree of intelligence, commanded his brethren to drag the bodies to the periphery, facilitating the assault on the sea giants. One sea giant, exhausted from the prolonged struggle and burdened by 2 Megalodon corpses, found his movement hindered. Coupled with severe wounds that resulted in excessive blood loss, he became disoriented and was swiftly seized by a Megalodon, which clamped down on his arm. The master-tier sea giants were unable to intervene in time, and the high-ranking sea giant was dragged away, quickly surrounded by a swarm of sharks, consumed entirely. The first casualty among the sea giants had occurred. This scene was witnessed by a master-tier sea giant, who urgently called out, "Chief, our kin can barely hold on. We must devise a solution." Another master-tier sea giant proposed, "Chief, we should bring forth that fishwoman. It is time for her to take action." The sea giant chief, having just rescued an unfortunate comrade from the jaws of a shark, pondered the suggestion. "No, that cunning white dragon has returned. It surely has reinforcements." Yet, as the situation deteriorated, it became evident that the tribe of the surfing waves was on the brink of annihilation without external aid. As the chief hesitated on whether to utilize this potential trump card in a moment of desperation, the voice of the prophet echoed in his mind, "The talisman around my neck." The chief, startled yet elated by the realization, rushed to the prophet's side, disregarding formality, and seized the stone talisman from around the prophet's neck. Raising the talisman high with one hand, the chief channeled his energy into it, causing an ancient rune upon the stone to glow gradually. As the energy reached a threshold, the rune blazed forth, radiating a light as brilliant as the sun. The luminous beam enveloped the sea giants, warming their spirits, as a soothing wave coursed through their bodies, bringing relief to the injured. In stark contrast, the Megalodon were met with a harsh fate. The sudden burst of light not only blinded their eyes, but also inflicted painful energy damage upon their skin. Disoriented and in agony, the legion of Megalodon descended into chaos, fleeing from the sea giants toward the depths of the ocean. The surrounding high-ranking sea giants sighed in relief. neglecting the pursuit of the retreating megalodon as they hastily removed the painful shark adornments from their bodies. The warm energy soothed their wounds, and the flesh began to heal as if it would not be long before they were restored. Nearby, a furious high-ranking sea giant hurled his tidal spear. Yet the megalodon deftly evaded the onslaught, escaping from an unexpected angle, much to the chagrin of the sea giants. This moment did not go unnoticed by Amos, the white dragon lord, who turned to the old one-eyed man beside him, remarking, "Old one-eyed, your pet is quite clever." The old one-eyed man chuckled, "Indeed. I never anticipated that I would have the fortune of acquiring a companion of such a rare breed." Scanning the creature, he noted, name, blood tooth level, 13th level aberrant megalodon strength, tier 3, alignment, absolute neutral description. This is an adult aberrant megalodon that has undergone a rare benign mutation. Compared to its ordinary kin, it possesses greater intelligence, enhanced strength, and tougher skin, with a surface evolution of its eyeball that forms a protective membrane, rendering it impervious to bright light. Since its youth, it has been raised by the one-eyed lord of Whitescale City, trained to become a proficient hunting companion. The white dragon had an epiphany, realizing, so that is the case. However, Amos soon sensed something amiss, recalling his last inspection of battle companions, where he had specifically sought out outstanding individuals, only to find none satisfactory. It appeared that the higher-ups among the fish people had pocketed them for themselves. Feeling trapped by his own machinations, Amos shook his head in frustration, gazing down into the ocean depths, where the light gradually began to wane. Chapter 83. Thunder Titan. In the depths of the trench, the radiant light gradually converged as the white dragon lord commanded, "Old Jimmy, prepare the war magic." Yes, the elements slowly gathered above the trench, causing the sea giant leader to feel a profound headache. Such a collaborative war magic, with its extensive coverage and terrifying power, posed a significant threat. If they charged directly, they would soon be overwhelmed by the multitude of fishmen and sea beasts. Bound by their duty to defend the altar, they found themselves in a most frustrating predicament. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed across the battlefield, ringing painfully in everyone's ears and disrupting the fishmen's elemental gathering. Following that, with a deafening crash, Amos looked up to see a colossal golden dragon breaking through the water, swimming towards their ranks. Swiftly, the golden dragon approached above the forces of Whitescale City, and Amos stepped forward to greet it. The golden dragon scrutinized the approaching white dragon, astonished to find its physique far superior to that of a typical white dragon, and its magical elements were more vibrant than any of its peers it had encountered. Amos, too, examined the incoming reinforcements with care. The golden dragon was a mature male, measuring 28 meters in length, nearly double his size, adorned with matte golden scales that exuded strength and majesty. Its horns twisted upward, marked with vertical patterns across their surface. The white dragon lord was greatly pleased. It seemed the old silver dragon took this matter seriously, dispatching the foremost representative of the metallic dragon lineage. The white dragon spoke first. "Greetings, golden dragon. Your arrival is most welcome. The foes of the great dragons shall surely meet their demise." This formal greeting indicated the white dragon's stance, neither distant nor overly familiar, summoned solely by the appearance of a common enemy. Upon hearing this, the golden dragon paused its contemplation and nodded calmly. Since they were strangers, the white dragon's demeanor was entirely understandable. Its voice was polite yet distant. "I am Herbert, representing the metallic dragon clan. I appreciate your trust, and may the Lord of the North Wind watch over you." Thus, it was indeed rare to encounter a chromatic dragon so noble-minded as to seek aid from the metallic dragon clan. However, Herbert recalled Elena, a fellow member of the Nine-Eyed Alliance, and found it less surprising. The golden dragon glanced at the trench, quickly grasping the current situation. "Let us discuss this later. First, we must eliminate these vile pests." Amos readily agreed, yet he thought of the ongoing ritual and reminded, "My forces have been assaulting for nearly an hour, and the sea giants refused to flee, steadfastly protecting the central altar." Upon hearing this, the golden dragon felt a twinge of confusion but dismissed it. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes were mere paper tigers. "Thank you for your reminder," it replied, flicking its tail and plunging directly towards the ocean floor. Such commotion could not have escaped the notice of the sea giants. The arrival of a mature golden dragon felt like adding a massive stone to an already burdened camel. The sea giants' psychological defenses crumbled, despair spreading through their ranks. The sea giant leader felt the world lose its color. While it had contemplated various possibilities for the white dragon's reinforcements, it had never imagined they would be a legendary mature golden dragon. Had it known, it would have preferred to fight the white dragon to the death. At least it could leave behind a scar. Alas, there were no potions for regret in this world. The sea giant prophet sensed the unmistakable aura of legend, and the previously calm expression on its face turned grave, yet there was no hint of despair. Normanhan, gather your strength. The time is near. The prophet's mental message resonated in the leader's mind, rousing it from its despair. It looked down, startled at first, then elated. The blood of the slain great white sharks, concealed by the ocean floor's muck, was flowing towards the altar, continuously energizing it. They had just slain no fewer than 1,000 great white sharks. The energy would surely suffice. However, the distance of these corpses is too great, and their magical potency is low. The charging will be slow. You must hold out for at least 10 more minutes. The sea giant leader's complexion paled. How could it possibly endure 10 minutes against a legendary golden dragon, especially with 2 watchful white dragons nearby? It trembled and asked, "Prophet, even if I fight to the last breath, I cannot stall a legendary dragon. Do you have any solutions?" Alas, the prophet sighed, and the sea giant leader's heart tightened. However, the prophet's next words eased its anxiety. "There is a method, but the cost is your life. Are you willing?" The sea giant leader was torn, its face shifting through a spectrum of emotions, but soon it came to a resolution, realizing it had no choice. It thought to itself, "I am fated to die regardless. I might as well strive for hope for my kin." With solemnity, it declared, "Prophet Hammer, please ensure the survival of our people. If possible, slay more dragons. Now, reveal to me the method. The method lies within your family heirloom, the Heart of Thunder." Upon learning the method, the sea giant leader quickly adjusted its mindset. Removing a ring from its hand and passing it to a nearby master-level sea giant before swimming upwards towards the trench. Though the other sea giants could not hear what the prophet had said, they clearly understood their leader's words and surmised the impending event. They gazed at the solitary figure of their chief, who had long defended their tribe, departing with a heavy heart filled with grief and rage. Amos kept a vigilant watch on the sea giants, and when he witnessed the leader inflicting harm upon itself, alarm surged within him. This was dire. The golden dragon shared Amos's sentiment, yet driven by unwavering confidence in its strength, it charged forward fearlessly. The pyramid-shaped pendant embedded itself into the sea giant leader's chest. Yet no blood flowed, for all the blood had been absorbed by the Heart of Thunder. The heart absorbed the blood of the Titan's offspring, erupting with radiant brilliance. And an endless torrent of lightning surged from the sea giant leader's body, illuminating the dark seabed as bright as day. "Ah!" The sea giant leader howled, its head thrown back as lightning danced like silver serpents, enveloping it in a thunderous armor. It raised its palm, feeling the lightning power coursing through its hand as if it were an extension of itself. It recalled the prophet's words, "The Heart of Thunder is distilled from the essence of a legendary Thunder Titan's heart. Inserting it into your own heart, you will become a true Thunder Titan before the energy is exhausted." The Thunder Titan Normanhan gazed up at the astonished golden dragon, and with a thought, summoned forth the lightning to form a spear of the Thunder Titan, launching itself into the fray. Chapter 84. The mermaid Herbert gazed at the sea giant, now transformed into the Thunder Titan, feeling a pang of discomfort. Initially, he believed he had come to bully the little ones, striking them down with a single punch. Yet, the children unexpectedly evolved into the true embodiment of a mischievous spirit, brimming with electrical prowess. Nevertheless, the golden dragon showed no signs of retreat. Both the Thunder Titan and the golden dragon were formidable champions of their respective factions. Neither was willing to back down. With incantations flowing swiftly from its mouth, the golden dragon conjured a protective barrier against electricity, invoked a deathly shield, and cast a legendary agility spell. The dragon shimmered with arcane light as it imbued itself with various enhancement magics, before lunging into the fray, clashing fiercely with the Thunder Titan. The fierce melee between the colossal beings, coupled with the interplay of draconic magic and thunderous might, wreaked havoc on the surrounding environment. The tumultuous battle stirred the waters, kicking up sediment from the ocean floor, while violent energy surged, causing shockwaves that battered the nearby cliffs and sent stones tumbling down. The electric currents coursing through the water left the mermen in a state of paralysis, while the magically infused waters fluctuated between bone-chilling cold and searing heat. subjecting the combat pets to a torturous experience akin to being caught between ice and fire. Amos, sensing the tremors beneath his feet from the cliff, bellowed. All those below high rank, maintain a safe distance. The clash of legends rendered those of lower ranks unfit to observe the battle up close. Before long, the ordinary mermen and their combat pets had retreated, leaving only those of high rank suspended in the water, cloaked in various forms of energy. Isolated from the residual impacts of the legendary duel, and maintaining a safe distance to witness the fierce conflict unfolding in the trench. In stark contrast to the agile forces of the White-Scale City, the sea giants at the trench's bottom found themselves in dire straits. Not only were they unable to flee, but they also had to actively shield their profit from the falling rocks and magical aftershocks. Yet, the residual energy from a legendary clash was not easily endured. Soon, nearly every sea giant bore injuries, with even the stones rolling perilously close to the feet of their prophet. The sea giant chieftain, compelled to attend to his kin, grew increasingly frantic as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. Seizing upon the enemy's concern, the golden dragon deliberately pushed the front line toward the trench's bottom. In a desperate bid, the chieftain abandoned defense, adopting a life-for-a-life strategy to restrain the golden dragon. The pressure on the dragon intensified, for although the foe was not a true Thunder Titan, it found itself unable to unleash its full potential. In the depths of the ocean, the dragon's ability to exhale was hindered, akin to a martial artist bound with one hand in combat, resulting in a less pronounced disparity in power. Furthermore, the chieftain, resolute in his fatalistic approach, forsook defense, launching relentless assaults aimed at the dragon's vital points. Faced with this brutal play of life and death, the golden dragon felt constrained. Unable to contend with the sea giant chieftain, who seized the initiative and forced the dragon to ascend, distancing itself from the trench. Quick, clear the way. The two legendary combatants began to ascend, prompting the White Dragon Lord to lead the forces of White-Scale City to open a path, lest they be caught in the crossfire. The golden dragon and the sea giant chieftain burst forth from the trench, their battle stretching further and further away. Amos glanced up at the departing figures of the golden dragon and the sea giant, then looked down at the beleaguered sea giant clan in the trench. A shared glance with Felicia revealed the flames of determination burning in their eyes, signaling their unspoken agreement. While Felicia and the mermen awaited the White Dragon Lord's command to engage, they noticed that Amos was unresponsive to their eager gazes. The White Dragon Lord, with utmost caution, retrieved a massive box from the dimensional realm. Upon opening it, he extracted 2 pieces of ice and, using magic, isolated them from the surrounding seawater. Even so, the water around the ice began to slowly freeze. Felicia, sensing the intense cold emanating from the ice, was taken aback. What is this? She wondered. Even the purest white dragon feels the chill. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Brother, what is it?" Amos replied, "This is the core of a snow spirit, an energy nucleus from the Great Glacier." Realizing that, at its core, the white dragon was still a flesh-and-blood creature, while the snow spirit was an elemental being. Felicia understood that it was only natural for the dragon to feel cold from the spirit's core. Amos looked at the snow spirit's nucleus with a pang of regret. This material was a premium component for summoning ice elementals, capable of providing the necessary magic for their existence in place of the summoner. Such items had cost the White Dragon Lord a significant sum of gold. Snow spirits, being naturally high-tier beings, thrived in extreme cold and could traverse ice effortlessly. Their hunting difficulty was evident, and the value of their cores. Though the White Dragon Lord felt a twinge of sorrow, he knew he had to use it. With rapid incantations, he cast a series of enhancement spells. Ice Bloodline, Enhanced. Awakening Spell, Crown of Winter. With a succession of enhancement magics surrounding him, Amos connected with the Crown of Caucasus to draw magic before uttering the long-forgotten incantation. Herald of Winter, Noble of Ice, Sovereign of Snow, hear my call. Heed the ancient pact, and come to my side to aid me in vanquishing my foes. In the ancient dragon tongue, as the resonant and ancient tones of the incantation faded, 2 ice-blue portals materialized, from which familiar ice elementals emerged. Amos had summoned 2 master-tier winter servants. Witnessing the sudden surge of power within his ranks, Felicia felt exasperated. Once again embodying the universal truth of countless realms. Never provoke a prepared mage. Commence the attack. Amos commanded the 2 winter servants to charge ahead. while the white dragon led the mermen closely behind toward the altar at the trench's bottom. Although uncertain of the sea giant's magical ritual's purpose, they were resolute in their intent to sabotage it. The two master-tier sea giants, upon seeing the leading winter servants, felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Previously, the sea giant chieftain had struggled against a single ice elemental in Whitescale City, and now he faced two. Are we to perish? The leading master-tier sea giant seized one of his high-ranking companions, bellowing, "Quick! Drag that merman out." "Yes, yes." The high-ranking sea giant scrambled into a cave. Emerging shortly with a chain in tow, the other end tethered to a pair of shackles securely binding a reluctant merman. When Amos beheld the captured merman, astonishment washed over him. A mermaid? Mermaids, the beloved of the sea and the royalty of the waters, possessed a natural biological rank of only level 8. However, their magical aptitude was extraordinarily high, with nearly every adult merman being a Grandmaster-level water specialist. Beyond their magical prowess, mermaids were renowned for their formidable racial skill. The Song of the Merman, a mind-altering mental magic that ensnared anyone of lesser power, rendering them vulnerable to exploitation. A cold smirk spread across the lips of the master-tier sea giant as he activated the ring on his hand, a ghostly light flickering. The mermaid's azure eyes shimmered with a haunting glow, her gaze becoming vacant as she slowly lifted her head to reveal her alluring crimson lips. Chapter 85. The prophet of the sea giant, the mermaid, with a hazy gaze and lifeless eyes, lifted her head, parting her alluring crimson lips to release a deadly melody. The song of the Fishmen. Her voice, imbued with an eerie enchantment, resonated in the minds of all present, though it was not loud. Quite melodious. The Fishman's song rang clear and sweet, akin to golden beads cascading upon a jade plate, smooth and flowing, reminiscent of the harmonious sounds of nature in secluded valleys, far surpassing that of certain renowned stars from a past life. However, the song failed to exert its intended influence. Even the white dragon remained unaffected, and the lesser fishmen merely stiffened momentarily, casting off the enchantment with ease. Sensing the energy emanating from the Caucasus skull, Amos was astonished by the sea giant's misfortune. Its trump card was the Song of the Fishmen, a type of mental magic, which was countered by the Caucasus skull's Glory Aura. Note: Glory Aura. The wielder of the Caucasus skull is immune to mental control spells of legendary rank and below. It significantly enhances the mental magic resistance of allies within a 300-meter radius, while slightly boosting resistance to other types of magic. This is a passive aura skill. The sea giant gazed in horror at the approaching group led by the white dragon, perplexed as to why the Song of the Fishmen had failed. Yet, the undeniable reality that the white dragon's side remained unscathed compelled its acceptance. Protect the altar. Stop them. Two master-ranked sea giants, gritting their teeth, charged forward, attempting to repel the white dragon away from the altar. The two factions soon collided. The ice elemental swung a leg of chicken downwards towards the sea giant's head, and the sea giant hastily raised its tidal spear in defense. Meanwhile, the white dragon lord, feeling a sense of unease, went invisible at the onset of battle, intending to disrupt the magical ritual at the earliest opportunity. As the sea giants were preoccupied, the invisible white dragon stealthily maneuvered around the battlefield toward the sea giant prophet. Exercising caution, the white dragon kept its distance from the blood-tinged statue, revealing itself behind the sea giant prophet. With a flourish of its claws, purple magical radiance shimmered within its grasp. Magic missile, dual casting. With a swish, purple magical missiles erupted from the white dragon's hands, tracing an arc as they formed a barrage akin to blooming fireworks, both beautiful and lethal. The sea giant, engaged in fierce combat, felt its temper flare but found itself powerless against the onslaught, resorting to a desperate assault on its immediate opponent. The aged prophet was compelled to halt his incantation, letting out a weary sigh, turning to face the source of the disturbance, his weathered visage etched with pain and exhaustion. With a single hand gesture, a hemispherical magical energy shield materialized. The magical missile struck the shield, creating ripples, yet there was no sound or residual energy. As the energies of the missiles and the prophet's magic mutually annihilated each other, the relentless purple missiles battered against the transparent shield. But regardless of how many the white dragon lord unleashed, the prophet consistently met each attack with precise magical input, effortlessly neutralizing them without expending an ounce of energy. Amos's pupils constricted as he perceived the intricacies of the prophet's remarkable control over magical energy, finding himself captivated by the sheer brilliance of the display. Alas, the two were adversaries. Otherwise, Amos would have relished the opportunity to exchange magical insights. Recognizing the futility of prolonged engagement, the white dragon ceased firing magical missiles. Having already achieved the objective of interrupting the magical ritual, the sea giant prophet likewise dispelled his magical shield, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet his gaze towards the white dragon burned with fierce rage. "You must die," the prophet declared, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Hearing the prophet's seemingly factual assertion, the white dragon raised an eyebrow, adhering to the principle of acting rather than merely talking. A surge of magical energy coursed through it as it quickly recited a complex incantation. Frost Spike, enhanced. The sea giant prophet felt the magical energy swirling beneath his feet. Magic energy annihilation. The white dragon's icy spike was abruptly halted, its power extinguished. In that moment, Amos discerned that the prophet not only excelled in magical control, but also surpassed him in both mastery and casting speed, exceeding the capabilities of a typical master-ranked individual by a substantial margin. Scanning. Name. Hammer. The Wave Hunter. Level. 15th level Sea Giant. 19th level Prophet. Strength. 4th rank. Alignment. Lawful Evil. Description. The leader of the hunting wave Sea Giant tribe. An elderly male sea giant whose life of seclusion has twisted his psyche, filling him with loathing for the world. Yet, rather than succumbing to madness, he remains rational. Due to aging and physical decline, his biological rank has diminished, and he now exists in a state of extreme fury, yearning to confront a certain dragon. The White Dragon Lord sensed impending danger, a desperate half-legendary spellcaster. The thought made its teeth grind. Should I retreat? The white dragon intended to make a grand exit, but the prophet would not permit such an escape. His lips moved as he conjured a large water sphere of blue and red, unleashing torrents of water arrows that shot forth like bullets from a machine gun. With a serious countenance, the white dragon lord quickly recited a spell. Ice Guardian, enhanced. A massive ice shield materialized before the white dragon lord, intercepting the oncoming water arrows. Amos was astonished to discover that the prophet's water arrows possessed extraordinary penetrative power. Within moments, the icy barrier was on the verge of shattering. He quickly repositioned, only to find the water arrows in hot pursuit. They even have tracking capabilities. The White Dragon Lord hastily recited an incantation, replacing the nearly breached shield with a new one. After 3 shields, he finally endured until the energy of the water sphere was depleted. Yet the prophet's assault resumed, and under the relentless barrage, Amos struggled to maintain his ground. He felt a profound frustration. Submerged, the White Dragon Lord's proficiency in ice magic was severely hindered, as the magical energies would freeze upon contact with seawater, posing a risk of self-harm and drawing laughter from foes. If the enemy seized the opportunity, it would spell disaster. However, the White Dragon was unfamiliar with other types of magic, having practiced them infrequently. Pondering his options, Amos found himself at an impasse and issued a command to his golden finger: activate combat assistance mode. In an instant, the world around Amos became vividly clear. He could discern the swirling currents of water and the blood writhing beneath the mud at his feet. Blood? Amos suddenly realized that all the blood flowed toward the statue on the altar. The magical ritual had not been interrupted. The prophet observed the white dragon's newfound agility, evading or intercepting all attacks, while his gaze turned warily towards the dark statue of the Titan Asterace on the altar. He understood that the white dragon had made a crucial discovery. After a flurry of assaults, the prophet, realizing his magic could not touch the elusive white dragon, felt his murderous intent intensify. He intensified his own magical enhancements and summoned a tidal spear, charging directly at the white dragon. The prophet believed that, despite his age, the combat experience of his youth remained intact, and dealing with a young white dragon would be a simple task. Amos, confronted by the oncoming sea giant, recognized that in terms of raw physical power, even giants could rival titans. How could an aged and weakened sea giant pose a threat? He too summoned his strength and charged forward. Both sides harbored absolute confidence in themselves. Chapter 86. A gruesome infusion. The two colossal behemoths charged forward, trampling the sediment that lay beneath the sea, stirring the mud into a thick cloud that obscured the light of day. As the sea giant closed the distance, The Spear of Tides thrust forth from its grasp. Although composed of energy, the spear had been solidified through the innate talent of the sea giant, transforming it into a tangible weapon capable of piercing foes. Once it became tangible, it lost its energy properties, rendering it vulnerable to external forces that could shatter or destroy it. The spear cleaved through the water with remarkable speed, creating a trail of bubbles in its wake. The white dragon unfurled its wings, executing an emergency stop just before the spear. In the astonished gaze of the sea giant, it opened its maw, a moment that suggested the giant could easily pierce the dragon's throat with a mere gesture. Although it appeared perilous, Amos had meticulously calculated the timing. Had he been a moment late, the spear would have pierced his throat, and had he been a moment too early, he would have missed the spear entirely. With a swift closure of its jaws, the dragon's sharp teeth clamped down upon the Spear of Tides, producing a resounding crack as it shattered. The energy structure of the spear was instantly disrupted, dissipating into the sea. The sea giant, now bereft of its weapon, was filled with trepidation. Realizing that its fists could not inflict significant damage upon the mighty dragon, it attempted to retreat from the white dragon, yet its body, caught in the momentum of its charge, continued to propel it forward. After severing the spear, Amos swung his muscular tail towards the sea giant. The tail, akin to that of a tyrannosaurus, was adorned with dense circular muscles, making it the strongest part of the dragon's physique aside from its chest muscles. With a powerful contraction, the tail swung toward the enemy, its force potent enough to shatter rock. Sensing the terrifying pressure of the dragon's tail slicing through the water, the sea giant invoked its ancestral ability to manipulate seawater, solidifying it to impede the dragon's strike. Despite the increased resistance, the tail continued its assault, albeit at a reduced speed. The sea giant, in a moment of desperation, fell backward, narrowly avoiding the tail that whipped past, sending a spray of mud soaring into the air. In that instant, as Amos's tail arced through empty space, his body involuntarily tilted, causing the dragon's head to miss its target, but fortuitously, the dragon's wing was perfectly positioned. The white dragon's wing sliced through the water, aiming for the fallen sea giant. The giant rolled to evade, but the wing struck the sediment below, sending muck flying. Seizing the moment when the white dragon struggled to regain its balance, the sea giant scrambled to its feet, only managing to half-kneel on the seabed. At that moment, the white dragon had regained its equilibrium and lunged forward, jaws agape. In a desperate attempt, the sea giant propelled itself off the ground, but the dragon's jaws closed on empty air, the sound of clashing teeth echoing in the depths, leaving the giant drenched in cold sweat. The sea giant, employing all its strength, began to swim upward, seeking to distance itself and gather the energy needed to reform the Spear of Tides. However, gathering the spear required stillness, making it imperative that the giant maintain distance to avoid the dragon's assault. Yet, after years of combat against titans, Amos was acutely aware of the sea giant's habitual skills. His strategy was to disrupt the giant's spear formation and gain the advantage in close combat, ensuring it would have no opportunity to reforge its weapon. The white dragon relentlessly pursued, its wings propelling it swiftly behind the sea giant. When it came to swimming speed, the water element dragon outpaced the sea giant, primarily due to their differing anatomical structures. As the dragon swam, its head and neck remained aligned, its wings tucked against its body, presenting a streamlined shape that minimized resistance. The propulsion came from the powerful movement of its tail, while its wings served as accelerators or brakes. In contrast, the sea giant, being humanoid, relied on webbed appendages to push against the water, much like a frog. The superiority of the two swimming styles was evident. As the white dragon closed in, the sea giant, disregarding energy expenditure, summoned the seawater to hinder the dragon's approach. The sea giant's ability to manipulate water and reform the spear was akin to the breath of a dragon, yet it was limited, demanding a significant energy cost each time it was invoked, making it unsuitable for prolonged swimming. However, in moments of urgency, it proved effective. This relentless chase would not yield the results Amos desired. Thus, he decisively turned toward the altar. Seeing the dragon abandon its pursuit, the sea giant momentarily relaxed, only to witness the dragon veering toward the idol, prompting an immediate counterspell. With little regard for magical depletion, the sea giant transformed into a magical artillery, unleashing a barrage of water arrows, magical energy, and debilitating spells toward the white dragon. At that moment, The giant realized how misguided its previous sense of superiority had been. The white dragon, seemingly aware of the impending attacks, adeptly evaded the magical onslaught, only resorting to counter spells when its path was obstructed, swiftly creating a new route. The negative status spells were rendered ineffective, entirely neutralized by the protective magic enveloping the dragon. In a state of panic, the sea giant unleashed its mental prowess. Drawing together the natural elements, its hair stood on end, floating in the water, arms outstretched, fingers splayed, as it fervently channeled its magical energy, reciting ancient incantations with fervor. Amos sensed the terrifying elemental power coalescing behind him and turned in astonishment, witnessing the ancient giant leveraging its own magical energy to manipulate the forces of the ocean. Uncertain of how the giant achieved such power, Amos knew the ensuing attack would be formidable, likely reaching legendary proportions. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and summoned the Caucasian skull, initiating a spell he had never employed before, a gruesome infusion. Endless streams of crimson magical energy surged forth from the skull's eye sockets, pouring into the body of the white dragon. Complex blood-red patterns began to emerge across the surface of the dragon's scales. Chapter 87. Metznafi, the bloody indoctrination has concluded. The once radiant Caucasian skull now appeared somewhat dimmed. Amos lifted his head, his golden dragon eyes transformed into a deep crimson, akin to fresh blood, accentuated by the eerie red patterns on his white scales and the skull in his hand, rendering him extraordinarily sinister. The white dragon sensed the surging magical energy within, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. This was no mere illusion. The sanguine energy represented a highly concentrated form of magic inherent to the Caucasian skull, possessing unique properties that consumed a portion of the host's vitality, stimulated latent potential, and significantly enhanced the holder's physical capabilities and magical prowess. On one hand, the old prophet was nearing the completion of his incantation. The magical elements within a 100-meter radius had been completely drained, concentrated into a blue sphere in his chest, as if it were poised to devour the entire world. The white dragon felt the near stagnation of the surrounding seawater, a chill rising from the depths of its marrow, penetrating to its core as it sensed a lethal threat. The blue sphere erupted violently, causing the once tranquil waters to become tumultuous, surging forth in a tempestuous rush. An energy storm sweeping across the seabed, stirring up the silt and rendering the entire maritime expanse a murky abyss. Amos seemed to hear a roar of fury, and then the world darkened. The surging currents collided with the white dragon, who felt as though standing at the eye of a typhoon, battered by the storm yet unable to move, as the ocean itself turned against him, water pressing in from all directions. The sea god roared. Soon, Amos broke free from the daunting prelude of the legendary magical explosion. Sensing the rapid accumulation of energy ahead, Amos felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He attempted to evade, yet the surrounding waters seemed to have solidified, rendering his movements agonizingly slow. After a brief struggle, the white dragon lord made a decisive judgment. There was no escape. He could only withstand the onslaught. Since his rebirth as a colossal dragon, the formidable dragon language magic, his robust physique, sharp claws, and hard scales had always provided Amos with a profound sense of security. However, this time, uncertainty gripped his heart. Yet, even the feeblest of creatures strive to survive, and the white dragon, under the pressure of impending death, fought desperately, squeezing every ounce of potential from within. Channeling his magic in a frantic bid, his incantations reaching their limit. Earth Wall Technique, enhanced. Ice Guardian, enhanced. Ice Barrier, double casting. Amos performed extraordinarily, unleashing a series of defensive spells in rapid succession, fortifying his protection, yet the gnawing sense of insecurity lingered in his heart. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in Amos's mind, sparking a new idea. At last, the sea god's furious assault commenced. The magical tsunami, with an unstoppable force, obliterated the defenses set by the white dragon. Amos beheld the terrifying torrent of magical energy approaching, prompting his movements to quicken even further. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Golden Dragon and the Thunder Titan, engaged in fierce combat, the Golden Dragon and the Sea Giant leader sensed the dreadful waves of water magic emanating from afar and instinctively paused. The Sea Giant leader, reveling in schadenfreude, remarked, "It seems your little friend is in trouble." The Golden Dragon furrowed his brow, unwilling to concede defeat. "Umph. Whether he faces trouble, I cannot say. But the legacy of the Wave Hunter tribe ends here. The sea giant, unfazed, cast a glance towards the trench. At this point, I shan't hesitate to inform you. The portal is about to open. The Wave Hunter tribe shall depart this accursed world for a vast new realm. Dragons, you have failed. The golden dragon's expression turned peculiar as he taunted. You must still be dreaming. Are you? A portal? With you lot. Herbert stifled a laugh. You cannot defeat me. Yet you seek to amuse me with your jest? If you manage to open that portal, I, Herbert the Golden Dragon, shall have my name read backward from this day forth. The sea giant leader's expression shifted dramatically. Such a proud creature as a dragon would never jest about their name. The Golden Dragon's audacity indicated absolute confidence. The Golden Dragon, envisioning the sea giant's predicament, surmised it was likely due to years of hiding, leading to a lack of awareness of these fundamental truths. He continued with glee. Over 10,000 years ago, after repelling the demon invasion, the Continental Coalition inscribed a spatial blockade magic array upon the dimensional wall of the Nordshield continent. Henceforth, to traverse the Nordshield realm, one must pass through several heavily guarded external portals. The Golden Dragon spoke dismissively. Aside from a few designated external portals in other areas of the continent, without high-tier legendary magical capabilities, one cannot hope to open a portal for corporeal beings to traverse. Thus, you, a mere group of legendary wannabes, dare to challenge the dimensional lock. Suddenly, the Golden Dragon felt a surge of powerful magical energy. Amos recalled a possible solution, his eyes brightening, and swiftly retrieved the box containing the Snow Demon's core, opening it. He poured the precious Snow Demon core onto the ground while rapidly reciting the incantation. Amos, drained of all magical energy, finally completed the spell just before the tsunami struck. A colossal, arcane blue portal materialized, and a towering ice element, 30 meters high, crossed the boundary. As the Winter's Sovereign Metznafi stepped through the portal, his lines barely uttered, he was horrified to find a legendary magical assault hurtling towards him. You wretched creature! Metznafi hastily raised his shield to protect himself. The magical tsunami collided with the spiked ice shield with overwhelming force, pushing the hastily defended Metznafi backward into the white dragon, both crashing against the cliff behind them. Amos felt an unstoppable force slam into him. Before he could react, he was thrust into the cliff. The impact from behind, coupled with the looming presence of the Winter Sovereign, crushed the white dragon into a pulp. The terrifying force shattered the rock layers, debris cascading down to bury both dragon and element, forming a small hill. It hurt. Amos felt as if all his bones had shattered, yet deep within, he felt an unusual sense of relief. At last, he had survived. Huzzah! Shortly thereafter, Metznafi regained his strength, and with a mighty roar, he leaped up, casting aside the rocks that had accumulated upon him. The first thing the Winter Sovereign did was to turn and seize the white dragon by the neck, lifting him up to meet his fiery gaze. Amos, sensing Metznafi's hunger for dragons, instinctively recoiled. You little white lizard, how dare you use me as a shield? Chapter 88. A sudden transformation within the heart of Metznafi. A torrent of rage surged, a desire to strangle the white dragon before him. Indeed, he had intended to do just that. However, constrained by the laws of summoning, he was incapable of genuinely harming his conjurer. In fact, with but a mere thought, the towering 30-meter form of the ice elemental could dissipate into nothingness. Yet, after careful consideration, Amos refrained from taking such action. Although he had summoned the ice elemental as a shield out of necessity, he had not anticipated conjuring forth the astute Winter Sovereign. As the white dragon pondered how to articulate its thoughts, the sea giant elder prophet dashed towards the altar. Seeing her brother's movements hindered, Felicia prepared to sidestep her opponent to thwart the elder prophet, only to be desperately blocked by the sea giant. At last, the elder prophet reached the altar and, sensing the accumulated magical energy within the statue, was filled with exhilaration as he initiated the long-awaited teleportation spell. In the fervent gaze of the sea giant prophet, crimson energy erupted from the statue, tracing blood-red, eerie lines in the air. In an instant, an enigmatic crimson portal materialized. An indescribable aura of malevolence surged forth from the portal, enveloping the battlefield in a chill that was both sinister and sanguinary, as if it were a manifestation of all the world's negative emotions. This essence, akin to the biting wind of a winter's night, sent shivers down the spines of all present, causing an involuntary ceasefire as they gazed in horror at the blood-red portal. In that moment, as the crimson portal emerged, Metznafi released his grip and turned to fixate solemnly upon it. Amos stumbled to the ground, struggling to rise, yet unlike the elemental form, he lacked significant physical resilience. The force of legendary magic had rendered him disoriented, leaving him weak and feeble, save for a semblance of clarity in his mind. Assessing his physical state, the white dragon resigned itself to lying on the ground, attentively observing the portal's activity, its heart filled with trepidation. For such a profound malevolence could only emanate from the abyss or hell, both of which had notorious reputations. Cackling echoed forth, a sound that, though devoid of warmth, instilled a profound sense of dread. A terrifying figure stepped through the portal. It could barely be classified as humanoid, with ram-like horns piercing the sky, small eyes resembling green peas, shrouded in a ghastly green glow. Its emaciated frame was cloaked in dense, blood-red fur, failing to conceal the sinewy muscles beneath. Was this a demon? No, it was a devil. Felicia gasped in alarm, glancing around at the sea giants, only to find their faces pallid with shock and confusion. As the blood-red portal dissipated, the devil spread its arms, savoring the frigid sea currents, exclaiming, "Ah, the scent of the material plane, how long it has been." Addressing the silent elder prophet, it remarked, "Hamiel, you have done well." The elder prophet, wearing a sickly smile, obsequiously replied, "It is my utmost honor to serve Lord Keslarethil." Upon concluding his statement, he brought his hands together, a gesture brimming with unspoken insinuation. Keslarethil's eyes narrowed slightly, a low, chilling chuckle escaping him. "Fear not. Once I have harvested the souls, I shall take you with me. This is but a prepayment for your services." Raising a hand, the devil unleashed a beam of crimson light that surged into the sea giant prophet's body. A flush of crimson appeared on the elder's face, followed by a pained stoop, only to rise again, displaying a look of comfort and ecstasy, his previously hunched back now straightened, rejuvenated. "Thank you, Lord Keslarethil." On the side of the white dragon, expressions morphed dramatically, while the sea giants stood ashen-faced, fully aware now that their revered prophet had betrayed the tribe, trading their very fate with the devil for personal gain. "Hamiel, you traitor!" A cry of anguish and disbelief reverberated through the depths, imbued with sorrow and despair that moved listeners to tears. The efforts of the Sea Wave tribe over millennia were now rendered futile, as Hamiel had summoned the devil, sealing their doom. In the face of such utter betrayal, the sacrifices and endeavors of the sea giant chief had become a mere jest. Thus, the one he yearned to annihilate most was the esteemed prophet. In a fit of fury, a titan spear was launched forth. The devil observed the spear hurtling from a great distance, raising an eyebrow, given the range. It would take at least 2 seconds to reach him, ample time for Hamiel to evade. The elder prophet, eyeing the approaching spear, scoffed, confident that even with his diminished magical reserves, 2 seconds were sufficient to escape. Suddenly, Keslarethil shifted to block the elder prophet. The elder, seeing the devil's hand raised and recalling their covenant, thought, with Lord Keslarethil's protection, evasion is unnecessary. As the titan spear neared, the devil smiled, invoking his innate ability, high teleportation. Before the elder could comprehend, the devil vanished, and in his incredulous gaze, the spear pierced through, continuing its trajectory to embed itself in the stone wall behind, leaving a profound cavity. The elder prophet staggered back, glancing down in horror at the charred hole in his chest before slowly lifting his gaze, one hand clutching the wound, the other pointing at the devil who had materialized nearby, a smirk adorning its face. You have violated the covenant." The devil shrugged. "Oh, my friend, the contract stipulates that I shall protect you from harm inflicted by enemies. But are your kin not considered foes?" Blood seeped from the elder's mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief as he collapsed in defeat. "Ha! You've doomed your own ally." The devil reveled in his accomplishment, laughter echoing through the air. Suddenly, the devil's boisterous mirth was abruptly silenced, as though severed. It extended its clawed hand toward the convulsing corpse of the elder, extracting a struggling, translucent shadow, the elder's soul. "Rest assured, I will honor my promise to liberate you from this plane, and you shall gloriously merge with me." The devil gaped its gnarled maw, devouring the elder's soul, savoring the exquisite taste, its elongated tongue licking its lips, savoring the essence of the soul. The devil then turned its attention to the astonished sea giants and the faction of the White Scale City. Chapter 89. Escape Flee. Quickly, the urgent cry of the sea giant leader, Normanhan, jolted everyone awake. Sea giants, mermen, and Felicia alike fled in terror from the approaching devil. The devil's lips curled into a sinister smile as it raised its blood-red claws. A terrifying suction erupted from its palm, drawing the seawater into a massive vortex with a diameter of 500 meters, enveloping all within. Instantly, a sense of vertigo consumed the crowd as the world spun around them, their bodies uncontrollably pulled into the vortex. Several weaker mermen and sea giants, still dazed from the disorienting force, were sucked into the core of the whirlpool, their forms shredded into bloody fragments by the raging waters, their anguished souls spiraling into the center, drawn into the ring on the devil's hand. Amidst the chaotic whirlpool, those struggling to escape felt a chill of despair. If their souls fell into the hands of the devil, they would have no chance of entering the divine realm. The sea giant leader and the golden dragon considered intervening, but with the unpredictable positions of their comrades between them and the devil, any attempt to assist would likely result in the death of their allies. They had no choice but to navigate around. Felicia, possessing extraordinary strength as a dragon, still had some energy left amidst the current. She slowly fought her way toward the edge of the vortex, conjuring divine power into whips to bind her companions together. To her surprise, she discovered that their collective strength made it easier to escape. Hurry, grab hold of others. Let us unite and flee together. The sea giants eagerly followed her example. The devil chuckled sinisterly and intensified the suction. The white dragon and the winter commander found themselves at the devil's side, outside the vortex's range. Amos, witnessing the desperate struggle of the people from Whitescale City, felt a surge of anxiety, yet the white dragon was utterly fatigued. The only option left was the onlooker, Mutsnofi. However, Amos had just offended him, leaving the white dragon's mind in turmoil. With no other recourse, the white dragon implored, Lord Mutsnofi, could you lend us your aid? The ice elemental cast a sidelong glance at the white dragon, disdain evident in its gaze. Humph. The indifferent look from the ice elemental made the white dragon feel vulnerable. Suddenly, it noticed two master-level ice elementals within the vortex. Gritting its teeth, it decided to take a gamble. Lord Mutsnofi, your subordinates are also trapped within the vortex. Will you simply stand by and watch them perish? The ice elemental regarded the white dragon with a patronizing expression, as if it were dealing with a simpleton. Elemental beings summoned are merely avatars. Their demise means nothing. Observing the slight frown on Mutsnofi's brow, the white dragon felt a glimmer of hope. Moreover, if they perish and you remain passive while your subordinates are slain, the reputation of the winter commander will be tarnished. Yet, as Mutsnofi contemplated, he was torn. Humph. He let out a cold snort, and a low incantation reverberated through the water. A chilling wave swept over, causing the white dragon's body to shudder involuntarily. A massive ice spear rapidly took shape and shot forth. The devil, ever vigilant to the movements of the ice elemental, quickly halted its spell and dodged the ice spear. The suction of the vortex abruptly ceased, allowing Felicia and the others to seize the opportunity to flee. The sea giants scattered in all directions, while those from Whitescale City rushed toward the white dragon's lead. Just as they were about to achieve a breakthrough, the winter commander interrupted. Enraged, the devil shouted, Mutsnofi, are you courting death? You dare to oppose me over a mere avatar. Kaisraethiel, I believe it is you who seeks death, daring to enter the Nordshield realm. Do you not realize how welcoming this place is to your abyssal ilk? Amos was startled. He had not anticipated their acquaintance. It seemed they were both formidable figures. The devil's tone was frigid. Great ice block, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, I shall claim a portion of your soul, and my efforts will be justified. Humph, come and try. Before Mutsnofi could finish his retort, he charged forward, and the devil, consumed by rage, collided with him in a cataclysmic clash. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sweeping across the ocean floor, uprooting the very ground, and causing debris to tumble from the cliffs. Felicia, leading the group from Whitescale City, pressed onward through the falling rocks, reaching the side of the white dragon lord. Hurry, we must leave. Felicia forged a path ahead, while the others lifted the severely wounded white dragon lord, fleeing toward the surface of the trench. They stumbled awkwardly to the top of the trench. At this moment, Amos had no time to concern himself with the sea giants. He urged everyone to escape. Quickly, the farther away, the better. The winter commander is at least a high-tier legend, and this devil is even stronger. Mutsnofi's true form should be on par with the devil, if not superior, however. Amos had summoned only an avatar, clearly no match for the devil's true self. Yet, if a battle broke out, buying time to prevent the devil from claiming souls would suffice. You have angered me, Mutsnofi. A door, blood red and black, appeared, resembling congealed blood, with various demonic statues carved into the frame, each displaying different poses, some clawing, others howling towards the sky. The legendary magic, Abyssal Gate. The Abyssal Gate was a modified version of the Necromantic Gate, capable of opening a portal to the bottomless abyss and summoning a demonic army. The people of Whitescale City watched in horror as an endless tide of demons poured forth from the Abyssal Gate. Without needing the White Dragon Lord to urge them, they scattered in a panic. They fled until reaching the ocean's surface, where they discovered the waiting forces of Whitescale City. Reuniting with the army, they hastily made their escape. At last, the forces reached a safe haven, finding an island where they laid the gravely injured White Dragon Lord upon the soft sand. Amos lay on the beach, feeling the vibrations beneath him. Even from a distance, he sensed the island trembling. Suddenly, several horned heads emerged from the water. Demons. The surface appeared calm, yet inside, he felt a rising tide of panic. Chapter 90, The Inde Demon. Amos gazed at the horned head emerging from the distant sea, pondering the implications. He surmised that it was likely a demon that had escaped from the portal. As for why they had not joined the battlefield and instead ventured into the ocean, even the wisest scholars could not provide an answer. It was not unusual for beings of chaotic and malevolent nature, such as demons, to act unpredictably. They were known for their capriciousness, doing as they pleased. Suddenly, a berserker demon surfaced from the nearby waters, triumphantly holding a wriggling fish in one hand and another fish clutched in its mouth. The demon's sharp teeth sank into the struggling fish, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. The White Dragon spotted it, and the demon noticed the army of the Whitescale City on the island. Overjoyed, the berserker demon bit off a chunk of flesh from the fish, chewing as it sprinted forward while brandishing the fish, shouting excitedly as it charged towards the army. Indeed, this demon, all on its own, was launching an attack on the tens of thousands strong army of Whitescale City. Its fate was inevitable. It was swiftly crushed by Gulgaru's hammer. Amos gazed at the demon's corpse in silence, when suddenly an idea struck him. In Nordshield, rare items like the Snow Sprite core could still be procured for a price. But demons were not something one could buy or sell. Furthermore, the self-control of chaotic beings like demons was inversely proportional to their power. The stronger the demon, the less likely it was to respond to the summons of the abyss and serve as cannon fodder. This meant that the demons floundering on the surface were mindless mid-tier and high-tier demons, each fighting independently, a disparate horde. Amos called out, "Old Blind Eyes. Quickly, gather together, capture the demons." Felicia was momentarily stunned but quickly realized the immense value of demons. Their horns could be fashioned into adornments, and their bodies could serve as magical materials. If they were alive, those madcap enchanters would surely line up with bags of gold coins to purchase them. At the thought of gold, Felicia sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, "Yes, capture the living ones. Everyone, charge with me." Before she could finish, she eagerly took to the sky. In the eyes of the White Dragon, these demons were akin to moving treasure troves. The army of Whitescale City transformed from a resting state into a fierce warband, rushing towards the demons roaming on the sea, and the surface of the ocean became abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, Amos could only lie on the beach, watching the mermen beat the various demons. His injuries were too severe, his magical energy was depleted, rendering him unable to cast spells. After sustaining violent impacts, several of his wing bones and ribs had broken, leaving him immobile. Even more debilitating than the physical injuries was the energy damage. Although the majority of the legendary magical energy shock had been blocked by Commander Winter, Mutsnofi, the small portion that had slipped through was enough to incapacitate Amos, who now felt pain throughout his body. The White Dragon glanced at the two-headed ogre chieftain standing guard nearby and the surrounding mermen. He raised his wings over his head to shield himself from the half-visible morning sun. After resting for a brief moment, a terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from the sky, startling Amos awake. He looked up to see a massive black hole, 500 meters in diameter, appearing in the clear sky, from which a grand magical tower's base slowly emerged, followed by its towering structure and spire. The floating tower. If the mage tower was the ideal of every mage, then the floating tower was the dream of every sorcerer. Its capabilities were formidable, allowing for free flight, spatial travel, cross-dimensional expeditions, and even interstellar journeys. However, for the vast majority of mages, a mage tower was but a distant aspiration, let alone the exorbitantly priced floating tower. As the black hole vanished, Amos gazed up at the suspended floating tower with a complex expression, knowing that the battle was drawing to a close. Like dumplings falling from a pot, figures began to emerge from the floating tower, each radiating a powerful aura as they dove into the sea. Soon, the ground beneath the white dragon ceased its trembling. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot from the ocean, and before anyone could react, it precisely pierced the white dragon lord's forehead. Amos was startled and quickly checked, only to find that the white light contained a dimensional coordinate. At that moment, a maniacal voice echoed in Amos's ears. "Little white dragon, when you are close to achieving legend, come to this place. A surprise awaits you. Ha ha ha." The white dragon lord was left in bewilderment. He didn't come to settle the score with me. He just left? What was the meaning of this dimensional coordinate? Was the surprise truly a delight or a trap? Amos was beset by numerous questions, but there was no one to provide answers. He could only suppress his curiosity and brood over the various possibilities. His dragon sister landed on the beach, where a multitude of demon corpses lay scattered alongside live demons bound tightly. Felicia gleefully began counting their spoils. "Oh, Amos, our haul is impressive. We killed a total of 152 demons and captured 119 alive. We can sell them for so many gold coins." "Don't talk to me about gold coins." At the mention of coins, the white dragon lord was reminded of his empty treasury. "My snow sprite core. My gold coins." Amos's heart bled. This transaction had resulted in a colossal loss. Spotting the demon blood floating on the surface, he lamented, "Everyone, collect that demon blood floating on the sea. Refine it, and gather the residue as well. Oh dear." The white dragon lord's exclamation exacerbated his injuries, causing him to cry out in pain. He noticed that his followers were staring in astonishment, failing to act. Enraged, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get moving." Oh right. Only then did they react, hastily dispersing to collect the demon blood from the sea. Soon, everyone had departed, leaving Felicia as the sole dragon beside Amos. With a strange expression, his sister, reveling in his misfortune, remarked, "Amos, I never thought you could be so flustered." Amos responded with a silent glare. After he had revealed the value of the box containing the snow sprite cores to his sister, a heart-wrenching wail echoed across the sky. "Amos, you reckless spendthrift." Ignoring the lamentations of his sister, Amos covered his head with his wings, resting in frustration to recuperate from his injuries. After a few moments of wailing, Felicia noticed her brother resting and ceased her complaints, quietly guarding him. Suddenly, the white dragon was startled awake by a nearby voice. "You are Amos?" Chapter 91. The Silver Dragon Duke. A voice resonated before Amos, startling him. The white dragon abruptly raised his head to behold a handsome elven man standing on the beach. Clad in a silver noble robe, his smile as warm as a gentle spring breeze. Amos sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from the elven figure, reminiscent of the old silver dragon he once knew. However, the man's silent appearance before him suggested he could also silently take his life, yet since he chose not to, Amos concluded he was not an enemy. Understanding this, the white dragon felt a sense of calm and curiosity. "Might I inquire what brings you here, my lord?" The elven man chuckled softly in response. "Nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to see the young dragon who managed to humble my unruly daughter." After a moment of contemplation, Amos realized he had never wronged any elves, prompting him to inquire with genuine curiosity, "Pray tell, who might your daughter be?" "Her name is Belia," the elven man replied. Understanding dawned upon the white dragon. The figure before him was indeed the father of the silver dragon Belia. Although their acquaintance was not particularly close, they were familiar enough for pleasantries. "How fares Miss Belia these days?" "Ah, she is currently studying at the Nine-Eyed Alliance. However, I suspect you will soon see her again." Amos turned his attention to the gathering demons nearby. "Oh, is it because of these fleeing demons?" "Indeed. Such matters are typically handled internally by organizations, assigning tasks to their younger members for cleanup. Given Belia's spirited nature, she would not miss such an event." Amos's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Senior, does the substantial reward for capturing demons entice even Miss Belia to participate?" The silver dragon observed the hasty demons being subdued and the ongoing hunt by the fishmen and praised, "Ah, you are quite astute. These demons not only yield easy gold, but can also be exchanged for valuable items within various organizations, some treasures that money cannot procure. Moreover, competitions may be held with commendable rewards. Therefore, in these coming days, while the main forces have yet to arrive, to seize the opportunity to capture as many as you can. The Silver Dragon's suggestion aligned perfectly with Amos's intentions. By the way, this incident involving the sea giants was first discovered by you siblings, correct? You have performed exceptionally well. It has been a while since I have seen such enlightenment among the chromatic dragons. Though the initial motive for war was vengeance, Amos seized the opportunity to elevate his own standing while enhancing the Silver Dragon's favor. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. As members of the dragon race, it is only natural for us to contribute to our kin. The smile on the Silver Dragon's face widened. Excellent. It is rare to witness such awareness in you. Thus, as an elder of the dragon kin, I must make a gesture. He produced a verdant ring, nostalgia etched upon his features. This is a trophy from my youth, when I participated in the hunt for titans. It has little value to me now, but it would suit young dragons like you perfectly. The ring's surface pulsed with life energy, clearly a remarkable artifact. Yet Amos hesitated to accept it without merit, for he understood that debts of gratitude must eventually be repaid. Senior, I cannot accept without due cause. The Silver Dragon interrupted. You discovered the sea giants and reported it, thwarting the demon's schemes. Without the ice elemental you summoned, even the little gold dragon from the Wells family could not have resisted the demons. How can you say it was without merit? Amos felt an itch in his claws. Moreover, this artifact would greatly aid in your recovery. Do you truly wish to decline? The white dragon firmly accepted the ring. Thank you, Senior. May I ask for your name? Adrian Samaranch, the Silver Dragon replied. Amos was taken aback, while Felicia could not help but exclaim in astonishment, the Silver Dragon Duke. In Nordshield, if any dragon dared to proclaim itself the greatest, a host of true dragons would swiftly confront it, ready to deliver an overwhelming defeat. Yet if Adrian Samaranch claimed to possess the most legendary experiences, no dragon would dare to contest him. The name of the legendary Silver Dragon Duke, Adrian Samaranch, resonated far and wide, not only in Nordshield, but also among the true dragons of nearby realms. The title of Duke denoted his nobility, silver indicated his lineage, and legendary spoke to his extraordinary experiences. Raised by human nobility, he had followed Emperor Ivan in establishing the most formidable empire, the Bolton dynasty, on the continent of Nordshield, and was granted the title of Duke. After Emperor Ivan fell victim to the demon's treachery, leading the empire's elite to their demise in the Abyssal Blood War, he alone upheld the vast empire, assisting the heir in strengthening it further. His legendary tales were countless, placing him among the pinnacle of existence in Nordshield. Very well, my young friends, I have matters to attend to. Continue your efforts, and I shall observe you, the Silver Dragon declared. Amos gazed at the ring in his hand. Scanning. Name, Weenie's Guardian. Description, a magical artifact blessed by the Tree of Life, bestowed upon Weenie, the forest fairy's beloved, as she embarks on an expedition. Every night beneath the moonlight, Weenie prays to the Tree of Life, her love touching the spirit of the tree, which blesses the ring she wears. Accompanying magic, Spring of Life, releases the life energy stored within the ring, rapidly healing wounds. Cool down, 30 days. Essence of Nature, the ring emanates a natural aura, moderately enhancing the wearer's affinity for nature. As Amos activated Spring of Life, a warm green magic surged from the ring, rejuvenating his battered form. The white dragon felt his body rapidly mending and exclaimed, "This life magic is truly a remarkable boon." Roar. Two resounding dragon roars echoed as Villy and Elena arrived. Elena called out, "Hey, Amos, Felicia, has the battle concluded?" Felicia rolled her eyes, grumbling, "Yes, you both arrived rather early." Elena replied with a hint of grievance. After contacting the old Silver Dragon, he said he was too busy to come, sending his friend Herbert instead. "I rushed here as soon as he arrived, yet still missed out on the action," Villy remarked. Herbert sensed the energy fluctuations and set off ahead. "We have flown with great effort." Amos reassured, "It's all right. Felicia is merely expressing her shock." Reflecting on the events of the night, the white dragon gazed at the fully risen red sun and sighed. What a long night it has been. Chapter 92. The Lava Hound in the Sky. Three white dragons surveyed the ocean from above, searching for their target. Below, the fishmen either engaged in hunting or were en route to do so. Upon a successful hunt, they would bind their spoils to the backs of crocodile turtles and transport them to a temporary camp on the island. At this camp, The bored White Dragon Lord was counting the captured demons. Thanks to the revitalizing waters of the Fountain of Life and a thorough healing package from his 2 dragon sisters, Amos, though unable to join in the hunt, could move slowly. Thus, he remained on the island, guarding the demons collected by the army. These demons displayed no awareness of their status as prisoners of war. Even when bound tightly like dumplings and gagged with seaweed, they squirmed restlessly. Nearby, the Fishmen guard struck them with leather whips, but to little effect. "Master, these demons are truly tough-skinned. They show no reaction to the blows," one remarked. "No matter. We are not beast tamers. Just keep an eye on them and ensure they do not escape." Understood. As time passed, the number of demons brought in by the Fishmen dwindled. By noon, some teams returned empty-handed. Amos gazed up at the sun in the sky and addressed the old blind one beside him. "That's enough for today. Let it be. As you wish." Amos glanced around, but noticed the absence of Baki Darkscale. Where has Baki Darkscale gone? The Fishmen exchanged puzzled glances, unaware of the giant's whereabouts. "Old blind one, take some men to search for him." "Yes." Suddenly, sounds of battle echoed from the distant sea. "Felicia, Elena, Villy, Golgaloo, go check it out." The dragon's siblings took to the skies, swiftly disappearing from sight. "Haha, Baki Darkscale has caught a big fish," Elena exclaimed. Amos focused his gaze and laughed. Indeed, it was a large catch, a massive abyssal lava hound, being dragged behind Ramos, the giant turtle. Measuring 8 meters in length, the abyssal lava hound resembled a colossal bulldog, adorned with a black rock collar studded with menacing spikes. Its body was covered in irregular black scales, akin to cooled magma, with glimpses of roiling lava visible through the gaps. However, the fearsome creature was in a poor state, submerged in seawater, its fiery body temperature evaporating the surrounding water, emitting steam as it groaned weakly. Fearless Villy seized one of the hound's legs and dragged it ashore, presenting it before the White Dragon Lord. Scan. Name: Abyssal Lava Hound Level 16 Demon Dog, Strength, Tier 4 Alignment. Chaotic Evil Description: A lava hound from the abyss. It dwells within molten lava, feeding on magma. While this species is powerful, their intelligence is generally low, making them suitable for charging into battle. Given a fair confrontation, Amos would require considerable effort to defeat a master-tier lava hound, let alone to capture one alive. Baki Darkscale had indeed surprised the White Dragon. "Baki Darkscale, you have done exceptionally well. What reward do you desire?" "It is my honor to serve my master. I dare not ask for a reward." Amos pondered for a moment. In terms of strength, Baki Darkscale was a level 14 Night Stalker, and in terms of status, he was the commander of the White Fortress Guard, one of the 3 Fishmen leaders. Amos found little to offer him and decided to set the matter aside, keeping it in mind for the future. He contemplated how to handle the lava hound. Powerful yet not particularly intelligent, such a creature would be a shame not to tame. This lava hound would make an excellent battle pet. "Who wants it?" Felicia wrinkled her nose in disdain. "This filthy wild dog, with its mouth full of magma. The sulfur stench is nauseating." Elena shook her head. "Fire is the enemy of nature." "Then I shall take it," Villy declared. With everyone's assistance, Villy signed a master-servant contract with the lava hound. Half a month later, in the White Fortress's reception hall, 5 dragons gathered around a table piled high with food. After feasting, Amos spoke up. "Miss Belia, how have your gains been these past few days?" Belia rolled her eyes. "One dragon has scoured the sea clean of scraps. How much could I possibly collect?" Amos, embarrassed, rubbed his nose, thinking, "I hope it wasn't that rascal who leaked the information. Otherwise, I shall have words with him." In the distance, the Silver Dragon Duke sneezed. Observing the White Dragon's discomfort, Belia chuckled lightly. "Fortunately, I borrowed 2,000 fishmen from you. With their help, my harvest was also quite impressive." Amos, intrigued, recalled that Belia had approached him days earlier to borrow 1,000 fishmen to assist in tracking down demons fleeing across the sea. Without hesitation, he had provided her with 2,000 fishmen and a squad of keen-scented great white sharks. Yet, despite this, Belia had not made it to the top 3. "Oh, quite impressive. Then who were the 2nd and 3rd place winners?" At that moment, Elena, engaged in a struggle with a squid skewer, interjected. "The 3rd place is the elven noble, Cornelia. That little sprite brought along a large entourage of admirers and collected quite a bit. As for the runner-up, I don't know her." Belia picked up the conversation. "The runner-up is Herbert's sister, the gold dragon Christina Wells." The 4 white dragons looked perplexed. Villy couldn't help but ask, "But isn't Herbert an adult dragon? How could his sister participate in this competition? Belia pondered for a moment. Christina has some personal issues that prevent her from stepping into the legendary realm. Felicia inquired curiously, what kind of personal issues? Belia seemed reluctant to elaborate and shifted the topic. By the way, Christina has settled on the overseas islands. She is your neighbor. If you get the chance, I can introduce you. She is a very gentle dragon. Villy disregarded Belia's last remark, adhering to the five-colored dragon's perspective on mate selection, which seldom considered personality. A neighbor? How come I haven't heard of her? Belia replied, she has lived on the overseas islands for many years, residing at the far end. So it's normal that you wouldn't know. The next day, Belia departed, and those who had come to the sea due to the demons also left with the conclusion of the feast. Yet an unexpected visitor disrupted the tranquil life of the white dragon. Important notice. Future updates in the early morning will be changed to 6 a.m. daily to prevent loss of attendance due to possible network issues. Chapter 93. The plea for assistance from Bailey City in the Grand Hall of the White Fortress. The White Dragon Lord received the young count. Bruce placed a hand over his heart and inclined slightly, performing a standard noble greeting. I salute you, esteemed Lord of the Thousand Islands, His Excellency Amos. Master of Bailey City, as per the instructions of Count Dumbledore, I convey his regards. Such conventional, lengthy, and insipid diplomatic phrases left the White Dragon unimpressed. The White Dragon Lord nodded slightly, responding, I too extend my sincere greetings to Count Dumbledore. Years of warfare had matured Bruce considerably upon hearing the White Dragon's near-dismissive words. His demeanor remained unchanged. With a steady composure, he replied, Your Excellency Amos, my visit serves two purposes. Firstly, to solidify the friendship between Bailey City and the White Fortress. Indeed, the bond between our domains is unbreakable. Before the young count could elaborate further, the White Dragon Lord cut to the chase. And what is your second objective? Clearing his throat, Bruce stated, Bailey City is facing difficulties and requires your assistance. The White Dragon Lord lightly tapped the armrest of his crystal throne with his fingernail. My friend, according to our agreement, I am obliged to provide shelter only when the Dumbledore family faces a catastrophe. You appear quite untroubled, hardly a sign of dire straits. You are correct, Your Excellency, Bruce replied. While Bailey City is indeed in trouble, we have not yet reached the point of desperation. However, prolonged warfare has taken a toll. Although our food supplies and treasury remain adequate, the loss of soldiers has been significant. If this continues, it will disrupt the population balance of Bailey City. Amos raised an eyebrow. So you thought of me? But I am not your caretaker. Indeed, Your Excellency, Bruce continued, which is why I bring a generous offer. The White Dragon Lord frowned, his tone growing less amiable. Oh, an offer? Do you take me for a mercenary? Bruce hastily clarified, Your Excellency Amos. I believe you have misunderstood. We do not wish to hire a true dragon, but rather your subordinates. The young count observed the contemplative expression of the White Dragon and refrained from pressing further, allowing a silence to envelop the hall. The White Dragon's mind raced. The fortress would remain dormant for several years, assimilating the vast territories vacated by the sea giants. With no ongoing conflict, it was preferable to send his subordinates to the battlefield, where they could grow amidst blood and fire, and perhaps, my subordinates are seasoned warriors. Their hiring price will not be trifling. Bruce felt a sense of relief, as long as there was a willingness to cooperate. The subsequent matter would merely revolve around finances. The valor and fearlessness of the warriors from the White Fortress were well known, even from afar, in Bailey City. Nearby, Gurgaloo Hog and others stood straighter, acknowledging the young human's eloquence. The White Dragon nodded in agreement. So, how many troops do you require? What is the racial composition? These details had long been prepared. Bruce produced a sheet of paper, levitating it with a mage's hand, presenting it to the White Dragon Lord. Upon receiving the document, the White Dragon observed the list of mercenaries from Bailey City. 10,000 mermen, each receiving 3 gold coins per month, with death compensation. 3,000 gnolls, each receiving 5 gold coins per month, with death compensation. 200 ogres, each receiving 200 gold coins per month, with death compensation. 30 trolls, each receiving 500 gold coins per month, with death compensation. There were no major issues regarding hiring prices and death compensation, yet. You have underestimated the value of the merman. Bruce smiled apologetically at the displeased merman triad and continued, Your Excellency Amos, as I understand, in a one-on-one confrontation. Mermen are not a match for gnolls. What leads you to this conclusion? Indeed, mermen are inherently frail and could scarcely defeat a robust farmer in single combat. However, their worth lies not in individual duels, but in their unique capabilities. Firstly, their amphibious advantage allows them to navigate the intricate river systems of the Roe Kingdom. If a squad of mermen were to guard a river mouth with hammers and drills, unless the enemy's transport vessels were heavily armored, crossing the river would be impossible. Bruce nodded in agreement. Secondly, the strength of the mermen has significantly improved in recent years, with many now being novice professionals. Their combat abilities are on par with typical gnolls. Lastly, beyond their inherent strength, mermen have trained various combat pets. These copperback tortoises and large claw crabs are formidable land fighters, boasting impressive defense, ideal for charging into battle, and only mermen can command them. Thus, the hiring price for mermen must match that of gnolls, and their combat pets should also be counted as mercenaries. After careful deliberation, Bruce acquiesced to the White Dragon's demands, raising the mermen's hiring price to 5 gold coins. Following discussions regarding the combat pets and the formal signing of the contract, Bruce departed, leaving only the senior officials of the White Fortress behind. Amos observed the eager monster leaders below and pondered briefly before speaking. This expedition will be led by Gurgaloo, with Old Jimmy, Hog the Riverclaw, and Rog the Iron Fist assisting. Gurgaloo, the strongest, would command the center, while Old Jimmy, skilled in calculations, would manage logistics and strategizing. Hog and Rog would spearhead the charge. Your will shall be the path forward. Gurgaloo, remember, do not underestimate humans. Should you sense danger, retreat swiftly. Yes, master, Gurgaloo replied. Gurgaloo shall crush their tiny heads. The White Dragon Lord ignored Gurgaloo's warlike proclamation. Very well. Disperse and prepare for the expedition. Nightfall. A gentle breeze caressed the guard lake beside the White Fortress, the moonlight rippling across its surface. Amidst the rustling trees nearby, a shadowy figure was too preoccupied to appreciate the rare beauty of the scene. Concealed behind a large tree, it gazed longingly at the White Fortress bathed in moonlight, which appeared particularly cold and tranquil. With a determined bite of the lip, the uninvited guest cautiously slipped into the lake, skillfully evading the patrolling mermen as it stealthily approached the fortress. At long last, it arrived at the foot of the White Fortress. Meanwhile, in the second-floor bedroom of the fortress, the slumbering White Dragon sensed the activation of his protective wards and opened his golden-slit pupils. An intruder? Chapter 94. The siren musician Amos was incensed. Awakened earlier by the visit of the young count from Bailey City, he had just managed to drift into slumber when another intruder appeared. The Lord of the White Dragon forcefully suppressed the surging fury within him. Invisibility. Silent Barrier. 2 spells concealed both the presence and sound of the White Dragon Lord, who flapped his wings and quietly soared from the balcony, intent on preparing a grand surprise for the intruder. As Amos gently flapped his wings in the air, he meticulously searched beneath the White Fortress, but found no trace of a soul. The intruder had also cloaked herself. With the Eye of the Void, he invoked a spell that pierced through invisibility and discovered a figure beside one of the stone pillars of the fortress, a human girl. Her lower half clad in a short skirt while her upper body was bare, gazing upwards at the fortress in distress, scratching her head in confusion. In the dead of night, a sudden appearance of a seemingly unclad maiden. The White Dragon's mind was filled with uncertainty. This person did not seem to be here to cause trouble. Nevertheless, she was an uninvited intruder, and the White Dragon had made up his mind. He stealthily approached the girl from behind, extending his dragon head toward her. What are you looking at? The girl stiffened abruptly at his voice and slowly turned around. Daisy found herself staring at the dragon's face, which bore a peculiar expression that was neither a smile nor a frown. She nearly fainted, her face betraying a mix of tears and laughter. Gee, good evening. The White Dragon exhaled 2 puffs of breath from his large nostrils, sending a playful mist over her face, and replied, good evening. Welcome to the dungeons of the White Fortress. Amos seized the girl's slender form, and with her terrified scream, he ascended into the sky. To his astonishment, the White Dragon Lord discovered that the girl's pleas for mercy sounded melodious, almost like a song, and particularly harmonious. Curiosity piqued, he reconsidered his initial approach. Amos brought the girl to the grand hall of the White Fortress, unceremoniously dropping her onto the cold floor. He scrutinized the girl kneeling before him and realized that her upper body was not entirely bare. Her flat chest was modestly covered by 2 small shells. I was going to toss you into the dungeon, But now I shall grant you an opportunity to explain. Who are you? Why have you stealthily infiltrated the White Fortress? I came to find my harp. The White Dragon raised an eyebrow. Your harp? What a joke. How could your harp possibly be here with me? It was taken by you all. Speak clearly. I stutter. The White Dragon frowned. Noting her trembling demeanor seemed genuine. You sounded quite fluent when you pleaded for mercy, didn't you? I sing. Without stuttering. Though puzzled. Amos did not dwell on it. Then sing to me. The girl, singing once upon a time, there was a lovely little mermaid. She was captured by a wicked sea giant. The White Dragon took my harp. The end, through the cheerful melody. The White Dragon understood her tale. She was a wandering mermaid, captured by the sea giant, who confiscated her instrument. Amidst the ensuing chaos of battle, the sea giant had no time to concern himself with her, allowing her to break free from his mental grasp and flee. Upon recalling her harp, it had already been half a month later. Following the magical trace left in her harp, she journeyed to the White Fortress and eventually encountered the White Dragon. This reflex arc, Upon closer inspection, the White Dragon detected the water element enveloping the girl, accompanied by a scent of the ocean, confirming her lineage as a mermaid as recorded in ancient texts. Observing her face more closely, he recognized her as the mermaid encountered during the encounter with the sea giant tribe. At that time, she had not revealed her powers, and the White Dragon had not scrutinized her due to her transformed appearance. Scan. Name, Daisy Louise. Level 6 fish person. Level 12 sea speaker. Strength, Tier 3. Alignment, chaotic good. Description, a runaway, wandering juvenile female mermaid, fond of singing, who appears slightly different from other mermaids due to innate shortcomings. The White Dragon chuckled at the sight of her two small shells. According to dragon lore, female mermaids were depicted as golden-haired, cascading waves of hair reaching their waists. Yet, the one before him had shoulder-length hair, resembling a princess. Feeling the White Dragon's malicious gaze, the mermaid crossed her arms over her chest defiantly. I want my harp back. Perhaps the mermaid's harp lay somewhere in the storerooms of the White Fortress, but... dear little mermaid, your harp is now my trophy, and considering you stood against me at that time, do you believe I have any obligation to return it? This. As the mermaid stammered, a languid voice interrupted. Who is singing at this hour? Can't a dragon get some sleep? Though Elena had been awakened, Amos sensed that she was not truly angry. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Elena descended the stairs and inquired, who is singing? It's rather pleasant, addictive even. Sing another. Daisy, the mermaid, appeared very excited. Really? Is it good? The dragon sister regarded her brother with a peculiar expression. Even if you wish to play the wicked dragon capturing a princess, at least choose a healthy human. Amos? Cough. She is not merely any human. She is a mermaid, and she is indeed the singing girl you seek. Elena retorted. Impossible. She stutters. Amos shrugged helplessly, but she does not stutter when she sings. The dragon sister, astonished, mused. Is there really such a thing in this world? How peculiar. The White Dragon Lord interjected. Is there a more bizarre creature than you? Ignoring her brother's remark, Elena turned to the mermaid. Sing another for me. All right. Daisy, singing amidst the waves, on a lonely reef, a maiden awaits her beloved. As the song concluded, Elena exclaimed, Oh, that was truly magnificent. Amos, I want to hire her as the musician of the White Fortress. But I still want to travel. You seem to have forgotten. You are currently my prisoner. Oh, right. If you refuse, you will be confined to the cell. Agree, and I shall return your harp. Choose one. Ultimately, under the duress of the two white dragons, the mermaid and the White Dragon entered into an agreement. The mermaid would serve the White Dragon for 30 years, and upon the completion of this period, the White Dragon would no longer interfere with her freedom. Thus, the White Fortress gained another musician. Chapter 95. A day in the life of Villy in the second-floor bedroom number 4 of the White Fortress. Villy's eyelids fluttered slightly as it awakened. Upon opening its bleary eyes, the first sight that greeted it was an abundance of gleaming gold coins. Unlike the opulent velvet bed of the White Dragon Lord, Villy, being a traditional true dragon, reveled in the intimate tactile connection with gold. Thus its nest was a depression amidst a mound of coins and gems. Just emerging from slumber, Villy exhaled a breath of cold white mist, which enveloped the golden coins in a delicate frost. Drowsily, it extended its slender tongue, curling around the coins and gems. savoring them while contemplating the philosophy of dragonhood. After indulging in a few coins and gems as a morning snack, Vili finally shook off the remnants of sleep. Surprised to find a significant portion of its nest devoured, it lamented, "How could I have eaten so much again?" However, having consumed the treasure, there was no recourse but to accept it. Vili shook its head in frustration, dispelling the lingering drowsiness from its mind. It descended to the first floor of the White Fortress, where the grand hall lay empty. Unfazed, Vili noted that its brother Amos, the magical dragon, was either tucked away in his bedroom or engrossed in spell research in his laboratory. Its elder sister Felicia immersed herself in dreams, studying the doctrines of Her Majesty the Dragon Queen, and would not rise unless called, while its second sister Elena was an oddity, either sleeping or frolicking outdoors. Arriving at the dining hall, Vili commanded the half-orc chef to prepare a lavish feast. Soon after, ogre waiters entered, bearing large platters laden with food. After consuming twice its body weight in sustenance, Vili felt a wave of satisfaction wash over it. Leaving the White Fortress, it ventured to the nearby training grounds. Due to Gurguru leading a multitude of land races to assist in the battle for Belly City, the once bustling training grounds appeared somewhat desolate, with only a few ogres lumbering about, carrying logs and panting as they ran laps. Even upon seeing the white dragon, they did not cease their exertions. Such was the rule of the training ground. Within its confines, all were seekers of strength, devoid of hierarchies. Vili paid no mind to the ogres as it made its way to a specialized training area equipped with oversized exercise apparatuses. Spotting 2 stone locks weighing 3,000 pounds each, Vili inhaled deeply, grasped the handles with its claws, and with a powerful flap of its massive wings, stirred a tempestuous wind that sent dust swirling across the training grounds. With 6,000 pounds of stone locks in tow, Vili gradually lifted off the ground, commencing a day of weight-bearing flight training. Despite the immense burden of carrying such weight for extended periods, the effort promised proportional rewards. Over the course of its rigorous training, Vili's muscular structure, particularly the pectorals that powered its wings and the forelimbs gripping the stone locks, was effectively honed. After training until the afternoon, Vili finally drained the last vestiges of its strength and landed back on the training grounds, releasing the stone locks and taking a brief respite. The prolonged strain had caused some minor muscle pulls in its arms, but no lasting harm. Such minor injuries were quickly mended by the dragon's formidable regenerative capabilities, a fact that emboldened Vili to pursue extreme training. Before long, Vili regained its vigor, sensing a slight increase in its power, which filled it with satisfaction. Feeling the positive effects of its training, Vili approached a massive boulder, entirely black and square, measuring 50 meters in every dimension. This obsidian training apparatus, crafted from magma beneath the fortress, was equipped with ropes on 3 sides for climbing exercises. Of course, a dragon had no need for climbing training. Vili approached the smooth side of the boulder to engage in striking practice. Observing the polished stone wall, it felt a sharp ache in its tail. Yet, in pursuit of greater strength, some sacrifice was warranted. Taking a deep breath, Vili coiled its tail and struck the hard obsidian boulder with a fierce whip. The impact reverberated through its tail, leaving it momentarily numb, yet Vili persisted, repeatedly lashing its tail against the unyielding giant rock. As it trained, Vili shouted out resonant battle cries, Hasiach, Yaku. Whether it was the tail growing accustomed to the pain or the battle cries proving effective, Vili felt the numbness dissipate and the ache in its back subside, reflecting, brother was right. The battle roars truly enhance my spirit. After a while, a small black dot appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching the White Fortress. Ceasing its training, Vili glanced up to identify its second sister Elena and resumed training. However, upon spotting Vili, Elena swooped down, exclaiming, "Hey, little brother Vili, training again?" The sugary tone of her voice sent a shiver down Vili's spine. "How many times must I say it? Do not call me little brother." With a mischievous grin, Elena replied, "All right, dear brother." Vili sighed, conceding, "Fine, as long as it makes you happy." Having cohabitated for so long, the 4 white dragons had long since accepted one another. Vili and Elena no longer contended for rank. Observing Elena's cheerful demeanor, Vili inquired, "What good fortune have you encountered this time?" At the gathering in Som City, I made several new friends." "What kind of friends?" Vili pressed, intrigued. Elena began counting on her fingers. There's the great mage Rolando da Marclay from the south, the dwarven noble Solon Copperhammer from the Ironclad Mountains, The elven ranger Camille Moonwhisper from the western elven forest, and our neighbor, the golden dragon Christina Wells. Villy raised an eyebrow. Neighbor? You mean that waste who has lived for 200 years without entering the realm of legends? Christina is not a waste. Her violin playing is exquisite. Elena retorted. Villy let out a resigned sigh. Elena, you are becoming less and less like a chromatic dragon. They say the same, urging me to convert to the worship of the Platinum Dragon King. What? Elena quickly clarified. Do not worry, I have no such intentions. If I did, Felicia would surely slay me. Villy exhaled in relief. As long as you know. Inwardly, Villy mused, this won't do. I must inform brother, at this rate. Elena will inevitably be led astray by those frivolous friends of hers. Enough about that. During my visit to Psalm City, I met a rather interesting character. Interesting how? I encountered a peculiar human vendor who sets up at the city gate at dawn and closes up only at dusk. Is that not normal for humans? But he always lights a dragon-shaped lantern during the day and shouts at the city gate. What does he shout? Front row, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and soda for the couch potato. Chapter 96. The Archmage on a small island adjacent to Tasman Island, within the grand library of the magical training sanctuary of White Castle. Amos was hunched over in his private chamber. He had placed his dragon head upon a large desk, manipulating the mage hand to peruse the floating tomes of magic before him. The white dragon encountered a conundrum, furrowing his brow as he dissected the intricate structure of a master-level spell model. Though his golden finger possessed a degree of computational ability, it could only handle one task at a time. The more complex the problem, the more time it consumed. Reluctant to overly depend on the golden finger, the white dragon resolved to tackle the challenge himself. Amos felt a slight headache. If elementary and intermediate magic were akin to basic mathematics, and advanced magic represented Olympiad mathematics, then master-level magic was comparable to higher mathematics. The convoluted energy structures caused considerable distress for the white dragon, who wished he could devour the book to resolve his troubles once and for all. The thought of eating sparked an idea. Amos directed the mage hand toward a nearby fruit platter, seizing copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins to munch on. The white dragon crunched on them, his formidable dragon teeth grinding the metal into fine shards before swallowing them. Under the powerful acids of his dragon stomach, the metals would be dissolved into nothingness, serving as nourishment for his growth and fortifying his scales. Perhaps inspired by the crisp sounds in his mouth, the white dragon suddenly had an epiphany, finally grasping the elusive problem that had confounded him for so long. The magical elements surrounding him surged to life, weaving into his body and forming a vortex of magical energy. Amos closed his eyes, savoring the exhilarating sensation of this upgrade. Akin to a weary individual luxuriating in a sauna, every pore in his body awakening to vitality. The unmistakable elemental vortex drew the attention of other spellcasters in the library, who gazed in awe towards its source. Could it be the Master's chamber? Such a potent elemental fluctuation. Had the Master achieved another breakthrough? Whispers of admiration filled the air, as the onlookers, being part of White Castle, felt their fates intertwined with that of the white dragon. The stronger he became and the more territory he claimed, the brighter their prospects for development. Thus, they rejoiced at his breakthrough, which invigorated their own studies, restoring tranquility to the library. Before long, the elemental vortex subsided. Amos opened his eyes, feeling the heightened magical power coursing through him and the increasingly vibrant magical elements surrounding him. His face radiated joy. Scan. Name: Amos Aldridge. Level 16 Dragon. Level 15 Mage. Strength. 4th tier. Alignment. Lawful neutral. Description: you are a male young ancestral white dragon. Your physical attributes far surpassing those of ordinary white dragons, particularly your dragon breath, which has developed unique characteristics. Your mastery of magic has reached a commendable level, qualifying you to call yourself a master of the arcane. With your current strength, you could escape from an ordinary legend. Ha! Amos couldn't help but burst into laughter. The system's evaluation did not account for his magical gear. By his own estimation, with the magical supply from the Caucasian skull and the formidable power of dragon language magic, he could confront a near-legendary archmage head-on using only his spells. If he activated Bloody Infusion, leveraging the dragon's robust physical attributes, amphibious capabilities, along with the powerful output of the mage profession and the versatile life-saving spells, he would stand firm against most legendary practitioners. As for high-tier legends, within the vast population of nearly 1 trillion in Nordshield, including extraordinary beasts and all sentient beings, the number of high-tier legends did not exceed 3 digits. And they were the keystones of their respective factions, rarely moving into action. Thus, even if the White Dragon desired to encounter one, the opportunity was not guaranteed. Rising from his seat, Amos exhaled deeply. Since establishing White Castle and laying its foundations, he had constantly worried about legendary beings knocking at his door. Now, he had finally acquired the power to contend with legends, and the weight on his heart had lifted. The White Dragon made his way to the dining hall, where he found Elena and Vili partaking in a meal. Vili, using his claws, grasped an entire roasted Buddha sheep, devouring it whole, bones and all. As a warrior, his physical demands surpassed those of other dragons, resulting in a larger appetite. Elena, on the other hand, maintained a semblance of decorum, albeit slightly. Before her lay a platter of marine fish, which she consumed whole, tearing off the head and placing the clean bones on a side plate. Witnessing his siblings' joyful feasting stirred Amos's own hunger, prompting him to sit down between them, unabashedly indulging in both roasted sheep and marine fish with delight. Among the 4 siblings, it was Vili, the youngest, who was most attuned to the nuances of their family dynamics. He noticed the unusual ease in his brother's demeanor. After swallowing his food, Vili inquired, "Amos, you seem different today. Do you have good news to share with us?" "Indeed, my strength has progressed. Henceforth, the development of White Castle will be considerably more manageable, and we need not excessively worry about those solitary legendary figures. With the alliance between White Castle and Bailey City, the mere presence of ships deterred those foolish enough to pursue dragon-slaying fantasies. Elena's official background thwarted the scrutiny from major factions. White Castle's actions against demons garnered favor among the forces of justice, and now, with Amos's breakthrough, the gap in White Castle's legendary combat power was filled. White Castle had begun to establish itself as a formidable entity capable of facing the storms of the continent. Vili paused at this revelation before responding with congratulations. "Congratulations, brother." Elena, with her mouth full of fish meat, mumbled incoherently, "Amos, that's truly wonderful." After the initial excitement, a fervent desire for power ignited within both dragons. They were profoundly inspired by their brother's breakthrough. At such a similar age, their brother had already attained the ability to contend with legends, while they had yet to step into the master tier. Has the matter of the teacher been finalized? The elder Silver Dragon had promised to introduce Elena to a guiding mentor, but unfortunately, 2 high-tier legendary druids, with whom the elder dragon was acquainted, had either departed Nordshield or were engaged in secluded training. Elena was reluctant to forego the opportunity to be mentored by a high-tier legend, resulting in the matter being postponed until now. Seizing this opportunity for guidance from a high-tier legend would greatly broaden your path. Chapter 97. The Bandits in the Grand Hall of the Earl's Castle in Bailey City. Count Dumbledore summoned the Supreme Commander of the White Fortress Army, Golgaroo. "Commander, are you accustomed to the life of a campaign?" Golgaroo replied, "Yes, quite well. Your bread is delightful. I am not happy. I want to fight." Ghoul growled. "Less talk from you." Gary retorted. Count Dumbledore observed the 2 heads engaged in a heated debate due to their differing opinions and wiped the sweat from his brow. Faced with the peculiar situation of a single body, yet independent thoughts in the ogre, Dumbledore felt a sense of helplessness and interrupted the quarrel. "Gentlemen, there is no need for haste. Both bread and battle shall be at hand." He then instructed a nearby servant, "Bring forth the food." "I want wine," Ghoul demanded. "Wait, bring more wine." While the servant went to prepare, Garu inquired, "Your Excellency, what is the purpose of our summons?" The White Fortress Army had been stationed outside Bailey City for 7 days, and aside from their initial meeting, this was the first occasion the Earl had called upon Golgaroo. The Earl spoke candidly. "Commander, a band of marauders has suddenly emerged in the southern part of my domain, taking advantage of the chaos to harass the villages within my territory. I have dispatched troops to eradicate them, but they are cunning and formidable, managing to escape time and again. Therefore, I request your assistance in eliminating this band." "Not a problem. Leave it to us." Golgaroo laughed heartily, with the commander leading. "I have no cause for concern." After the ogres indulged in a hearty feast, the Earl's chief steward, Babukal, escorted them out. Bruce, observing the departing ogres, questioned his father's decision with confusion. "Father, why spend a fortune to bring them here instead of sending them to the front lines?" The Earl turned to his heir. "Well then, where do you believe they should be deployed?" Bruce furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Earl sighed. In these years of conflict, The lesser nobles either become vassals to the great or face extinction. The feasting upon the weak has come to an end. Now begins the contest among the great nobles. We stand against two formidable adversaries. The venerable military noble, the Leo Viscount family, whose ranks are filled with veterans, and the Lucas Count family, established through mining, equipped with superior weaponry and siege engines. Our forces in Bailey City, having long focused on naval matters, are weakened on land, and engaging directly would likely spell our doom against either faction. The monstrous army of Whitescale City could turn the tide in any battle. Thus neither side dares to pressure us excessively. Viscount Oliver and Viscount Wren have communicated that the pressure at the front has lessened significantly. So, you intend to keep them in Bailey City as a strategic deterrent, watching as they tear at each other? Precisely. Once they engage, we shall dispatch the fishmen guarding the river to infiltrate the enemy's territory via the waterways, monitoring their movements. This way, Bailey City can be both offensive and defensive. Bruce nodded appreciatively. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. The 4-meter-tall ogre chieftain swaggered through the streets of Bailey City, with human passers-by avoiding him as if he were a harbinger of illness. Ghoul casually snatched a piece of roasted meat from a vendor, who, terrified, quickly hid beneath his table. Fortunately, Gulguru showed little interest in the humans, munching as he exited the city gates. I sense no malice from them, Ghoul stated with a belch. Among the two heads of the ogre, Garu was the more intelligent, adept in magic, while Ghoul, closer to a beast in intellect, focused on combat. It was precisely this lower intelligence that endowed Ghoul with a near-bestial instinct, enabling him to sense animosity from others. With a master present, they dare not deceive us, Garu murmured. Indeed, long live our master, Ghoul shouted. As evening fell, a human scout, clad in light armor, swiftly entered the White Fortress army camp under the watchful eyes of the ogres and werewolves. Though aware they were allies, he felt a chill as he hurried toward the large tent at the center of the camp. Upon entering, he saluted the commander. Commander, I have gathered intelligence on the marauders. Excellent. How many are there? Where are they located? Garu inquired. The scout grimaced. There are approximately 200 of them. They just raided Lulan village at noon and are currently reveling outside the village. Gulguru immediately stood. Lead the way. Ghoul brandished his spiked club. I shall smash their heads. Against a band of marauders, there was no need for the entire army to mobilize. Gulguru took only 3 trolls, a small squad of ogres, and 200 werewolves, following the human scout on their path to eliminate the bandits. However, the scout felt a strange atmosphere as he led the way. Were not the trolls, ogres, and werewolves the very targets of eradication? How had they suddenly transformed into an official bandit hunting party? Yet, as long as it served Bailey City, what did it matter? Under the night sky, in a clearing beside Lulan village, a roaring bonfire blazed as the Bloodfang bandits celebrated their bountiful day. The bandit leader, Eric, flushed from drink, leaped atop a barrel. Brothers, follow me, Bloodfang Eric. Let us feast and drink. This is far better than serving those noble lords. Am I right? The assembled bandits raised their food and cups in agreement with their leader's words. Indeed, the leader speaks true. Enough of those pompous nobles. Now our brother leads us in revelry, while they trail behind, choking on our dust. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the bandits. A lean, monkey-like mid-tier thief chimed in. I propose we storm Bailey City, eliminate that old coot, and let our brother become the Earl, so we can all enjoy a noble-s life. This flattery struck a chord with Eric, who laughed heartily. Yet, deep down, he understood the impossibility of such a scenario. Originally, Bloodfang was an adventurer group, and its leader, Eric, sought to profit from the turmoil in Dumbledore's domain by assembling a band of fierce outcasts, engaging in ventures with no capital. Eric remained vigilant, assigning 2 mid-tier bandits to keep watch, ensuring Bloodfang could detect danger in time. Coupled with Eric's prowess as a level 11 warrior, they consistently managed to evade threats. What he did not know was that this time, the bandit hunting party was unlike any before. Chapter 98. Annihilation in the depths of darkness, the bandit on watch. Concealed amidst the thicket, heard laughter and the occasional shriek of women from behind, a bitter feeling settling in his heart. He turned to his companion and lamented, "What misfortune! While others indulge in drink and feasting, we are left here to endure the cold wind." Yet, there was little they could do. It was simply their turn. Just as the mid-level bandit was about to rise and reprimand his distracted subordinate, he suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. Apart from the revelry of the crowd, The other sounds in the dense forest were gradually fading away. His long career as an adventurer had taught him that the only entities capable of silencing these sensitive creatures were either beasts of formidable presence or a multitude of beings. Neither scenario boded well. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He was oblivious to what lurked in the shadows or its numbers. Suddenly, he caught sight of an unusual, shifting shadow, and his heart skipped a beat. Allies. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted behind a large tree to conceal himself. Swish, swish, swish. Cold arrows shot forth from the shadows, piercing the throat of the bandit who had been speaking, causing him to clutch his neck and collapse to the ground. The mid-level bandit gazed in horror at the quivering standard crossbow bolts embedded in the tree. Professional infiltrators. Military crossbows. Damn it. Hadn't the elite soldiers of Bailey City been dispatched to the front lines? How could they possibly be here? Moreover, how could they aim in the darkness? Could it be that the Count's guards were equipped with magical artifacts? Suddenly, a purple light shot from behind, striking the bandit in the back, causing his speed to plummet. A spellcaster. Slow spell. It's over. A crossbow bolt sank into the slowed bandit's skull, and he fell to the ground with a thud. As a high-ranking warrior, Eric possessed superior hearing, and he detected unusual sounds in the darkness. An ambush. The bandits were startled into action, hastily dropping their clay wine bowls, seizing their nearby weapons, and positioning themselves back to the campfire, facing the dark woods. Brothers, fear not. Victory shall be ours. The one who slays the most enemies shall be rewarded with 100 gold coins. The common bandits' eyes gleamed with greed, and they surged forward, eager to claim their gold. What they failed to notice was that their leader, the original cadre of Bloodfang, had quietly retreated to Eric's side. One leader asked, "Captain, what do we do?" Eric, filled with uncertainty, felt a sense of unease. If even the mid-level bandits couldn't escape, their situation was dire. The surrounding darkness obscured the enemy's identity and location, rendering any escape attempts blind and perilous. Eric gritted his teeth. Let these fools charge ahead. Gather your gold and scatter at the right moment. We will regroup at the old spot. A howl resonated through the forest, and the bandits began to stir at the sight of countless green glowing eyes in the dark. Wolves? No, it was Wyrms. Damn it. Had those creatures emerged from the mountains amidst the chaos? This drumbeat was not made by Wyrms. Something else was at play. Eric's scalp prickled as he shouted, "Brothers, we cannot escape the Wyrms in the darkness. If you wish to live, arm yourselves and hold on until dawn." The ragtag bandits understood their leader's words were true, gritting their teeth and clutching their assorted weapons tightly. As the shaman's war drums resonated, the Wyrms that could see in the dark charged forward, howling as they lunged at the bandits. When the Wyrms entered the circle of the campfire's light, the bandits surged forward to engage in battle. These ragtag bandits had weathered long periods of war, foraging for bark and roots, and snatching food from wild dogs' mouths. Their hardened demeanor, combined with the pressure of impending death, drove them to fight fearlessly against the Wyrms. However, unlike the bravado of the common bandits, the Bloodfang members were a professional adventuring team. Upon engagement, they quickly realized something was amiss. These Wyrms were unlike any wilderness creatures they had encountered before. They wielded fine weapons and exhibited coordination. Eric's heart raced as he whispered, "We cannot hold. Break through." The Bloodfang adventurers, upon hearing their leader, followed in his wake, forging a path in one direction. Eric wielded his great sword, cleaving a Wyrm in half as it attempted to parry. Suddenly, he heard a whistling sound above and swiftly dodged aside, a fearsome spiked club crushing the unfortunate soul behind him into a pulp. A gust of wind swept through, causing the campfire to flicker, illuminating the grotesque visage of a two-headed ogre. Eric was filled with terror. As the ogre shook off the flesh clinging to its club, it began to chant a spell. A flash of green light struck Eric with lightning speed. Weakness. Witnessing the ogre raising its club once more, Eric's face turned ashen. Another pool of gore formed on the ground. Ultimately, none of the Bloodfang bandits escaped. They were either captured or slain in battle. A few scantily clad young human women, witnessing the bloodied monster's approach, either screamed in terror and huddled together or fainted outright. To the astonishment of the few conscious humans, the Wyrms ignored them and began to loot valuables from the corpses. At that moment, a human clad in military garb emerged from among the monsters. "You are safe now." In the dark forest, beside the roaring campfire, amidst the astonished gazes of the bandit captives, chaos reigned. The following morning, The army of monsters marched the captives into Bailey City, where people lined the streets, pointing at the monsters and captives. Rumors spread that these were bandits. As the truth circulated, the onlookers' gazes toward the monster army shifted from fear to newfound friendliness. Of course, the monsters had never cared for the opinions of human civilians. They were a formidable army obeying the commands of the White Dragon. Their days in Bailey City were far from over.